Aspiring to become a chef, I find myself amidst the Hogwarts kitchen, equipped with 800 stainless steel beds and 200 skilled house elves. Headmaster, behold my invention, the Bowsy Thunder, which not only serves as sustenance but also as a weapon against Voldemort. Dementors? Spare your appetite for souls. They lack nourishment. Instead, indulge in a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork. The Triwizard Tournament? Forget competition for now. Come savor some Kung Pao Chicken. Umbridge's inspection? Not a problem. Might I bribe her with sea cucumber braised with scallions? Ah, old Voldemort. Do not depart just yet. Come and share a drink with the Death Eaters. Allow me to recite the menu. The Daily Prophet. Zhang Heyang, the man who conquered the magical world through his culinary prowess. Zhang Heyang. You shall not leave until every morsel is devoured. Should there remain a single bite, I shall have your head. Chapter 1. My dear sir, are you quite well? The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and the wind howls fiercely, signaling an impending storm. Though it is the zenith of noon, the sun's radiance is entirely obscured by the darkened clouds, with only the occasional flash of lightning piercing the heavy veil of gloom, illuminating patches of the sky. Beneath the vast firmament lies a colossal ancient castle, steeped in the essence of medieval Europe. Under this overcast sky, it appears both foreboding and enigmatic. Adjacent to the castle, a tall man strides purposefully towards a greenhouse area. He is quite tall, and after only a few strides, he reaches the entrance of the greenhouse. What splendid weather we have today, do you not agree? The tall man parts the curtains of the greenhouse and steps inside. His voice, though aged, resonates with a cheerful and mischievous tone, reminiscent of an eternally youthful boy at heart. It is quite remarkable for you to utter such words. A short, middle-aged woman with flowing gray hair turns around, offering a wry smile. Today's weather leaves much to be desired. The plants are rather anxious. The greenhouse is teeming with an array of flora, and upon closer inspection, many of these peculiar plants exhibit movements. Should an ordinary person venture into this greenhouse, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless in fright. However, the tall elder remains unfazed, as if such sights are commonplace to him. He continues to smile and inquires, "You will take good care of them, won't you? Would you care for some sizzling honey candy, Pomona?" "No, thank you. I do not have a taste for such things." The gray-haired woman straightens up, her tone tinged with mild reproach. "Please step back a bit, Headmaster. You have frightened the Bowtruckle." "Oh, I beg your pardon." The elderly man blinks oddly twice, retreating from the greenhouse, and at the doorway, he adds, "Are you truly not tempted by a couple of pieces? This is a new product developed by Ambrosius and has yet to be released. It is not overly sweet, and I thought you might enjoy it. No wonder Minerva is perpetually lodging complaints about you, sir. I must remind you that eating is strictly prohibited in my herbology greenhouse." The gray-haired woman follows him out, and they stroll together across the expansive grasslands surrounding the castle, resembling an elderly couple enjoying a leisurely walk. "You speak the truth, Headmaster. The weather today is indeed pleasant, a fitting occasion for celebration." The gray-haired woman smiles at the elder, unexpectedly expressing agreement. "In 2 months' time, that boy shall commence his studies, correct? I am eager to see him, the child who has been renowned since birth. Precisely for this reason, I am reluctant to allow him to learn of it prematurely." The tall elder's voice grows serious. Such immense fame and adoration could easily overwhelm any child. Fortunately, he has led a rather unremarkable life for 11 years. Now, it is time to unveil a new world to him. "Very well, since you insist, I shall not press the matter further." The gray-haired woman nods and states, "Once he arrives at the school, all of our teachers will treat him equally, ensuring he does not feel—" "Oh my goodness, what is that?" Before the gray-haired woman could finish her sentence, a sudden and bizarre conflagration illuminated the horizon. Unlike the previous thin streak of lightning, this colossal fireball, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, descended toward the open ground. "Step back, Pomona." The elder's once cheerful and playful tone transformed into one of grave seriousness. He swiftly drew a slender wand from his robes with an almost imperceptible speed, his expression darkening. "What an overwhelming force. What could this possibly be?" "What? You have not seen it before?" Pomona gasped, suddenly shivering. Could it be that he has returned? She covered her mouth in terror mid-sentence. "Oh no, no. Trust me, Pomona. I am well acquainted with his powers. Had he possessed such strength, he would have come here 11 years ago to annihilate us all." The elder stepped forward to meet the descending flames, pointing his wand skyward while murmuring cryptic incantations. A milky white half-dome shield gradually took shape, enveloping both him and Pomona within its protective embrace. Boom! Scattered meteors, searing with heat, began to crash down upon the shield, creating ripples upon its surface. The essence of nature. This could not possibly be the work of a malevolent individual. The elder sensed the impact against the shield and exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone lightening as he chuckled. We should trust that this is merely the result of some hermit sage's experiment gone awry, inadvertently landing here, seeking our assistance. Oh, blast it! The elder had clearly underestimated the force of the flames. While the fragmented meteors posed no threat to his defenses, when the main body of the fire descended with a thunderous crash, he realized that his shield was as fragile as parchment, easily pierced and utterly ineffective in providing protection. Even more distressing is the fact that the target of this fiery assault is not the formidable individual himself, but rather a silver-haired woman named Pomona behind him. He hastily stepped back a few paces, brandishing the wooden staff in his hand, causing a gentle breeze to rise from beneath the staff. As the smoke dissipated, the sight that met the old man's eyes was that of Pomona, lying on the ground, bloodied, accompanied by a bewildered young man seated atop her. The young man, possessing dark hair, yellow skin, and piercing black eyes, was of a distinct ethnicity compared to the evidently Caucasian elder in Pomona. The elder, gripping his wooden staff, cautiously approached a few steps closer and spoke, "Young man, you. I hit someone? I hit someone." Before the elder could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the young man of Asian descent, his voice tinged with incredulity and despair, almost on the verge of tears. How? How did I hit someone? Auntie Annie, are you all right? The elder appeared momentarily stunned, as the young man leapt from Pomona's side, shaking her gently. Auntie, Annie, please wake up. This is a disaster. Even a minor accident could cost me everything. I've genuinely collided with a foreign elderly lady, and I might end up spending my life in prison. Young man, I believe it would be prudent for you to remain calm for the time being, the elder remarked, observing the young man's frantic gestures, furrowing his brow while still maintaining his vigilance with the raised staff. Huh. The young man looked up and finally noticed the elder standing across from him, hastily rising to bow repeatedly. Old sir, are you all right? I sincerely apologize. I truly don't understand what happened. It was not my intention to collide with anyone. This must be your beloved, right? Rest assured, I will not flee. I will take full responsibility. Perhaps we should call the police first? By the way, what is your surname, sir? The elder's azure eyes sparkled as he enunciated deliberately, My surname is Dumbledore. Chapter 2. The Dragon-Slaying Sword, a sudden surge of power. I find myself incessantly bathing. Where is that greasy, alluring lady? The Dragon-Slaying Sword, a mere click to receive. Supreme equipment, an instantaneous explosion of power. One strike, level 888. I am Lin Zizong, awaiting your arrival in this world. I am Gu Tianla. If one is a man, one must engage with the world. Damn, how foolish. In a university dormitory, a man in front of the computer suddenly hurled his mouse, cursing. Who would play such a wretched game? Those celebrities are also foolish, endorsing such nonsense. Do they not fear giving birth to children without sight? What is wrong, Big Bird? A roommate nearby inquired upon witnessing the scene. The man who threw the mouse was named Zhang Heyang, a senior student, and due to the character he in his name, he had been nicknamed Big Bird since childhood, a title that had served him well. However, whether he truly deserved it was questionable, as Zhang Heyang had yet to find a girlfriend. Hearing his roommate's query, Zhang Heyang turned back with an expression of exasperation, saying, Isn't it just these low-quality web games that are bothering me? Just look at how much money they must have. Every day, they flood the internet with advertisements and pop-ups. With such poor graphics, who would play this? I can hardly watch Harry Potter without enduring 75 seconds of their bragging. Is it my fault? The roommate shrugged, chuckling. I told you to chip in for an oil-cool membership. You chose not to. Not worth it. We should naturally enjoy such privileges without having to endure their advertisements. Zhang Heyang waved his hand dismissively. His family was not wealthy, yet neither were they impoverished. His refusal to pay for a video site membership stemmed from a simple belief that it was unjust. Why not just play around? You have plenty of time, and you can wait for the ads. Can't you at least check out this game? His roommate suggested. Wasting my life, Zhang Heyang replied. Feeling compelled to see what this greasy lady was like, he clicked into the game through the pop-up window. He was met with a disgustingly simplistic game interface. Quickly creating a mage character and following the novice guide through tasks in the beginner's village. Whoosh! Upon receiving a task, Zhang Heyang stepped outside the village, struck a pig with his sword, and was immediately enveloped in a radiant glow, followed by a sound emanating from the speakers. Ding! Congratulations! Player Big Crane has reached maximum level with a single strike, achieving a godly status, admired by thousands. Is this game insane? Zhang Heyang stared dumbfounded. At his newly maxed out account, I merely struck a pig. Congratulations on reaching maximum level. Would you like to embark on your journey in the magical world? Zhang Heyang, not particularly concerned, simply followed the novice instructions, continuously clicking to confirm the character's automatic navigation and combat. Without paying much attention, he hastily clicked yes. Suddenly, he felt a dizzying sensation and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself colliding with an elderly foreign woman. Panic surged within him. He had always been a model student, and the last time he had been in a fight was in kindergarten. He had never engaged in physical conflict, let alone knocked over an elderly person. Though his family was not poor, they were not rich either, and the thought of being accused of harming an elderly person, leading to a potential multi-million compensation, made Zhang Heyang's voice tremble with distress. "Are you all right, Andy? Sir, are you okay? Young man, please calm down." The elderly figure opposite him raised a wooden staff, appearing as if about to strike. Zhang Heyang was far from calm. The elderly person wore a long robe, draped in a floor-length purple cloak, and donned a pair of high-heeled boots with buckles. Behind half-moon spectacles, a pair of brilliant blue eyes sparkled with intelligence. His nose was long yet crooked, suggesting it had been broken at least twice. An aura of wisdom enveloped the old man, and the blue eyes behind the glasses seemed to peer through Zhang Heyang's very being, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if completely exposed. This shouldn't be happening. However, the old man's eyes clouded momentarily, tension rising in his demeanor, a rather impressive mental shielding technique. "Young man, your strength is formidable." "Huh? What?" Zhang Heyang, bewildered, replied, "Sir, you are quite old. Must you speak in such a juvenile manner?" Now, having calmed down, Zhang Heyang reflected on his experiences. "I was clearly playing games in my school dormitory. Where exactly is this? And where did these two foreign elders come from?" Glancing around, he noted the unconscious woman on the ground bleeding and the elderly man opposite, who appeared defensive. A ludicrous thought arose within him. Transmigration. I must have encountered the legendary transmigration. I must have crossed into the game world. That bizarre dialogue box was the portal. Realizing this, Zhang Heyang felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. No wonder the old man spoke so childishly. He was an NPC, and such dialogue was entirely normal. Now that he understood his predicament, Zhang Heyang felt more at ease. "Very well, sir. I am unsure of your identity as a village chief or a transporter, but let us first take this lady to the hospital to treat her injuries." As he spoke, he summoned the game interface in his mind, and indeed, the minimap and character attributes appeared before him, further solidifying his belief in his transmigration. "I see I have only a mana bar, no health bar. A max-level mage, with all skills fully unlocked. Quite impressive. A pity I didn't acquire any divine equipment or maxed out secondary professions before transmigrating. That would have been the true key to playing the game." As Zhang Heyang complained, he suddenly noticed his mana bar steadily decreasing, and on the minimap, the icon representing the elderly man turned red. That indicated he was attacking an enemy. "Sir, what is your surname? While it was indeed my fault to collide with the lady, there is no need to attack me right away, is there?" Zhang Heyang's expression darkened. If this were merely an old man, he might accept a few blows, but this was a post-transmigration world. The older one got, the more powerful they became. Even if he was max level, he might still be taken down in an instant. "I've already stated, my surname is Dumbledore," the elder replied slowly. "Dumbledore?" Zhang Heyang scoffed. "Come on, I might as well be Voldemort." "Oh, you know of Voldemort?" The old man's gaze pierced through Zhang Heyang's very core, intensifying the feeling of being seen through. Zhang Heyang shuddered. The uncomfortable sensation soon vanished, but he found his mana depleting even faster. At that moment, Zhang Heyang was infuriated, shouting, "Listen here, do not take advantage of your age. It was my mistake to collide with someone, but if you attack me again, do not blame me for retaliating." To so easily resist my mental intrusion is indeed perplexing. The old man's eyes sharpened, feeling the rate at which his mana was declining escalate. Zhang Heyang could no longer tolerate it. He conjured a fireball with one hand and hurled it at the elder. If reasoning fails, then it's time for combat. Chapter 3. The Battle with Dumbledore. An intriguing form of magic. Dumbledore watched as Zhang Heyang conjured a fireball out of thin air. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his otherwise calm gaze. "I once believed I had lived long enough to witness nothing that could surprise this old man again, but evidently, I was mistaken, a mistake all elderly individuals are prone to make." Dumbledore appeared somewhat vexed as he rubbed his temples. The weight of his extensive years, adorned with countless accolades and praises, had rendered his once clear vision somewhat clouded, leading him to rely on the wisdom of age. "I have paid dearly for this mistake once before, yet now I resolve to amend it." With a fluid motion, Dumbledore wielded his wand, resembling an elegant conductor guiding a symphony, orchestrating the very emotions of the concert hall. As he waved his wand, Zhang Heyang was taken aback to witness the ground before him inexplicably shift and rise, forming a colossal shield that stood protectively in front of Dumbledore. His two small fireballs were obliterated without a trace, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. Following the rhythm of Dumbledore's wand, the earth began to crack and splinter, clods and stones cascading like a waterfall, and before Zhang Heyang's astonished gaze, they remarkably morphed into the shapes of two knights. Zhang Heyang swore they were the most lifelike knights he had ever seen, clad in gleaming silver armor, every intricate detail visible, a stark contrast to the mere heap of dirt they had been moments before. However, he had no time for awe, as the two knights drew their long swords, advancing menacingly towards him from either side. Damn, that's ruthless. Zhang Heyang cursed under his breath, hurling two resistance fire rings that pushed the knights back. Much to Dumbledore's intrigued observation, Zhang Heyang felt an overwhelming pressure. His attribute panel displayed no health bar, indicating he was very much alive in this world, susceptible to a single fatal blow, and he dared not allow his body to endure this evidently magical onslaught. To make matters worse, Zhang Heyang had only just begun to engage with that wretched game, utterly unfamiliar with the interplay of skills, and even the positions of his abilities were foreign to him, forcing him to fumble through the keyboard from start to finish, catching only fleeting glimpses of the skill names and descriptions. If faced with a novice, he might not have felt threatened, but alas, Dumbledore was clearly a formidable boss-level entity. Zhang Heyang observed as Dumbledore suddenly shook his wand, the immense magical force compressing the air around them, causing Zhang Heyang to feel a distinct constriction in his breath. Boom! Fortunately, recalling a glance at the skill list during his earlier gameplay, he activated the level 31 mage skill, the fully leveled magic shield. A shimmering silver shield materialized before him, and whatever incantation Dumbledore had uttered failed to inflict any significant damage upon it, merely producing a peculiar resonant sound. The residual magical waves were deflected by the shield, striking the already pushed-back knights, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered them into a cloud of dust. You old fool, you've gone too far. The sheer force of the aftermath startled Zhang Heyang, who broke into a cold sweat, secretly grateful that the power of a fully leveled mage and their spells were indeed reliable. Such overwhelming magic could be withstood. No, you are mistaken, young man. Dumbledore replied calmly, advancing towards Zhang Heyang. I do not wish for your life. I can see that the power of this spell is mere trifles to you. You can see nothing, you cur. Zhang Heyang retorted, raising his hands to cast a wind shadow shield upon himself. Harnessing the power of the wind, he created a swirling air current around him, enhancing both magical and physical evasion. Dumbledore felt the flow of air surrounding Zhang Heyang. His interest piqued. He gently waved his wand as though cracking a whip, each motion releasing a long trail of fiery tendrils aimed at Zhang Heyang. Damn it, Zhang Heyang thought to himself, realizing he was in trouble as the fiery tendrils began weaving a wall of flames before him, while his magical shield was still on cooldown, leaving him with no means of escape. Yet, remarkably, the wind shadow shield proved more effective than he anticipated, as the fiery tendrils neared within 3 feet of him. They were deflected by an invisible current, and it felt as if an unseen hand was guiding his movements, allowing him to deftly evade most of the fiery onslaught. Now it's my turn. Standing firm is the first step to victory. The wondrous effect of the wind shadow shield alleviated the pressure around Zhang Heyang, finally granting him the opportunity to glance at his skill list and identify an offensive ability. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from where Zhang Heyang stood. A massive surge of magical energy and the resulting dust cloud rendered Dumbledore unable to discern the situation within the blast zone through either sight or magical sensing. All he could ascertain was that his fiery tendrils had been utterly annihilated by the magical explosion. Void Storm, an arcane skill, a dominant attack, entirely on a different level than the previously displayed versatile elemental magic. The torrent of magical energy surged back towards Dumbledore, compelling him to raise his wand defensively, conjuring a semi-fluid barrier for protection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 gusts of wind sounded, causing Dumbledore to furrow his brow as he realized that at some point, Zhang Heyang had appeared behind him, splitting into 3 identical figures, each lifting a hand to cast a spell at him. Hey, Dumbledore uttered for the first time, his expression turning gravely serious as he spun around, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air while he murmured incantations. The space before him seemed to distort, and the 3 elemental spells approaching him vanished in a thin air. Even the 3 Zhang Heyangs began to dissolve. Dumbledore had created a field akin to an anti-magic zone before him. As he observed Zhang Heyang's form starting to dissipate rather than joy, A look of alarm crossed his face. The anti-magic field only affected spells. He initially intended to dispel the magical bodies, but upon seeing Zhang Heyang's true form, the vanishing of all three figures indicated that. Dumbledore abruptly turned around, spotting Zhang Heyang still standing where he had been before the void storm erupted, grinning at him. Beneath Zhang Heyang's feet glimmered an arcane symbol, so profound that even Dumbledore could not recognize it. And then he felt an immense force converge upon him from all directions. Powerful magical energy transforming into meteors crashing down upon him. Dumbledore twirled his cloak and vanished. When he reappeared, it was behind Zhang Heyang, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. His pointed hat was absent, his beard and hair were in disarray, and even his steps were slightly unsteady. He brandished his wand, pointing it at Zhang Heyang, and for the first time, clearly enunciated an incantation. Collapse. A flash of red light enveloped Zhang Heyang, and darkness descended as he once again lost consciousness. Chapter 4. A Hufflepuff Headmaster's Misadventure. My head aches terribly. Zhang Heyang moved his fingers, feeling as if his head were splitting open, and without even opening his eyes, he began to curse. That old fool is incredibly formidable. Undoubtedly a boss. Even I, a fully leveled mage, could not defeat him. One cannot blame Zhang Heyang for his coarse language. Having been inexplicably transported to another world only to be bombarded by an old madman wielding a force as potent as an atomic bomb. Enduring the onslaught for a time, yet still being knocked unconscious, and awakening to such a throbbing headache, anyone would be inclined to curse. Zhang Heyang opened his eyes to behold a golden object shimmering above him. Blinking vigorously, he realized it was a pair of spectacles, and the jovial visage of the old man who had knocked him down the previous night materialized in his mind. Ah, you are awake, young man. The elderly gentleman appeared oblivious to Zhang Heyang's vitriolic remarks, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Would you care for a piece of sizzling honey candy? It is a new delicacy devised by Ambrosius, yet to be released on the market. It is not overly sweet. Perhaps it will suit your palate. Zhang Heyang's face flushed with embarrassment, having spoken ill of someone right beneath their nose, completely unaware of their presence. The awkwardness quickly dissipated, however, as he recalled the events of the previous night. You were quite something, old man. I merely bumped into your partner, and I assured you I would take responsibility, yet you still resorted to violence. You were exceedingly harsh. As he berated the old man, a sudden realization struck him, and he hastily inquired, by the way, how is your partner faring? The old man replied with a hint of regret, Pomona is not my beloved. She is not in any grave danger. The physical impact was mitigated by the magic within her. However, the fiery aura that enveloped you was rather sinister, causing her magical powers to dissipate rapidly. Her recovery may take approximately a decade. That is lamentable. May I inquire as to which hospital she is in? I would like to visit her, Zhang Heyang expressed, his heart heavy with guilt, knowing he had inadvertently caused an elderly lady to require 10 years of recuperation. She's right next door, my dear boy. The old man chuckled, gesturing with his chin. Zhang Heyang turned to see the very elderly lady he had knocked down lying in the adjacent hospital bed, smiling at him. Madam, how is your health? Without regard for his own pain, he scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply, repeatedly apologizing. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. It is quite all right, young man. It was an unintentional misstep, and thus not your fault, the gracious Pomona Sprout assured him with a gentle smile. Sitting up and waving her hand dismissively, Zhang Heyang exhaled in relief, realizing he was indeed unscathed enough to rise so nimbly. He promptly vowed, rest assured, madam, I will find a way to help you restore your magical powers. Such noble sentiments, the old man remarked, beaming. A kind-hearted young man like you truly is commendable. While Zhang Heyang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Pomona, he cast a disapproving glance at the old man. His expression darkened as he retorted, spare me the pleasantries. Old man, who exactly are you, and what business do you have wandering about with such remarkable abilities? I already informed you yesterday. My name is Albus Dumbledore. The old man showed no signs of irritation, gazing at Zhang Heyang with a serene smile, while casually nibbling on a piece of candy. Ha! You claim to be Dumbledore. Then I must be Voldemort. Zhang Heyang exclaimed impatiently, stretching his limbs and discovering he bore no serious injuries. Now, speak plainly, what is it you want? To be frank, your abilities have astonished me. Even the real Voldemort would likely fall short of your prowess. At your age, despite extensively employing dark magic to enhance himself, he was nowhere near your level. The old man chewed on 2 pieces of candy, seemingly dissatisfied with their sweetness, furrowing his brow as he set them aside. Wiping his hands on his beard, he continued, as for me, I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. Furthermore, if you are inquiring, I also happen to be the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and perhaps the chief warlock of the WizardingWorld. You know how it is. Age tends to dull the memory. Feigning forgetfulness, the old man recounted his titles, each one causing Zhang Heyang's heart to race. If he had unwittingly traversed into a Western fantasy realm featuring a formidable elder named Dumbledore, or if this world simply had an iconic figure by that name, such coincidences could occur. However, the headmaster of Hogwarts, alongside being the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, was an unlikely coincidence. Therefore, the only conclusion was that this disheveled, sweet-toothed elder before him was indeed one of the greatest wizards in the Harry Potter universe, Albus Dumbledore. It became evident why Dumbledore had effortlessly summoned Zhang Heyang's magical essence the previous day. His eyes resembled eternal Sharingan, a passive skill that triggered automatically. How did I end up in the world of Harry Potter, instead of being caught in some greasy, wet sister's adventure? Zhang Heyang murmured to himself, finding some solace in the familiarity of the world he had entered. Though many years had passed, and the intricate plots had faded from memory, the overarching framework remained clear in his mind. Being in a world he recognized was far preferable to seeking out some nebulous, greasy sister. However, reflecting on his elementary-level English proficiency, he pondered when he might be able to converse with the locals. "Because I'm speaking Chinese, young man," Dumbledore said with a cheerful grin. Good grief. Zhang Heyang glared furiously at Dumbledore, realizing he had let his guard down, allowing the old man, who had kept his mind-reading ability active, to glean a thought from him. It made sense. Dumbledore had lived for over a century, possessed extraordinary talents, and commanded knowledge of various languages, including those of merfolk and reptiles. Surely Chinese would be no challenge. Very well, remarkable young man. May I now inquire your name? Dumbledore continued, unabashed by the prospect of reading minds, maintaining his warm smile. Zhang Heyang. As you can see, I am Chinese and have inexplicably found myself here. He replied with a hint of irritation. Ah, splendid, splendid indeed. Now, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Dumbledore nodded gravely, resuming his discourse. I refuse. Zhang Heyang interjected without a moment's thought, the words spilling forth. Anyone familiar with the Harry Potter saga would know of the old man's penchant for manipulation. Those who aided him often met grim fates, including the chosen savior he had guided to his own demise. It seemed more a matter of taking responsibility for his own missteps than a request for help. Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of cheerfulness. Due to your oversight, the head of Hufflepuff House has sustained serious injuries, thus necessitating your assumption of this position. Observing Zhang Heyang's bewildered expression, Dumbledore's amusement grew. He pretended to clear his ears and mused. Did someone just mention taking responsibility for their mistakes? Oh dear, my memory does seem to be faltering in my old age. Chapter 5. Let us start with a few million galleons, shall we? No, wait, hold on. Zhang Heyang felt his mind whirl, the after-effects of the stunning spell surging back, causing a peculiar ache in his head. Are you saying the head of Hufflepuff is the lady I knocked over? Quite the astonishing revelation. I assent it. I had assumed you were aware, Dumbledore replied jovially, his exuberance causing his beard to flutter. Allow me to formally introduce Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor at Hogwarts and the head of Hufflepuff House. Alas, she is soon to be forced into retirement. As Dumbledore reached this point, a glint of mischief appeared behind his half-moon spectacles. Now, who should be held accountable for her compelled retirement? Poor Pomona has devoted her life to her cherished Hufflepuff. Enough. Enough. I can't take any more of this. Zhang Heyang raised his hands in surrender. It was evident that an old man who refused to die was indeed a rogue. Engaging in a battle of wits with the cunning Dumbledore was beyond the capabilities of a mere undergraduate like Zhang Heyang. Yet, he admitted his ignorance in the field of herbology. He spread his hands, confessing that his knowledge in this area was far inferior to that of a first-year student at Hogwarts. Oh, but that's of no consequence. Professor Sprout remarked in halting Chinese, my injuries have merely rendered my magical abilities akin to a dud, without affecting the knowledge I possess. Madame Pomfrey advised him that increased mobility and sunlight would greatly aid his recovery. To be candid, he had long desired retirement. Tending to his flowers and plants under the sun was a source of immense joy. Zhang Heyang nodded, since Professor Sprout had spoken. He felt little room to evade responsibility as the instigator. He reclined on the hospital bed and cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, saying, in that case, I have numerous troubles that require your assistance. As a newcomer to this world, Zhang was indeed beset by many predicaments. However, having promised to assist Dumbledore, it was only fitting that these matters be entrusted to the old wizard. After all, what was his purpose at Hogwarts if not to serve as its headmaster? Very well. If your health permits, shall we discuss this in my office? Dumbledore offered, slightly bending forward in an inviting gesture. Not necessary. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. The portraits in the headmaster's office were notoriously talkative, and sharing his troubles and secrets there would be akin to broadcasting them through a loudspeaker. What about the cubicle behind the hospital? Dumbledore suggested, seemingly aware that the portraits in his office would not provide the privacy needed and opting for a more secluded option. Sigh. Fine, Zhang thought for a moment. Indeed, the hospital wing, devoid of portraits and ghosts, was the quietest place in Hogwarts. Moreover, with Dumbledore and himself, two powerful wizards, present, even Voldemort would struggle to eavesdrop. Old Dumbledore, let me explain this to you. The knowledge I possess, as you have seen, is quite different from yours. In the small cubicle behind the hospital, Zhang spread his hands in resignation. I don't even have a wand. What do you expect me to teach? Your magic is indeed remarkable, but the essence of magic remains the same, as it is now late June. I trust that you can master the fundamentals of mainstream magic before the term commences. Dumbledore had already made up his mind. We require a new professor for the defense against the dark arts class, as our previous instructor has resigned due to unforeseen circumstances. Good grief. I knew you had ulterior motives. Zhang inwardly cursed. He was well aware that the defense against the dark arts position had been cursed by Voldemort. Even Quirrell, who had once occupied the role, had succumbed to that very curse. For years, those who taught the subject had met with unfortunate fates. However, Zhang was unconcerned. The curse posed no direct physical threat. He could simply endure for a year and depart, indifferent to what Voldemort or Dumbledore might do. All right, I accept, he nodded. Excellent. Excellent. Here is your appointment letter. Dumbledore grinned mischievously as he handed over a scroll of parchment. Upon opening it, Zhang found it inscribed in emerald ink with the words of his appointment, the letters swirling in an ornate fashion, unmistakably in Dumbledore's handwriting. You crafty old fox. You had this all planned, Zhang thought, speechless at Dumbledore's shrewdness. Of course not. I merely needed to have the appointment letter on hand while searching for a suitable defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore replied with a benevolent smile. So, welcome aboard. Professor Zhang. Zhang noticed that at the moment he accepted the appointment letter, a buff appeared on his attribute panel, and his mana bar began to deplete, albeit slowly, less than the rate at which his mana naturally regenerated. Having experienced Dumbledore's mental intrusion before, Zhang recognized that the depletion of his mana was indicative of resistance against an intangible attack. Upon inspecting the buff, he read, Curse of Voldemort, an unforeseen incident that renders one unable to continue teaching within a year. Curse level, high. Means of resolution, holy word. The powerful purifying light can eliminate all negative buffs and deliver devastating damage to darkness and undead beings. Zhang opened his skill list, located this skill, and activated it. In an instant, a warm white light enveloped him, akin to basking in the sun or luxuriating in a hot spring. Upon checking the attribute panel again, the black buff had vanished. What an astonishing spell! Dumbledore clapped and smiled, seemingly genuinely impressed by Zhang's magical prowess. Is it a test you have for me? Zhang's expression turned cold, but he refrained from pursuing the matter further. He extended his hand, stating, My English is not fluent yet. Please assist me in mastering it swiftly. Additionally, I require your knowledge of magic, from the basics to the most advanced, including alchemy and wand lore. Do not attempt to deceive me. Rest assured, I shall have everything prepared by tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded, offering him a piece of candy with a gentle smile. Since we have reached an agreement, would you care for a piece of fizzing whizbee? It's a new creation by Ambrosius, not yet on the market. It's not overly sweet, perhaps. I prefer sweeter treats. Thank you. Zhang dismissed Dumbledore's antics. Extending his hand again, I currently lack funds. Headmaster, I have many things to undertake, so I kindly ask for a bit of money. It's all right. I want to be picky. Several 100,000 galleons would suffice. Chapter 6, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore chuckled merrily. You truly have a knack for jesting with this old man, Professor Zhang. He devoured the entire stash of fizzing whizbees, adding, Alas, I'm not particularly wealthy. The salary for a Hogwarts headmaster is modest, merely a few hundred galleons a year. With all the various titles I hold, I'm often asked to donate, which troubles me greatly. Over the years, my savings have dwindled to just 1,000 galleons. Gringotts Vault number 72. Here's the key. Dumbledore grinned slyly, handing over a gleaming golden key. Regardless of his ability to turn anything into gold with the Philosopher's Stone, even a mere display of his prowess would yield a fortune of galleons. This was Dumbledore's subtle signal. His limits were clearly defined, and there would be no excess. Dumbledore was not accustomed to expressing his stance through forceful words or actions, yet the underlying firmness in his demeanor was no less potent than Voldemort's. As one of the most formidable wizards, he retained a measure of dignity. "What year is it now?" Zhang inquired. 1992. Dumbledore answered without a hint of surprise at Zhang's question, recognizing that Zhang's magic deviated significantly from mainstream practices, leading him to believe that Zhang might be a descendant of an ancient magical lineage hidden away for millennia. "So, Harry Potter is about to enroll?" Ignoring Dumbledore's astonishment at his awareness of Harry Potter's age, Zhang contemplated the opportunities for profit in 1992. With a bit of startup capital, he could seize many ventures. He nodded and accepted the key from Dumbledore. "I look forward to the time we will work together, Headmaster." Zhang slightly bowed, expressing his respect for his superior. "I too, Professor Zhang, look forward to a delightful collaboration." Dumbledore likewise bowed in acknowledgement, winking at him. It was utterly nauseating. "Do not presume I am oblivious to your inclinations," Zhang Heyang candidly pointed out. "After all, an elderly gentleman casting winks in one's direction is rather disconcerting. Love is equal and free, unbound by race or gender." Stop. If Dumbledore begins to prattle about love, the day is surely lost. Perhaps it is precisely because he is of such inclinations that he exudes such affection. Having indulged in a refreshing slumber in the Hogwarts infirmary, Zhang Heyang awoke the following morning determined to seek out Dumbledore. Unfamiliar with the location of Dumbledore's office? Not to worry, although the castle appeared deserted. It was replete with conversant portraits and ghosts. As Zhang Heyang inquired for directions, fortuitously, Peeves happened by, eager to tease the newcomer to the castle. Upon spotting him, Zhang Heyang chuckled. A guide had materialized without the need to search further. After utilizing the stunning spell to incapacitate one of Peeves' hands, the poltergeist obediently led Zhang Heyang onward, behaving with the decorum of a well-trained hound. Upon reaching their destination, Peeves declared, "Above lies the Headmaster's office. Alas, I cannot ascend due to magical wards." "You insufferable man, mind your tongue, lest you find yourself missing a hand, or perhaps I shall sever both your legs and nose, turning you into a rather amusing ghostly stick," Zhang Heyang retorted nonchalantly, causing Peeves to emit a piercing shriek and flee through the wall. Ascending the staircase, Zhang Heyang was confronted by a stone guardian that demanded a password. Having no knowledge of such a requirement, he simply operated directly into Dumbledore's office. The headmaster looked up, astonished by his sudden appearance. "I had thought only the headmaster could operate within Hogwarts. Ancient magic differs from your system, rendering your spells ineffective against me," Zhang Heyang replied, unable to elucidate further, attributing it to the ancestry of this realm's unknown figures. "Ah, you make a valid point," Dumbledore mused, nodding thoughtfully. "The mysteries of magic are indeed vast. We have yet to fully comprehend them, particularly the ancient and powerful spells that have been lost to time. Magic is truly captivating. Indeed, I am quite enamored with magic, which is why I have come for the books you promised me," Zhang Heyang interrupted without hesitation, his resentment towards Dumbledore palpable since the latter had rendered him unconscious. "Oh right, I nearly forgot," Dumbledore exclaimed, lightly striking his head in self-reproach. He pushed forward a silver tray, saying, "Have you had breakfast, Professor Zhang? I have delightful cookies and milk here." "Thank you, but I have already eaten." Zhang Heyang's reluctance stemmed not from distrust of Dumbledore, but from his discerning palate, shaped by the culinary excellence of his homeland, China. The offerings from other nations, particularly those infamous for their culinary disasters, were of little interest to him. "Very well, though these cookies are indeed quite delectable," Dumbledore lamented as he waved his wand, making the tray and its contents vanish. Rising, he proclaimed, "Let us proceed to the library. Otherwise, Madame Pants may not grant you access to the entire collection." "Are you suggesting I will have access to all the tomes within Hogwarts Library?" Zhang Heyang was taken aback, aware that the library housed ancient texts dating back to the time of the four founders, books that even Voldemort coveted but could not obtain. How could Dumbledore possibly allow him, a newcomer, such privilege? Zhang Heyang understood that while Dumbledore appeared mild-mannered, his suspicion ran deep. "Mutual benefit, Professor Zhang," Dumbledore said cheerfully, striding ahead. "As a teacher at Hogwarts, I trust you would not hesitate to impart your magic to our students, wouldn't you?" "I beg your pardon, but I am quite averse to that notion," Zhang Heyang interjected bluntly. The old man's expectations were rather naive. Even if he wished to teach, he lacked the instructional materials. "The principles? I'm not versed in such theories. My magic you cannot replicate. From the foundational system to years of blood evolution, your methods have been ingrained in your very essence." making it impossible for even a first-year wizard to learn. I see. Then I must apologize. The most crucial texts are accessible only to the headmaster, and I cannot introduce them to you, Dumbledore replied, slightly regretful, before his demeanor brightened once more. However, you may peruse the other books at your leisure. Much obliged. Zhang Heyang admired Dumbledore's ability to feign ignorance of their previous exchange, knowing full well that once he began to peruse the shelves, he would likely only find the commonplace tomes available for purchase. Chapter 7, where one lacks 1 point. Good morning, Irma. Dumbledore greeted as he ushered Zhang Heyang into the library, exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants, who appeared to have just begun her shift. Good morning, Dumbledore. Those children have left the books in utter disarray, Madame Pants complained, wielding a feather duster. At least the holidays are upon us. 2 months of peace are at last ahead. And who might this be? She finally took note of Zhang Heyang behind Dumbledore, uncertain of the young man's significance. If he were a student, he had clearly graduated, especially as it was currently summer break. Yet, to deem him a teacher seemed implausible given his youth. This is our new defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Zhang, Dumbledore introduced with evident delight. Additionally, the newly appointed head of Hufflepuff House. A professor, indeed? Greetings, Professor Zhang, Madame Pants said. Though surprised, she maintained her courtesy. Wait a moment, Dumbledore. As soon as she finished her sentence, Madame Pants's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just say he is the head of Hufflepuff House? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Regrettably, Pomona has sustained injuries and, I fear, cannot wield magic for the next decade. Thus, she must retire from her position. No, Dumbledore, wait. How could a head of house sustain such grievous injuries at Hogwarts, even in an encounter with the Dark Lord? Such would be improbable, considering you are here to safeguard us. Has she consulted a healer? What did Pomfrey say? Having worked alongside Madame Sprout for decades, Madame Pants was deeply concerned. Regrettably, Irma, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head in remorse. Pomona was injured while at my side. I failed to protect her, and for that, I am truly sorry. Good heavens, what on earth transpired? Madame Pants gasped, covering her mouth in shock, as though witnessing the unfathomable. Oh, that is a secret, Irma. Dumbledore shared a discreet smile with Zhang Heyang before continuing. Pomona's condition is stable. Her magical energy simply requires gradual restoration. Now, I must show Professor Zhang our school's collection. Oh, very well. With the assurance of her friend's safety, Madame Pants relaxed. What books would you like to see, Professor? Her final query was directed at Zhang Heyang. All of them. Well, aside from those restricted to the headmaster's authority, Zhang Heyang initially declared, but upon noticing Dumbledore's knowing gaze, he reconsidered. Old glass, you shall wait. Zhang Heyang seethed with frustration as he followed Dumbledore to explore the library of Hogwarts. The library of Hogwarts is vast, housing millions of tomes, making it nearly unimaginable that Dumbledore could possess an intimate knowledge of their contents. The average individual could spend a lifetime studying a mere shelf of books. Over there lie the texts on astrology, and, at the end, one can find the ancient runes. After nearly an hour, Dumbledore finally completed his introduction of all the volumes, chuckling lightly. Now, let us begin with the essentials, Professor Zhang. I must inform you that the restricted section for professors will only be accessible to you during these 2 months of summer vacation, so do study diligently. Oh, Zhang Heyang understood the old wizard's intent. The library's restricted section is divided into those for students and those for professors. Some texts are so profound or perilous that even professors require the headmaster's consent to peruse them, and they are limited to 2 requests within 5 years. While the number of these books is indeed modest, amounting to several tens of thousands, it is a daunting task to complete in 2 months, let alone 2 years. However, this is merely a challenge for the average individual. I shall begin now. Headmaster, Zhang Heyang declared, striding purposefully towards the ancient runes shelf. Very well, my dear sir, Dumbledore replied, stretching lazily before conjuring a reclining chair with his wand, settling into it with an air of comfort, resembling an ordinary elder basking in the sun. Since I have no pressing matters, I might as well accompany you for a while, and if any uncertainties arise, we could discuss them together. Dumbledore's intentions were not rooted in distrust towards Zhang Heyang, but rather a desire to witness his antics. However, mere seconds later, his amusement faded. Professor Zhang, may I inquire if you are engaging in physical training? Dumbledore stared, astonished, as Zhang Heyang sprinted through the aisles of bookshelves at a pace akin to a 100-meter dash. Initially, he flipped through pages, but soon resorted to merely brushing his fingers along the spines of the volumes without glancing back. This peculiar behavior persisted until Zhang Heyang discovered the levitation charm. at which point he harnessed his formidable magical power, causing hundreds of thousands of books to float, aligning themselves for his inspection. Before long, the morning had elapsed. Zhang Heyang traced his fingers over the cover of the last book, sending it dutifully back to its shelf, and turned to Dumbledore with an open palm, stating, "All done, Headmaster. Shall we go for lunch?" Wait a moment. Dumbledore instinctively nodded in agreement, only to give Zhang Heyang a scrutinizing look. "It seems you Haven Tea truly read them. Have you, Professor Zhang?" "Ah, well, you see, I possess a family heirloom ability that allows me to grasp the essence of any text with but a touch of my finger. I can study all 9 subjects simultaneously, learning precisely what I need to know, so my mother need no longer worry about my studies." Zhang Heyang pulled Dumbledore along, casually fabricating his explanation. In truth, Zhang Heyang was not entirely fabricating. For him, these books were akin to skill manuals, and acquiring knowledge was as simple as a mere touch. At that moment, Madame Pants, her expression darkened, intercepted the two, her indignation directed at Zhang Heyang. "Professor Zhang, I demand an explanation. The library's tomes are not mere playthings for you to hurl spells at. Should you fail to provide a convincing reason, I will be compelled to restrict your access to the library." Having dedicated much of her life to the treasures of Hogwarts, Madame Pants regarded these volumes with the same reverence as one would their own children, and Zhang Heyang's apparent disregard for their significance incited her fury. "An explanation?" Zhang Heyang blinked in confusion. "Is it necessary to explain after having read them?" "Read them? I beg your pardon, I meant read books, not find books." Madame Pants was incredulous, unable to believe Zhang Heyang could have possibly read tens of thousands of books in a single morning, convinced that the Chinese gentleman must have erred in his English grammar. "Yes, indeed, I have read them all," Zhang Heyang replied, his English, though imperfect, sufficiently clear due to magical assistance, now equating to an average international student as proficiency, enabling him to communicate without issue. "Very well, I shall pose a few questions to you. Should you answer correctly, I will grant you unrestricted access to the library and the ability to consult the restricted texts at will. However, if you cannot respond, I'm afraid you will be placed on the library's ban list." Madame Pants, incensed by Zhang Heyang's nonchalant demeanor, resolved to stump him, determined that this cavalier individual, who treated her beloved collection with such levity, would never again set foot in the library. Unrestricted access to the library? Surely that is a right accorded to all Hogwarts students. Zhang Heyang scratched his head, perplexed by the elderly woman's sudden ire. "I shall reiterate, what you just did cannot be classified as reading. Please show a fundamental respect for books and knowledge." Witnessing Zhang Heyang's indifference, Madame Pants was nearing a boiling point, resolutely set on teaching this impertinent youth a lesson he would not soon forget. "Oh, very well, I apologize," Zhang Heyang replied, still bewildered, though experience advised him against arguing with a woman, particularly an elderly one. Madame Pants, nearly infuriated to the point of drawing her wand to cast a few hexes, took deep breaths, clearly agitated. "Very well, Professor Zhang, I would like to inquire about a particular book, The Extensive Applications of Ancient Persian Carpet Flight. I seem to have misplaced it. Did you happen to see it?" The moment she spoke, Dumbledore's expression turned peculiar. The book was a mere treatise on transportation magic, devoid of allure for someone as powerful as Zhang Heyang, who sought to enhance his understanding of mainstream magic. It was not even part of the restricted section, and Dumbledore could not ascertain whether Zhang Heyang had perused it earlier. Noticing Dumbledore's strange demeanor, Madame Pants shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to remain silent. Her intent was to humiliate this overly confident young man before Dumbledore, hoping he would feel ashamed enough to leave Hogwarts for good. After all, Madame Pants lacked the authority to bar a professor from the library. ISNT that book located on the 6th shelf in the eastern section. The 5th book from the left. Zhang Heyang answered, slightly bewildered, questioning whether the elderly woman's memory had begun to falter. "Indeed, I refer to the one authored by Griffiths in 1013, published by the renowned Lamp Press of Persia. If you're searching for the flight mechanisms of Persian carpets, that would be on the 2nd shelf of the 9th bookcase, the 19th book from the left, while the comparative applications of flying carpets and broomsticks is the 10th book on the 5th shelf of the 11th bookcase." Madame Pants was left agape, her jaw nearly dislocating as she processed the information. "I merely asked for the location of one book. And here this youth has not only recalled the author and publisher, but has also deduced the locations of 2 similarly titled texts. The 2nd book he mentioned was so obscure that even Madame Pants herself had never read it, only knowing its general vicinity. It must be sheer luck, she thought. The lad simply happened to be interested in flying apparatuses, hence his attentiveness. Professor Zhang indeed possesses profound knowledge. Madame Pants took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure as she resisted the strange gaze of Zhang Heyang, who, as the librarian, had audaciously inquired about the whereabouts of her books. She continued, I have a friend who is fond of alchemy, but when he attempts to create a meditation basin, adding opal and green luminescent grass results in an explosion. Professor Zhang, may I inquire about your insights on this matter? Upon finishing her words, Madame Pants cast a cold smile at him, thinking, alchemy is a grand discipline. How could one possibly grasp its intricacies in just a morning of earnest study? I await your response, and should you falter, do not expect to remain in my library. The process of crafting a meditation basin seemingly involves using the ash from green luminescent grass as a base, and once stabilized, opal is added. How could one not anticipate an explosion when introducing green luminescent grass after opal? Zhang Heyang paused momentarily and suggested, however, I would recommend that your friend use moonstone instead, as it would enhance the stability and capacity of memories within the meditation basin. This is detailed in the 12 forgotten alchemical schemes located on the 24th shelf in the southern section, specifically on page 19 in the third scheme. Observing Madame Pants's bewildered expression, he murmured to himself, how can this supposedly erudite librarian be so uninformed? Perhaps it's time for her to retire. Although Zhang's words were uttered softly, the hushed atmosphere of the library allowed Madame Pants to hear him clearly, nearly causing her to explode with indignation. You are the one who knows nothing. You are the one who should retire. I am testing you. Do you truly believe I am ignorant? She retorted. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, regarding the star magic of ancient spells. While the celestial phenomena remain constant in the sky, they can still be disrupted or shattered. How does that reconcile with absolute validity? While it may hold true, once formed, the power of magic is relative. The great archmages of antiquity could even shatter the stars with forbidden spells. How could star magic possibly remain unbroken? Zhang Heyang found the conversation rather tedious, likening Madame Pants's inquiries to those of a primary school student. He had yet to officially assume his role as a teacher. Yet here he was, being treated like a laborer. The treatise My Observations on the Law of Zero by the ancient astrologer Curie, on the first page, elucidates this principle. Located on the first shelf of the restricted section to your left. Do you not regularly peruse such texts? Madame Pants was utterly infuriated by Zhang Heyang's condescending gaze. Retreating in defeat. Regrettably, she ceased her questioning, but Zhang, now animated, continued to speak at length, speaking of the tomes in the restricted section. They truly delve into profound depths. There are numerous concepts I have yet to fully comprehend and would appreciate your guidance, as well as that of Professor Dumbledore. For instance, I am still grappling with the 191st alchemical formula required for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. The circumstances surrounding the Second Goblin Rebellion in magical history are also intriguing, as it seems the chronicler did not fully articulate the details. Moreover, Revealing Dark Arts contains two erroneous models, which may explain why Voldemort later sought the methods of creating Horcruxes. The essence of transfiguration is captivating, as is the necessity of a medium for the conversion of magical energy. This is indeed a topic worthy of a lifetime of study. Wouldn't you agree, Madam Headmaster? As Zhang spoke, he noticed both elderly figures before him had become utterly stupefied. Dumbledore, who had been sipping tea, found himself so engrossed that he tilted his cup, letting the tea drip onto the library floor, while Madame Pants, who typically valued cleanliness, appeared oblivious. Her expression one of sheer confusion. Are you both all right? Was that not a sort of entrance examination? Surely this foundational knowledge is what we should impart to the children. Zhang waved his hand before their eyes, perplexed by their reactions. As such basic concepts would be relatively simple for someone who frequented the library and for a top-tier expert. Chapter 9. The Head Chef of Hogwarts. Upon regaining their senses, Dumbledore and Madame Pants were on the verge of tears. Fundamental knowledge? Fundamental, indeed, they exclaimed. What you speak of is either so obscure that few would ever consult it, or so advanced that an average person would not reach such heights in 2 lifetimes. Madame Pants, who had intended to challenge Zhang Heyang, and Dumbledore, who had been chuckling at the unfolding drama, were collectively taken aback. Not only had Zhang answered all questions, but his insights and solutions provided a refreshing perspective for the 2 seasoned bibliophiles, unraveling many long-standing conundrums. To think he asserted this was knowledge meant for the children. Come closer, and I shall show you a treasure. Dumbledore, observing Zhang as he sat down to dine, felt a flush of embarrassment. Had he truly lived over a century, only to feel diminished by mere youth? Ever since he began his studies, having been labeled a genius for over 100 years, in comparison to Zhang Heyang, he felt as if he were but a child. Please, take a seat, Heyang. Oh, may I call you that? Dumbledore, being over a century old, preferred a more affectionate address as he invited Zhang to sit with a beaming smile, despite feeling utterly overwhelmed. Casual is fine, Zhang remarked, surveying the array of dishes before him. Are you certain it is just the two of us dining today? Indeed, as the other professors have returned home for the break. Today's meal is a welcome feast I specifically arranged for you, prepared by the house-elves. However, it seems they may have overdone it, Dumbledore admitted, tugging at his beard. To be honest, the house-elves can be overly enthusiastic. Aw, no, I meant to say that for two individuals this is far too little, Zhang teased, casting a playful glance at Dumbledore. But I cannot fault you, considering you are over a century old. It is understandable that your appetite may have diminished. However, in all honesty, this barely suffices to fill the gaps between my teeth. What did you say? Too little? Dumbledore gazed at the complete roasted pig on the table, alongside a feast that amounted to 7 or 8 times its weight, his expression somewhat dazed. Come now, do not jest with me. Dumbledore's azure eyes gleamed with amusement behind his half-moon spectacles. In all my years, aside from giants and trolls, I have yet to encounter anything capable of filling the gaps between one's teeth with such a grand spread. Zhang Heyang paid no heed to Dumbledore's commentary. Despite being a master wizard, he had yet to allocate any skill points. He discovered that food could be converted into additional physical attributes, but regrettably, the ratio was disproportionate. It often took hundreds of thousands of calories to yield even a slight increase in physicality. Initially concerned about affording his meal, he found the invitation to be a fortuitous turn of events. Dumbledore observed with amusement as Zhang began to eat, his expression transitioning from curiosity to astonishment, and eventually to sheer incredulity. By Merlin's beard, does this fellow possess the appetite of a transformed troll? In no time, the majority of the table was nearly empty. Zhang seemed to consume not only the food but the plates as well, returning them empty, a feat that seemed almost impossible. Dumbledore, despite his age, found himself unable to keep pace with Zhang's voracious appetite, left only to watch in awe as he devoured everything in sight. To make matters more bewildering, Zhang did not merely eat but critiqued as he went along. What is this nonsense? A mushy pile. Oh, are these boiled potatoes? This fish is far too greasy. Perhaps refrain from such excess next time. If you serve this again, I shan't partake. Is this truly something meant for human consumption? Are you absolutely certain that this is turkey meat and not dragon flesh? It appears more suited for a dentist's extraction tools. Dumbledore's expression darkened. He had not encountered such a shameless abomination in centuries. While he admonished against further preparation, he still brought the entire platter to his lips. And what of that turkey meat? Was it not more appropriate for a dentist's implements? How could you indulge in it so heartily? 15 minutes later, having consumed only 2 pieces of fish fillet and a spoonful of mashed potatoes, Dumbledore stared at the polished table, as if it had been magically cleaned, rendered utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Heyang exhaled, patting his stomach. I suppose I'm about 80% full. It was simply dreadful. How embarrassing. Hufflepuff claims to have a connection with culinary magic. Yet this is the result. This is unacceptable. Reform is imperative. The academy I lead cannot possibly be associated with such culinary disgrace. Unable to contain himself, Dumbledore thought, can my esteemed Hogwarts be so underestimated? With a flick of his wand, a silver tray floated before him, bearing a round pie adorned with upright fish heads. The odor so pungent it could be detected from hundreds of meters away. You are mistaken, dear Heyang. The culinary magic of Hufflepuff is far more intricate than you realize. Behold, this is gazing at the stars, the delectable pie infused with seafood flavors. Each fish seems to be gazing up at the infinite cosmos. What a marvelous creation. This is the essence of Hufflepuff's culinary magic. Zhang Heyang's face paled, struggling against the urge to retch as he growled, Take it away, Dumbledore, take it away. If you don't remove it, I shall explode. With that, he raised his hands, preparing to unleash a formidable spell, hoping to obliterate both the tasteless dish and the senile old man along with it. Ah, I did not anticipate your aversion, Dumbledore replied, sensing the immense magical energy Zhang Heyang was gathering. He chuckled nervously, waving his wand to banish the pie into the void. Listen, I intend to become the head chef at Hogwarts. Yes, do not look at me that way. I command hundreds of little house elves in the kitchen. I must prevent the children from being subjected to your dark culinary creations any longer. I shall take matters into my own hands. Zhang Heyang coldly declared. Allow me to demonstrate what true culinary magic is. Oh my goodness, Dumbledore feigned surprise. I did not realize you were so young, possessing not only profound magical skills, but also culinary knowledge. Indeed, those of us from the land of gastronomic delights are vastly different from your country, which produces such dark culinary horrors. Zhang Heyang brimmed with boundless pride, proclaiming, "Let me tell you, I hail from a lineage of chefs. From the beasts of the mountains to the swallows of the clouds, from land-dwelling cattle and sheep to oceanic delicacies, monkey head, bird's nest, shark fin, bear paw, scallops, and deer tails. I am proficient in all. I shall present you with a grand feast of exquisite dishes that will dazzle your titanium alloy eyes." Chapter 10. China no longer exists. Well then, that is splendid. Even Dumbledore, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of awkwardness at the disparagement of the Hogwarts cuisine he so proudly defended. He chuckled nervously. Hogwarts certainly requires more delectable fare. How about this? There are still 2 months until summer vacation, correct? I shall return to China for a visit. Zhang Heyang seemed to relish Dumbledore's discomfort. First, I'll check out Beijing. Then perhaps wander around Northeast and Hainan to find some good wood. After all, I still lack a wand. Beijing? Northeast? Hainan? Dumbledore's face was a mask of confusion. Am I truly so old? These names bear no resemblance to those in my memories of China. What? Old man, surely you jest. Ignorance of other places is one thing. But after living over a century, you don't know Beijing? Are you trying to fool me? Zhang Heyang regarded Dumbledore with a mocking smile. It was your ancestors, the English and French, who invaded Beijing and burned the Summer Palace, compelling us to purchase the bronze heads from you. And now you pretend not to know of Beijing? Dumbledore, born in 1881, was certainly aware of Beijing, having been 20 years old during the Boxer Rebellion. Ah, it seems I must indeed clarify, Dumbledore said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Zhang Heyang's gaze. He tugged at his beard, waved his wand, and seemingly conjured 2 maps from thin air, laying them upon the table. Look, these are the latest world maps from both our magical realm and that of the Muggles. Where, might I ask, is the Beijing you speak of? Right here. Zhang Heyang pointed emphatically at the capital's location. You don't know where China as capital is? China isn't there, my boy. Dumbledore regarded Zhang Heyang with a patronizing expression, pointing to the lower right corner of Guangdong. China is here. Perhaps you have secluded yourself for too long and haven't perused a modern map in ages. Frankly, China is smaller than my country. I often struggle for quite some time to locate it on the map with my failing eyesight. Then your eyesight truly needs attending to. I cannot fathom how, with such powerful magic in your old wand, you cannot remedy your presbyopia. Upon hearing Dumbledore dare to claim that China was smaller than Y country, Zhang Heyang felt a surge of anger, unconcerned with Dumbledore's astonishment at his knowledge of the old wand. He mockingly traced a golden rooster shape on the map. This is China, you old fool. The 3rd largest country in the world, far surpassing your nation, known for its abundance of rogues and dark culinary delights. To his shock, Dumbledore revealed himself to be a blatant xenophobe, audaciously insulting China. Zhang Heyang would not hesitate to retaliate against Y country. For years, Chinese children had suffered under the tyranny of English, and Zhang Heyang had little fondness for either England or America. I warn you, if you continue to insult my homeland, I may have to consider leaving Hogwarts. Zhang Heyang fixed Dumbledore with a frosty glare, contemplating the possibility of resurrecting Voldemort to join forces against him. Please remain calm, Heyang. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Dumbledore could remain nonchalant about most matters, but when it came to Voldemort, he dared not take chances, especially with Zhang Heyang's claim of allying with the Dark Wizard. Though he was 99% certain it was mere bluster, Dumbledore was unwilling to gamble. Rising from his seat, the playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious countenance. I can swear on Merlin, I have not uttered a single falsehood. The majority of what is known about China in the world is confined to this small portion. Dumbledore indicated a minuscule area on the map, which appeared to be Hong Kong. Perhaps you have been secluded in the hinterlands for too long, unaware of the modern world. Trust me, despite my frivolous nature, my words carry weight. Is that so? Zhang Heyang scrutinized Dumbledore's solemn expression, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. How could such a vast land as China possibly consist of only Hong Kong? Are you implying that this continent has no other nations? Indeed, this continent is shrouded in mystery, seemingly a vast area devoid of magic. Those who enter from the magical realm become ordinary muggles, unable to revert, rendering it a forbidden zone. Dumbledore nodded earnestly. Scholars from the Muggle world had ventured there, yet astonishingly, all research indicated that no traces of primates had ever existed on this continent, only flora and some unique fauna. I find myself speculating whether it is the reclusive practitioners among you who have been honing your skills above that has rendered this continent so extraordinary. If such a notion holds true, it could indeed be considered part of China. Impossible. Across this expanse of 9,600,000 ordinary kilometers. The existence of a civilized society has a history spanning 5 millennia, with a population of 13 billion, constituting 1/5 of the world's inhabitants. It is akin to the oxygen present in the air. Do you comprehend? Without it, humanity would cease to exist. Why do I even bother sharing this with you? Zhang Heyang, filled with ire, stormed out, his voice echoing behind him. I shall inquire thoroughly. Old man, you had better refrain from jesting, for this jest is far from amusing. Albus Dumbledore's character is indeed trustworthy, despite his penchant for scheming and his profound distrust of nearly everyone, even orchestrating events for beyond the grave. His reputation as a figure of integrity stems precisely from his moral fiber. Hence, Zhang Heyang was thrown into a state of alarm, initially feeling insulted. A creeping sense of incredulity and dread began to unfurl within him. Is there truly a world devoid of China? Well, my identity? Where's my home? Lacking even a shared cultural heritage, could I possibly accept them as my own, despite our shared language? It is no wonder Dumbledore's Mandarin has a hint of a Hong Kong accent. Could it be that this world genuinely lacks China? Upon exiting Hogwarts, Zhang Heyang utilized the port key to arrive at Gringotts, almost seizing the pounds exchanged for 1,000 galleons with fervor, driven to seek answers. However, the outcome was disheartening. No China? For 3 whole weeks, Zhang Heyang traversed nearly all of Europe, questioning both wizards and muggles alike, yet the answers were despairingly uniform. This world indeed lacks China. The land beyond Hong Kong is referred to as the Graveyard of Wizards, a mysterious expanse from which no wizard has emerged for centuries. They have not perished. Rather, they have lost all magical power upon attempting to leave. Alas, I should have anticipated this. Zhang Heyang sighed as he stood on the streets of Paris. The world of Harry Potter was never meant to include China. Otherwise, a few practitioners of Taoism would easily render Voldemort inconsequential. With this thought, his spirits lifted somewhat. In truth, he was an outsider in this world, much like the inhabitants of the Harry Potter universe might be astonished upon returning to their own world, where magic does not exist. In light of this, he resolved to venture to the United States to acquire some funds. Gazing into the puddle at his feet, he saw the reflection of a street vagabond. This state of affairs was untenable. Chapter 11. Using magic to seize Microsoft shares. The United States in the 1990s was hardly remarkable. Exiting the Microsoft headquarters in Redmond, Washington, Zhang Heyang glanced at the towering edifices touted as wonders of the world, offering a casual smile without much regard. In the early 1990s, even a place like Microsoft's headquarters paled in comparison to the vibrant cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen as he remembered them. Presently, the U.S. appeared to lead the world, but in another 15 years, that rising Eastern powerhouse would surely catch up. Discussing this was rather futile. Zhang Heyang shook his head. China still existed, albeit as a mere fragment known as Hong Kong, though the language remained Chinese. It lacked the historical depth, having emerged only 3 centuries prior. Furthermore, of that brief history, over a century was spent as a colony of the United States. Zhang Heyang felt no emotional attachment to this so-called China, nor any inclination to support its development financially. Indeed, Zhang Heyang had acquired wealth, which was precisely his purpose for visiting Microsoft to amass riches. He directly port-keyed into Bill Gates' office, revealing the designs and products of Windows 95, 98, an insertion system through the use of magic. Under the influence of magical memory infusion, they constructed the framework of Windows 95 in just 2 days, much to Bill Gates' ecstatic delight. At that moment, Zhang Heyang employed a slight confundus charm, securing 5% of Microsoft shares along with $5 million in cash before departing with an air of nonchalance. Such impressive magical prowess. Perhaps you could teach us a thing or two. As soon as Zhang Heyang exited the Microsoft headquarters, he was intercepted by 2 individuals, one black, one white, both as imposing as boxers, their gazes icy as they scrutinized him. Each wielded a wand pointed directly at Zhang Heyang. The black man whistled and remarked, "A formidable figure from the United States. Your skills are truly remarkable. Frankly, if it weren't for the ministry's regulations, I would also be tempted to secure some funds from Bill Gates." "How did you know I hail for the United States?" Zhang Heyang inquired, perplexed. "Port-key travel leaves a trace. The wand in my right hand quivers in rhythm with my rapid-fire speech, much akin to rap. The magical frequencies in the air are monitored. They reveal your origin, my friend. Enough with the chatter, Gary." The white man shot a piercing glance at his companion, brandishing his wand at Zhang Heyang with an air of hostility. "Who exactly are you? Do you realize that treating muggles in this manner constitutes a violation of the law? The Ministry of Magic in the United States hereby formally declares your arrest, Hey, Anderson, don't be so hot-headed, Gary interjected, casting a glance at his partner. Don't be afraid. We're merely requesting your cooperation for an investigation. Silence, Gary. Peace has made you too complacent. Anderson's expression darkened as he continued. Portkey travel has its limitations. To traverse the Atlantic and arrive in Washington, it requires an extraordinary level of confidence, mental fortitude, and magical prowess. As an Auror, I'm acutely aware of what this implies. Huh? What does it imply? Gary queried, bewildered. Isn't just a portkey? We've both used portkeys to arrive here. So why the tension? It signifies that he has altered himself using dark magic, you fool. Anderson bellowed. I know this all too well. Just as I know the mysterious figure who instilled terror in the world 11 years ago. Otherwise, no one would possess such formidable magical power. I have called for backup. 20 elite Aurors are en route. I advise you to surrender at once. Anderson's final words were delivered with a tone of grave authority directed at Zhang Heyang. That merely indicates your narrow-mindedness. I say, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of Dumbledore, would you? Zhang Heyang felt little trepidation, having crossed boundaries into their territory, modifying Muggle memories and appropriating their wealth. It was only natural for the local Ministry of Magic to take action against him. Though Zhang Heyang did not believe he had taken undue advantage of Bill Gates, allowing them to glimpse the future and bringing wealth to Microsoft. He felt that a 20% share was hardly excessive. Even without magic, negotiating with Bill Gates for a few days would likely yield at least 3%. But Zhang Heyang found that approach cumbersome and opted for magic instead. Humph, the backward, antiquated practices of the United States could never yield such a powerful individual, Anderson scoffed. If we're to speak of the most formidable white wizard, it must certainly be our own Leonard St. John. Ignorance is indeed a formidable foe. Zhang Heyang cast a pitying glance at Anderson, intending to depart, when suddenly, the air erupted with a series of popping sounds as 20 individuals portkeyed into the vicinity. Encircling Zhang Heyang, a robust Caucasian man at the forefront bellowed, Anderson, we have arrived. Excellent. Edward, Anderson nodded, cautioning, be wary. This individual is a dark wizard from Y country, and we cannot ascertain his methods. I merely employed a confundus charm, and just a touch at that, to nudge his intrinsic thoughts. Nothing more. Zhang Heyang gestured with his empty hands, displaying his lack of a wand. This is legitimate white magic. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with him. Oh, gentlemen, what seems to be the issue? Surely you're not planning to engage in a brawl here? At that moment, Bill Gates descended the stairs, frowning as he observed a group obstructing his company's shareholders. If you do not disperse, I shall summon the authorities. Do you wish to test Microsoft's security personnel? They are all former Navy SEALs. Silence, Muggle. Anderson retorted sharply. Your foolish mind is utterly oblivious to the truth. You have been ensnared by this despicable, malevolent dark wizard who has manipulated your memories. The mere thought of reclaiming assets for a dim-witted Muggle like you fills me with indignation. Zhang Heyang's brow furrowed. Anderson's arrogance was palpable, dismissing wizards from outside M country with contempt, even audaciously claiming that Dumbledore was a fabrication. Even more ludicrous was his assertion that Bill Gates was foolish. After all, even as a Muggle, he could easily summon the Muggle president to liaise with your Ministry of Magic, stripping you of your pretentiousness in an instant. Moreover, Gates was but a short distance away, and even a novice wizard with merely a couple of years of training could sense the faint traces of the confundus charm upon him. Anderson brazenly insulted himself, labeling himself a dark wizard, seemingly indifferent to the legality of his actions, merely intent on chastising him. Chapter 12. Intent to kill. Anderson, is it? Zhang Heyang sensed that this individual was deliberately seeking confrontation, his gaze turning colder as he remarked stiffly. Such obvious traces of enchantment can be discerned even by a novice wizard. How dare you, an Auror, question my use of dark magic? I suspect your intellect may have been flushed down the toilet. What did you say? Anderson, incensed by Zhang Heyang's words, roared, You vile wicked scoundrel. How dare you speak to an Auror of the M country in such a manner? I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, Anderson swiftly waved his wand through the air, akin to a coachman cracking a whip, unleashing a burst of orange sparks from the tip of his wand, clearly conjuring a spell of immense power. Anderson, calm yourself, Edward exclaimed, startled by Anderson's actions, as he urged his companions to restrain their colleague. Turning to Zhang Heyang, he furrowed his brow, stating, Sir, regardless of whether you employed dark magic, you must understand that you have unlawfully cast spells upon a Muggle on M country's soil. Affecting his actions, you are obliged to cooperate with our investigation. Yet I did not even draw my wand. Zhang Heyang spread his hands, shrugging nonchalantly. I trust that only a fool with a brain as empty as a troll's stuffed with slugs, could fail to recognize my goodwill. You seek your own demise. Upon hearing Zhang Heyang's words, Anderson erupted once more, and the two colleagues beside him felt the sudden surge of his strength, losing their grip on him. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted before Zhang Heyang, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Combat demands great strength, not the foolish recitation of incantations. The magic learned in school is woefully insufficient. Thus, each Auror possesses their own unique skill, and the spell Anderson had just unleashed was one of his signature moves, capable of generating a massive explosion and dissipating the opponent's magical power. Oh no! The black man Gary exclaimed, Anderson, that is your ultimate spell that allowed you to pass the Auror examination, one that has collapsed 15 walls. That fellow will die. Humph. A triumphant smile appeared on Anderson's face. This arrogant Y-country scoundrel deserve a lesson. Besides, he is but a yellow-skinned monkey, likely from Hong Kong, a place colonized by Y-country for over a century, a lowly creature daring to flaunt its might on the great American soil. You are being impulsive, Anderson. Edward glanced helplessly at his companion, shaking his head. Killing someone by mistake is a grave matter. You could face the revocation of your Auror license. Ha! What accidental killing? This malevolent Y-country dark wizard invaded American territory, cast dark magic upon a muggle, and resisted arrest when commanded by an Auror. I struck him down on the spot. He was meant to die. Anderson brandished his wand boastfully. To perish under my spell, this yellow-skinned monkey is worth far more. Edward sighed, shaking his head, choosing not to comment. After all, Zhang Heyang had indeed broken the law first. At such a moment, should he not side with his colleague? Would he instead seek to avenge this already deceased individual? He surveyed the 20 companions around him, stating, Notify the Y-country authorities to ascertain this individual's identity and clarify his crimes. The rest can be left for other departments to sort out. And yes, let's provide him with a useless wand. Since it was proclaimed that he was killed for resisting arrest, naturally, the enemy could not be left empty-handed. The necessary theatrics must be performed. Tyson, bring along a spare wand, one that ISNT registered. Edward turned to inquire. Indeed, Tyson replied, producing a dark wand with a chuckle. I've almost come to regard it as a mere stick. He stepped forward to place the wand in the deceased's hand. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly felt a searing sensation, the air before him distorting due to the intense heat. Oh, curse Merlin! What manner of magic is this? Edward gasped in horror as a wall of fire slowly advanced from behind the smoke, threatening to collide with Tyson. He shouted, Get back! The wall of fire surged forward, extending 8 meters before dissipating, forcing the 20 Aurors to draw their wands and cast defensive spells to barely withstand the assault. As for Tyson, who had initially stepped forward, he now lay charred and motionless by the roadside, with only the slight rise and fall of his body indicating he was still alive. The 24th level mage skill, Firewall, inflicted tremendous heat, causing all affected beings to suffer damage 2 to 3 times greater than usual. The spell's area of effect is 2 times 2. As training levels increase, the duration of the Firewall's burning time also extends. A fully leveled Firewall has a range of precisely 8 meters. Edward's warning was timely. Yet Zhang Heyang's spell was of such formidable strength that it could leave even Dumbledore flustered, even if Tyson had immediately sidestepped. The Firewall still grazed half of his body. Zhang Heyang's form re-emerged, his face a mask of frost as he coldly regarded the 21 Aurors before him, his hollow voice resonating. Country truly is a hospitable nation, though devoid of coarse language or loud roars. The suppressed fury in Zhang Heyang's tone was palpable to all. Startled by the fiery wall, Edward hastily exclaimed, Sir, we mean no harm. What just transpired was merely a basic probing and subduing tactic employed by the Aurors against offenders. Please understand, probing and subduing tactics? Quite commendable. But had I not retained a modicum of strength, I might have already been obliterated by now. Zhang Heyang scoffed, casting a cold gaze at Anderson. You are destined to die. Huh, you Y-country fool. You ought to grasp the situation. Anderson sneered derisively, his eyes brimming with disdain. The Magical Ministry's 20 elite Aurors have encircled you. Surrender is your only chance of survival. Of course, even if you capitulate, I assure you, I will make your life miserable. Anderson stated ominously, if what transpired could be construed as mere defamation, your violent resistance against the law is now a confirmed offense. Resisting arrest, injuring an officer, and threatening an Auror in the line of duty. Prepare to languish in prison until death. Perhaps I could petition for the death penalty. It would grant you a swifter end, don't you think? As Anderson concluded, His gaze toward Zhang Heyang was laden with malevolent amusement. Oh, is that so? Zhang Heyang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Just because Dumbledore's presence has allowed Y Country to overshadow M Country, does this Anderson think he can indiscriminately slay Y Country citizens in revenge? I misspoke earlier. It is not you who will die. Pleading for mercy now is a tad too late. I assent it. Anderson let out a boisterous laugh. However, if you kneel and lick my boots, I might consider reporting to reduce your sentence. Quite a generous offer. Wouldn't you agree? No, no, no. I meant you must die. Before Zhang Heyang's words could fully escape his lips, the figure before the Aurors morphed into 3 distinct entities. Chapter 13. Annihilation of M Country Aurors. What kind of magic is this? Edward's cold sweat broke out. As a seasoned Auror, he was well acquainted with every combat spell taught in school, even the ancient and formidable offensive enchantments, given the unique nature of his work. Yet, he had never encountered such magic before. Not only had it not been covered in any curriculum, but even the most ancient and enigmatic tomes in the library bore no record of such sorcery. No spell had ever succeeded in splitting a person into 3, and without any discernible flaw to exploit, even Dumbledore would be unable to discern its nature without the aid of a vast anti-magic field spell. Level 45 Mage Arcane Skill, Mirror Image, conjuring 3 duplicates to engage the enemy with magical assaults, lasting for 40 seconds. Regrettably, sir, the charges have been escalated. You are now sentenced to life imprisonment. The 2 spells you just unleashed differ entirely from the white magic system and constitute an assault using dark magic against an officer of the law. Edward, his expression taut with anxiety, raised his wand at the 3 duplicates, commanding, stand down. The earlier firewall spell could still be rationalized as a manipulation of fiery transformation, but the mirror image exhibited no detectable fluctuations of white magic. Spare me your nonsense. I've long known that the backwards Y Country wretches could not possibly possess such formidable wizards. Clinging to a laughable pride from their once glorious past while being woefully out of touch with the world's currents. The current Y Country is either a pitiful coward or a vile, despicable dark wizard. Anderson bellowed, raising his wand. Annihilate. Boom. At least 10 or more Aurors unleashed their attack spells in unison, triggering a cataclysmic explosion before them. The street before the Aurors was instantaneously cleared, and what had once compelled even Dumbledore to deploy vast magic in retaliation now appeared as a mere jest in light of their numerical superiority. Wait, this is outrageous. Anderson muttered a crudely vulgar curse, surveying the desolate street before him. We have been deceived by that despicable dark wizard. He was never there. Correct. Consider it a reward for your astuteness. As the deceived Aurors turned around, they beheld Zhang Heyang standing behind them, mysterious runes glowing brilliantly at his feet, converging into a luminous pillar that surged skyward, rendering him akin to a deity from myth. Energy Rune, level 45 arcane spell. Placing a rune on the ground to increase spell damage by 50% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown after 2 uses. Had it not been for the amplification of this mysterious rune-s power, Zhang Heyang could not have unleashed a magical force that even flustered Dumbledore. A max-level mage is undoubtedly powerful, yet Dumbledore had dominated the magical realm for nearly a century, with whispers of him being the man closest to divinity, possessing an unfathomably formidable strength. For Zhang Heyang, facing over 20 of M Country's finest Aurors was no less daunting than confronting Dumbledore himself. Thus, without hesitation, he unleashed some of his most proficient and potent spells, augmented by the energy rune. Damn it, stop that wicked dark wizard. Edward shouted. I can't move, leader. Imperialist. Gary, the Black, realized in terror that his hand gripping the wand had become utterly immobile. And even the simple act of opening his mouth felt excruciatingly difficult, causing his speech to slow to that of an aged man. What is happening? We are immobilized. Despair etched across every face. As they battled the malevolent dark wizard, they found themselves suddenly unable to move, acutely aware that the dark wizard would not spare their lives. Boom! The same spell Dumbledore had employed earlier, level 60 mage arcane skill, Supernova, generating an energy pulse among enemies or allies, inflicting arcane damage to foes within an 8-yard radius and sending them sprawling. The main target among the enemies was unmistakably Anderson, who had been insufferably insolent since his arrival. Enveloped in a colossal energy pillar, a blinding light akin to a meteor crashing descended upon Anderson, resulting in a tremendous explosion that scattered the 20 Aurors. Anderson fared worse. Struck by the energy column, and then brutally impacted by the descending supernova, the protective barrier he had conjured with all his magic shattered, as if it were made of mere virgin fabric. When he finally landed, His attire had been entirely obliterated, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to his form. His physical state was even graver. One arm had vanished entirely, the limb seemingly melted away, his bones contorted from the impact, and some of the muscle in his chest and abdomen was reduced to ash, exposing writhing intestines and organs like a mass of curled-up caterpillars, with blood gushing forth as if from a ruptured dam. It must be noted that wizards possess formidable resistance to physical harm, as long as their magical energy remains. Death is nearly impossible. Even with the supernova's power dispersed among 20 individuals, Anderson, a top Auror from the Ministry, could not be so easily dispatched. Still alive? Zhang Heyang remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise, striding forward to deliver a final blow. In Anderson's current state, a mere fireball spell would suffice to extinguish his life. Wait, we can overlook today's events. You may leave now. Edward was taken aback by Zhang Heyang's actions, struggling to voice his concern. But if you were to kill an active Auror from the magical department of M Country, you would be subjected to relentless pursuit by the world's most powerful nation, with no chance of escape. Have you truly considered the gravity of your decision? Are you attempting to threaten me? Zhang Heyang silently chuckled, his gaping mouth resembling an abyss of infinite terror. How bizarre was this inexplicable pride emanating from these M Country individuals? Even in such dire circumstances, they failed to grasp the reality of their situation and dared to issue threats? Unbeknownst to him, following World War II, M Country had completely usurped the ancient Y Country's position, emerging as the new global hegemon. The newly ascended M Country bore no qualms about retaliating fiercely against the elder brother that had long oppressed them. At that moment, Dumbledore's formidable rise only served to thrust the magical world back into an era dominated by Y Country, leaving the wizards of M Country feeling utterly humiliated. Even the Muggles had trampled Y Country underfoot. Had they not, in essence, lost to the Muggles? Dumbledore's years of silence had led those across the ocean to perceive the Y Country wizards as but a fleeting phenomenon. Perhaps Dumbledore's magical prowess had long since been exhausted in his battle against Grindelwald. In the intervening decades, M Country had achieved countless magical advancements and produced numerous formidable practitioners. The recently mentioned Anderson's disciple, Leonard, was a prime example, further fueling M Country's belief that they had long since surpassed Y Country, a manifestation of their increasingly pathological sense of superiority. Thus, Edward believed that although he had lost, being backed by the magical department of M Country and allowing Zhang Heyang to leave was an immense act of mercy. It was unfathomable that anyone would dare confront the endless pursuit of M Country's magical department. However, this concept bore no weight for Zhang Heyang. To him, this was merely a game of unleashing skills upon monsters. Moreover, the principle of retribution was as immutable as the laws of nature, a life for a life. A debt repaid. Just moments ago, Anderson had unleashed a forbidden curse from his research. Had Zhang Heyang been but an ordinary wizard, or even at the level of an Auror, he would have been caught off guard and faced certain death or grave injury. Since you have chosen to strike first, I shall ensure your complete demise. It seems you remain oblivious to the situation, Mr. Edward. If you continue to prattle, I shall eliminate you as well. Zhang Heyang sneered coldly, his steps unwavering as he advanced toward Anderson. Just as Zhang Heyang conjured a fireball in his hand, poised to obliterate Anderson, a dark hand seized his robe. Chapter 14, The Mightiest of M Country. As Zhang Heyang felt the grip of that hand, he instinctively prepared to cast a resistance spell. Unlike the wizards in the world of Harry Potter, the physique of a mage was exceedingly frail. Protected by magic, physical attacks scarcely affected wizards. Thus, during the medieval era, many wizards derived amusement from being captured by muggles and tied to stakes for burning. In contrast, mages, whose formidable mental strength stemmed from years of meditation, possessed remarkably weak bodies. They could spontaneously resist magical attacks with their magic, but remained vulnerable to potent physical blows, which constituted their greatest peril. This was precisely why Zhang Heyang was so meticulous about his diet. Food could be transformed into physical vitality points, and the more delectable the food, the more vitality points it yielded. The reform of Hogwarts kitchen offerings was urgently needed. Zhang Heyang paused, glancing at the African man, Gary, who had seized him, and ultimately refrained from acting against him. This man was quite amicable toward him. After all, whether intercepting or intervening, he was merely following orders. Given that Zhang Heyang had indeed violated the laws of M Country's magical department. However, unlike Anderson's arrogant demeanor, Gary had loudly intervened to stop Anderson from casting a lethal spell, which left Zhang Heyang with a relatively favorable impression of him. Allow me to extend you a courtesy. My friend from Africa. Our socialist nation cherishes its friendship with our African brothers, does it not? In truth, Zhang Heyang was merely seeking to justify himself. The sight of a man's bloodied and mangled body made him uneasy, if he did not still perceive this as a game rather than reality. And if he hadn't developed the peculiar habit of watching odd films late at night, such as The Mermaid in the Sewers or Bloody Flowers, while enjoying instant noodles, he might have already succumbed to despair. Gently shaking off Gary's hand and suppressing the turmoil within his chest, he feigned indifference, asking, "Is there something you need? You must not kill an Auror from the magical department. That is illegal, my friend, truly." Gary implored, nearly pleading, "To stain your hands with the blood of the innocent, regardless of whether you wield dark magic, will corrupt your soul." Yet, Zhang Heyang was acutely aware that Anderson was hardly an innocent man. Just moments ago, he had sought to kill Zhang with a formidable spell. Had he not? Nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders, Zhang Heyang replied, "And as for the notion of staining one's hands with innocent blood, your politicians in the magical department excel at that, don't they? They may kill without shedding blood, yet they have driven countless individuals to their demise. Is a magical department not governed by a cabal of dark wizards?" "That is not the same. It is different," Gary murmured, his eyes momentarily vacant. "Very well, I'll grant you some consideration." Observing Gary's expression, Zhang Heyang felt a pang of sympathy. Such a naive disposition might be better suited to driving a taxi. He had heard that African taxi drivers in M country were quite renowned, capable of engaging in lively banter akin to the old Beijing cabbies. Why bother with a government position? Zhang Heyang was well aware of Anderson's predicament. Having gleaned knowledge of nearly all mainstream magical lore through various skills, he was certain that, with the current magical capabilities, there was no way to regenerate an arm that had been dissolved by arcane energy. Perhaps he could experiment with a muggle prosthetic. However, without a hand to wield a wand, what else remained for him? This could be considered a minor punishment for a major offense. Hurry! Hurry! A distant clamor reached Zhang Heyang's ears, heralded by a gruff roar. "Do not panic, Duncan. This area is in turmoil due to a massive surge of magical energy. We cannot operate there." Following this was a clear voice, youthful yet brimming with calm confidence, likely no older than 30. 22 Aurors, 22. "I hope you grasp the significance of this concept, Leonard." The rugged roar showed no signs of yielding, as the speaker sprinted while shouting. They were annihilated before even sending a warning message. "I must go to their aid. I am the director of the Auror office." Leonard? Upon hearing that name, Zhang Heyang's ears perked up. Was this not the individual Anderson had mentioned earlier? To him, this figure represented the pinnacle of strength, surpassing even Dumbledore. How intriguing. A smirk crept across Zhang Heyang's lips as he regarded the corner of the street with a contemplative gaze. As he spoke, the group of individuals had already come into view, a cadre of no fewer than 50 wizards hastily rushing forward, robes and wands in hand. Among them, one young man, leisurely striding amidst the chaos, stood out distinctly. He exhibited no urgency or distress, casually waving his wand as if a gust of wind buoyed him along, allowing him to keep pace with a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard, who was running at full speed. "It is precisely because you are the director of the Auror office that you are so concerned, is it not? After all, you must consider your own position." The young man unflinchingly exposed the intentions of the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, garnering the approval of those nearby. How infuriating it was. After all, they as Aurors were supposed to be on leave today. Although not all Aurors could take a break simultaneously, a significant number were indeed on holiday. Everyone was joyfully discussing with their wives and children where to spend this rare vacation, only to be summoned back by Duncan's irksome remark. "Silence, Leonard. Do you dare to disregard the lives of your comrades?" The exposed Duncan turned a shade of crimson, clearly furious. The mere ability to annihilate 22 Aurors indicated the emergence of a dark wizard as formidable as Voldemort in the magical realm. In such dire circumstances, would one dare to retreat? Were they to become the pariahs of the entire magical community? Or had they already succumbed to the allure of dark magic? Duncan grew increasingly animated, proclaiming, "Ah, now I understand. No wonder you, so young, possess such strength. You must have embraced the dark arts. How splendid. I shall report you to the minister and see you imprisoned." Truly, a master of political maneuvering, he excelled at casting aspersions. Zhang Heyang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, initially believing such behavior to be a national peculiarity, only to realize that it was a universal trait among the unscrupulous. Before witnessing it firsthand, I would never have believed in the existence of such a powerful adversary. And even if one did exist, I would not fear them. Not even the Dark Lord from Y Country years ago could intimidate me. Alas, I had only just graduated in the year of his demise. Otherwise, I would have surely matched wits with him. Leonard stood firm, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Duncan. Furthermore, esteemed director, if you deem the enemy to be so formidable, should you not extend him the respect he deserves? We have stood before him for quite some time, yet you still choose to bicker with me? Do you perhaps wish to relinquish your position to me? Chapter 15. The Leader's Tedious Ramblings. Duncan found himself at a loss for words, a surge of frustration compelling him to lash out. He harbored the same thoughts as Leonard. Even Voldemort had a discernible path of learning and ascension. How could such a being simply materialize? Observing the youth before him, still unshorn, only solidified Duncan's suspicions. How could someone so inexperienced wield such power? He had been an Auror for 2 decades. Surely, it was merely his incompetent subordinates who had suffered injuries from a collapsing ceiling. Though such a scenario seemed improbable for a powerful wizard, Duncan cared little, viewing his underlings merely as tools for his own advancement. Ah, how delightful! Duncan finally ground out through clenched teeth. You have finally revealed your true intentions. You covet my position. Rest assured, such a post is only valued by those like you, with your rotund visage and incessant scheming against political rivals, Leonard retorted, raising his wand to point at Zhang Heyang. Shall we commence the battle now, Duncan? Just you wait. Duncan huffed angrily before turning to Zhang Heyang, arrogantly dragging out his words. You, young man, are accused of illegal entry, assault, and attempted murder among numerous other charges. You will comply with us. Suddenly, before Duncan could finish his threats, a colossal ice arrow hurtled towards him, prompting him to stagger back in fright, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, Leonard, with a flick of his wand, conjured an invisible hand to grasp the ice arrow, sparing Duncan from embarrassment. How dare you? How dare you attack me, L. Duncan, director of the Auror office of the M Country Ministry of Magic? Duncan's roar was filled with disbelief and dread. He could scarcely fathom that this overly youthful individual would dare to assault a high-ranking official accompanied by over 50 subordinates on M Country's territory. Have criminals become so brazen as to directly assault high-ranking officials? Killing 2 minor enforcers and then holding a memorial service for them would have sufficed. How can you resort to a terroristic attack like this? Furious, Duncan ground his teeth and coldly declared, very well. I initially intended to offer you a chance for redemption, but it seems you have spurned my mercy. Kill him. The Aurors exchanged glances, yet ultimately raised their wands. Regardless of Duncan's bureaucratic nature, he remained their leader. To dare assault an official of the Ministry of Magic was a matter requiring arrest. However, before they could utter their incantations, Zhang Heyang hurled 2 fire-resisting rings against the wall behind him. The immense recoil propelled him swiftly into the ranks of the Aurors, causing a flurry of confusion among them. They never anticipated that someone would dare to charge into a formation of 50. This was tantamount to courting death, at such close quarters, encircled by 50. Zhang Heyang had no chance of escape. Many bore cruel smiles upon their faces. Boom! Colorful spells exploded in unison, creating a tremendous shockwave that destabilized the Aurors, sending them staggering back, their vision obscured by the smoke and debris. How could they miss a target that should have been struck? As the Aurors desperately pondered how Zhang Heyang had evaded their assault, Leonard's expression tightened. He swiftly turned, thrusting his wand forward to conjure a massive silver sword that pierced the air behind him. Hurrah! Leonard's reflexes were commendable, but alas, it was too late. Zhang Heyang, having teleported behind them amidst the encirclement, summoned a torrent of purple lightning that charred Duncan's body, rendering him convulsing on the ground. This was a level 26 mage skill, flash lightning. It unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity upon the foe, ensuring that none could escape its wrath. Given the close proximity of the strike, its potency far exceeded that of ordinary lightning spells. Though Duncan was an experienced Auror, having held a high position for nearly a decade without engaging in combat, the corruption of power had dulled his once keen instincts. Nevertheless, he was not easily defeated in one blow. However, Zhang Heyang had maneuvered into the blind spot of their thoughts. No one could have anticipated that he would strike first. With their vigilance lowered, and compounded by the swiftness of the lightning magic, he swiftly incapacitated Duncan. This series of actions unfolded in mere seconds, despite appearing lengthy in narration. By the time Duncan fell, Leonard's silver sword had barely taken form. Next time, inform your leaders that during combat, excessive chatter is unnecessary. Truly, a leader should be more mindful. Even as life and death hang in the balance, you still choose to spout platitudes. Do you think this is a podium for speeches? I'll take just a few minutes, outline 3 main points, each subdivided into 5 subpoints, and then conclude with a few additional remarks. With such behavior, who could survive? Anyone in charge would undoubtedly be the first target. Zhang Heyang whistled, and in an instant, he vanished, returning to his original position. Flashback, an arcane skill that teleports the user back to the point where the flash began, usable only within 10 seconds post-completion. Swish! Leonard's grand silver sword struck empty air, flying forward before vanishing. Already, he had turned, smiling. I too find his prattle excessive, yet you have caused a disturbance on country soil. There is no escape for you. Leonard uttered nearly incomprehensible syllables in a low voice, his hands gesticulating fervently as his wand traced intricate patterns in the air, while his other hand moved with an astonishing speed, performing various gestures as if possessed by a frenzy. A grand spell. Zhang Heyang's gaze sharpened. He had witnessed Dumbledore's use of the anti-magic field, and this was the very scenario. Yet, Leonard's movements and murmurs surpassed Dumbledore's considerably, indicating that his magic would be even more formidable. Of course, it was equally plausible that Leonard's abilities paled in comparison to Dumbledore's, necessitating greater preparation to unleash such a powerful spell. Nevertheless, the potency of this grand magic could not be underestimated. Fortunately, Zhang Heyang had no intention of confronting Leonard head-on. Even Voldemort could not vanquish 20 elite Aurors before taking on another 50, especially with a presence like Leonard in the mix. As Leonard continued his incantations, a single speck of light appeared before him, which soon multiplied into 2, then 3, 4, culminating in a dazzling white radiance that enveloped the entire street, descending upon Zhang Heyang like an overwhelming tide. Birds by the flock, with a resounding explosion akin to the crack of a gunshot. A swarm of small birds hurtled towards Leonard's face like bullets. Unlike Duncan, Leonard possessed vast combat experience and was unlikely to be caught off guard by such trivial antics. However, the enormity of the spell consumed too much of his focus, leaving him unable to execute any other maneuvers. He managed to shuffle a few steps aside, tilting his head just in time to evade the avian onslaught. In that moment of distraction, Zhang Heyang vanished. Leonard clearly observed that he still had the presence of mind to cast a memory charm on the stunned Bill Gates, who stood nearby. Farewell. By the time the Aurors regained their senses, Zhang Heyang's figure had long since faded from sight, leaving only the echo of his mockery resonating in the air, a sharp sting piercing the faces of all present. Chapter 16, Acquiring Zhongnan Hai. With a splash, Duncan was abruptly awakened by a shower of cool water conjured by a wand, his jaw dropping as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon learning of the earlier events, he erupted in fury. The so-called most powerful nation, country, had been breached by a single individual, resulting in a disastrous defeat. The initial wave of Aurors, 20 in total, emerged battered and bruised, incapacitated for at least half a month, with 2 particularly unfortunate souls gravely injured and their fates uncertain. Then, leading 50 men into battle himself, Duncan found that, while he suffered no injuries, he was struck down by a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly humiliated. This, he believed, constituted a far graver offense than the injury of 20 Aurors prior. Duncan's heart sank into despair. He was already contemplating the phrasing of his resignation letter. Such an incident could not be concealed, and he could never continue in his position as the director of the Auror office. Imagine the future scenario, where the proud citizens of country boast, "We are the world's strongest nation. Your Aurors were defeated by a single individual. We possess the world's greatest wizard, Leonard. Your Aurors were bested by one man. We excel in alchemy and spell development. Your Aurors were defeated by a single individual. Our Muggle scientific achievements outshine yours. Your Aurors were outmatched, and the most brilliant scientific minds among Muggles were duped out of their shares and funds. Damn it all." Just envisioning such a scene made Duncan feel stifled. He thought that not only the Auror office, but the entire Ministry of Magic, indeed, the entirety of country, might have no place left for him. Aurors are the pinnacle of a nation's magical defense. How could he, the leader of the Aurors, lead a battalion of nearly 100 against one man and still be utterly humiliated? The Minister of Magic would likely consider revoking his citizenship. No, his very existence. "Leonard, tell me, why did you allow him to escape?" Duncan's expression darkened ominously. If he were to depart, he would ensure that none who wronged him would find solace. Leonard's previously composed demeanor had dissipated, replaced by an austere visage, as he replied tersely, "Apparition? Weren't you the one who said this area was shrouded in powerful magical fluctuations? Rendre une apparition impossible?" Duncan leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Leonard. "I knew it was you. You let him go. You conspired with him to orchestrate this escape. Leonard remained silent, his expression grim, while the surrounding aurors, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, dared not approach. Hastening to tend to the wounded. Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you quite the talker? Duncan shouted, his temper flaring. Caught red-handed, are we? You have nothing to say now. You traitorous, shameless dark wizard. Enough, Leonard barked, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Bang! A sudden, thunderous noise erupted, akin to a gong being struck violently against one's ear, causing everyone to stagger, their minds reeling. They turned in horror to witness Leonard, his face as pale as parchment. Lips pressed tightly together, his wand emitting tendrils of smoke, while Duncan collapsed once more, unconscious and unresponsive. I will remember you. I will remember the humiliation you have brought upon me. For Leonard, this was indeed an unparalleled disgrace. From a young age, he had been hailed as a prodigy, celebrated by many, setting records as the youngest to pass the advanced wizarding and auror examinations, a feat that was undoubtedly tied to M Country's relatively short history. Yet, this could not diminish the power he wielded, which had earned him the title of the world's foremost white wizard, surpassing even Dumbledore. Now, however, this preeminent wizard, surrounded by 50 companions, had been singled out and successfully evaded capture, rendering his previous accolades a mere mockery. Leonard's pride would not allow him to accept such a humiliation. What are you staring at? Get back to your work. Leonard glared at his colleagues, who cast curious glances in his direction, coldly asserting, This incompetent fool will be dismissed from the Ministry of Magic today, stripped of his status as a wizard in M Country. From this moment forth, I shall command the Auror office. Do not let me encounter you again. Leonard hissed through gritted teeth. A faint crackle of energy filled the air as he vanished in a flash of apparition. In M Country, Leonard seethed with resentment, yet Zhang Heyang paid him no mind, as he strolled leisurely through Times Square in Hong Kong's Causeway Bay. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this one is splendid too. This is lovely, and that is delightful. Hong Kong may not boast the same level of opulence as M Country, but compared to the 1990s, the reputation of the Asian tigers in this world, Taiwan does not exist, still held significant weight, keeping pace with global fashion trends. Although this version of Hong Kong bore notable differences from the true Hong Kong of China, it was ultimately closer to Zhang Heyang's vision of China, lifting his spirits and making everything appear pleasing. Yes, wrap all these up for me. By the way, do you happen to sell diamond rings by the pound? With $5 million from Bill Gates in hand, Zhang Heyang exhibited the demeanor of a nouveau riche, as if he intended to purchase the entire street. 5 million, good heavens! The last time Zhang Heyang laid eyes on 5 million was in his past life, when he saw stacks of crisp, fragrant banknotes, each emblazoned with the image of the Jade Emperor, only to have them burned on a grave before even a minute had passed. Consider how ecstatic this unsophisticated individual must be at this very moment. It is fortunate that China is no longer in existence. Had it still been around, he might have ventured to Beijing to purchase Zongnanhai. The most expensive item at Zongnanhai retails for merely 1,000 yuan per piece. Now that we have wealth, we indulge in fine cigarettes and meander through the capital. The clerk's smile instantly stiffened as she scrutinized Zhang Heyang, suspecting he might be deliberately causing a disturbance. Had he not just spent over 100,000, she would have already summoned security. Suppressing her bizarre thoughts, she managed to say, Sir, you jest. Where could one possibly find diamond rings weighing several kilograms? Please take a look at our newly arrived jewelry. These silver rings are quite exquisite. Would you not agree? Silver? Who would don such a cheap trinket? Zhang Heyang waved his hand dismissively. Is there iron available? Security, where are you? Come and escort this man out. Upon hearing Zhang Heyang's initial remark, the clerk felt a flicker of joy, thinking this wealthy patron had dismissed silver in favor of gold, thus significantly boosting her commission. However, his subsequent comment nearly made her choke with disbelief. If he couldn't afford silver, what was he even doing in a jewelry store, considering his substantial previous purchase? The clerk stifled her urge to call for assistance, forcing a professional smile as she continued. Sir, you certainly have a sense of humor. Silver rings may not befit your stature. How about our newly arrived jade rings? These are the finest A-grade jade. Oh, A-grade jade, you say? Now, that is impressive. Zhang Heyang exclaimed, his gaze filled with wonder as he examined each jade ring, nodding appreciatively. Do you have any Z-copper? Chapter 17. Serve me a full banquet. A feast of Manchu and Han delicacies. Hello, is this Yao Yao Ling? We have someone here trying to show off. The situation is spiraling out of control. Zetkoper. For heaven's sake, did he not learn chemistry in middle school? The chemical formula for copper is Cu. Zhang Heyang swaggered out of the store, oblivious to the clerk's incredulous gaze. What are you staring at? I am a mage. In truth, Zhang Heyang was merely seeking amusement by toying with others. After days of conversing in a foreign tongue, his innate introversion and social anxiety began to weigh heavily upon him, especially after the near catastrophe in M country where he almost took a life. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, the gruesome imagery of carnage flooded his mind. If he did not find a way to unwind, he feared he might lose his sanity. Although Hong Kong is not part of China, within the world of Harry Potter, it represents China as a whole. Strangely, it lacks northern dialects yet possesses Mandarin, though it carries a hint of Southeast Asian flavor. Nevertheless, hearing his native tongue was far more comforting than conversing in English. Zhang Heyang cast a worried glance towards the north, his ancestral homeland. Now a wizarding forbidden zone in this world. Dumbledore seldom speaks falsehoods, and after wandering for so long, he had learned that the Chinese mainland in this realm is indeed a zone devoid of magic. Any wizard who enters loses all their magical powers upon exit. According to Zhang Heyang's reasoning, such a perilous place, even if it were his homeland, was not worth visiting without sufficient strength to ensure survival. Yet, the moment he set foot on Hong Kong's territory, he felt an overwhelming force, as if something deep within was beckoning him, compelling him to explore that land. He had resolved to ignore it, but the sensation lingered, causing him unease. He sensed that even if he were to leave Hong Kong, as long as he remained on Earth, he would continue to feel this pull. Unable to quell his restlessness, he found himself unable to wield magic effectively. While he could still utilize his mage skills, his agitation hindered his ability to engage in battle. Continuing down this path would render any decision irrelevant, akin to losing his magical abilities. With a wry smile, he resolved to return to his homeland. Do you have lobsters measuring 2 feet in length? Zhang Heyang, now flush with cash, chose a 5-star seafood restaurant, boldly taking a seat and grinning as he began to order. This could very well be my last meal. Should it not be exquisite? I apologize, sir, but we currently do not have any 2-foot lobsters. However, we do have some that are 2 feet 4 inches. Our service is impeccable, the waiter said apologetically. What a pathetic establishment. No 2-foot lobsters? Zhang Heyang's temper flared. I came here to indulge. What is this nonsense? Bring me a plate of fried pancakes. One order? The waiter, taken aback, hastily began to jot it down, only to realize they did not serve fried pancakes. All right, let's go with the expensive option. Zhang Heyang noticed the waiter's pause and belatedly realized he had reverted to his impoverished mindset from his previous life. Yet, now it was no longer a matter of whether he had money. It was more about the quality of his meal, for he could not afford to be frugal. Thus, he made the most extravagant decision of his life. I want something with shells. Bring me the shellfish. 5 minutes later, Zhang Heyang stared blankly at the 4 plates before him. Sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, a plate of walnuts, and a plate of almonds. The waiter, dropping the plates with a hint of exasperation, said, the total for these 4 plates is 236. Turning to leave, Zhang Heyang faintly heard the waiter muttering, honestly, why come to a 5-star restaurant if you can't afford it? If you want sunflower seeds, go buy 10 pounds at the market for 20 bucks. With a wry smile, Zhang Heyang thought, so, I'm perceived as someone who can't afford a meal. Feeling somewhat dejected and still haunted by that earlier call, he no longer had the inclination to reprimand the waiter or order anything else. He left 3 $100 notes, exchanged for Hong Kong currency, but suddenly found something peculiar. The items on the table seemed to draw his attention as if imbued with a magical allure. Black and white melon seeds, walnuts, and almonds were all specialties from China. Moreover, they were typically served as the accompanying dishes in a full Manchuhan banquet. Surely, they could not taste bad. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Zhang Heyang sat back down and picked up a walnut dipped in sugar. The waiter, observing Zhang Heyang sit back down, rolled his eyes in disdain. I knew it. You're too stingy to part with your money. However, Zhang Heyang paid no mind to the server's demeanor. As he tasted the walnut, its fragrant, crispy sweetness filled his mouth, exploding with delightful flavors that enveloped his palate. Delicious, he exclaimed involuntarily, feeling as though he had witnessed the sun of spring, warmth radiating through him, and sensing his magical powers gradually augmenting. After all, reaching the maximum level does not necessarily equate to maximizing one's magical capacity. He felt the pulsating vitality of his heritage intensify within him. Who would have thought that merely a walnut could evoke such a response? Zhang Heyang had an inkling that the more he embraced Chinese culture through food and lifestyle, the more benefits he would reap in this land. If one walnut could enhance his magic, what might a full Manchuhan banquet do? Yet, Zhang Heyang's exclamation seemed a tad too loud, prompting the earlier waiter to return. Arms crossed and voice cold. Hey, how long has it been since you last had a proper meal? You're making such a fuss over a couple of plates of seeds. If we serve you a plate of fried rice, would you leap for joy? Zhang Heyang furrowed his brow. The server's demeanor could not be termed as unfavorable, especially considering that he had initially toyed with her. Yet, one could hardly classify it as satisfactory, for he was indeed a patron of the establishment, and as a guest, albeit a flawed one. Was it not beneath a prestigious five-star hotel to treat him thus? If you're not dining, kindly vacate the table. It's rather unbecoming for one person to monopolize such a large expanse. Do we not have business to conduct? The server cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Heyang. You could easily take those 4 small dishes of nuts outside and enjoy them there. Must you insist on experiencing the grandeur of a 5-star hotel? Such presumptuousness irked her. Listen, it's not that I refuse to eat. It's simply that the items I wish to order are non-existent on your menu. Zhang Heyang spread his hands, gesturing towards the 4 small plates before him. Look at what you've brought me. This is hardly what I had in mind. If you could name something we don't have, I'd be inclined to believe you. But I fear you may not be able to afford it. The server slammed her palm on the table, her patience wearing thin. What could you, a mere pauper, possibly know of our offerings? If you can name a dish we lack, I'll treat you to the most lavish feast in the house. Very well, then I shall make my request. Zhang Heyang narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the inexplicable sense of superiority emanating from this formerly colonized locale. Was it the same in his past life in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan? Sipping from his cup, he declared, Then I demand a Manchu Han imperial feast, with dishes from both the north and south. Chapter 18. The fully leveled character is wasted. What transpired next was nothing short of predictable. Zhang Lianshan was a man from another realm, armed with at least 100 ways to humiliate others, and the server was powerless to counter his prowess. The server stared dumbfounded as Zhang Heyang recited an impressive list of dishes, his mouth agape, his expression increasingly blank. By the time he concluded with Peking duck and chicken, she was rendered utterly speechless. You, the server stammered, pointing at Zhang Heyang, her lips trembling as she finally managed to utter, so much pork. This is not halal. Not halal. Allow me to present a segment, that is. Zhang Heyang cleared his throat and continued. The first dish is braised long intestine and sautéed water chestnuts. A pot of fragrant broth, a chrysanthemum pot, and a medley pot. Reciting an array of halal dishes with the flair of a master, he left the server utterly flabbergasted. Choose as you will. Bring forth the dishes. Do you even have the means to pay for this? You think you can stroll into a hotel with just a couple of plates of sunflower seeds? The server retorted, her frustration boiling over. As he finished speaking, Zhang Heyang began retrieving money from his small backpack, which had been magically expanded to hold an impressive sum. Stacks of Franklin bills, imbued with the scent of ink, piled high on the table, forming a veritable mountain before the server. This is too much. The server gazed at Zhang Heyang, nearly on the verge of tears. You're bullying me. This amount could purchase the entire hotel. Why are you pretending to be poor? As a hotel server, I am merely upholding order. My dear, you ought to strive for greater knowledge. Zhang Heyang chided gently, shaking his head as he counted the bills, imparting sage advice. You possess a talent, no matter who enters. Should they lack the means, you are quicker to turn your back on them than Western servers. Yet in the end, your barbs are mere illusions. Come forth and take your clothing. At this point, not only was the server left speechless, but the commotion had drawn the attention of the entire establishment. The mountain of cash was visible to all, and Zhang Heyang had become the focal point of the hotel. To their astonishment, the piles of bills seemed to diminish at a pace visible to the naked eye, all being funneled into that seemingly inadequate little bag. Zhang Heyang appeared oblivious to the gazes of the onlookers, continuing to stuff money into his pocket. Displaying wealth was merely an indulgence, a fleeting moment of satisfaction in making a statement. He had no intention of exhausting his funds here. Furthermore, given the dishes he had requested, even if he wished to spend, he would find it impossible. Should you inquire about my orders, I could simply respond, no comment. But if that displeases you, you may criticize me as you wish. Yet, if you're unhappy, what can I do? My intent is neither to demand nor to refuse. It is merely that should you finally possess what I desire, my dollars will speak for themselves. Do you comprehend? Indeed, we understand. The server bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. The wealthy patron's temperament was rather peculiar. Failure to appease him could lead to unforeseen consequences. What if he sought out the likes of Hongxing, Dongxing, or the Sanlian gang and had them cement him in the depths of the ocean? That would be a grave misfortune indeed. Young man, acknowledging one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the hallmark of a good citizen. Zhang Heyang concluded, satisfied after counting the money. He patted the server on the shoulder and, astonishingly, vanished into thin air. What on earth? Is there a ghost? Ghost? You must be jesting. That is the fox spirit, descended to enlighten the masses. Quickly, prostrate in reverence. Zhang Heyang's sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through the hotel, causing a wave of patrons to drop to their knees, muttering prayers for blessings, as if in a superstitious gathering. The server, pale and trembling, collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he wished fervently that the imposing figure had been a mere thug. Death would be more bearable than this enigma. This was not merely society. It was a cruel realm where a moment's mistake could result in a curse, condemning generations to misfortune. The family planning policy of the 90s was indeed stringent. One child per family was the norm. To exceed this was a violation of fundamental national policy, and none could do so. As the crowd cast sympathetic glances at the prostrate server, none made a move to assist him. Who would dare to cross the fox spirit? Many began imparting lessons to their children and spouses, admonishing them not to look down on others, lest they face dire consequences. Zhang Heyang paid little heed to the astonishment of the onlookers. To him, it was merely a jest. However, after reciting the menu, his mind became increasingly clear. He understood that this journey to the mainland was imperative. With resolve, he embraced the moment, teleporting directly to the heart of mainland China, the cradle of Chinese culture. The Yellow River Basin in Hunan. In the world of Harry Potter, mainland China was a realm devoid of magic, where no one could apparate. Yet, Zhang Heyang utilized not apparition, but a level 19 mage skill, instantaneous teleportation. By harnessing powerful magic to disrupt space, he achieved the goal of random human transportation. This wondrous spell had been forgotten since ancient times. Should it be employed too frequently, one could become trapped in a repetitive cycle, which was precisely why Zhang Heyang typically refrained from its use. Although the probability of such an occurrence diminished with level increases, a single miscalculation could result in irrevocable consequences. Thus, he preferred the safer method of apparition. Instantaneous teleportation did not rely on magic for physical transformation. Rather, it disrupted space to facilitate transportation. This is why, in the United States, Zhang Heyang could gracefully withdraw from a realm so deeply infused with chaotic magic that apparition was impossible, allowing him to teleport directly to magic-restricted mainland China. As his feet touched the ground of this land, an extraordinary warmth enveloped him, as though he were melting into the embrace of the sun. Zhang Heyang was struck with a profound sense of dread, for this was unmistakably a manifestation of the dissolution of magical energy. Upon perusing his attributes panel, he was alarmed to discover that the limit of his mana bar was gradually diminishing. At this rate, even as a fully leveled mage, he would be reduced to a mere muggle within mere hours. In an instant, cold sweat enveloped Zhang Heyang's entire being. Chapter 19. The Soul's Departure? My dear Heyang, it is rather unseemly to jest so recklessly. You know, I'm of an age where I'm not particularly fond of surprises. The jovial voice of Dumbledore emanated from the receiver, his tone perpetually cheerful as he mumbled, I am currently indulging in barbecued meat and beer on the streets of Germany. I must confess, after more than a century, I have yet to find a better place for enjoying beer than Germany. Silence, Dumbledore. Extricate yourself from your ludicrous antics. Zhang Heyang bellowed through the mobile phone, his teeth clenched in frustration. Heyang, sometimes I truly believe you are not much like a young man. You seem to possess less zest for life than this old codger, Dumbledore replied, seemingly shaking his head, as the clinking of some trinkets could be heard from an unknown location. Before long, the background noise diminished, indicating that Dumbledore had moved to a quieter locale, his enunciation noticeably clearer, presumably having swallowed his food. Zhang Heyang could almost envision Dumbledore wiping his greasy hands on his beard. This old chap appeared to have no other passion in life but to eat. Yet, this very glutton had endured a century of culinary atrocities in Y country and still prided himself on the delectable cuisine of his homeland, which made Zhang Heyang want to return with a banquet of the 8 culinary traditions to slap his face. All right, Heyang, do tell. Listening to Dumbledore, Zhang Heyang exclaimed, I am in China, yes, not that trivial island, but rather on the mainland. I feel as though I may not be able to escape. You must devise a solution for me, or you may as well seek out your dark arts defense professor and headmaster again. Did you say you were awake, Heyang? I believe I have warned you about the dangers of this place. Dumbledore's tone shifted, filled with confusion, astonishment, irritation, and even a hint of terror. You truly have gone there? Haven to you? Of course I have. If you continue to prattle, my magical energy may very well be depleted. If it were possible, Zhang Heyang would have liked to hurl 2 arcane novae at this old fellow. What a time to be inquiring about the reasons. It is no wonder you chose not to contact me through magical means. Consider yourself fortunate that this old man enjoys venturing into the Muggle world. Dumbledore seemed at a loss, for even Voldemort would hesitate to enter such a place. Listen, can you ascertain your location? I should be situated slightly to the east of the central part of this land. Why do you ask? You and T dare come here anyway, Zhang Heyang replied, anxiously observing the steadily declining mana bar. Calm yourself, Heyang, calm yourself. Dumbledore's voice resonated with an almost magical quality, transcending even through the Muggle mobile phone. Are you truly certain of your identity in that realm? Of course I am. More certain than your unspoken affections for Grindelwald. Zhang Heyang's expression darkened. He was a native of Shandong, the veritable land of saints. If he were not considered Chinese, then who would be? Listen, while I am perplexed by your assertion of belonging to a place you have never visited, let us proceed, Dumbledore continued, maintaining a steady tone. If you're certain, open your heart and feel. You are a child of this land. No mother would harm her own child. Open your heart. Once again, Zhang Heyang groaned in agony. Clutching his forehead, was there truly no other method? I am preparing to apparate to Hong Kong to retrieve you. Dumbledore's voice took on a tone of absurdity. This is a special circumstance, my child, and do not disclose this. Transnational apparition without contacting the local Ministry of Magic would be deemed an act of aggression. No wonder those imbeciles from M country treat me with such hostility, Zhang Heyang muttered, shouting into the mobile phone, which inexplicably maintained a connection despite the absence of signal towers. Understood. Farewell. What a troublesome little rascal you are, Dumbledore shook his head, tracing several characters in the air with his wand. These characters ignited in flames before gradually settling back into stillness. Let's go, Fox. I have heard that your kind originated from that wondrous continent. Let us explore your homeland. With an enchanting call, the air beside Dumbledore ignited, and a magnificent crimson bird materialized by his side. Its feathers were resplendent, and its long tail trailed behind, leaving a scintillating trail of sparks. The lovely bird blinked its large eyes at Dumbledore, and with another flash of fire, the phoenix vanished along with the tall elder who had stood there moments before. Reflecting on Dumbledore's unreliable counsel, Zhang Heyang felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Open my heart. How am I supposed to do that? Yet suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. The stirring within him, summoned by an unseen force, had not faded. Rather, it grew stronger. Why not surrender entirely to this impulse? Resolute in his decision, Zhang Heyang promptly closed the attributes panel, disregarding the dwindling mana, and pressed his form against the ground, attuning himself to the energy of this ancient and mysterious land. Unlike Voldemort or even Dumbledore, who had painstakingly cultivated their powers, each step fraught with trepidation, Zhang Heyang found this act almost effortless. For him, the difference between becoming a max-level mage and his previous self was but a mere slice of a pig. He did not perceive this as a daunting task, nor did he treat it with undue gravity, coupled with Dumbledore's words, which reinforced his conviction. Would any mother harm her own child? Even if harm were to befall him, so be it. He would rather perish upon this sacred land, a land that had birthed countless heroes and miracles. As Zhang Heyang lay upon the ground, he listened intently, as if he could hear the very pulse of the earth. Vivid scenes from history flowed before his eyes. The Yellow Emperor battling Qin Shi Huang unifying the realms, the dynasties of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The more he pondered, the clearer his heart became, and the more intimately he felt connected to this land. Gradually, the rhythm of his heartbeat quickened, culminating in an explosive crescendo akin to a volcanic eruption. Zhang Heyang's spirit soared skyward, gazing down at his own body, still lying in the distance, prone upon the ground. This realization sent a tremor of astonishment through Zhang Heyang as he contemplated an unfathomable possibility. Chapter 20. Attaining the Tao and Achieving Immortality. Despite his firm resolve to disregard his character attributes, Zhang Heyang found himself unable to resist the urge to open the attributes panel once more. To his astonishment, it was devoid of any content. No mana bar, no skills, nothing at all. This was easily comprehensible, as his body remained on the ground below. As Zhang Heyang glanced down at his own lifeless form, still lying on the earth, detailed information appeared on the panel. There had been no discernible change. He remained the same max-level sorcerer, his mana steadily dwindling. Yet, what was this peculiar sensation? Redirecting his gaze to his ethereal form, or, as the magical realm would describe it, the spirit he had transformed into, he noticed a colossal buff attached to his name. Its enormity resembled an intrinsic system notification, causing Zhang Heyang to initially overlook it. Zhang Heyang, max-level sorcerer, spirit exit, status, unity of man and heaven. After years of desolation, the vast expanse of the divine land had finally welcomed its offspring, blood thicker than water, a harmonious blend. Just as Zhang Heyang had clicked on this buff, a dialog box appeared. Hidden class transfer. Quest description. After years of magical desolation, the dragon bloodline has finally emerged, in a state of unity with heaven and man. You have discovered the profound truths of life and the world, presenting you with the opportunity to transition into the class of cultivator. Cultivation. Utilizing the false to attain the true. In Taoism, one seeks the true self through the practice of the way, discarding the false to preserve the true. Following the natural order leads to mortality, while defying it leads to immortality. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the quintessence of the sun and moon. One seeks the great path to transcendence and eternal life. Please choose whether to transfer to cultivator. Yes or no. Zhang Heyang decisively selected yes. Naturally, he chose affirmatively, setting aside the impending fate of becoming an ordinary person, destined to be obliterated. The prospect of eternal life was too enticing to ignore. Dumbledore was formidable. Indeed, the greatest white wizard of modern times. Yet he succumbed after over a century. Voldemort was fearsome, the most powerful dark wizard of his era, whose name was whispered in dread throughout the magical community. Despite their prowess, they became mere shadows of their former selves, clinging to existence. Now, the path of cultivation bore a stark contrast to soul artifacts, which paled in comparison to the prospect of immortality. Dark magic may be potent. Ancient wands may wield great power, but if I cannot contend with you, I shall retreat to the Chinese mainland, biding my time for centuries. When the moment comes, I shall emerge, and one by one, I will pay my respects at your graves. Voldemort, are you not formidable? Come, confront me. Cast your Avada Kedavra. I shall stand atop your grave, defiantly urinating upon your tombstone. Countless spells and boundless powers. I ask but one question. Is eternal life attainable? At the instant Zhang Heyang pressed yes, he felt an arcane force enveloping him, and his spirit promptly returned to its rightful place. Upon rising once more, he realized his mana no longer diminished. Although the remaining portion was merely half of what it had been at the onset, he sensed that he could swiftly regain his prior level, perhaps even progress beyond it. Opening the character panel revealed, Zhang Heyang, Cultivator, Spirit Realm. Gaining a combat power enhancement of 1,000 on the Chinese mainland, a tenfold increase in cultivation speed, and with the Dragon Vein and Auspicious Land, a staggering 10,100-fold enhancement. The realms of cultivation included Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit, Void, Tribulation Transcendence, and Great Completion. Astounding! Zhang Heyang exclaimed in exhilaration and promptly settled into a meditative posture. Although uncertain of the cultivation process, he decided to follow the stirring sensation within his heart. Indeed, as he immersed his consciousness in this exhilarating feeling, he observed the upper limit of his mana gradually increasing, and various attributes began to rise slowly as well. This warmth was not a depletion of power. Rather, it signified a meteoric rise in strength. Perhaps this was what they referred to as spiritual energy. Yet, Zhang Heyang also sensed a tremendous strain on his heart. The uncharted territory was saturated with spiritual energy. Based on his estimations, relentless cultivation would reach its limit within 10 days, beyond which he risked being overwhelmed by the energy and meeting a catastrophic end. Even without actively cultivating, the invisible energy relentlessly infiltrated his body. Given his current level, he could endure no more than 2 months. Thus, he realized that he must not linger on the Chinese mainland for over 2 months. Perhaps, with a higher level of cultivation in the future, he might extend his stay. But for now, he had to depart once the summer break concluded. This was not entirely unfavorable. Otherwise, he would be unable to return to classes. Zhang Heyang consoled himself, lamenting the overwhelming density of spiritual energy. Could he not find a location with a milder concentration for cultivation? If other cultivators from various realms were to hear such thoughts, they would undoubtedly be incensed, for they had fought tooth and nail over places rich in spiritual energy, even causing the earth to quake. A mere few spiritual stones could incite fierce bidding at auctions, all due to the excessive demands of cultivators draining the energy. Yet here he was, cradling an untouched expanse, lamenting the abundance of spiritual energy. Such wastefulness deserves 100 deaths. Alas, in this world, Zhang Heyang was the sole cultivator. No one could mete out justice against him, leaving him to grumble alone. Hey, old Dumbledore, yes, it's me. I'm in that place. Just wait for me at Causeway Bay. I'll use apparition to get there. How long? About a month. Zhang Heyang spoke into his phone, having no choice but to communicate this way, given the magical restrictions in the area that even prevented owls from entering. What compounded Zhang Heyang's frustration was that while he could use apparition to enter due to magical energy bridging the space, he could not do so to exit. Although the essence of the mage's skill of apparition was not magical teleportation, it ultimately relied on magical energy. Unfortunately, this land only welcomed Taoist arts. Magic? That was of no concern here. Zhang Heyang had to traverse from Hunan to Hong Kong. This was under the condition that he could utilize celestial energy, which was essentially the mana bar he had before. Otherwise, a journey of even 6 months would be improbable. Present-day China was an untouched, primal landscape. Professor Zhang, are you certain you're all right? Dumbledore inquired, his expression dark as a pot's bottom, his half-moon glasses glimmering with apprehension. Am I being toyed with? Of course, I'm fine. It's just that magic can't be used here. I must return, Zhang Heyang replied, nonchalantly. Then I suppose I need not worry about losing a professor of dark arts before my tenure begins, Dumbledore said, attempting to maintain a light-hearted tone. In that case, why not enjoy the familiar surroundings? You see, returning to one's roots is a rare opportunity. I dearly miss my mother, a kind yet slightly mischievous witch. It's been ages since I last saw her. Perhaps I should return to Godric's Hollow to pay my respects, and then treat myself to a pair of woolen socks. You know, every Christmas my gifts are always books. I completely understand, Headmaster, Zhang Heyang replied, unwavering. As if I would let you escape. What if something were to happen? But I believe. Just as Zhang Heyang was about to continue, he suddenly cried out in pain, causing Dumbledore to tense with alarm. He would never envy the talents of others. Such an exceptionally powerful young man would be a treasure for the entire magical realm. As he aged, he wondered if he would ever succeed in vanquishing Voldemort, and perhaps the future of the magical world would lean on him. What is it, Professor Zhang? Is there danger? No, nothing at all. Zhang Heyang swallowed hard, gazing at the dazzling object that had tripped him. He suddenly felt it prudent to distance himself from Dumbledore. After all, should he share the treasure, or claim it exclusively? He felt a twinge of guilt for potentially wasting Dumbledore's time, suggesting, perhaps it would be best for you to return to Y Country first. As he spoke, he leaned down, grasping the sword-like object protruding from the ground. Chapter 21. Discovering innate spiritual treasures along the way. Lying on the ground, half revealed, was a long sword radiating a mysterious violet light. Zhang Heyang placed his hand upon its hilt, feeling an icy, water-like sensation emanate from his touch. With a gentle pull, he extracted the blade effortlessly. The sword was remarkably sharp, slicing through the hard rock beneath without resistance. He held it up to the sunlight, immersed in a peculiar sensation, one more profound than the unity of heaven and man. It was as if he had transformed into the sword itself, an exhilarating feeling of freedom coursing through his heart. The blade was inscribed with golden runes, captivating Zhang Heyang's gaze, drawing him deeper into its allure. He stared at the sword, sensing a faint whisper emanating from it, as if it knew that the one destined to wield it had finally arrived. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, or perhaps it was not. A shiver ran down his spine, and he emitted a strange sound akin to that of a nocturnal creature startled by the dawn, reminiscent of a vampire encountering sunlight. Hastily, he set the sword down, the strange sensation dissipating. Yet upon picking it up once more, the profound connection returned. He discerned that this sword was not a product of human craftsmanship. It was a singular entity, composed of an unknown metal, naturally formed into the shape of a sword. It could be deemed a divine gift, perhaps an innate spiritual treasure, a relic only those who had transcended to immortality could possess, not someone as insignificant as he, a mere cultivator. Yet, who could blame him for unearthing such marvels in this unvisited land? The world had bestowed upon him countless surprises. With satisfaction, Zhang Heyang grasped the sword, his true essence flowing through his hand. Astonishingly, the sword could be absorbed into his body, establishing an almost ethereal connection that allowed him to sense it even when it lay aside, given its responsive nature to his true essence. He pondered a wild notion. Could he not channel all his energy into the blade? Gathering his true essence, he directed it toward the sword. As he infused it with energy, the bond intensified, and with a mere thought, the sword surged forth, lifting him gently from the ground. Success! Zhang Heyang felt an overwhelming thrill. Mastering the art of sword flight was the quintessential skill of a sword immortal. What kind of cultivator would he be without such an ability? He had anticipated that flying with the sword would be a challenging endeavor, requiring countless attempts to establish a connection. To his surprise, as the sword ascended, it melded seamlessly with the surrounding space, steady yet swift. With a single thought, He could traverse hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Ecstatic, Zhang Heyang stood tall on the flying sword, hands behind his back, performing various aerial maneuvers, before gazing southward, the sword carrying him into the horizon. It was fast, exhilaratingly so. By the time he reached Hong Kong, amidst the bustling populace, the thrill of sword flight still coursed through him. It seemed every Chinese individual harbored a dream of soaring through the skies on a sword. Reluctantly, Zhang Heyang dismounted from the flying sword, retracting it into his body, brushing off his robe and reveling in his newfound charisma. Comparatively, a fire arrow seemed utterly worthless. If he were to use the flying sword in Quidditch, the golden snitch would be his within 2 minutes. Should other cultivators learn that he employed an innate spiritual treasure for such frivolous sport, they might unleash a torrent of magical retribution. But then again, who could blame him for their absence? With a whistle, Zhang Heyang stepped into a narrow alley, and with a soft pop, he vanished. At the most renowned dessert shop in Causeway Bay's Times Square, the atmosphere buzzed with chatter as patrons busied themselves with shopping and discussing work. No one noticed the sudden appearance of a figure clad in a flowing azure robe, following a faint sound. Cough, cough, cough. The abrupt emergence of Zhang Heyang startled a tall, elderly gentleman, causing him to choke, his cerulean eyes welling with tears that blurred the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses. His high-heeled boots betrayed him, causing him to stagger and collide with a nearby wall. Zhang Heyang reached out to steady him. While aiding an elderly man could lead to financial ruin, he recognized that this particular elder could, if he wished, possess wealth surpassing anyone else's in an instant, rendering extortion unnecessary. Careful, Headmaster. At your age, still so flustered, Zhang Heyang chuckled at Dumbledore. Honestly, you startled me, Dumbledore replied, a hint of reproach in his tone as he adjusted his disheveled, waist-length beard. Heyang, do you not announce your arrival before appearing? Well, I had no idea the illustrious Dumbledore would be oblivious to someone using the disillusionment charm. Indeed, he had utilized the charm, as the effects of instantaneous movement could become uncontrollable with excessive use. The disillusionment charm was simply safer. Moreover, you ought to thank me. I prevented your nose from being broken for the 3rd time. Zhang Heyang laughed. No one could have anticipated that someone would emerge from that continent. And you already indicated you would. Dumbledore, vexed, tugged at his ill-fitting tang suit, remarked, who knew you could disillusion yourself out? If I had encountered a teleportation array or something, I would have been whisked away. Zhang Heyang, unfazed, rambled on. In any case, you wouldn't dare approach. What lies beyond is still up to my discretion. Once I could wield magic, I immediately disillusioned myself here. Dumbledore failed to notice that Zhang Heyang spoke of magic, not magical power, for he could hardly conceive of a world where true essence and cultivators existed. With a genial smile, Dumbledore replied, since you've emerged, that is certainly a positive development. Why not accompany me for a bite? The cuisine in Hong Kong suits my palate, typically on the sweeter side. I highly recommend their honey-glazed char siu and sugar dumplings. They are simply divine. Suddenly, 2 sharp pops resonated through the air. Dumbledore's instincts as a top-tier wizard kicked in, and he instinctively dodged, feeling a searing object was past his cheek. In the face of impending danger, his reflex was to retaliate, a hallmark of strength. Without hesitation, he drew his wand from his robe, waving it in a manner reminiscent of leaves falling from trees. Although slow, the barrage was relentless. The descending leaves wove a veil, enveloping the surrounding space. Dumbledore watched in astonishment as Zhang Heyang swiftly altered his gestures, unleashing torrents of magnificent magical power that shattered Dumbledore's protective barrier in an instant. Then, with another soft pop, Zhang Heyang vanished once more, his voice echoing in the air. You head back first, Dumbledore. I still wish to return to China for another look. Chapter 22. Peril in the high skies. Zhang Heyang returned, as he inevitably must. This was a land untouched by human footprints, abundant in resources and brimming with spiritual energy, enough to burst a person's very being. A mere cobblestone that tripped you or a broken sword found beneath a tree could very well be a congenital spiritual treasure. The circumstances had descended into a horrific abyss. Failing to seize the opportunity would be a disservice to his title of Scrap King. He envisioned the day when, before the denizens of the magical realm, he would modestly declare, "Oh, I'm just a scavenger," and then casually produce a series of congenital spiritual treasures from his bag to astonish others. Such a thought sent exhilaration coursing through him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood resolutely upon his sword, the fierce winds whipping his robe into a flurry. Yet, the hands hidden behind him trembled slightly, both from excitement and exertion. The recent skirmish with Dumbledore had filled him with a sense of gratification. Despite a reduction in his magical capacity, his actual prowess had markedly increased. Achieving a harmonious state of body and spirit allowed him to instantaneously alter his spells and methods of attack. Moments ago, his flames cascaded forth like a flowing river, while his water-based magic could solidify into a shield as robust as a wall of earth. His arcane spells now exhibited a versatility akin to elemental magic, a feat unimaginable in the days when he could merely tap keys to unleash skills. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that Dumbledore's strength was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Having perused the magical texts of this world, Zhang Heyang understood that human magical capacity has its limits. Beyond a certain threshold, one could not ascend further, constrained by the very essence of humanity. In contrast, certain magically endowed beings could possess significantly greater magical reserves. Thus, Zhang Heyang was confident that his status as a max-level mage was not to be underestimated. Yet the reality of combat was another matter entirely. He now genuinely believed that Dumbledore had been holding back for their recent encounter. It was evident that Dumbledore wielded a magical energy far surpassing that of even the pinnacle of humanity. Beyond mere power, on a mental plane, Dumbledore seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm compared to himself and ordinary mortals. Conversely, Leonard, the foremost powerhouse of M Country, appeared to be more in line with Zhang Heyang's own capabilities. This led Zhang Heyang to hypothesize that the pinnacle achievable by humans was akin to the nascent soul stage, and that, regardless of the path taken, the most potent combat abilities in magic would approximate this level, representative of talents like Snape, Sirius Black, and Professor McGonagall. This was the apex attainable by humans. Hence, the magical realm seldom harbored beings that transcended this threshold. To progress further, one would need to achieve a state akin to his own, where the primordial spirit departs the body, or in other words, attain a certain elevation or transformation of the soul. The power of a max-level mage was commensurate with that of the primordial spirit, and Leonard was likewise. The only individual in M Country to have transcended human limitations over the years, beginning a process of uplifting his soul and mental prowess. Thus, he was regarded by the naive populace of M Country as the world's strongest, having undeniably surpassed the pinnacle of human capability. Dumbledore had broken free from the shackles of human limitations due to his connection with the Deathly Hallows, and the immense magical power bestowed upon him as the master of the Elder Wand had enabled him to transcend the peak of human strength since assuming this identity. Furthermore, his innate talent and the study of death had elevated his mental acuity. His understanding of love was boundless. He traversed this path, progressively advancing toward a peak deemed inconceivable by others. Voldemort's magical prowess exceeded human constraints due to his body being altered through dark arts, bringing him closer to the essence of a magical creature, thus granting him a greater reservoir of magic. His soul, having been split 7 times, rendered him immortal, which contributed to his superiority over ordinary beings. Voldemort's fear of Dumbledore stemmed from the fact that, without the Elder Wand, no amount of physical alteration could rival the wand's inexhaustible magical might. Based on Zhang Heyang's deductions, the power of these two individuals should correspond to that of entities at the tribulation stage. Should magical cultivation also entail tribulations, they might have already transcended into beings comparable to those at the Great Ascension stage. This possibility was not without merit. After all, the legendary immortal King Arthur and his close friend, the foremost sage of the magical realm, Merlin, ultimately vanished, perhaps having discovered a means of ascension. As Zhang Heyang pondered this, a tightness gripped his heart. Although the harmonious state allowed for rapid shifts in combat style, it was not without its vulnerabilities. Skills were bound by cooldowns, and in this world, magic was learned through the activation of skills, which similarly incurred cooldown periods. The Avada Kedavra curse had a cooldown of 7 days. Can you believe it? Even the Patronus charm had a cooldown lasting 3 days. How could one possibly fight under such constraints? Moreover, the Taoist arts required by cultivators were not provided by the system, and emulating the learning methods of Hogwarts Library was unfeasible. As no cultivators existed in this world, with no avenues for study, he resolved to forge his own path. Zhang Heyang gritted his teeth. Could a living person truly perish from holding in their urine? He refused to believe that after all those years of immersing himself in fantasy novels, he could not conceive of a Taoist art. As Zhang Heyang contemplated this, a sudden blur of white surged toward him, startling him and causing him to stumble, nearly plunging from the dizzying heights. Good grief! At such an altitude, over 30,000 meters, rivaling that of a fighter jet. Should he fall, there would be nothing left but a cloud of dust. Whose bird was this that could soar so high? Did it not know that aircraft flight paths were free of avian interlopers? Glancing at the red dot on his minimap, he saw the name, Elite Boss, Heydonking. The boss description noted that the Heydonking, a bird of prey from Liaodong, is renowned for flying higher and faster than any other bird, embodying the spirit of the god of eagles. Legend has it that only one Heydonking emerges from 100,000 divine eagles, as recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Bah! Zhang Heyang's expression turned grim. Although he had never encountered a Heydonking, he knew it was not a large bird, with wingspan typically measuring only 2 to 3 meters. Yet, the creature before him boasted wings that stretched at least 10 meters, its entire form pure white, devoid of any blemish. Its claws gleamed like yellow jade, sharp and resplendent, even evoking a sense of danger that rivaled his own flying sword. Its amber eyes, keen and piercing, fixated on him, while its hooked beak glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Zhang Heyang felt an unsettling tightness in his chest. The abundance of spiritual energy here had seemingly turned animals into formidable beings. This jade-clawed creature was likely an ancient monster that had existed for millennia. And now, bereft of magic and Taoist arts, how could he contend with this Heydonking? With a resounding cry, the Heydonking launched itself toward Zhang Heyang at a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Though grand in size, its velocity was even more astonishing, striking with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, intent on vanquishing this intruder of its aerial domain. Taken aback, Zhang Heyang felt the winds whip around him as the creature approached. Instinctively, he summoned his flying sword, which materialized before him. With a thunderous clang, the collision reverberated through the air, leaving Zhang Heyang's ears ringing as the sword clashed against the bird's talons, sparks flying in the aftermath. The Heydonking, wounded, let out a piercing cry and retreated momentarily, only to return with renewed fury. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Heyang deployed his flying sword once more, positioning it directly in the path of the enraged Heydonking. Unexpectedly, this time the Eagle of the East had learned to be clever. Just as its claws were about to make contact with the flying sword, it abruptly veered in midair. The drifting eagle shifted behind Zhang Heyang, its colossal wings flapping to obscure his line of sight, followed by its sharp talons lunging fiercely at the back of his head. It was over. A weight of despair settled in Zhang Heyang's heart. A mere brush with such claws, capable of clashing with innate spiritual treasures, could easily lead to his demise 100 times over. Frantically, he scanned the skills on his list, but all were grayed out, inaccessible. In utter hopelessness, he shut his eyes. In that final moment, a vivid image of the 4 plates of dried fruits from the hotel flashed through his mind. As if possessed, he extended his hand from behind and shouted, "Steamed lamb." Chapter 23. The classic routine of showing off. On the brink of life and death, Zhang Heyang's actions seemed absurd, even somewhat foolish. Yet, astonishingly, as he uttered those 3 words, a surge of true essence surged around him. The air surrounding him grew dense. And the Eagle of the East, with its thunderous assault, appeared to be ensnared by invisible ropes, abruptly halting its advance. An indescribable fragrance wafted through the air. This scent was subtle, not overpowering, a delicate aroma that tugged at the deepest desires of creatures that required sustenance. Steamed lamb is a delectable dish made from lamb fetus, a staple of home-cooked meals. The method of steaming lamb has been documented in Qimin Yao Shu, dietary chapter, with detailed instructions in the Qing dynasty's Shisian Hongmi. And it serves as the first grand dish in a Manchu Han banquet. The Eagle of the East sensed a fierce energy locking onto it, and its millennia of cultivation heightened its alertness, causing it to emit a startled cry before flipping in midair, its claws ready to retaliate. Clang! A shower of blood erupted in the air, resembling a burst of crimson fireworks. The eagle was taken aback, letting out 2 piercing cries, flapping its wings and retreating several meters. Goodness, that was a bit too intense, wasn't it? Zhang Heyang gaped in astonishment. Claws that could contend with innate spiritual treasures had been inexplicably wounded by an unknown magic or technique. In truth, Zhang Heyang had not utilized the method of innate spiritual treasures. Otherwise, not only would this mere creature, the Eagle of the East, have been overwhelmed, but even true primordial beasts would have succumbed. However, this magical blade was different. As Zhang Heyang gazed at the ethereal magic blade, an inexplicable sensation arose within him, akin to perusing a recipe, visualizing the steps of cooking. Yes, indeed, it felt like reading a recipe. Steamed lamb, preparation method. First, gently slice open the unexposed lamb fetus, releasing the amniotic fluid. Was that not precisely akin to the initial step of cooking? The Eagle of the East appeared somewhat flustered, incessantly flapping its wings. With the might of a millennia-old beast, it could conjure a mini-storm on the ground. Yet, here, at an altitude of over 30,000 meters, it seemed as if some force had bound it, rendering its efforts utterly futile. The massive eagle fluctuated between seeming incredibly agitated and then suddenly doused with cold water, presenting a rather comical sight. Place the pot over the fire, add boiling water, and immerse the lamb fetus until the skin tightens, then rinse with cold water. Zhang Heyang muttered in disbelief, observing the eagle's state before him, reciting a passage from the recipe that had inexplicably appeared in his mind. Next, he continued to recite. Using a purple clay pot, add chicken broth, fresh milk, salt, chicken essence, scallions, ginger, silver fungus, and a lamb fetus, sealing the pot with cotton paper. And steaming it until tender? Indeed, as he spoke, a colossal purple object enveloped the Eagle of the East, resembling an enormous clay pot. Following that, a surge of magic was infused, akin to tossing scallions, ginger, and garlic into the pot, and the steam intensified, while the eagle's condition grew increasingly dire, its pristine white feathers becoming disheveled. Is this for real? The Eagle of the East was in trouble, and Zhang Heyang finally had the opportunity to unleash his full potential. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the flying sword, leisurely observing the eagle struggling within the invisible magic. A playful spirit ignited within him. He extended a finger towards the eagle and recalled the sensation of casting the previous spell, shouting once more, "Steamed bear paw." A tingling sensation coursed through Zhang Heyang, radiating from his outstretched right hand. The blue bar on his attribute panel plummeted rapidly, and before him, an invisible confinement emerged, ensnaring the eagle, which had just freed itself from the steamed lamb. Caw! A piercing cry of the eagle shattered countless clouds in the high sky, a deep-seated killing intent gleaming in the eagle's amber eyes. Who was it? It had reigned supreme in these skies for thousands of years, vanquishing countless foes since its birth, dominating the heavens for untold years, only to be toyed with by this strange, flying, hairless monkey-like creature that had suddenly appeared in its territory. The magnificent god of 10,000 eagles swore to obliterate this mocking, hairless monkey. The eagle screeched fiercely, yet Zhang Heyang paid no heed, thinking, "Want to fight me? Fine. But first, break free from that magic." Zhang Heyang, having unleashed the steam bear paw, continued to follow that lingering mystical sensation, calling out steamed deer tail, roast flower duck, roast chicks, and so forth, reciting names like a child encountering a fascinating new toy, eager to try everything. Each spell, varying in form, yet all immensely powerful, emerged at his command, causing the eagle to cry out in distress. The first 3 spells were manageable, despite their tremendous power. The eagle relied on its millennia of cultivation to hold its ground. However, the subsequent 3 spells were particularly lethal, specifically targeting avian creatures, proving increasingly difficult for the eagle to contend with. By the end, the eagle was left utterly dispirited, its once proud form resembling a drenched chicken. In truth, Zhang Heyang had also benefited from the situation. This creature had cultivated for several millennia in the spiritually rich lands of China, its power at least rivaling that of Voldemort. However, cultivators in this land were tenfold stronger, allowing Zhang Heyang's spells to easily suppress it. The more Zhang Heyang fought, the brighter his eyes shone. He seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. These spells, named after dishes, unleashed by him, were indeed comparable to the grand spells cast by Dumbledore and Leonard, both in scope and power. Moreover, their attacks specifically targeted the soul, a rarity in the magical realm. Why is the killing curse deemed unsolvable? It is precisely because it directly assaults the soul. Once struck, known countermeasures, aside from a few ancient spells like those cast by Lily for Harry, are virtually ineffective. After playing for a while, Zhang Heyang realized he could only cast a maximum of 6 dish-name spells: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast flower duck, roast chicks, and roast goose. Beyond that, his magical energy showed no signs of flowing, indicating he required greater strength to unleash further spells. Additionally, these dish-named spells consumed an enormous amount of magical energy. After merely 6 casts, Zhang Heyang's blue bar was nearly depleted. Such a waste. Zhang Heyang sighed as he gazed at his almost empty blue bar. Fortunately, his words dissipated with the wind at 30,000 feet above China, unheard by anyone. Otherwise, he would have attracted the attention of every wizard, including Dumbledore and Voldemort. A grand spell indeed. Ordinary individuals must typically resort to alchemical magical tools and intricate magic circles to unleash their powers. Yet here you are, uttering mere names of dishes, and in an instant, conjuring 6 of them. How can one expect Voldemort, a being who has sacrificed his very nose for the sake of power, to endure such a spectacle? Stand back. I am about to display my prowess. Zhang Heyang gestured with his hand, and an extraordinary pink luminescence enveloped him, shimmering enticingly and exuding a temptation so profound that any creature glancing upon it would find themselves irresistibly captivated. A calm, yet commanding voice resonated, akin to that of a deity descending from the heavens, proclaiming a timeless edict: submit or perish. Chapter 24. The Sea Eagle and the Wand. In the lofty heights of the stratosphere, where the air had become increasingly sweltering, two figures soared like lightning, their velocity so tremendous that they trailed behind a resounding sonic boom. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, their speed not only remained unabated, but accelerated further, as if engaged in a fierce race. One of these figures, resplendent in pure white and measuring over 10 meters at its widest point, was an awe-inspiring sea eagle. Yet, no matter how swiftly the sea eagle soared, it was accompanied by an almost invisible figure, the sword-flying Zhang Heyang, who maintained a leisurely pace beside it. Just moments prior, after releasing 6 powerful spells, Zhang had felt the constraints of the spiritual energy from the Chinese mainland loosen, granting him the ability to wield conventional magic. Though this moment was fleeting, Zhang's experience of unity with the cosmos endowed him with an astonishing reflex, allowing him to tame the formidable sea eagle. The Lure of Light. A 13th level mage skill harnessed the power of lightning to commune with the heavens and release a captivating glow that influenced the will of living beings. It was an unparalleled spell for domestic travel and pet taming. Those familiar with gaming lore understand that it is most effective to capture creatures when they are gravely weakened. Despite the sea eagle's pride and its millennia of existence, it was cowed by Zhang's overwhelming strength, particularly after being struck by 3 spells tailored for avian foes, rendering it nearly incapacitated. With the Lure of Light in effect, the sea eagle followed Zhang without a moment's hesitation. However, even after being tamed, the sea eagle's inherent pride refused to yield easily, resulting in a thrilling contest of speed between man and bird in the skies. The sea eagle soon realized that, regardless of how much it accelerated, its new master could effortlessly keep pace, a testament to Zhang's apparent ease, as though he had yet to exert himself fully. Ultimately, the sea eagle conceded. Its greatest asset lay not in combat prowess, but in its flight speed, and the realization that Zhang could match it without apparent effort humbled the proud creature. With a gentle nudge of its massive head against Zhang's chest, the sea eagle inadvertently caused him to stumble, and it slowed its pace, casting a curious glance at its master as if asking whether he wished to ride upon its back for ease of travel. Zhang, reflecting on his recent overexertion from casting spells and the urgency of their journey, nodded in agreement. He gracefully leapt onto the sea eagle's broad back, which was more than 10 meters wide, providing a stable perch. Moreover, the sea eagle possessed a natural magical aura, forming a protective shield along its back that deflected air resistance and the fierce winds, sparing Zhang the need to expend his own magic for protection. What a magnificent creature! Zhang marveled, delighting in the soft, voluminous feathers beneath him. The illustrious poet Li Bai of the Tang dynasty once wrote, "With flowing sleeves like a bird, the sea eagle comes from the sea." This majestic bird beneath him was undoubtedly a supreme entity in the realm of magic. Or owls and crows compared to this sea eagle. Even Hedwig from Harry Potter ultimately fell to Voldemort's minions. But this one? It could face Voldemort head-on. With the sea eagle's ability to fight, endure, and maneuver, not only would it withstand Voldemort, but could likely return unscathed from an entire legion of Death Eaters. In contrast, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, paled in comparison. Zhang had no doubt that if true phoenixes existed in this world, they might surpass a sea eagle. Yet Dumbledore's phoenix seemed merely a diluted subspecies, possessing limited abilities beyond healing with its tears and the ability to be reborn from flames. It was time to procure a wand. Relying solely on hand gestures to cast spells during battles was hardly practical. With a pat on the sea eagle's back, almost as if they were communicating telepathically, the great bird veered southward. Why venture to Hainan? Zhang had contemplated this long before he even realized this world lacked a China. To him, the most suitable wood for crafting a wand could only be Chinese. Among Chinese woods, the esteemed Wangwali, or Hainan yellow sandalwood, was renowned as the king of timber. Zhang recalled that even a small piece of this wood could fetch thousands of yuan, while prime pieces commanded tens of thousands. Initially, he had considered merely enchanting some scrap wood, but given its rarity and high demand, even wealth could not guarantee acquisition. Now, however, the untouched woods of Hainan, devoid of human presence, would likely yield splendid specimens. Zhang intended to select the largest and finest piece of wand wali, extracting the central core to fashion his wand. But what a wand core? Zhang pondered for a moment. Both Harry Potter's and Voldemort's wands contained cores from Dumbledore's phoenix feather, igniting a decade-spanning duel steeped in fervor. With Harry's life saved multiple times due to this shared core. If Fox's feathers proved so potent, could his sea eagle's feathers not serve a similar purpose? Sensing Zhang's scrutinizing gaze upon its plumage, the sea eagle instinctively quickened its pace, feeling an inexplicable tension. Perhaps it was best not to pluck a feather. After all, the creature had labored for millennia. Following the spell of Lure of Light, a peculiar bond formed between the mage and the tamed creature, and sensing the sea eagle's anxiety, Zhang chuckled softly, deciding against feather removal. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes brightened at the sight of a colossal tree fell before him. This ghost-faced purple oil pear, with such density, it must be worth billions, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The sea eagle's swiftness ensured that soon, the duo reached Hainan. After a week of diligent searching, Zhang finally selected a tree that resonated harmoniously with his inner magic, infusing his innate energy into the sword he had summoned, cleaving through the wood in a single stroke. Zhang did not merely extract a segment from the wand wali, but, utilizing his formidable innate energy, he transfigured the massive tree into a slender wand, approximately 13 1/10 inches in length, as per the conventions of Y country. Though the number 13 may carry superstitions in a nation steeped in Christianity, Zhang dismissed such concerns. He believed in the celestial supremacy of the Jade Emperor and found solace in the fact that 13 1/10 inches aligned perfectly with the Chinese measurement of a foot, providing him with a sense of comfort and satisfaction. The staff's body has been crafted, yet the core remains a mystery. Perhaps I should pluck a feather from the azure eagle. After all, a single feather is of no significant consequence. Just look at Dumbledore, who routinely harvests feathers from his phoenix to sell to Ollivander for wand making. Surely, I could acquire just one feather. How generous that would be. Zhang Heyang leered at the azure eagle with a lascivious gaze, rubbing his hands together and drooling as he approached, startling the majestic creature in his soaring high into the sky, quickly becoming a mere speck in the distance. But all I desire is a single feather. How miserly of you. Frustrated, Zhang Heyang kicked the tree where the azure eagle had just perched, only to feel a sharp pain coursing through his body. It was not merely the pain in his foot. Rather, a profound sensation surged within him. His entire essence pulsed with energy, every fiber of his being distinctly informing him that the very tree harbored the core he sought. What manner of tree is this? Initially, Zhang Heyang had paid little heed, but as the strange sensation intensified, his face contorted in astonishment. Chapter 25. Returning to Y country to cook suddenly, Zhang Heyang recalled the identity of this tree. Agarwood. And not just any agarwood, but a superior grade. In his past life, he lacked the ability to recognize such precious timber, yet in this life, the volumes he had perused within the Hogwarts library were ample. Though the authors had never traversed the Chinese mainland, agarwood is not exclusive to China. It is also sourced from Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and other Southeast Asian nations. In his previous life, it was difficult to ascertain which region produced the finest quality. But in this existence, it was undeniable that the agarwood thriving on the spiritually enriched lands of the Chinese mainland, absorbing energy for thousands of years, surpassed all others. No, it could be said to be utterly unrivaled. Zhang Heyang drew his sword and meticulously scraped away the bark and trunk, inhaling the rich medicinal aroma emanating from the wood. Feeling enveloped in tranquility, he sensed that with the aid of this fragrant agarwood, he could cultivate for an extended period within the spiritually abundant environment of the Chinese mainland. Eureka! After carving away roughly 1/5 of the wood, he beheld amber-colored crystallization. Zhang Heyang immediately recognized that this agarwood was exponentially superior to the varieties referenced in the tomes of Hogwarts as precious magical potions. Indeed, the value of agarwood lies not in the trunk itself, but in the copious amounts of fragrant resin it secretes in response to injury and fungal infection. A substance known for its high density as water agarwood. The agarwood tree, once it begins to produce fragrance due to illness, undergoes a prolonged maturation period, requiring several years to decades. However, a quality piece of agarwood takes decades, even centuries, to form. Thus, the saying in China goes, "One tael of agarwood is worth one tael of gold." Yet this pertains to ordinary agarwood. The tree before him had undoubtedly existed for over 10,000 years, far surpassing the age of the azure eagle. Over 10,000 years. The mere thought of this exhilarated Zhang Heyang, This was an ancient wonder, surviving in a land teeming with spiritual energy for millennia. How precious it must be. Ordinary agarwood, being a resin, while existing independently, ultimately permeates the wood, forming agarwood timber. What lay before him now? After merely scraping away 1/5, he had already uncovered resin that had formed independently, distinct from the wood. He continued to carve, with renewed fervor. Zhang Heyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he wielded his sword, swiftly stripping the surrounding bark and even beckoning the azure eagle back to assist in clearing the upper portions of the towering tree. What remained was a colossal amber pillar. Indeed, it was a pillar. The center of this tree was entirely hollow, with almost no trace of wood remaining. It was a solid mass of agarwood. Melt for me. Zhang Heyang cradled the agarwood pillar, drooling profusely, completely oblivious to the oil coating his hands as he fervently channeled his essence. Under the relentless infusion of his energy, the massive agarwood pillar shrank visibly, much like the previous encounter with the azure eagle, who gazed upon him with gratitude. It was said that spiritual creatures possess an innate ability to locate treasures, and today, this was indeed true. In ancient times, when a phoenix perched upon the parasol tree, it was discovered by the Emperor Fuxi, who felled the tree to create the legendary 7-stringed yueqin. Today, his own ancient companion, the azure eagle, had bestowed upon him a marvelous surprise from its branch. The azure eagle, witnessing Zhang Heyang's intent gaze as if he meant to pluck its feathers for a stew, felt an involuntary shiver, beginning to regret its hasty decision to acknowledge him as its master. It was indeed a rash choice. With a flap of its wings, it soared away, oblivious to Zhang Heyang's protests of betrayal. What? You refuse to assist for lack of gain? Oh, little azure, how can you be so superficial? Today, allow me to impart to you the spirit of internationalism, the essence of communism, so you may learn from Bethune, from Zhang's side, from Lei Feng. Time, like a slow-moving cart, passed unhurriedly, yet in the blink of an eye, a month and a half had elapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Within the dense forest, the sound of resounding explosions echoed, as if a series of detonations were unfolding. Amidst the chaos stood Zhang Heyang, surrounded by disarray, the ground nearly unrecognizable. In his hand, he held a wooden staff radiating a purplish glow, adorned with ghostly patterns, faintly fragrant as the mountain breeze carried its scent far and wide. This was none other than Zhang Heyang's wand, crafted from Hainan yellow rosewood with a core of millennia-old water agarwood. The ancient agarwood had proven significantly more challenging to refine than the yellow rosewood, taking Zhang Heyang 3 weeks to shape it into a suitable core. Subsequently, he devoted another 3 weeks to melding these two extraordinary materials together. He had no intention of seeking Ollivander for wand crafting. After all, Ollivander was the official wand maker of Y Country, and each wand he forged was recorded within the Ministry of Magic. Utilizing a wand made by him would essentially place Zhang Heyang under the watchful eye of that fool Fudge, a prospect he was loath to entertain. Fortunately, he had studied wand-making literature at Hogwarts, although he had never attempted it himself, armed with the quality of these two divine materials and his unparalleled skills. Crafting a functional wand posed no challenge. To his astonishment, as he prepared to begin the melding process, a consciousness unexpectedly emerged from the innate spiritual treasure, his sword. This consciousness, though incomplete, was remarkably clear. Zhang Heyang felt a jolt of realization. This was the technique of artifact refinement employed by cultivators, and it was a method bestowed by an innate treasure. It surpassed anything Ollivander could offer. How did the first wand he crafted compare to Ollivander's creations? What the unbroken lineage of wand-making since ancient times? Could it rival the legacy of an innate treasure? At that moment, Zhang Heyang's opinion of Dumbledore's so-called Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, could be distilled into but 2 words: rubbish. With a flick of his wand, Zhang Heyang pointed in a specific direction, and instantly, a vast expanse of space, including the earth, trees, rocks, and living creatures, was tossed and turned as if thrown into a colossal iron pot, swirling chaotically before ultimately collapsing into a heap of rubble. Amidst the ruins, the remains of 2 wolves and several rabbits emitted a delightful scent reminiscent of fish. This was a spell of Zhang Heyang's own devising, or one might say, a form of Taoist magic. Once he achieved a harmonious union with the cosmos, he found enlightenment remarkably effortless. The grand banquet dishes he had conjured were undeniably powerful, yet their immense consumption rendered them impractical for everyday use. Thus, Zhang Heyang opted to create spells inspired by simple home-cooked meals instead. Task accomplished. Zhang Heyang gazed at his masterpiece with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and declared, It is high time I returned to Y Country to prepare a meal. Chapter 26. A grand entrance is essential. In Y Country, within a sprawling medieval castle estate, Dumbledore, donned in a purple cloak, merrily twirled in circles, his wand dancing gracefully in his hand. With each flourish, the very environment of the campus transformed around him. What a delightful day it is, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore beamed at the approaching elderly lady. A new batch of young students shall soon be arriving. This is the new hope of the magical realm, and our wizarding community is about to flourish once more. Headmaster, you are perpetually so unprofessional, Professor McGonagall retorted, her gaze a mixture of annoyance and resignation. While it's essential to indulge in leisure activities alongside work and study, one must also remember the importance of responsibility. Dumbledore's countenance radiated joy, a stark contrast to the gravity of his esteemed position as the world's foremost white wizard, the closest embodiment of the legendary Merlin. It was almost unfathomable that he could derive such exhilaration from performing minor magical alterations. A flicker of admiration crossed Professor McGonagall's face. Perhaps it was this pure, childlike love for magic and dedication to its study that had propelled Dumbledore to such remarkable heights of achievement. Finished, Dumbledore exclaimed, affixing the final piece of colorful ribbon with his wand before casually tucking it into his cloak. He turned to Professor McGonagall with a cheerful smile, saying, I do wish I had brought some snacks today. What a pity. A hint of regret crossed his features. To be honest, I am relieved that you have not attempted to peddle those ridiculous trinkets once again, Professor McGonagall replied. You are aware that the school year is about to commence. Yet you have yet to deliver the letters for the new students. The notices. Dumbledore's gaze flickered as he realized, his voice dropping to a lower tone. They are in my office. I shall bring them to you this afternoon. Really? Professor McGonagall eyed him skeptically. Heavens above, you haven't forgotten to write them again. Have you? Seeing Dumbledore's silence, she understood his implication. Dumbledore, this is the 5th time. Without these notices, the young witches and wizards will be unaware of their acceptance into Hogwarts. I understand you are busy, but surely nothing could be more important than these letters. Are you willing to let an entire year pass without any new students appearing in Y Country? Calm down, Minerva, calm down, Dumbledore replied, feigning nonchalance as he stroked his beard, adopting a rather comical demeanor. We are part of a magical society. Such matters can be sorted out swiftly. However, Professor McGonagall's ire only intensified, further fueled by Dumbledore's flippant attitude. If it can be resolved quickly, then there should be no reason to delay until today to write them. What on earth is that? Her words were abruptly drowned out by a tremendous, thunderous roar from the sky. A streak of purple lightning zipped across the heavens, resembling a long sword, upon which stood an individual. Poised and upright, the figure faced the fierce winds, clad in an unfamiliar dark red robe that billowed dramatically. This person was descending directly towards the spot where she and Dumbledore stood. As he plummeted, his speed only increased. Had Dumbledore not been grinning beside her, Professor McGonagall would have instinctively drawn her wand to defend herself. With a resounding crash, the purple lightning struck the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater in the grass, even causing the ancient castle nearby to tremble slightly. Must every entrance be so spectacular, Heyang? Dumbledore chuckled, watching the billowing dust rise from the impact. I find it curious. Do you always engage in light-hearted banter with the old lady every time I return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore? A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the haze, revealing a young man emerging from the crater, encased in a translucent protective shield. It was none other than Zhang Heyang. I'm beginning to suspect you might truly be a rogue, Zhang Heyang remarked as he floated to the ground, shaking his robes to dissipate the magical barrier and retracting the long sword into his being. He then seemingly conjured a wand from thin air, lightly shaking it to restore the ravaged terrain. Professor McGonagall, although irritated by Zhang Heyang's seemingly irreverent demeanor, could not overlook the impressive display of his powers. Thus, she cautiously inquired, Oh, I nearly forgot to inform you that I have found a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore, his mind often lost in trivialities, snapped back to attention. This lovely lady beside me is Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and the Transfiguration Professor. You are indeed correct. She is a dear friend of mine. Professor McGonagall. She shot Dumbledore a sharp glare, but with another equally unreliable individual present, Dumbledore appeared emboldened, gesturing towards Zhang Heyang with a shrug. It is my honor to introduce to you Zhang Heyang, the new head of Hufflepuff House and our defense against the dark arts instructor. China must be rather fascinating, Zhang Heyang. Upon realizing that this overly youthful individual was the very cause of her dear friend Professor Sprout's injuries, Professor McGonagall initially harbored no intention of being cordial. Yet, upon hearing Dumbledore's final words, she could not suppress her astonishment. That is a forbidden realm of magic. Even Voldemort, no, not just Voldemort, but Arthur, Merlin, Alexander the Great, and the 4 founders of Hogwarts, none dared to tread upon that sacred ground. And Dumbledore had just mentioned that this man had returned from China. Moreover, his tone suggested that it was not an escapade of danger, but rather a simple holiday. Professor McGonagall felt as though her entire worldview had been upended. Indeed, it is enjoyable, but the lack of civilization can be quite stifling. The ability to wield magic freely is truly delightful. Zhang Heyang grinned, extending his hand towards Professor McGonagall. Hello, Professor McGonagall. I am Zhang Heyang. I sincerely apologize for having caused distress to Professor Sprout. In atonement, I shall assume her responsibilities and guide Hufflepuff House toward continued glory. Greetings, Professor Zhang. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Zhang Heyang, exuding politeness complemented by formidable strength, extended his hand. Professor McGonagall, a colleague with whom he would collaborate for at least the next decade, reciprocated the gesture with equal courtesy, gently shaking Zhang Heyang's hand. My apologies, Heyang. Now that you have returned, I happen to have a request for you, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling as he observed the handshake between Zhang Heyang and Professor McGonagall. Could you kindly accompany Hagrid to number 4, Privet Drive, to fetch Harry Potter for me? Chapter 27, The Wand Wholesale Affair. Privet Drive? Zhang Heyang raised an eyebrow. Isn't this typically a task you would assign to Hagrid? Do you not trust him? On the contrary, Dumbledore replied gently, I would entrust my life to him. Indeed, your gentle giant of a bodyguard. Without your shelter, he and his menagerie of dangerous creatures would surely be doomed. Of course, his loyalty is unquestionable, Zhang Heyang remarked nonchalantly. However, if I am not mistaken, you must have heard some whispers. Hagrid is also to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone, is he not? Your trust in him is well placed. But perhaps you are placing an undue amount of faith in me. I hope you understand. My relationship with Hagrid is one of threat and exploitation. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, resembling a dried-up chocolate frog, as he expressed his surprise. Unexpectedly, you are aware of the Philosopher's Stone. Come now, old Dumbledore. Your connection with Nicholas Flamel is inscribed on the chocolate frog cards. One cannot expect everyone to feign ignorance before you, Zhang Heyang chuckled. The most renowned alchemist of the last millennium, the sole known individual capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone. The temptation of immortality is immense. I doubt Hagrid could best me. Indeed, he cannot, Dumbledore responded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face like a child caught with his hand in the candy jar. Frankly, this matter is too significant for Hagrid, who is somewhat careless and unable to wield magic. Should an unforeseen event arise, he may struggle to cope. While I trust in Hagrid's abilities, having a formidable ally, such as yourself, would provide greater assurance, would it not? Very well, but I wish to have the stone for a couple of days. Zhang Heyang began to negotiate. What a jest. I am a teacher at Hogwarts, not your personal soldier. Dumbledore, even if I were, an emperor does not lack for soldiers. Surely some form of remuneration is in order? Oh, that simply will not do, Heyang. Trust me, you will find no interest in it, and it concerns an agreement between Nicholas and me. So please understand our position. Dumbledore smoothly declined, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Then, a pack of elixir of life for me, Zhang Heyang stated, hands clasped behind his back, establishing his boundary. Agreed, Professor. Provided you ensure the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore winked, acquiescing. He retrieved a rusted key from the pocket of his purple robe and handed it to Zhang Heyang, the key to Gringotts. I believe it would be feasible to summon it with a summoning charm, Zhang Heyang mumbled as he pocketed the key, turning to depart. Hagrid's hut and its occupant were quite conspicuous, making them impossible to miss. Dumbledore, you cannot so easily entrust the Philosopher's Stone to another, Professor McGonagall said anxiously, observing Zhang Heyang's retreating figure. His immense power could prove more dangerous than Voldemort himself, should he desire immortality. You have stated the obvious. He possesses tremendous strength, Dumbledore shrugged. To be candid, since his return from the mainland of China, I am uncertain if I could rival Professor Zhang. If he harbored any thoughts of duplicity, he would have acted long ago rather than return to Hogwarts to see me. We can safely assume he is not of a malicious nature. Dumbledore, you are always so readily trusting of others. Professor McGonagall shook her head. Your past leniency towards Voldemort was excessive. Not everyone possesses your kindness. I believe he is inherently more benevolent than I, and that he will surpass my own achievements, Dumbledore replied as he turned back. bowing in a gentlemanly manner and linking arms with Professor McGonagall as they made their way into the castle for lunch. Unbeknownst to Zhang Heyang, he had not overheard Dumbledore's conversation with Professor McGonagall. Even if he had, he would have scoffed at the thought, knowing Dumbledore was already aware of the Philosopher's Stone's existence. If he were to scheme to seize it, there would be no way for Dumbledore to prevent him. After all, the stone was not in Dumbledore's possession, nor was it hidden within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. Thus, should Zhang Heyang truly wish to claim it, even the vaults of Gringotts, which Quirrell had breached, would likely pose a far lesser challenge for him. "Hello, Hagrid." Zhang Heyang strolled leisurely to the edge of the grass, approaching the forbidden forest, and found a small hut. Standing outside, he called out, "Who is it?" A deep, rumbling voice emanated from within the wooden structure, followed by a command as if shooing something away. "Back off, Fong. Back off." The commotion of barking within the hut was too loud to ignore. With a thunderous bang, the door swung open. Standing in the doorway was a colossal figure, nearly obscured by a tangled mane of hair and a bushy beard, though his beetle-like eyes twinkled beneath the wild locks. Zhang Heyang also noticed a massive hound behind the giant, its bark deep and thunderous, baring its teeth and growling at him. "A fine Neapolitan Mastiff," Zhang Heyang remarked honestly, "though I must admit, its appearance is somewhat less than appealing." Indeed, the hound was far from handsome, resembling a wrinkled Shar-Pei, particularly in the eyes of Hagrid, who seemed to find it charming. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a trustworthy companion. Where did one find such a remarkable dog? Well said. The giant clapped his hands, each palm the size of a dustbin lid, producing a sound that echoed throughout the clearing. Zhang Heyang felt the noise was even louder than the sonic boom he created while flying. "You like dogs? Fong is my old mate. I found him behind a heap of rubbish in Knockturn Alley. The poor little thing was smaller than my palm back then. There are not many dogs smaller than your palm." Zhang Heyang thought to himself, casting a glance at the giant's hand, silently mocking, "Very well, next year I shall bring back a Tibetan Mastiff, and we shall compare notes. China is vast. Soaring above it yields little in the way of discovery. But traversing the entirety of China on foot while collecting treasures is a task of epic proportions." "Tibetan what?" The giant's gaze clouded with confusion, indicating he had never encountered that term before. "Tibetan Mastiff, my friend, a specialty of China. I shall bring one back for you," Zhang Heyang remarked, unfazed by the shock his words elicited, a provocation akin to openly cursing Voldemort. "China? Truly?" The giant stepped back in astonishment, lowering his voice. "You have been to China? The continent behind there?" "Of course," Zhang Heyang replied nonchalantly, utterly unconcerned with the giant's apparent dizziness. "I believe only by including that part can one claim to have experienced the entirety of China. Indeed, I have long been aware of the presence of extraordinary beasts in that area." However, the words of the giant became stammered and filled with reverence, rendering me hesitant to approach. To be honest, even from a distance, I felt my body grow weak and feeble. Moreover, I was fortunate enough to witness a colossal creature shatter a great mountain along the border. I understand that being a half-blood giant, you possess the lineage of magical beings. Hence the restrictions of the anti-magic zones in China have a more pronounced effect on you. Zhang Heyang, however, appeared utterly unfazed. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" The giant took 2 steps back, grasping a pink umbrella leaning against the door, his expression shifting to one of wariness. "What is your purpose here?" "Enough, Hagrid. I'm a new head of Hufflepuff, and Dumbledore has asked me to accompany you to retrieve Harry Potter and reclaim the Philosopher's Stone. He likely believes it is not safe in the hands of the goblins, though I suspect he may simply be losing his faculties," Zhang Heyang remarked. "How dare you speak ill of Dumbledore?" Hagrid's fury ignited instantly, his voice booming as he swung the umbrella in a circle like a lasso. "I care not who you are. Leave my sight, leave Hogwarts. Come now, Hagrid. Put away that ridiculous trinket. Holding that out in public, do you truly consider yourself a student of Dumbledore?" Zhang Heyang, with a speed unseen by Hagrid, snatched the umbrella, casting it aside without a glance, then waved his wand, conjuring a wall composed of wands before them. "Choose one. I made them myself. Rest assured, the ministry will be none the wiser." Hagrid stared in astonishment at the wooden wall, swallowing hard. This fellow, could he possibly be in the wand business, competing with Ollivander? "This is a matter sanctioned by the ministry, which prohibits me from using magic. Thus, these self-crafted wands should serve you well." Zhang Heyang chuckled softly, observing Hagrid's hesitance. "Wait, why does Zhang Heyang possess so many wands?" Hagrid stammered. "Crafting wands? You think a mere nascent spirit cultivator could master such a craft in one go?" If not done properly, it would be a waste of the rare sea yellow and water sandalwood I finally procured. While it is true that, given the current state of mainland China, it would not be particularly difficult to find 2 trees that rival or surpass these in quality, wasting resources is never prudent. Thus, Zhang Heyang devoted his time to practicing. Rather than extracting the essence from whole trees, he opted for a more conventional approach to wand making, selecting segments for crafting. A single towering tree could yield hundreds of wands. Excluding those he had ruined, his finished wands numbered no less than 10,000. Fortunately, wands consist only of a shaft and a core. If they were genuine magical artifacts, it would take decades to achieve any notable success. You claim to be the head of Hufflepuff, or Professor Sprout? Hagrid inquired hesitantly. Did Dumbledore truly send you to retrieve that object? Indeed, it is I. Zhang Heyang replied with a hint of amusement. Professor Sprout is injured. Have you not visited her during your time at Hogwarts? As for the Philosopher's Stone, it is merely a trinket for prolonging life and producing gold. Do you think I have any need for such wealth? He tossed the rusted key given to him by Dumbledore toward Hagrid. Here, take care of the keeper keys. Choose a wand. We must be on our way. It must be inconvenient for you without magic. Zhang Heyang's words elevated his image in Hagrid's eyes. What defines a truly accomplished individual? This is what a true master embodies. Possessing the power of a headmaster, yet speaking calmly with this large, somewhat foolish man, offering him thousands of wands, while treating the coveted Philosopher's Stone as nothing more than a toy. Such an attitude, dismissive of wealth and fame, mirrors Dumbledore himself. Whatever is associated with Dumbledore commands Hagrid's utmost respect. As for the authenticity of his claims, there could be no doubt. No one could steal a key from Dumbledore. Well, I shan't be polite then, Hagrid mumbled, awkwardly tugging at his unruly beard. I don't possess any galleons to purchase a wand. His words rang true. There is no position for a gamekeeper at Hogwarts, only a private employment by Dumbledore with modest pay. I believe the wand you hold, the 12th from the right, may suit you better. Why not give it a try? You've heard Ollivander's saying, the wand chooses the wizard. Do not fret over costs. Consider it a gift from me. Noticing Hagrid about to withdraw after casually grasping the wand at the edge, Zhang Heyang advised, I'm a teacher at Hogwarts, and you're my student. Although you are much older than I, your education at Hogwarts remains unfinished, and I have the obligation to impart the remaining knowledge to you. Thus, you are now my personal student. It is only natural for a teacher to assist a student in need. Zhang Heyang held a genuine admiration for Hagrid. He was loyal, kind-hearted, and brave, appearing fierce yet possessing a certain softness beneath. Despite his formidable physicality and the rare creatures he cared for, Hagrid could certainly be a significant force within a magical world. Even if he relied solely on trading valuable magical beast materials, he could easily become a wealthy man. Yet, out of gratitude, he resolutely remained at Hogwarts, serving as a humble gamekeeper. Talent can be nurtured, but character is immutable, and it is this quality that Zhang Heyang valued most. Besides, Hagrid's admission to Hogwarts indicated he possessed some magical aptitude. After being wronged by Voldemort, having his wand broken by the Ministry, and subsequently being expelled, he had lost hope and ceased pursuing magical studies. Perhaps Dumbledore respected his wishes or deemed him strong enough, believing that Hagrid's loyalty sufficed, thus providing no further assistance. But Zhang Heyang saw things differently. Previously, he could have remained indifferent, but now as a teacher, he vowed to showcase the principles of mentorship rooted in Chinese culture. From Confucius and Mencius' teaching without discrimination to Han Yu's notion of a teacher being a lifelong father. This tradition has woven through thousands of years of Chinese history, with the teacher-student relationship being a vital aspect. It is through teachers that legacies are carried forth. As a teacher at Hogwarts, all its students are my students. My students must never be wronged. This one won't do. Try another. This one is decent. Yet I feel the resonance is insufficient. Look at this one again. This one has promise. If nothing better presents itself, you may choose it. The entire afternoon was spent on the castle grounds, where Zhang Heyang and Hagrid diligently tested wands. Zhang Heyang patiently guided Hagrid as they sifted through wand after wand until they finally discovered one that suited him perfectly. When Hagrid wielded that wand, a tremendous surge of magic surged forth, nearly appending his modest hut. 50 years later, the sensation of magical power re-emerged within his grasp, causing Hagrid to cover his face with his hands in sheer exhilaration, softly sobbing. This feeling was all too familiar, as if he had been practicing every day despite the passage of time. While everyone had grown accustomed to Hagrid being a lovable giant with an affinity for peculiar creatures, only he understood the depths of his yearning to wield magic and prove his worth. After all, he was a wizard. His palm, the size of a dustbin lid, shielded his visage, while Zhang Heyang had never before perceived the giant's face, larger than a baby carriage, as so vulnerable. Ye rushed to Hagrid's feet, attempting to console him, only to be drenched by the immense tears that fell like rain, leaving him soaked to the skin. Calm down, Hagrid. I will find a way to speak to the Ministry of Magic and have them revoke their judgment against you. Zhang Heyang, though not short, had to rise on tiptoe just to pat Hagrid's waist in a gesture of comfort. Even if they refuse, I shall storm the entire Ministry of Magic and confront Fudge, that fool, and inquire whether he seeks your life or merely the Ministry's reputation. Thank you, Professor Zhang. I am truly grateful, Hagrid exclaimed, his voice erupting into a great howl, or perhaps more accurately, a lament, as he rambled incoherently about his gratitude. Zhang Heyang, observing the weeping giant, felt a stirring within. He was not a saint, yet he could not bear to see his students bullied. In the future, when students claimed, I am a student of Zhang, their adversaries would recoil in fear, retreating and offering apologies. The thought alone was exhilarating. Chapter 29. Strength in Confrontation, Deception and Strategy. Hagrid sobbed for quite some time before he finally composed himself, sniffling slightly as he said, Did I make you the subject of jest, Professor Zhang? You weren't serious about confronting the Ministry, were you? Of course I am serious. I am not one to play the benevolent fool like Dumbledore, Zhang replied. To Hagrid's astonishment, the young man before him displayed no trepidation towards the formidable Ministry of Magic, casually stating, If someone dares to provoke me, I shall certainly retaliate. After all, I have just taken on the Ministry of Magic in M Country. I might as well do the same with Y Country's Ministry and possibly achieve something remarkable in the process. Hagrid was left speechless. He had intended to lighten the somber atmosphere with a jest about confronting the Ministry, yet this teacher was utterly unreliable. That is the Ministry of Magic, my friend. Within it are countless Aurors and Enforcers, each a formidable opponent, not to mention the legions of Dementors from Azkaban backing them. Voldemort himself could not conquer the Ministry. Do you truly intend to treat it as a mere dungeon to clear for loot? What achievements could possibly come from that? I cannot fathom whether you possess an enormous heart or simply lack common sense. Zhang Heyang had no intention of jesting. His mindset was one of strength in confrontation and cunning in strategy. He had always viewed his journey as a game, treating the Ministry of Magic as a mere dungeon to conquer. As for the societal implications, Zhang was adamant in his assertion that his conflict with the Ministry of Magic and M was due to their abuse of power and wrongful arrests of good people, even hinting at racial discrimination. He claimed his retaliation was a necessity, entirely disregarding the fact that he had single-handedly smacked down an entire Ministry of Magic. I didn't even wield a wand. If I am weak, then what of it? Leonard, in a fit of despair, cried out in the restroom, lamenting that he had wielded a wand and unleashed powerful magic only to be left in a state of disarray, while Zhang remained unscathed. However, it was merely within the confines of his new position as the head of the Auror office that Leonard voiced his grievances. Far across the Atlantic, where Zhang could not hear him. Even if he had, Zhang would have responded with righteous indignation, stating that he had eaten too much greasy food lately, resulting in the loss of several strands of hair. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic in Y was no better. Hogwarts was the sole magical school in Y, and Hagrid had been expelled, even spending days in Azkaban. This amounted to the destruction of a once promising wizard's life, all due to the incompetence of successive ministers of magic who prioritized the Ministry's reputation over a potentially extraordinary talent. Indeed, extraordinary talent it was. While Hagrid's giant lineage may have dulled his intellect, it provided him with formidable physical strength and magical resistance. Coupled with the unique learning abilities bestowed by his human ancestry, Zhang was confident that a fully nurtured Hagrid would surpass even the strongest of heads of houses. To be frank, Hagrid, until they walked the path out of Hogwarts. I must continue to say, had it not been for the Minister of Magic placing the blame on you for Voldemort, you might have long since ascended to the ranks of Headmaster-level strength, even shining brilliantly in the battle against Voldemort. Surely, you would not lag behind Sirius? With a sound akin to a whistle, Hagrid emitted a noise of distaste, his vast, dark face contorted with loathing and hatred. He slammed his fist into the enormous motorcycle before him, causing the seemingly sturdy vehicle to cave in. Even if I were to hide on the fringes of the Forbidden Forest for eternity, I would still be 100 times better than that filthy, treacherous traitor who sold out his friends. Oh, so your past friends were not the finest of company, then? Speaking of which, this motorcycle you've been riding is still his, is it not? Zhang teased, gazing at the furious Hagrid with a smirk. The despicable wretch. He is utterly vile. Hagrid seethed, breathing heavily. Please, no more, Professor Zhang. I feel ill. Damn it. If it weren't for the task Dumbledore entrusted to me, I would never wish to touch his belongings again. What if there was a misunderstanding? Zhang mused, examining the flying motorcycle closely. He marveled at its intricate blend of magic, Muggle craftsmanship, and alchemical knowledge, far surpassing the simple enchanted car that Arthur Weasley had procured from Ministry. It could hardly withstand Hagrid's weight and might otherwise. The evidence is irrefutable. Irrefutable, Professor Zhang, Hagrid bellowed, shaking his massive fist in the air, realizing he was being rude to his benefactor. He sheepishly retracted his hand and softened his tone. At least a dozen Muggles and 4 wizards witnessed it. An entire street saw him use his wand to obliterate it. No one else possesses his level of power. Hagrid's chest heaved as he paced anxiously, his enormous boots stomping on the ground. This accursed traitor, who had gained such strength yet chose to align with the Dark Lord, betrayed his closest friend. Had it not been for him, poor little Harry would not have become an orphan. He wondered how Harry fared with his aunt and uncle. Hagrid's voice wavered again, hinting at tears once more. You must temper your impulsive and reckless nature, Hagrid, Zhang urged, observing the 4-meter giant oscillating between tears and fury. One must not take appearances at face value. One must cultivate their own judgment. Has Dumbledore ever voiced his opinion on this matter? If you allow your giant bloodline's volatility to dictate your actions. I say this with all due respect. No matter how strong you become, you will merely be a brute, never a true wizard. Being a true wizard matters little to me. I simply wish to assist Dumbledore, you, and the other professors in any manner I can. Hagrid, with a hearty chuckle, playfully slapped the back of his own head, causing Zhang Heyang to wonder if he might inadvertently detach his head from his neck. Well, you've granted me permission to retake the Hogwarts courses, and now you're my teacher. Surely you must assist me with any matters that arise, right? It's not as if you're foolish, leaving me to worry for nothing. Zhang rolled his eyes, and a long sword materialized beneath him, suspending him in midair. All right then, let's be off. Sounds good. How about we first pick up a cake for Harry? It's his 11th birthday, a momentous occasion marking his entry into the Wizarding World. It deserves a grand celebration. Hagrid twisted the ignition of his motorcycle, which roared to life as they soared into the sky. So, to the cake shop first? Zhang shouted against the wind, his protective barrier of true essence inadvertently enveloping Hagrid and his motorcycle as well. Indeed, Hagrid's bakery is renowned for its exquisite cakes and confections. I adore their treats. Hagrid grinned, though he added, it's a bit of a trek, perhaps a flight of 12 or 13 hours. You love them? Then their business must not be thriving, Zhang remarked, exasperated before dismissing the barrier and declaring, we've arrived. Time to descend. What? Arrived? Hagrid stared in bewilderment as he watched Zhang, cloaked in crimson, plummet swiftly towards the ground. I said 12 or 13 hours. We barely covered 12 or 13 seconds. Are you jesting? Yet, gazing at the familiar red brick and gray-tiled shop below, Hagrid couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang was not joking, for a grand sign proclaimed Hagrid's bakery. Established in 1890, renowned for superior baked goods, a century-old establishment. Chapter 30, A Bludgeon of Gallants. Hagrid's mind teetered on the edge of disbelief. Surely he must still be dreaming. Hagrid's bakery, even with the latest Nimbus 2000 broomstick, would take over 15 hours to reach. The fact that he could arrive in 12 hours on the Black family's magical motorcycle had already filled him with satisfaction. Yet, what in the world was happening with this individual? Just a few words exchanged, and barely 30 seconds had passed. Hagrid's expression mirrored that of a pig soaring through the sky as he exclaimed, Honestly, Professor Zhang, had I not known that only Dumbledore could perform apparition at Hogwarts, I would think you teleported us here. Well, Zhang scratched his head. ISNT a coincidence? I can do it too. Of course. He refrained from voicing the caveat that frequent use of such a method might lead to miscalculations or even getting lost in a void storm, leaving no trace behind. After all, he was a teacher. One must maintain a semblance of dignity, and such thoughts were best left unspoken. Hagrid's gaze upon Zhang had transformed entirely, now akin to that of a man observing an extraterrestrial being. Good morning, gentlemen. How may I assist you today? As Zhang and Hagrid stepped into the shop, a dapper little man in a tailcoat greeted them enthusiastically. Whether you're in the mood for cake, tarts, or rolls, Hagrid's bakery has it all. How about trying our new lava cake, featuring real magma? The essence of mountain dragon egg is aromatic enough to be detected from 2 miles away. And it's only 8 galleons of steel. Zhang's complexion paled slightly. He now understood why Hagrid cherished this bakery so dearly. Just listen to the peculiar ingredients they incorporate into their cakes. However, Zhang found it quite astonishing that such a haphazard establishment could survive for a century. Hagrid, in high spirits, strode forward, slapping the little man's shoulder with a hand resembling a millstone, laughing heartily. "Long time no see, Davis." Davis, with a pained expression and the floor creaking beneath him, made Zhang feel as though he were a wedge being hammered into the earth by an enormous mallet. Perhaps next year the wooden floorboards would become quite sturdy. After all, a century-old establishment always requires maintenance. Soon, they could even market their floorboards, offering customers a solid piece of flooring. "Hey there, need a sturdy floor?" Human-shaped wedges, reliable and robust, from Hagrid's Bakery, a century-old institution. Davis, with a grimace, dodged Hagrid's formidable hand and forced a smile, replying, "It's you, Hagrid. Unfortunately, we don't have materials for rock cakes. But how about a black forest cake made with salamander eggs?" "Come on, Davis, I don't have much money," Hagrid admitted candidly, glancing at the counter. "Just give me a sandcastle cake and that other year-round cake over there." Hagrid's gaze instinctively landed on a cake from the Natter region, but upon uttering it, he realized it was inappropriate. It was his first time preparing a birthday cake for Harry Potter. He quickly shifted his attention to a more modest cake priced at 12 sickles. Given Harry's reputation and status, it wouldn't do to present him with a subpar cake. Noticing Zhang's gaze, Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head and added, "If it weren't too expensive, I'd love to buy Harry the lava cake made with mountain dragon eggs. I tasted it when it was first introduced, and it was truly delightful. 2 of the dragon lava cakes, and do you have anything pricier?" "I'll take £2. Zhang declared without hesitation, pulling out a substantial number of galleons from his magically enhanced pouch and placing them on the counter. He had learned that Microsoft's business was thriving. With the release of Windows 95 in 1992, it had made waves in the stagnant IT market, and Bill Gates had become the world's richest man. His 5% stake might just make him the youngest billionaire on the planet, though exchanging dollars for pounds and then pounds for galleons was a hassle. Anyone who complained about such a substantial transaction was likely not in their right mind. "Thank you, sir. At Hagrid's Bakery, we provide the finest service." While Hagrid's rough demeanor may have seemed crass, in the eyes of those conducting business, such individuals with their foolishness and ample wealth were indeed the most charming. Davis's smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum. "Professor Zhang, Hagrid appeared utterly astonished, though his heart brimmed with gratitude, his voice trembling slightly. Despite his somewhat dull-witted nature, he was not foolish. His intellect was certainly intact. He clearly observed that Zhang had shown no interest when he initially introduced the cake. Yet upon hearing that it was delicious, he had promptly offered to purchase it. In Hagrid's memory, aside from his late father and Dumbledore, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. This was not merely a matter of spending money. It demonstrated an acute awareness of his feelings. Harry's father, James, had no qualms about buying Hagrid drink, but if Hagrid didn't mention it, James would never have realized Hagrid's desire for one. The cost of a few cakes was negligible, yet due to his half-giant heritage, few were willing to associate with him, and even fewer would look after him. In Hagrid's heart, Zhang, already a towering figure, had ascended to an even greater stature, almost approaching that of Dumbledore himself. "Don't worry, Hagrid. I'm a teacher at Hogwarts, you're a student, and soon, Harry Potter will be too. What's the big deal about buying 2 cakes?" Zhang Heyang gently patted Hagrid's waist, signaling him to remain calm, for he had already witnessed Hagrid's impending emotional outburst, a howl that would surely lead to tears of sentiment. Though Zhang Heyang possessed a keen awareness of Hagrid's sensibilities, he had no intention of delving into the thoughts of a man, particularly one as imposing as a half-giant. His actions were purely an exhibition of wealth. He was affluent, and he reveled in spending extravagantly, whether it was for a bicycle or a bus fare. He paid without haggling, indulging in a pancake with 2 eggs. Yes, and as for that cake, I'll have 20 dragon eggs, please." In the hallowed halls of the century-old establishment, silence enveloped the room, only to be pierced by Zhang Heyang's boisterous voice. After a prolonged moment, a disdainful sound, akin to a scoff, escaped from beside him. A middle-aged man with light golden hair stood there, his pale, sharp face adorned with a pair of burgundy eyes that glimmered with contempt. "How could you possibly consume so much?" he inquired with a tone dripping with arrogance. Glancing up and down at Hagrid, "No wonder you have such a foolish giant among you. If you were to devour all the pig feed from a muggle farm, I would not be surprised. I am wealthy, I love to spend, and what of it?" Zhang Heyang retorted, rolling his eyes and barely sparing a glance at the middle-aged man, casually pointing a finger that nearly poked into the man's nostril, proclaiming with bravado, "Do you believe I would strike you down with a galleon?" Chapter 31. Which excavator school reigns supreme? "You dare insult me, you a vulgar nouveau riche. Have the audacity to demean the contemporary head of the illustrious Keith family?" The middle-aged man, now visibly agitated, glared at Zhang Heyang, nearly choking on his rage. Excuse me? Which family do you claim to represent? Zhang Heyang continued to ignore the golden-haired man, digging at his ear with his pinky before raising it to his face, inspecting it before dramatically blowing away non-existent earwax, nearly spitting on the man's face. It is Keith. Keith, the middle-aged man bellowed, rolling up the sleeves of his wizarding robe. His face flushed with anger as he appeared ready to physically confront Zhang Heyang. He drew his wand, wielding it like a whip, shouting, "You vulgar and lewd upstart. I shall teach you a lesson, a severe lesson. I shall make you understand that pure-blood wizarding families are beyond your petty comparisons. Care to fight? Very well." Zhang Heyang finally focused his gaze on the man, observing his frantic movements akin to a monkey, nodding in agreement before gesturing toward Hagrid. "Hagrid, teach him a lesson. Why you dare strike me? This is a civilized society." Hagrid, though lacking in intimidation tactics, stood tall at 4 meters, instilling a chill in the hearts of those present. It was evident that the middle-aged man recognized Hagrid and understood the extent of his formidable strength. Civilized society, indeed. Zhang Heyang sneered at the middle-aged man, recalling how he had been the one to initiate hostilities. "You speak of nobility, and I anticipated profound discourse, yet you resort to such base language." The man's complexion shifted to an alarming shade of green. "I, of the Keith family, a pure-blood wizarding lineage for centuries, am coarse. It is you who embody the very essence of vulgarity. I must address all present. In the days of the medieval church's persecution of wizards, when a nation was in turmoil and the populace suffered grievously, what, pray tell, did you, the pure-blooded nobility, accomplish during such national strife?" As Zhang Heyang mentally recited the actor's self-cultivation, he recalled the unparalleled acting prowess of the esteemed Master Tang Wuqiang, whose portrayals were etched into the very fabric of his being. Which excavator school is superior? Ah, no, that is not it. You, a lineage of nobility, ought to bear the weight of the world upon your shoulders, striving for the salvation of the common folk. Yet in your inaction I, a conscientious and aspiring young socialist of the new era, who desires to build a better world, am met with your vitriol? Such is a grave sin, intolerable by heaven and earth. The middle-aged man pointed his wand at Zhang Heyang, his lips trembling as he stammered, You wretched nouveau riche, how dare you?" Silence. Zhang Heyang bellowed with such force that it reverberated through the ears of those nearby. "You shameless rogue, do you not realize that the world yearns to devour you whole? How dare you prattle on?" Zhang Heyang surveyed the stunned onlookers with satisfaction, convinced that his idol, Master Tang Wuqiang, was indeed invincible. He continued to envision Master Tang as Zhuge Liang, a visage marked by concern for the world, embodying the essence of loyalty and sacrifice. Trial lessons for 1 month at no cost. Learn excavating at Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Technical School. Ugh, wrong again. What is wrong with my mouth? Why do such strange words spill forth uncontrollably? I am now the head chef, aligned with the new Oriental camp, and I shall not associate with the likes of Beida Qingyao or Lan Xiang, my natural adversaries. Step back, and grant me some courtesy for Hogwarts. Zhang Heyang donned a pair of half-frame black glasses that had mysteriously appeared, and in fluent American English. He delivered a resounding final blow. I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. Shameless, shameless, shameless. His words echoed throughout the room, and the middle-aged man's chest heaved increasingly with agitation. He aimed his wand at Zhang Heyang, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately fell silent. With a pained cry, he collapsed. "Professor Zhang, he doesn't seem to be riding a horse," Hagrid remarked awkwardly as he observed Zhang Heyang, who now appeared to be seated in a wheelchair with an air of pretentiousness. "What do you mean no horse? Where's my horse?" Zhang Heyang exclaimed, flailing his wand in frustration. A table by the entrance transformed into a magnificent steed, which then trampled over the middle-aged man's chest with a crisp crack, creating a distinctly unnatural indentation. "Whoa, you've gone too far." Zhang Heyang hurriedly reverted the horse back into a table. "I merely intended for it to step on his sleeve, not to crush him like that. It must be the table's fault. It was too aggressive." And thus the horse was likewise combative. "Next time, I shall choose a different establishment for tables. I recommend Iwu Small Commodities City. Affordable and practical, whether you buy or not. Just take a look, sit down for 2 kwai, you 1 regret it." Yes, you are absolutely correct. Everything you say is right." Davis was on the verge of tears. After all, this was a member of the Keith family, a pure-blood wizarding lineage, no less, and a noble one at that. The kind of family that could unseat even Dumbledore, always wishing for Hogwarts to close its doors. Dumbledore was a force to be reckoned with, and here he was, merely a cake vendor. However, he dared not oppose Zhang Heyang. Pure-blood nobility is impressive, is it not? The head of the Keith family is formidable, indeed. With just a few words, he was laid low, and then a horse was summoned to trample him further. Such ruthlessness is more frightening than Voldemort. Davis hastily thrust 2 cakes into Zhang Heyang's hands, desperately attempting to expedite their departure. You will pay for this. The Keith family will not let you go unpunished. The half-conscious middle-aged man managed to sputter as Zhang Heyang and Hagrid made their way to the door. Alas, the resilience of wizards against physical damage is indeed remarkable. How enviable! Zhang Heyang gazed in astonishment at Keith, who lay prone on the ground, exclaiming, "At this rate, your heart must be reduced to a mere pulp. Yet you still managed to speak? Impressive." Hagrid, teetering dangerously, nearly stumbled to the floor. "And you envy him? Do you truly wish to admire the state in which you've left him? You will surely regret this. The Keith family will pursue you relentlessly until your demise." Keith weakly uttered a venomous curse. "Prepare to endure the ceaseless pursuit of my family. Even if you transform into a werewolf or a vampire. You shall pay for today's events. Ha ha ha. Come at me then." Zhang Heyang dismissed the threat. "I have transcended the limits of humanity and have become a nascent soul practitioner. If need be, I shall retreat to China. Dare to enter, and I shall call you father. Rest assured, I, Situ Leiden Leonard, have never feared anyone." Achoo! Across the Atlantic, in a lavish office, Leonard sneezed, bewildered as he gazed at the documents scattered before him. Rubbing his nose, he pondered what just happened. What does this signify? Should I consult a diviner? Chapter 32. Revel in your fortune, young Harry. Can you truly confirm that the individual claimed to be Situ Leiden Leonard? In a vast estate adorned with picturesque scenery, a small round table was set with exquisite wine that seemed to have lost its vintage. Flanking the table were 2 wicker chairs, where 2 gentlemen sat opposite one another. Both bore golden locks, sharp features, and prominent brows, suggesting they were brothers of noble lineage. The elder of the 2, however, appeared somewhat pale. "Indeed, I can confirm it. I have conducted my inquiries." The foolishly arrogant American boasts of being the world's strongest. The pallid middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Keith family, who had met his demise at the hands of Zhang Heyang in the cake shop. Merely passing by that day, he had foolishly taunted Hagrid, leading to his unfortunate fate. However, why would the so-called strongest from America venture to Y country? With his power and status, he ought to be in a position of prominence in America. Would the Ministry of Magic remain oblivious to such a matter? The man opposite Keith swirled his goblet, observing the blood-red liquid within, and inquired coolly, "Humph. The Americans have long harbored disdain for our Y country. He claims to be the world's strongest. Perhaps he seeks a duel with Dumbledore." Keith seized his goblet in frustration, declaring loudly, "Transfiguration. Transfiguration. If one can achieve annoying transfiguration during our 5th year OWLs, one should be able to perform the spell." As Keith grew increasingly animated, he could not help but rise, fervently gesturing with his arms and glaring as he shouted, "With a mere flick of the wand, turn the table into a horse, and then trample me into a grievous state. Who else could it be but Leonard? Lower your voice, brother. Can a wizard's physical harm even be deemed grievous?" El glanced at his brother with mild disdain. Even if his transfiguration has reached the pinnacle, could a horse truly injure the current head of the Keith family? Cough, cough. Keith's face flushed. I was lying on the ground, my mind still buzzing from his taunts. His combat skills are indeed remarkable. He is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. El snapped his fingers and set down his goblet, remarking, "Yet that does not prove he is Leonard. According to your account, he was with Hagrid and even accompanied him to purchase a cake. It is common knowledge that Hagrid, the gentle giant, is Dumbledore's loyal servant, and during our school days, he faced the wrath of the Keith family for Hagrid's sake. If he were truly Leonard, would he be so close to Hagrid?" Keith hesitated for a moment before resolutely asserting, "I cannot say how it came to be, but that man spoke with an unmistakably pure American accent, shockingly vulgar, utterly distinct from our aristocratic British enunciation. It cannot be feigned." Zhang Heyang indeed spoke in American English, having learned from the notorious little tyrant, reveling in the experience. At that moment, Liang, Yumin Hong, and Wooly Tao Tao infused his spirit, for he was not alone in this battle. He would not easily succumb. "I am doomed." Zhang Heyang lay sprawled on the table, panting like a weary dog. The cake, laden with 20 dragon eggs, was truly a deadly feast. Watching Hagrid devour it, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy, left him in awe. Having taken but one bite, he was utterly defeated. This fellow could consume such a meal, truly a talent. It was no wonder he held such admiration for Dumbledore, sharing that peculiar taste with the old man. "I must ask, what was that rascal's intention? He seemed to confront you with a calculated approach." Zhang Heyang felt a pang of sorrow for the imminent meeting with Harry Potter, recalling that the addition of 20 dragon eggs had cost him a staggering 80 galleons. You enjoy your fortune, young brother. Oh, him? Hagrid, immersed in the oddly flavored cake, lifted his face from the enormous confection, as 20 dragon eggs necessitated a cake suitable for giants, and mumbled indistinctly, the former Slytherin prefect, president of the male student council, and the current head of the pureblood Keith family. We have a minor history, Dumbledore intervened. Although I was the victim, he has held resentment towards me these years. Death Eaters? Zhang Heyang toyed with his wand crafted from millennium-old sea yellow wood, realizing it could serve as an exquisite collector's item. Perhaps a majority of pureblood families, especially the aristocrats, align with them. However, there are families like the Potters and Weasleys that resist the Dark Lord. Hagrid buried his head and continued to gorge. He eschewed utensils, instead using a silver platter to scoop out the massive cake. How could he possibly have a vendetta against you? Zhang Heyang inquired, intrigued. Hagrid had always seemed a gentle giant, content to guard his hunts in the Forbidden Forest despite the mockery from the aristocratic offspring of Slytherin. Surely, Dumbledore's intervention was unwarranted? It was Aragog, a giant acromantula I raised during my school days, Hagrid recalled, still seething with anger, his cream-covered hands clutching at his beard. He bred numerous offspring in the Forbidden Forest, whose venom and fangs are highly valuable. Their webs are treasures as well. Moreover, I have my nocturnal steeds and other creatures to care for. Honestly, with all these precious beasts, I cannot fathom how I endure such misfortune. Hagrid wiped his hands on his black cloak, fashioned from the curtains of the castle's towering windows, and continued. Then those little brats took notice. 7th years, now of age and powerful, likely sought to prove their worth to their families by hunting in the Forbidden Forest, but I thwarted their plans. Killing magical creatures within the school grounds is a grave matter, and I, of course, reported it to Dumbledore. He dealt with them sternly, nearly expelling Keith. Hagrid spoke with palpable anger. Later, that brat attempted to leverage his family to force Dumbledore to rescind his punishment and expel me from Hogwarts entirely. Dumbledore, of course, refused, and thus the boy harbored a grudge against me. And what happened thereafter? Zhang Heyang began rummaging through his seemingly bottomless pockets, producing letter after letter. What happened thereafter? Hagrid scratched his head dismissively. Due to his lack of character, Dumbledore docked points from his newts, resulting in an I-8 subjects, nearly costing him his graduation. But who could blame him, considering the immense power of his family? Though he may be a scoundrel, he has managed to navigate life quite well. He and I are certainly not cut from the same cloth. Such is the nature of large families. Zhang Heyang chuckled, unfazed, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could one expect him to struggle like the less fortunate? The notion of hard work in this era of peace is nothing more than a hollow phrase. Yet, Dumbledore was merciful, merely deducting his exam scores, while Zhang Heyang, a rogue at heart, gave him a good thrashing. A prominent family is hardly impressive. I hold the greatest admiration for those who possess true ability. Hagrid gazed at Zhang Heyang with admiration, stating, take Dumbledore, for instance, and yourself. You possess formidable strength without any illustrious lineage. Just moments ago, we were in Bath, and yet you have whisked me away to Surrey in no time. By your logic, you ought to hold Voldemort in high esteem. Zhang Heyang remarked nonchalantly, completely disregarding Hagrid's shiver at the mention of that name, mumbling something about character being paramount. All right, let us attend to the matter at hand. These two bumbling muggles actually believe that by nailing shut their mailbox and windows, they can evade the inevitable. Frankly, had I not been a teacher, I would have blown their door open by now. Zhang Heyang withdrew his wand, shrinking the letters until they sprouted wings, fluttering one by one beneath a dozen eggs, each labeled with an address. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Having just watched the latest episode of Running Man, I couldn't help but notice that the show, formerly known as Running Brothers, has simplified its title to avoid copyright disputes. They didn't even change the logo. The sincerity is palpable, almost bringing tears to my eyes. However, I must admit, the show is genuinely entertaining, and Dilly Reba is stunning. She is my idol, alongside my other goddess, Guan Xiaodong, simply marvelous. I wholeheartedly recommend it. Chapter 33. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems. Vernon Dursley had been in a foul mood lately, as dreary as the incessant rain that plagued the weather. The Dursleys, residing at 4, Privet Drive, prided themselves on being quite conventional. Please, I implore you. They have never dabbled in the mysterious or peculiar, for they are staunch non-believers in such nonsense. In truth, for nearly 2 decades, the Dursley family had indeed lived in such a manner, with the exception of that trivial incident 11 years ago, which had caused them little to no distress since. However, recently, Vernon felt as though his head might explode. That peculiar child, along with his parents, seemed to belong to a bizarre organization that had somehow managed to locate their address, insisting that their nephew attend some ridiculous school. Vernon would rather flush his money down the toilet or set fire to the Cuban cigars he had just purchased than spend it on such absurdities. For an entire week, these strange letters had been arriving incessantly, pushing Vernon to the brink of madness. He had relocated his nephew from the cupboard under the stairs to his own son's former bedroom, swearing to God he had been more than accommodating. Yet, this group persisted, determined to deliver the letters directly to his nephew, with the number of letters arriving daily on the rise. From the initial 1 or 2, by Friday, 12 letters had already been shoved through the cracks of the door and windows. Vernon, furious in front of his nephew, shredded the letters into bits, opting to forego work and remain home. After incinerating the letters, he procured a hammer and nails, sealing every crack in the front and back doors with wooden boards, ensuring no one could escape. As he worked, he hummed to himself, jumping at every little sound. Good heavens, Vernon, come quickly. Just as Vernon felt triumphant about sealing the last crevice, he heard his wife's startled cry from within the house. "What is it, Petunia?" he asked, a handful of nails still in his mouth. "I've nailed every gap shut. That peculiar child will never send any more of those ridiculous letters." Vernon's words trailed off as he beheld his wife holding 24 eggs, just delivered by the milkman that morning. Petunia had already unwrapped them, and beneath each egg lay rolled-up letters. These letters, initially small, sprang to life as soon as the eggs were lifted, expanding and unfurling on their own. The text written in a glaring emerald ink. "Not again." Vernon fumed, hastily gathering the 12 eggs to hurl them into the fireplace, unable to endure another communication from those bizarre individuals. "Wait, Vernon, one of the letters is addressed to you." Petunia, with her keen eye, caught a glimpse of a dark ink splotch amid the emerald. "Ah, you're right. There is indeed a letter for me." Vernon paused, looking down to find a letter inscribed in a black script he had never seen before, the elegant strokes forming the words, "For Vernon Dursley." Vernon was unsure of the sensation that washed over him, but he found himself inexplicably entranced by the sight of those words. Each letter stroke filled him with delight. It was a beauty that rendered all adjectives meaningless, save for the dry term beautiful, which barely sufficed to convey the impact of such script. "This handwriting is far more appealing than those previous letters," Vernon involuntarily exclaimed, filled with genuine admiration. He believed that any letter addressed to him, rather than his nephew, would be preferable, even if it bore paw prints. Yet, he felt a sense of discomfort. The letters he was accustomed to seeing suddenly appeared awkward, as though this exquisite script deserved to be rendered in a more refined font. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. What type of square script could exist in this world? Perhaps he was losing his mind due to the incessant influx of letters. Vernon tore open the letter, and a single sheet of paper fluttered to the ground. "Oh my, is today a day of fortune, Petunia?" Vernon exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the paper that had drifted down, murmuring to his wife nearby. Petunia bent down to pick up the paper, gasping in astonishment. It was a 5,000-pound check, equivalent to several commissions from Vernon's business dealings. Surely, a prelude to an early Christmas gift. Vernon, grinning, opened the accompanying letter, eager to see what Santa Claus had written. Perhaps a proposition to become CEO? Vernon Dursley, in light of the 5,000 pounds, read through the letter. It was quite amusing, almost as if someone had deliberately torn it apart. Vernon chuckled to himself, reassured that this letter was not from that peculiar organization, but rather a perfectly normal letter. However, Petunia gasped, covering her mouth. Her light green eyes filled with panic as she whispered, "Vernon, this letter came with the eggs." Vernon's face turned an ashen green. This implied that the letter was hardly normal. Who among his acquaintances would think to conceal a letter beneath a dozen eggs, let alone send it alongside a group of individuals engaging in such underhanded antics? Yet, the words inscribed on that letter had evidently struck a nerve within Vernon. All for the sake of that 5,000 pounds. Vernon continued reading, "I am Professor Zhang Heyang from Hogwarts. Whether you choose to believe it or not, you cannot prevent Harry Potter from attending school. Even a family in hiding will not deter me from locating you. To save us all some effort, it would be more prudent to discuss matters in your home. A dignified person ought to engage in a dignified manner of conversation. I shall visit before 3 o'clock this afternoon and will bring an additional 5,000 pounds. The signature was a flamboyant flourish, leaving Vernon feeling as though those 3 intricate characters, let us tentatively refer to them as words, could not possibly exist. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances. "Don't pay him any mind, Vernon." Petunia spoke first. "Who knows what tricks those people might resort to? Yet it was a sum of 10,000 pounds. Vernon, ruffling his hair, which had become disheveled from recent panic, pondered the prospect of disposing of a problem while gaining 10,000 pounds. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Meanwhile, in a cafe located in the adjacent neighborhood of Privet Drive, Zhang Heyang languidly waved his wand, commanding the cups and plates to bring coffee to his table. I am curious, Professor Zhang, what kind of letter did you send to the Dursleys? Hagrid, seated on a sofa with 2 broken armrests, had forcefully combined 3 armchairs into a makeshift seat suitable for him. Assess the situation and persuade that fool to cease his stubborn resistance, Zhang casually remarked. Dumbledore's approach is utterly ineffective. I have no desire to chase them to the seaside. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems at all, for I have already addressed my lack of funds. Chapter 34. Hagrid's Tangential Journey. If I may inquire, what exactly is Dumbledore's failing? Despite his immense admiration for Zhang, Hagrid felt discomfort at the notion of anyone criticizing Dumbledore. Of course, he is ineffective. Simply sending a letter to Harry Potter? Zhang scoffed. The more he interacted with those from the magical world, the more he perceived them as utterly foolish. It was akin to someone entering a room and declaring themselves a close-up magician, intending to perform for everyone, while carelessly using magic in front of a group of muggles, completely disregarding the Ministry's prohibitions, which he considered to be a mere joke. Come on, he's only 11 this year. Do you really believe he can circumvent his guardians to obtain his own letter? The Dursleys refuse to acknowledge the existence of magic. They will do everything in their power to shield their family from any news of the magical world. Don't even mention sending dozens of letters. Even burying their house in letters would prove futile. Dumbledore, fully aware of this, persisted in inundating the Dursley household with letters in an attempt to ensure Harry Potter received his acceptance notice. Zhang's cold laughter echoed. Isn't this merely inciting conflict? Isn't this sheer folly? You must understand, sometimes adhering strictly to conventional procedures is a foolish course of action that only exacerbates the situation. Hagrid stared blankly at Zhang, wishing to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though his worldview was crumbling. The figure he had once revered as monumental was now transforming before him into this nonchalant youth. Yet, he was at least earnest about one thing. Zhang Heyang drew forth his wand and called out, "Lotus seed and tremella soup." The cutlery before him began to morph, the coffee cup transforming into an oversized porcelain bowl, the brown liquid changing into a crystal-clear concoction, while orchids sprouted from the tip of Zhang's wand, gradually morphing into tremella. A few red dates and lotus seeds suddenly floated to the surface of the bowl, as though it were a bottomless abyss. The tremella and lotus seed soup soon simmered, releasing an enticing yet subtle aroma that captivated the attention of all patrons in the cafe. Shall you indulge in this imperial delicacy? Zhang, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers, smiled as he pushed the bowl towards Hagrid. As a Chinese individual, he could tolerate much, but he would never compromise on the quality of food. The English term for China is China, which translates to where one eats. A nation that has turned the invasive species of crayfish into a staple. Chinese culinary prowess is indeed unparalleled. Thus, Zhang's creation was of authentic imperial craftsmanship. Typically, the only dish the Empress would prepare for the weary Emperor would be a bowl of tremella and lotus seed soup made with her own hands. Zhang realized that by mastering this magic, he could fully comprehend its recipe and methods. Thus, even if one day he were to find himself in a land where he was no longer cherished, reduced to a muggle existence, he could still thrive as a Michelin star chef. Mixed magic. Zhang executed the spell with effortless grace, yet to Hagrid, it appeared as a formidable feat. Though his schooling had been brief, he retained a solid grasp of the foundational knowledge, and his time spent alongside Zhang had imparted some wisdom regarding the terrifying nature of mixed magic. This form of magic allowed one to unleash multiple spells in the time and motion of a single incantation, exponentially increasing the casting speed. Furthermore, combining various spells into one was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. The interplay of multiple magics could yield effects of multiplicative or even exponential power. However, different magics could also lead to instability, resulting in backlash or explosions. Mastering mixed magic required a wielder to possess several times the magical energy necessary for each individual spell, as well as an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Animagus transformation is a well-known form of mixed magic. However, it involves the human body, allowing those with great talent but insufficient power to perform it, such as Rita Skeeter. Conversely, without talent, one may possess immense magical power, yet still be unable to execute it. Yet, the mixed magic emanating from Zhang's wand was purely a testament to his strength. To control the combination of two spells was an achievement reserved for the most formidable of wizards, demanding absolute concentration. And what had Zhang just done? He had casually performed this with a mere flick of his wand and uttered 5 incomprehensible words. Zhang's self-created spells were in Chinese, completing the incantation effortlessly. Moreover, Hagrid could recognize at least 5 different types of magic contained within: transfiguration, charms, summoning, wand lore, and potion making, while there were likely many more beyond his comprehension. Ordinary individuals would cherish such power, safeguarding it as a secret weapon, uncertain when this ace up their sleeve might save their lives. Yet here was Zhang, utilizing mixed magic for what? To brew a bowl of porridge? It was utterly outrageous. Professor Zhang, isn't this a bit extravagant? Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes wide and beard bristling. Extravagant? In this life, we must indulge in the pleasures of food and drink. How can one not treat themselves well? I call this enjoying life. Is this not the very significance of inventing and applying magic? Wizards employ their magical prowess to enhance the beauty of life. This is the correct application of magic. To be frank, my magic was created for the purpose of preparing food. Zhang had come to a realization. As a billionaire with a 5% stake in Microsoft, he had achieved the pinnacle of wealth. And as a fully realized mage, he had transcended the apex of human existence, embodying an enlightened being. With ample wealth and power at his disposal, why should he not relish life at the tender age of 21? He sought not to expend his time traveling to negotiate with the Dursleys merely to avoid the inconvenience, especially as Zhang hailed from the northern regions, where he could scarcely tolerate dampness. Just like Hagrid in the original text, braving the storm to seek out Harry Potter amidst the unrelentingly damp and treacherous rocks by the sea? What a jest! I am a fully fledged wizard, endowed with formidable powers. Why would I subject myself to such disarray? Zhang Heyang's ultimate aspiration in life is to enhance his quality of existence, to indulge in leisurely vacations, luxuriate in baths, return to the mainland to unearth treasures and cultivate vegetables. He aims to innovate new culinary delights at Hogwarts, ensuring his own comfort in dining. He envisions a life tending to sea eagles, training hawks, and engaging in the art of collecting exquisite artifacts. Living the life of a nobleman until the end of his days. What a life well lived! Zhang Heyang merely voiced his musings, yet Hagrid regarded him with newfound reverence. Observe. What constitutes a true master? This is the essence of mastery. While others focus their magical studies on destructive capabilities, Dumbledore himself has not escaped this peculiar cycle. Look at Professor Zhang. He relishes life while simultaneously growing ever more powerful. His own daily vigil in the Forbidden Forest, tending to creatures, is no different. In that moment, Hagrid felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The grandest figure in his mind had transformed from a mere grizzled old man into the striking young figure before him. Chapter 35, Harry Black. At 2:30, Vernon Dursley donned his finest attire. For some, this might serve as a gesture of welcome, but for Vernon, it was a means to leave a lasting impression, a subtle threat to others. Clad in his tailored suit, he found it woefully inadequate to conceal his corpulence. His bulging stomach appeared ready to burst the button, and his face had taken on a hue reminiscent of his crimson tie, likely from the constriction. Vernon, have you truly thought this through? My sister and her ilk are not to be trifled with, Petunia interjected, dutifully preparing refreshments, though her worries slipped through her words. At least he knew how to communicate in a manner befitting a normal human, unlike that mad old headmaster of that ridiculous school. Vernon referred to the matter of the £10,000. Although he had heard of Dumbledore, his wife's description of him as a wise man with a penchant for humor did little to sway Vernon's opinion of him as a lunatic. What if they arrive on broomsticks or some other bizarre contraption? Petunia mused, desperately recalling her sister's peculiar behaviors in their youth, attempting to demonize wizards. For wizards, traveling on flying broomsticks is akin to delinquent youth skateboarding or cycling. It neither indicates poor character nor wealth, simply lack of funds. A sudden, languid voice disrupted the Dursleys' living room, as they found their once spacious area constricted by the presence of an enormous, shadowy figure. Though the 4-meter-tall giant was attention-grabbing, the individual beside him, clad in flamboyant crimson robes, drew even more eyes, his attire more conspicuous than the flames in the fireplace. Vernon silently resolved that it was time to seal the fireplace and replace it with an electric heater. Clearly, a person of my stature ought to be seen arriving in a Lamborghini, Ferrari, or at the very least, our nation has pride, an Aston Martin. In a flash of apparition, Zhang Heyang plopped himself onto the Dursleys' expensive sofa, observing the couple still rooted in place, and beckoned, "Please, take a seat, don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. This is my home." Vernon's voice rose in indignation. "Mind your manners, sir. Very well, be at ease, Zhang Heyang replied, embodying the spirit of a nation steeped in etiquette, accustomed to graciously conceding victory. If they preferred to stand, so be it. Vernon's face flushed deeper shades of purple. I demand a reasonable explanation. You said you were here for a visit. A visit. He brandished his plump fist in a futile display of authority. Yet upon noticing Hagrid looming behind Zhang, he reconsidered the disparity in their combative prowess and lowered it. Nevertheless, he continued to bellow. I expected you to enter through the front door, at the very least dressed like a normal person. Our family is known for its decorum. Should the neighbors learn of the unsavory characters who intruded upon our home, our reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. I would argue that should anyone learn of my visit to your home, your notoriety would soar. However, I have no intention of allowing you to leverage my name for any endeavors, hence my method of arrival, Zhang Heyang stated, coolly presenting a business card from the coffee table. Apparition? What? Petunia's expression soured, as though confronted with something exceedingly distasteful. She pursed her lips and spoke with a caustic tone, hastily closing her mouth again, fearful of contamination. Apparition, madame. Do not tell me your sister has never demonstrated it before you. Despite Lily Potter excelling in potions during her studies, she was indeed an exemplary graduate of Hogwarts. Zhang Heyang ruthlessly dispelled Petunia's self-deceptive lies. Vernon might feign ignorance of magic, yet it was common knowledge that he had once written to Dumbledore requesting admission to Hogwarts. Thus, the jealousy among women can be truly formidable, even between sisters. That said, while Lily excelled in potions and James in transfiguration, Harry's strongest subject had consistently been defense against the dark arts, which is worthy of contemplation. Among their quartet, the one most proficient in that subject had seemingly been Sirius Black. Oh, a realization echoed through the living room, illuminating the connection. No wonder Sirius had gone to such great lengths to procure that expensive firebolt for Harry during his flight from justice. After all, the Black family fortune had been redirected by Sirius's mother to other family members, leaving him impoverished. Who could achieve such a feat, if not Ken? Oh no, this is a problem. Should I inform him that he ought to be called Harry Black? How thrilling. What was that saying? Nothing compares to dumplings. Nothing compares to... Silence. Before Zhang Heyang could grasp the crux of the matter, Vernon's abrupt roar interrupted him. Listen, do not engage in such peculiar antics in my home, or I will be compelled to take measures. You wretched creeps hiding in the shadows, playing your tricks. Vernon's tirade faltered abruptly, as if he were a duck with its throat grasped, producing only strangled croaks, unable to utter a second word. For he had caught sight of the card he had intended to discard, which bore the inscription, Zhang Heyang, one of the major shareholders of Microsoft, developer of the Windows operating system. A mere 2 lines, imbued with an almost magical power, more effective than any spell in calming the Dursleys. When Vernon spoke again, his visage was marred by a mask of obsequiousness and ingratiation. His beady eyes, nearly obscured by his corpulent face, pleaded, Sir, I wasn't he aware. You are, him. My apologies. You truly are an odious fool. Dursley. Hagrid could no longer contain his derision from behind Zhang Heyang. Vernon was startled, as the giant's voice reverberated in his ears like the sound of a thunderclap. However, he soon regained his composure and continued to seek ways to ingratiate himself with Zhang Heyang. After all, they were all adults, in the face of wealth. What significance did pride hold? Could it be consumed? Chapter 36. The Savior's Awkward Entrance. Vernon felt he had stumbled upon the greatest opportunity of his life. This was Microsoft. After the sensational launch of the Windows 95 operating system, they swiftly followed with Windows 98 just 2 months later. As for why they chose to name it 98 so early, Microsoft explained that they were always ahead of the times. The release of Windows 95 catapulted Microsoft to the status of the world's largest company, leaving their longtime rival Apple gasping for breath beneath their shadow. In a frantic bid, Apple summoned back their ousted founder, Steve Jobs, but tragically, before Jobs could truly showcase his vision, Microsoft had already rolled out Windows 98, inciting in him such fury that he almost resigned from Apple once more. In the presence of such a titan, what was he? When he stepped outside, he might consider himself a respectable member of the middle class, but to a great capitalist, it mattered little that he held a managerial position. Even the esteemed grunting company paled in comparison. Everyone knew that the new century would herald the age of the tertiary industry, the era of computers and the internet. A mere factory producing outdated drilling machines would collapse under a mere breath. The world's foremost corporation, not just any shareholder. Vernon believed that as long as he could win over this strangely dressed young man, he would be on the fast track to success, promotions, salary increases. Perhaps even the position of CEO, reaching the pinnacle of his life. It would be worth it. With this thought, Vernon's demeanor became even more respectful. Please, Penny, bring the tea. Fetch the finest black tea. How many times have I said this? When receiving esteemed guests, the utmost hospitality is paramount. Your oversight is utterly unacceptable. Mr. Zhang, my sincerest apologies. We were momentarily remiss. Vernon silently cursed his wife for her wastefulness. After all, this was Microsoft. Who could afford to offend them? He conveniently forgot that he had initially greeted Zhang Heyang with little warmth. No need, Zhang Heyang replied, pulling out his wand and conjuring a complete tea set from thin air, which landed gracefully on the Dursley's coffee table. Then the wand, glowing with a purple hue, began to circle in the air, gradually filling the room with an indescribable fragrance. Tightly curled, vibrantly green-brown tea leaves fell into the teapot, and clear spring water seemed to flow from the heavens, cascading like a silver dragon into the teacup. As the water touched the vessel's wall, it began to boil. The brewed tea exuded a bright orange hue, the leaves a mesmerizing blend of red and green. Even someone as restless as Vernon Dursley found his mind soothed by the aroma wafting from the tea. The fragrance was rich, with hints of orchid, high and enduring. For a moment, the Dursley home, a traditional European-style house, seemed transformed into a Chinese garden. The Dursley couple observed Zhang Heyang with a sense of strangeness, intertwined with an unexplainable charm, while Hagrid's face twitched in surprise. More mixed magic. And this time the knowledge involved was far more profound than the bowl of porridge at the cafe earlier that day. Last time, it was about cooking porridge. This time was about brewing tea. Professor Zhang, can't you engage in something a bit more serious? Hagrid mused. How delicious those sausages were, cooked with just a casual flick of a wand in our little hut. Zhang Heyang, focused on brewing tea, remained oblivious to the reactions of others. Even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. This was the finest of Kung Pao tea, sourced from the mother tree. The direct production of tea leaves required numerous steps to transform into brew-ready leaves, but Zhang Heyang had magic on his side. Since the awakening of his cultivation abilities, he discovered that creating his own techniques or spells could effortlessly resolve such matters. The Kung Pao must be savored in a leisurely manner, with small pots and cups, to truly appreciate the zen-like essence of rock tea, even with the aid of magic. Zhang Heyang worked diligently for quite some time, before finally lifting a small cup to savor the tea. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Speak up. After finishing a cup, he noticed that the Dursleys were still staring at him, and he expressed his surprise. Vernon's face began to turn purple again. He had never encountered someone so lacking in decorum. What happened to the tea you promised to brew for us? This is my house, my house. Zhang Heyang looked at Vernon's changing expression with confusion, unaware of his thoughts. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. The Kung Pao, sourced from Mother Tree, priced at 100 per gram. Did he really think he would serve this tea to them? Why do you look so incredulous? You mentioned this was your house. Didn't he you? If you want tea, go brew it yourself. As for Hagrid, Zhang Heyang was not stingy. However, given Hagrid's size, he feared he might accidentally swallow the teacup, so he turned back to prepare him a bit of high-grade tea instead. Mr. Zhang, regarding the matters mentioned in your letter. Vernon forced himself to feign ignorance of the exquisite tea's aroma. Harry is indeed of age to attend school. Frankly, my sister and I have already selected a school for him, one of the best in the area. This demonstrates our affection for our nephew. 1,000 pounds. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Zhang Heyang waved his wand over the tea set, and the coffee table instantly gleamed as if nothing had ever been placed upon it. Given your level of care for Harry Potter, I am quite skeptical that you have spent 1,000 pounds over the past 11 years. This is without even considering the wages for his labor at your home. If you are dissatisfied, it will be quite simple. I could accuse you of child abuse, employing child labor without remuneration, and other offenses. You cannot do this. This is why country. The courts will not entertain your frivolous claims. Vernon leaped up, realizing that Zhang Heyang, knowing he was a major shareholder in Microsoft, intended to extort more money from him. To his surprise, Zhang Heyang preemptively countered, "But I have money. Ever heard of a nouveau riche coal baron? Do you believe I could buy your company and have you dismissed single-handedly? We have raised him for so many years. He should know gratitude." Vernon's tone dropped, attempting to appeal to familial bonds. "You are correct. One should indeed be grateful. Did you hear that, Harry Potter?" Without warning, Zhang Heyang flicked his wand, and the corner wall transformed into transparency, revealing a frail little boy, a gaunt face, protruding knees, dark hair, and a pair of emerald green eyes. He was none other than the protagonist of this world, the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Ironically, The savior was currently pinned beneath the enormous, piggish body of Dudley, struggling desperately. Chapter 37. Such power, terrifying indeed. I believe that sometimes appropriate weight loss can lead to better health. What do you think, old Dudley? Zhang Heyang remarked casually. Yet within the room, no one dared to utter a sound. For in his hand, the wand swayed gently, and Dudley began to float like a giant balloon. Dudley tightly pressed his lips together, striving to suppress the tears threatening to spill. His complexion was ghastly pale, resembling a sheet of paper. While most young boys dream of soaring through the skies, Dudley could never have wished to ascend in such a manner. The man before him seemed far more terrifying than the enormous python his cousin had unleashed on his birthday at the zoo just 2 days prior. Harry, in turn, found himself liberated from his predicament. Clumsily, he scrambled to his feet, desperately attempting to adjust his glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, but the glasses, held together only by tape, proved obstinate and slipped down once more. "Good day, Mr. Potter," Zhang Heyang said as he rose leisurely from the sofa, offering a slight bow to Harry before waving his wand, summoning an entire tea set he had just stowed away, and began to brew a cup of Kung Pao tea. Zhang Heyang held no particular feelings towards Harry. However, Harry Potter was undeniably the protagonist of this world, the chosen one of fate, and thus, Zhang Heyang's gesture was a tribute to the very essence of this realm. "Indeed, good day to you," Harry stammered, his heart racing as he beheld the young man, whose flamboyant demeanor and ability to effortlessly levitate Dudley, who weighed nearly as much as a juvenile whale, filled him with a tumult of emotions. Was it fear? Yet, there lingered an undercurrent of anticipation. But if it was anticipation, why did it mingle with a sense of resistance? More importantly, Harry felt an odd familiarity with such methods, as if he had an innate ability to wield them. "I can employ such techniques as well," Harry mused, inadvertently vocalizing his thoughts. The Dursleys sprang up like startled rabbits. But Dudley was still airborne. However, Vernon's shock had eclipsed any concern for his son, for Zhang Heyang had effortlessly lifted Dudley with a mere flick of his wand. Such a being was far beyond his reach. Yet, their astonishment was undeniable. The term wizard struck terror deep into their hearts. Upon hearing that their often bullied nephew could wield such power, how could they not tremble? Harry, too, felt bewildered. Strange words had escaped his lips without conscious thought. What was happening? How could he articulate such a statement? This felt like magic, true magic. How could he possibly possess such a skill? If he did, could he have endured Dudley's relentless torment? Scratching his head, Harry shyly apologized. "I'm sorry. I actually don't know how to use it. I don't know why I said that." "You most certainly can," Zhang Heyang replied nonchalantly. "Otherwise, how do you suppose your hair maintains its integrity? Or how you manage to release the python?" The notion that the savior could be devoid of magical prowess was preposterous. When he grasped the destined wand, the surge of magic nearly toppled Ollivander's shop, an ability not even a typical fifth-year Hogwarts student possessed. Harry pondered this and realized the truth in those words, nodding in agreement as he shyly approached Zhang Heyang, hesitant to sit down, unsure of where to place his hands, nervously twisting the hem of Dudley's oversized clothing. "Young man, I knew the incident at the zoo was indeed your doing," Vernon exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet, ready to confront this peculiar nephew of his with a show of force. "Mr. Dudley, magic can be used for tricks, but it can also be lethal. Do you think I would kill you and have the authorities unaware of my involvement?" Zhang Heyang threatened with a chilling smile. Vernon was momentarily struck dumb, his rotund face flushing a deep purple as he cast a fearful glance at the wand in Zhang Heyang's hand before begrudgingly sitting back down. Meanwhile, Petunia muttered something that sounded like sheer nonsense. "I believe that even if no one else believes, you should at the very least trust me," Zhang Heyang retorted firmly. "For your sister's family, Mr. Potter's parents perished by magical means." "What?" Harry, who had been fidgeting restlessly, suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward as if to grab Zhang Heyang's garment inquiringly, though he ultimately refrained. His face was close to Zhang Heyang's, eyes wide with urgency as he asked, "I'm sorry, but how did my parents die?" "I have already stated they were killed by magic. Your mother sacrificed her life using an ancient spell to protect you from a curse that none have ever escaped, leaving you with that scar upon your forehead." Zhang Heyang explained casually. "But weren't they killed in a car accident?" Harry struggled to maintain his composure, casting a glance toward his uncle and aunt, forcing the words out. "Car accident. Dursley, a car accident." Zhang Heyang remained silent, but Hagrid was enraged, shaking his colossal fist as if he intended to smash Vernon's head into his chest, roaring, "James and Lily died due to the foolishness of muggles in a car accident. You have insulted them for all these years, Calm down, Hagrid. Zhang Heyang's wand subtly flicked, conjuring a thin protective barrier over the coffee table as an agitated Hagrid toppled it, damaging his beloved red robe. This is unforgivable. Professor Zhang, they dare to say James died in a car accident. Hagrid thundered, charging at Vernon. How dare you dishonor a hero who fell in battle? Hagrid. Zhang Heyang interjected, his voice steady and unyielding, resonating deeply within everyone present, even causing Dudley to shiver in midair, instantly calming the room. I apologize for my rudeness. Hagrid said cautiously, recognizing the weight of Zhang Heyang's previous words that reminded him of facing Voldemort in his prime. Such power was truly terrifying. Have you calmed down? Zhang Heyang observed Hagrid with an inscrutable smile, finding the giant's attempt to shrink with embarrassment amusing. Yes, Professor Zhang. Hagrid stammered. Different worlds have different ways of handling matters. One cannot expect all to view and address issues through your lens. They are not wizards. Wouldn't you agree, Potter? Zhang Heyang expressed his exasperation with the giant, now understanding why Dumbledore refrained from teaching Hagrid magic to enhance his abilities. With such intellect, possessing the strength of a headmaster would be nothing short of disastrous. Yes, sir. Harry was eager to continue his inquiries with Zhang Heyang, desperately wishing to uncover the truth about his biological parents. He had suffered enough abuse while living on Privet Drive. He now vaguely understood the source of his earlier resistance to Zhang Heyang's display of magic, for his parents had perished under its influence. Yet, his confusion only deepened, intensifying his curiosity. Who was he? Who were his parents? Why did these two individuals before him know his parents? Did his parents possess magical abilities? The green light that frequently appears in dreams could also be magic? Patience, patience. Harry was filled with urgency, yet Zhang Heyang exuded an air of calm. First, do savor this tea. It is rather expensive, a luxury few can afford. Harry, clearly anxious, nodded and raised the cup to his lips, consuming it in one gulp. Akin to a bull voraciously devouring peonies. The phrase wasting precious resources aptly described the actions of this supposed savior at that moment. Observing his behavior, Zhang Heyang couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. How had such a being been chosen as the world's savior? It was evident that Harry's intellect was lacking. It was unnecessary to elaborate further. Those emerging from Gryffindor, save for Dumbledore and Hermione, all bore a hint of foolishness. Hot-tempered and impetuous, such traits were emblematic of the Lion House, and none embodied this more than Harry himself. Furthermore, his capacity for learning was woefully inadequate. Apart from a myriad transformations brought about by his various adventures, by the narrative's conclusion, Harry had yet to demonstrate the prowess of a true champion. His accomplishments were merely the results of the narrative's generous interventions. As for his eventual ascent to the position of Auror Office Head, that was undoubtedly a product of serendipitous fortune. Essentially, Harry's personality was akin to that of characters like Naruto, Uzumaki, or Monkey D. Luffy, yet his learning capabilities paled in comparison to theirs. Zhang Heyang raised a cup of tea in tribute to the cosmic forces at play, much like the way Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple had bestowed the ginseng fruit upon Tang Sung and his disciples, not because they were genuinely deserving of such celestial treasures, but because they were fated to be pivotal figures amidst the great calamities of the world. In simpler terms, Xinyuanzi honored the heavens, and so too did Zhang Heyang. Can you tell me now, sir? Harry implored eagerly. I have conveyed your fundamental situation. Your parents were esteemed graduates of Hogwarts, specifically from Gryffindor. Though in Zhang Heyang's eyes, James Potter, characterized by his arrogance and impulsivity, was hardly remarkable. He was the head of Hufflepuff. Since Gryffindor regarded James as an exemplary graduate, even in the presence of his son, he must be acknowledged as such. They resided in a place known as Godric's Hollow, which is also the hometown of the Wizarding World's greatest white wizard, Dumbledore. Tragically, they were murdered by a figure known as Voldemort, who sought to vanquish them for their defiance against him. Harry stood in stunned silence, finally grasping the gravity of the revelation. His parents had been slain by another. A wave of profound sorrow surged within him, constricting his throat as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Voldemort. Zhang Heyang repeated the name, aware of its peculiar spelling challenge. Yes, Voldemort. Why did he kill my parents? Why? Does he believe that opposing him warrants death? How can such a person exist? Harry's agitation intensified, spiraling into a near frenzy as tears streamed down his face. He rushed toward Zhang Heyang, desperate for answers, prompting Hagrid behind him to begin weeping as well. My parents. Why must he kill others' parents? Why does such evil exist in this world? Harry lamented, his voice filled with anguish. This despicable, Wretched creature Harry's attempts to lash out were thwarted by an invisible barrier woven by Zhang Heyang, his explosive potential proving ineffective against the semi-fluid shield. Gradually his strength waned, his furious roars transforming into silent sobs. It is a war, indifferent to notions of right and wrong. Those who stand in opposition must perish. The deceased enemy is the best enemy. I hope you can grasp this truth, Potter. Zhang Heyang spoke without a hint of compassion. Since you wish to inherit your parents' vengeance and bear the burden of saving the world, you cannot mature like an ordinary 11-year-old. The harshness of reality will force you to grow up. At least, from Zhang Heyang's perspective, elucidating this truth now is far preferable to Harry realizing it 5 years later. After witnessing the deaths of Sirius and Dumbledore, of course, the desire for vengeance against one's father's killer is a natural inclination. Seeking retribution is entirely justifiable. However, vengeance necessitates strength, and your adversary is none other than the most formidable and feared individual of modern times. Zhang Heyang regarded Harry's emerald eyes and calmly stated, "Thus, I have come to guide you to Hogwarts, to help you become a powerful wizard capable of avenging your parents. It is as simple as that." "Yes, yes, sir." Harry slumped against the sofa, still struggling to accept the truth that his parents had been so cruelly murdered. Yet, he found Zhang Heyang's words less incomprehensible than before. It was as if, in that instant, the so-called savior had matured significantly. "Much better," Zhang Heyang casually waved his wand, beginning to tidy up the remnants of their earlier conversation. "I hear tomorrow is your birthday. Cheer up. Hagrid and I have even procured a cake for you." Hagrid, Zhang Heyang called, and Hagrid produced a dragon egg cake from his pocket. As the enormous cake was placed on the floor, everyone present was left in awe. Is there truly a cake of such magnitude in this world? I'm not accustomed to staying up late. We can manage with dinner for now. Zhang Heyang chuckled inwardly at Harry's expectant gaze, thinking to himself that surely he wouldn't perish from a single meal. Chapter 39. The Culinary Connoisseur, Dudley. "Look at that. It's already mealtime." Zhang Heyang glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the Dursleys' home and declared, "I will prepare dinner. Please wait a moment and join me." With that, Zhang Heyang stepped into the kitchen, leaving Hagrid, Harry, and the Dursley family exchanging bewildered glances in the living room. Vernon suspected that Zhang Heyang's wealth had rendered him psychologically unbalanced. With such affluence, should he not be dining in exclusive establishments or high-end hotels? Surely, he should be indulging in Michelin-starred cuisine. Is it not the pastime of the wealthy to ride bicycles to exclusive venues, only to be looked down upon and then retaliate with ostentation? What could possibly be appealing about cooking? Zhang Heyang mused that he, too, desired to flaunt his wealth at a private club, but only if the food there was genuinely exquisite, given the abysmal quality of culinary offerings in this country. Would he merely stare at the ceiling alongside the fish atop his pie? Though Zhang Heyang had attained a level of transcendence, foregoing sleep was one thing. Foregoing food was entirely out of the question. "Consider this, it is my home. My home. Please do not act as if this is a matter of course." Vernon could only continue to internally rage, reminding himself that he could very well be mistaken about whose home this truly was, lest he find himself standing up to bid farewell to Zhang Heyang. Is there truly such shamelessness in this world? Zhang Heyang vividly demonstrated that not only was there, but it could also be even more outrageous. Is there not a single edible morsel in your house? Zhang Heyang surveyed the kitchen, filled with potatoes and beef, exclaiming, "Old Dursley, I'm speaking to you. Kindly step outside and fetch some groceries." Vernon's already corpulent neck began to redden as he slammed his hand on the table, preparing to confront Zhang Heyang. However, upon witnessing Hagrid smash the coffee table into pieces with a similar gesture, he sheepishly sat back down. "Sir, the supermarket is likely closing soon, and the vegetables inside may not be fresh. At 5 o'clock, the supermarket closes, Dudley. You can't possibly think that others are as indolent as you, can you?" Zhang Heyang's mocking tone pierced through the air. Dursley felt a surge of despair. "Is it my fault you don't understand the customs of Y country? With such a robust social welfare system in Europe, as long as one holds the Y country household registration, one can lead a relatively comfortable life without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, my cousin is working late into the night, especially in small places like Surrey. After 5 in the afternoon, the only souls lingering on the streets are drunken football hooligans cursing in the pubs." Zhang Heyang, too, was quite vexed. "While I understand that your Y country is a land of sophistication and dampness, being a gentleman does not fill one's belly. Do you lack even a local market? Never mind. I shall make do. After all, I can always find something to eat for myself. But primarily, I must cater to Hagrid and Harry. Here are potatoes, beef, and a bit of pork, a pumpkin, and even some yellow beans. This will suffice." Zhang Heyang magically rummaged through the Dursley's kitchen, concluding that preparing a simple home-cooked meal was indeed feasible. Good heavens! He isn't planning to concoct some bizarre dish with pumpkin and pork, is he? And yellow beans? Dudley's pudgy face, which had just been dropped by Zhang Heyang, was twitching. Yet he muttered, how could such ingredients possibly yield a delicious meal? Shut your mouth, you fat pig. If Professor Zhang dares to cook, it must be delightful, Hagrid bellowed, startling Dudley into a sitting position on the ground. The Dursley's small eyes glimmered with derision. Sir, please mind your manners. Do all of your kind lack basic decorum? It is no wonder, engaging in such sordid tricks. How could anyone possess noble character? He harbored a deep-seated awe for Zhang Heyang. For the magical prowess he displayed and the worldly wealth he possessed were realms the Dursleys could never hope to attain. However, Hagrid, with his obvious lower-class demeanor, did not intimidate him in the slightest. In reality, Hagrid had suffered a disadvantage. Had he come alone, the Dursleys would have cowered before him just as they did before Dudley, as evidenced in the original narrative. The misfortune lay in his association with Zhang Heyang, leading the Dursleys to misinterpret him as merely a subordinate, thereby considerably diminishing his intimidating presence. Your master has yet to express anything. How dare you, a servant, take action? The crux of the matter is that while the Dursleys' assumptions were somewhat rude, they were not entirely unfounded. Hagrid was indeed prohibited from using magic by the Ministry of Magic. In the original story, he could discreetly wield some magic thanks to Dumbledore's influence, but now, with Zhang Heyang accompanying him, he lacked a valid reason to use magic. Furthermore, Hagrid genuinely respected Zhang Heyang. The Dursleys felt triumphant. Though his neck was hardly visible, he fancied that years of cervical issues had been miraculously cured. His head held high, as if it might reach the heavens. Not a wizard? Not a giant? Why the silence? Have you become mute? Go on, hit me. What do you know about cooking? I'm a regular at Michelin establishments. Dudley's eyes glimmered with pride. His father had rendered the large man speechless with just a few words, completely disregarding the fact that he was the largest person in the room. Regardless, he felt invincible, reveling in his moment of glory. Cooking? A self-inflicted humiliation. Dudley, observing his father suppressing Hagrid, felt an instinctual urge to leap again, completely ignoring his previous encounter with levitation. He shoved Harry aside and plopped down on the sofa, nearly compressing its soft cushions. He draped his arm over the back of the couch, disdainfully eyeing Harry. Listen here. Little brother, let me enlighten you. Your impoverished friends are hardly worth mentioning. Soon, I shall make him embarrass himself thoroughly. He will realize that I am the one who has savored the finest delicacies in this household. Dudley spoke with such fervor that he almost convinced himself, believing he was being more formidable than a Michelin food critic. What do you say? Are you scared yet? I ask you, are you scared? However, he soon felt deflated upon witnessing Harry and Hagrid engaging in animated conversation, Hagrid enthusiastically sharing insights about the magical world, while Harry, an 11-year-old boy, listened with rapt attention, still clinging to the notion of dreams, a belief that Dursley adults adamantly dismissed. Please, tell me more about my parents. I cannot say, Harry. All right then. Could you please tell me what that gentleman just did? I do not know, Harry. Are there wizards outside of Y Country? I have never seen any, Harry. Harry felt a pang of disappointment. What good are you to me? I might as well check if dinner is ready. After all, for years in the Dursley household, he had been the one assisting in the kitchen, believing his skills were quite commendable. Chapter 40. Little brother, see how impressive I am. What brings you here? Zhang Heyang was taken aback as he noticed a small, slender figure shuffling in. I thought I might lend a hand, sir, Harry replied timidly. I usually handle the chores at the Dursleys, and I'm quite skilled at frying steak and making potato chips. You can take a taxi and leave. Zhang Heyang retorted without a shred of sympathy for the supposed savior. You think a Y Country person can step foot in my kitchen? Not a chance. Outside, the Dursleys were shouting, that is my kitchen, mine. With a flick of his wand, Zhang Heyang grabbed a pumpkin, and it appeared as though a sharp knife was intricately carving into it. The pumpkin split open, and the skin and pulp tumbled down like a golden rain. Such beauty resembled the pinnacle of artistry. It did not feel like cooking, but rather like sculpting, surpassing even Michelangelo's David in its perfection. The artistic aura that enveloped the scene utterly transformed Harry's perception of pumpkins. So, pumpkins are not merely for cooking. A flicker of confusion crossed Harry's Y Country mind. Could food be prepared this way? While Harry was lost in thought, Zhang Heyang poked at a pot on the stove, which suddenly leapt into action, dropping pork into boiling water, while another pot bounced in a peculiar rhythm, its seasonings and sauces dancing like sprites. What manner of technique is this? Harry remained bewildered. Though Zhang Heyang had no interest in explaining his methods to these Y Country simpletons who had never witnessed such culinary artistry. He proceeded to handle the pile of yellow beans. The beans made a clattering noise, and Harry struggled to see clearly, stepping forward to get a better view. Just as he leaned in closer to the stove, flames erupted from the pan, singeing half of his chaotic hair and blackening his little face. Goodness! Harry nearly lost control of his bladder. What sorcery is this? How could flames leap from an iron pot? For a technique familiar in Chinese stir-frying, it nearly terrified Harry to death. He silently patted his chest, thinking, so this is the legendary magic? Truly terrifying. Before Harry could collect himself, 3 sharp beams of light whizzed by, clipping the remaining half of his hair. Fortunately, he had positioned himself skillfully, otherwise, Uncle Vernon's carving knife would have been more than capable of turning Harry into minced meat. I told you to go out, Zhang Heyang said, glancing at Harry's disheveled appearance. With an air of resignation, he tapped Harry's head with his wand, restoring the hair that had been shorn away. Perhaps the birthday star should wait outside. Harry, utterly dazed, emerged from the kitchen, feeling as though his entire worldview had been upended. Could such a thing truly be done? It dawned on him that this was the method behind the culinary creations. And no wonder his aunt and uncle had often lamented their cooking. It was not mere laziness, but a genuine struggle. With a pained expression, he trudged back into the living room. Upon seeing Harry's demeanor, Dudley erupted into laughter. Look at the new little wizard. He doesn't seem too well. What did you see? Is he conjuring up dung and toad spawn for your birthday feast? Kid, I reckon you're about to meet your end. Hagrid's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Dudley, retrieving the Hainan Wangwali wand that Zhang Heyang had chosen for him. Feeling the surge of magic within him like never before, Dudley gulped, interpreting the tremor in his throat as a mere swallow, while Harry noted the unmistakable fear in Dudley's eyes and chose to ignore Hagrid. Hey, little brother, congratulations. You're about to have a perfect birthday, Hagrid said, knowing that bullying Harry was a familiar game. Dudley, with a sneer, regarded Harry, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. A normal person would feel fear at witnessing such a pig-like visage adorned with human-like expressions. Zhang Heyang would likely summon his sword and behead the creature without hesitation. Dudley reveled in Harry's palpable fear, convinced that his cousin had, as in the past 11 years, submitted to him once more. Listen, brother, let me tell you, my title as the premier gourmet of Privet Drive isn't just for show. If you can win my favor, I'd be happy to impart a couple of secrets about discerning good food. Just don't let the pretentious cooks fool you with their bizarre dishes. Dudley's condescending remarks grated on Harry's ears. After all, it was their fault he had never tasted anything worthwhile. Yet, he acknowledged that Zhang Heyang's cooking method was indeed rather outrageous. Straightening himself, he asked, then why don't you enlighten me about gourmet cuisine? Since you asked so earnestly, I shall graciously share my wisdom. Dudley smirked, narrowing his eyes as he began to lecture. You see, culinary masterpieces require a meticulous combination of ingredients and creativity, such as our nation's renowned gazing at the stars and the delectable chocolate eggplant. Dudley rambled on, while Mr. and Mrs. Dursley nodded approvingly, beaming with pride for their precious Dudley. Look at how knowledgeable he is. Even the recipe for the highbrow dish, tiger skin bananas, is within his grasp. It seems he deserves a reward. Hagrid, meanwhile, was lost in thought, feeling a hint of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly dim-witted muggle would possess such culinary knowledge, rivaling even the magical recipes created by the house-elves at Hogwarts. Harry gazed up at Dudley in awe, realizing that his cousin truly was the kingpin of the affluent neighborhood. Dudley grinned with satisfaction. Of course. I dine in the world's top 500 restaurant chains. Who else can claim that? The top 500 companies? Is that really true? Harry was skeptical. While the Dursleys might barely qualify as middle class, they were leagues away from the elite. Absolutely. I regularly indulge in meals from Chicken Little, McDonald's, and Domino's Pizza. I'm quite the connoisseur. Dudley puffed out his chest. So what do you think, brother? Am I impressive or what? Harry paused for a moment, instinctively replying, not really. Not really? Well, never mind then. Dudley slumped back onto the couch, causing it to sag further under his weight. How much longer could the sofa endure? Just so, you know, I'm the one who's tasted the most exquisite foods. There's no way that guy could whip up anything edible. Before Dudley could finish his sentence, a large plate floated into the room from the kitchen, wobbling precariously, adorned with a wondrous half-carved pumpkin that contained what seemed to be meat. But how could it smell so enticing? Chapter 41. The Enchanted Power of the Pumpkin Bowl. Behold the pumpkin bowl, filled with braised ribs, an exotic sight, no doubt. Zhang Heyang mused, employing a water mirror charm to observe the astonished expressions of those around him, relishing the moment. You simpletons! How could you possibly grasp the ultimate essence of culinary art? Dudley was utterly flabbergasted. How is this even possible? It smells divine. I could devour it all. Meanwhile, Harry and Hagrid exchanged disdainful glances, recalling how Dudley had boasted moments ago that no one could produce anything palatable. Now, he resembled a starving dog, drooling at the scent of a dish. By the way, what on earth has Jean created? It truly looks delectable. Dudley, infuriated by Harry and Hagrid's looks of contempt, seethed inwardly. Is this how you regard Dudley Dursley, the culinary champion of Privet Drive? Yet he had no time to retort, for the aroma of the dish was overwhelmingly enticing. Dudley felt as if he had gone 3 days without food and could devour the entire plate. How can it smell this good? It doesn't make sense. They must have added something extraordinary. Unable to restrain himself, Dudley reached out, only to find a thin barrier preventing him from tainting the pumpkin bowl delicacy. I want that. Dudley pouted, looking as if he might cry. He knew that in this house, shedding tears would guarantee the Dursley's compliance with his demands. However, it was evident that Vernon was not as foolish as he appeared. Shut up, kid. Keep it up, and I'll have you fed to the dogs. Vernon scowled, his face darkening. You truly lack awareness. Just look at how you brewed tea earlier without engaging with us. It's clear this meal won't be served to you. A forceful snatch? Now, that would be interesting. This time, the dish had a protective shield. Who could guess what might greet him next time? A pair of knives, perhaps? Magic is indeed mysterious. Zhang Heyang stared, bewildered. At Uncle Vernon, I assumed you spoiled your son. Shouldn't Dudley jump in to show off, and then I deal with him, and you jump in to defend your family? Vernon, you're not following the script. Harry was equally astonished, realizing that Dudley held a lower status in his father's eyes than he did himself. At least Vernon had only threatened to cast him out to fend for himself. Penny, on the other hand, regarded her husband with wide eyes, her heart racing with fear. Does he know about my affair with old Wong? After a time, Zhang presented a platter that appeared to contain both meat and noodles, carelessly tossing it onto the table. Here, eat. Hagrid could no longer contain himself. Now this is what I call food. What have I been eating for the past 60 years? It's worse than pig slop. He grasped a knife and fork, ready to dig in, but Zhang easily blocked him. Hagrid, don't even think about it. You would wipe the plate clean in a single bite. I'll just have a little, Hagrid declared, thumping his chest in earnest. A small taste is better than none at all. The aroma is irresistible. What if I can't have it again? Hey, I heard that Zhang is the head chef at Hogwarts. I'm suddenly very excited. What am I to do? Zhang conjured 3 bowls out of thin air, filling them with the succulent ribs from the pumpkin bowl, placing one in front of Harry, Hagrid, and himself. It must be said that the delicacies crafted through the art of Taoism are indeed exquisite, and despite indulging in self-prepared meals daily, one never tires of them. Just as Zhang Heyang was about to lift a spoon to savor his dish, an eerie sound suddenly echoed through the air. Swoosh! What was that noise? Startled, Zhang Heyang glanced around, but nothing peculiar seemed to be occurring. He resumed his intention to eat, only to be interrupted once more by the bizarre sound. Swoosh! What on earth is happening? Slapping the table in frustration, he stood up and noticed that both Harry and Hagrid were pointing their fingers squarely at the Dursley family. Ah, there it is. Zhang Heyang was taken aback to see Dudley's drool nearly flooding the table. Well, why not let them have a taste? He conjured another bowl, filling it for the Dursleys. As for why there was only one bowl, he chuckled. The combined appetite of the Dursleys and Dudley likely rivaled even Hagrid's. But the trio of Vernon, Dudley, and Hagrid would hardly match Zhang Heyang's extraordinary capacity. However, after sampling that dragon egg cake earlier in the morning, which had left him feeling quite nauseous, he had little appetite left, and thus opted for a smaller portion. Still, Dudley exhibited profound dissatisfaction, casting a disdainful look at the bowl before him, convinced that merely by sight he could ascertain its lack of palatability. In his world, only steak was the epitome of fine cuisine. Anything pork-related could not possibly be delectable, for it was simply not halal. As Dudley lowered his gaze, he discovered that the contents of the bowl were rapidly dwindling, as his parents, who had once regarded him as a treasure, had completely forgotten about him. Frantically snatching the food with their spoons and forks, casting wary glances at one another and their surroundings, as if ready to battle anyone who dared to contest their claim. Undeterred by his parents' threats, Dudley seized a spoon and joined a fray for the meat. The sounds of clattering utensils, slurping soup, and the crunching of food filled the air, while the 6 individuals present, apart from Zhang Heyang, who was still reeling from the dragon egg cake, feasted with wild abandon. The Dursleys swiftly polished off the diminutive bowl of pumpkin stew with ribs, visibly yearning for another serving. Yet, it was clear that the lid read, "Thank you for your patronage," and all their attempts to sneak additional bites were thwarted by Hagrid's massive hands. Hagrid himself wished to continue eating, for that small bowl felt like a mere appetizer to him, and the flavor of the pumpkin stew was simply divine. The succulent taste of pork, the rich broth, and the sweetness of the pumpkin melded together in perfect harmony, creating an exquisite balance that was beyond description. The minuscule morsel he had consumed seemed to tug at his appetite like a hook, yet he refrained from competing with Harry for more. Harry found himself utterly satisfied. Never had he eaten so well or felt so full since he could remember. A large pumpkin, filled to the brim with broth and ribs, had almost been entirely devoured by him alone. He slumped back in his chair, and after a long moment, let out a contented burp, exclaiming, "Delicious." It wasn't that Harry lacked vocabulary. Although his academic performance was not stellar, he was certainly more articulate than Dudley and could conjure a few descriptive words about delightful cuisine. Yet at that moment, he felt that any attempt to describe the pumpkin stew would be an affront. Only the purest expression of delicious could adequately convey his sentiments. This humble pumpkin, paired with a dish of ribs not commonly consumed by Europeans, possessed an extraordinary allure. Chapter 42. The Tofu Trio of Hogwarts' Little Chef. So delightful, Zhang. Harry languidly reclined in his chair, wishing to convey something to Zhang Heyang, yet forgetting the complexities of his Chinese name. You may call me Professor Zhang. I'm head of Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts. Although you may never attend Hufflepuff, you will certainly enroll in my defense against the dark arts class. Zhang Heyang found amusement in the astonished expressions of the rustic group before him. Was this truly unacceptable? Compared to the subsequent two dishes, this was merely a home-cooked meal. How can anyone find it lacking? Professor Zhang, Harry nodded and remarked, in comparison to the food we've had today, everything I've eaten before seems unworthy of being called food. Are you accusing your aunt and uncle of mistreating you? Zhang Heyang asked with a smirk as he regarded the Dursleys, causing Vernon to leap to his feet in alarm. We have absolutely never mistreated Harry. He is currently residing in my son's bedroom. Vernon vehemently denied the accusation, insisting how loving a family they were. How could they ever commit such an atrocious act as child abuse? I am not particularly concerned. Please sit down. You are obstructing my Wi-Fi signal, Zhang Heyang casually remarked, though Vernon's face was etched with confusion. It was worth noting that Wi-Fi technology had only been patented in the U.S. in 1996, and now, in 1992, it was likely still in its infancy. He inadvertently looked down upon these backward bumpkins once more. He felt a twinge of guilt, though he feigned remorse. Zhang Heyang held no fondness for the Y country, for it was that very nation which had first invaded China to plunder its treasures. To this day, countless pieces of Chinese art remained in the Y country's museums and private collections, all while they walked about with an air of superiority. Zhang Heyang had often contemplated an alliance with Voldemort to obliterate the Y country entirely. However, he was ultimately just an ordinary university student. Even after enduring so much, he felt little psychological burden in taking a life or two, but to adopt Voldemort's mission of widespread slaughter was beyond his capabilities. Vernon, observing Zhang Heyang's proud demeanor, mused that this must be some new technology from Microsoft, realizing he was indeed quite ignorant. Perhaps he could hitch a ride on Microsoft's coattails and find a path to prosperity. Sir, may I inquire if this Wi-Fi is a new technology from Microsoft? Vernon asked cautiously, his expression betraying his alarm. It was understandable. High-tech companies were often most fearful of technology leaks. Such an inquiry could be deemed taboo. Should the other party take offense, it might lead to dire consequences, leaving the authorities with no evidence to investigate. Though Vernon did not believe in magic, it was merely his subconscious fear of the unknown. He was all too aware of how his wife's sister and her family had perished, murdered without a trace, leaving the police utterly baffled, forced to declare them dead of natural causes. The notion of two healthy young adults, both under 30, meeting such an end was absurd. It was also profoundly chilling. Thus, Vernon was in a state of panic, yet fortune favors the bold. He was willing to risk it all for the chance to board Microsoft's ship. Microsoft? No. Microsoft does not possess this technology, Zhang Heyang instinctively refuted. Then a brilliant idea struck him. After all, it was 1992. The research on Wi-Fi was likely just beginning, or perhaps had yet to commence. If he were to divulge the existence of such advanced technology to Bill Gates, perhaps he could secure a substantial stake in return. Then, if he were to share knowledge of both the Android and iOS systems, the world might leap into a new mobile era ahead of schedule. And that would spell the end for Jobs and his Apple. What? You don't know the principles behind these advanced technologies? It matters not. With magic, one could effortlessly transplant the utility of what they have witnessed into the minds of technicians, who would undoubtedly grasp the requisite research methodologies. While it may not manifest instantaneously like a Windows system, it is estimated that within approximately 5 years, Joe would still be playing in the mud in the Northeast. By then, I shall hold the reins of Microsoft, transforming it into a merger of the former Microsoft and Apple, while simultaneously usurping the businesses of Non-Dying and Twitter. At that time, the Zhang family shall reign as the wealthiest on this planet. The profits from Microsoft would flow more swiftly than a money-printing press. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it would be utterly inconsequential, mere trifles. I would rain down riches upon Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. At this thought, Zhang Heyang yearned to grasp Vernon's hand tightly, a true benefactor. Your aspirations to join Microsoft may be futile, but nurture your son well, if he possesses genuine talent. Ascending to a mid-level position with an annual salary in the millions of dollars is entirely feasible. Zhang Heyang discerned Vernon's intentions and casually remarked, "Thank you. Thank you." Vernon, brimming with excitement, nearly pulled Dudley down to kneel before Zhang Heyang in gratitude. Millions in annual income. The dollar in 92 held significant value. A millionaire was already a formidable presence, let alone several million annually. Such a blessing it would be. Vernon now regretted not treating Harry better. Zhang Heyang was clearly inclined towards Harry. Had he shown a little more kindness and spoken a few good words before Mr. Zhang, the benefits could have been even greater. Yet, it was evident that Vernon was overthinking. Zhang Heyang favored the intelligent, and Harry, with his typical lack of wit, was simply not worthy. Dudley was merely spoiled. Being just 12 years old, with the right guidance, he could still mature into a promising individual by the time he graduated university at 22. This was Zhang Heyang's way of thanking Vernon by bestowing upon him a fortune. Subsequently, the Dursleys' demeanor noticeably warmed, but Zhang Heyang had little inclination to engage with them. He portioned a dish comprising meat, noodles, and tofu into 4 servings for everyone to savor. What is this? It merely appears to be ordinary noodles made from meat and tofu. Dudley, still harboring a spirit of defiance, criticized the dish again. Though the aroma was enticing, it did not seem to embody haute cuisine, merely ordinary pasta. Smack! Vernon slapped Dudley across the face, exclaiming, "If you don't want to eat, then leave. I still wish to indulge." He then cast a flattering smile at Zhang Heyang before taking a bite with his fork. Goodness! Vernon felt an explosion of flavor in his mouth, akin to the awe of witnessing the sea for the first time. As if he were walking barefoot on a sunlit beach, gazing at the distant waves, dreaming of lounging under a parasol, sipping from a coconut, while admiring the bikini-clad beauties on the shore. Harry and Hagrid, too, experienced a sensation akin to a volcanic eruption within their minds after tasting, leading to an explosion of thoughts forming the words, delicious, absolutely delectable, even better than before. They soon faced another wave of Zhang Heyang's disdain, as he remarked, "Are you daft? Did I, the esteemed chef of Hogwarts, jest? The tofu trio dares you to be afraid." The tofu trio from the esteemed chef's brotherhood left the Americans utterly flabbergasted, their expressions akin to those under the influence of a powerful narcotic. As they devoured the dish and then collapsed into their chairs, releasing groans of satisfaction akin to a euphoric climax. This is dining at its finest. Dudley waved his chubby hands, and Zhang Heyang mused that he might very well eject 2 pounds of lard from within. "I was mistaken, brother. You are indeed the kingpin of this culinary district. I shall grant you the title of gastronomic connoisseur of the area. Anyone who dares contest, you will find me at their aid. Perhaps you should consider shedding a few pounds first." Zhang Heyang cast a spell to remove excess fat, causing Dudley to lose weight at an astonishing rate, prompting screams from the Dursleys as they beheld Dudley rapidly shrinking. Soon, it appeared as though there were 2 Harrys in the living room, and the Dursley household found itself in possession of enough soap to last a decade, made from the oil extracted from Dudley's body. One must admit, after his transformation, Dudley appeared quite handsome, with his golden locks fluttering in the breeze, striking eyebrows, and deep facial contours. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly have no trouble attracting young ladies with a mere beckon. Zhang Heyang could not help but direct a scrutinizing gaze at Vernon and Petunia. It was peculiar. They were not particularly unattractive, yet neither were they exceptionally good-looking. Could it be that Dudley was not Vernon's son? Ah, it made sense. Petunia, after all, was Lily's sister, and she possessed the makings of beauty. If Lily could captivate Severus Snape to the extent of defying the Dementor's kiss and the fear of death to become a double agent against Voldemort, then Petunia could easily ensnare a handsome suitor. Suppressing the impulse to conduct a paternity test on the spot, Zhang Heyang proceeded to serve Harry a 3rd dish. In our Chinese culture, there exists a legend that one must consume a bowl of longevity noodles on their birthday. Finishing an entire strand symbolizes a long and prosperous life. Zhang Heyang pushed a bowl of cold noodles towards Harry, saying, "Eat up, birthday boy. This is your special share. Do not bite it in half." Harry gazed at the large bowl of noodles with trepidation. "Can I bite it?" "Absolutely not. Biting signifies an untimely demise, and that is not a good omen." Zhang Heyang stated with an air of serious authority. Oh, very well. Harry felt elated. He could finally satiate his hunger, and, astonishingly, he was about to eat something so delicious. With a slurp, he devoured the entire noodle in one go. And then, boom, his mind erupted once more. As if a spring breeze carried blossoms for miles. Surrounding him were harmonious drum beats, and two exquisitely adorned women, unlike any he had ever seen, unfurled a scroll before him. Inscribed with two characters he could not read, but instinctively understood to mean delicious. Exquisite. Unconsciously, tears welled in Harry's eyes. This feeling of bliss was something he had never before experienced in his life. The joy reflected in Harry's expression led Zhang Heyang to believe that, in this state, he could confront a Dementor head-on, who needed a Patronus charm when one could simply charge at a Dementor and emerge victorious. Of course, this noodle was not conjured from thin air. The Dursleys possessed no flour, and Zhang Heyang had crafted it from potato starch. However, this was no ordinary potato starch. It was the creation of Lan Fei Hong, a master chef, during the final assessment of his culinary mastery. While Lan Fei Hong had used a noodle press to create his dish, Zhang Heyang, wielding magic, simply amalgamated the potatoes into a single strand. Following Lan Fei Hong's method, he first boiled it in rolling water, then plunged it into ice water to tighten it, amplifying the already impressive elasticity of the potato starch. He seasoned it with fiercely spicy peppers, yet paired it with a refreshing cold preparation, resulting in an unexpectedly harmonious texture that embodied the essence of being both noodle and not noodle. I digress. Harry laboriously finished the longevity noodle, but upon gazing at the cake before him, he felt no desire to partake. He resolved that henceforth, he would only consume this delightful cuisine known as Chinese food, rejecting any notion of Western fare. It was simply inedible, unworthy of any person's palate. With great kindness, he pushed the cake towards Dudley, saying, "Brother, I see you haven't had enough to eat. Why not have this?" Although Dudley had suddenly lost weight, his intrinsic love for food remained unchanged. Given that everything Zhang Heyang prepared was delicious, this cake, despite being different from the three dishes that preceded it, must also be exquisite, right? He eagerly grabbed a fork, ready to dig in, only to be met with a sharp smack from Vernon on the back of his head. Zhang Heyang had just mentioned the importance of nurturing Dudley into a promising individual, and spoiling him now would not do. Vernon, a man of action, decisively chose to administer immediate discipline. The resounding slap, akin to a bear's paw, nearly knocked Dudley dizzy. He was no longer the chubby child with a natural protective layer. "Dad, what are you doing?" Dudley glared at Vernon. "You little brat, are you looking for a fight?" Vernon's glare made Dudley wilt immediately, and he retorted, "Don't you know you should show respect to your parents? Come, let us eat together." As he spoke, both Vernon and Petunia's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, it was a meal personally prepared by Mr. Zhang. They were finally able to savor the entirety of it, and just by glancing at that foolish giant beside them, one could tell this dish would be delectable. 5 minutes later, the Dursleys collapsed onto the floor. Their intentions were commendable. Anything crafted by Zhang Heyang, even if not Chinese cuisine, would surely be delightful. However, this dish had been tailored to Hagrid's taste, and Zhang Heyang had originally intended to play a prank on Harry. Who would have guessed Harry's appetite was so modest? It ended up being a prank on the entire Dursley family instead. "Professor Zhang," Hagrid scratched his head. "Is it truly that unpalatable?" He seized the remaining half of the cake and stuffed it into his mouth, emitting a contented groan after chewing. "I find a flavor absolutely delightful, nearly rivaling the dishes you prepare, Professor Zhang. I believe your palate may be compromised." Zhang Heyang replied with a hint of pity towards Hagrid. He then turned to Harry and said, "Sleep well, Potter. Cherish your final night on Privet Drive. You shall miss it in the future, remembering the care your aunt and uncle provided." "I certainly won't miss it. It's filled with memories of abuse," Harry retorted sharply. "My aunt and uncle owe me nothing. Once I leave, I will never have any dealings with the Dursleys again. Mean, miserly, and violent." "What did you say?" Zhang Heyang rolled up his sleeves, appearing as though ready to strike. "It seems I must impart some fundamental lessons about humanity to you, young man. Those lacking moral integrity are not permitted at Hogwarts. Chapitre 44, Agé des Promotions." Harry harbored no fondness for the Dursleys. That was beyond dispute. In his recollections, the Dursleys had subjected him to endless torment. Aunt Petunia was harsh and parsimonious, while Uncle Vernon was nothing short of brutish, often hurling insults at him. The most unbearable of all was Dudley's periodic beatings. This little fat boy, now no longer so little, took pleasure in physically asserting his dominance over Harry in the neighborhood. Upon learning about the existence of another world, Harry yearned to escape the confines of Privet Drive. How could he possibly have any lingering affection for such a place? He stared in bewilderment at Zhang Heyang, whose sudden shift in demeanor left him perplexed. I speak nothing but the truth. I know, indeed, you speak the truth. Zhang Heyang replied lightly, but what are your plans? Upon returning to the magical world, will you sever ties with your aunt and uncle? Absolutely. Harry nodded without hesitation. Who would want to return to a life of sleeping in a cupboard? I will leave this place. I seek vengeance for my parents. As for Privet Drive, I shall never return. My ties with the Dursleys are severed. Harry thought of his tragically deceased parents and the war within the Wizarding World. Though he was still unclear about the details, an instinct deep within him informed him that this was a conflict from which he could not escape. He cast one last glance at the house where he had lived for 11 years, regarding the Dursleys with an emotionless gaze, akin to that of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Schools and teachers will impart much knowledge to you, such as this. Zhang Heyang remarked with a smile. Severing ties? On what basis do you make such a claim? Do you realize I provided your uncle with a sum of 10,000 pounds to facilitate your departure? I understand you have been mistreated and forced into labor in this household, yet you should also grasp the value of money. Do you believe you could earn 10,000 pounds within your 11 years, or even in the 11 years to come? Zhang Heyang rose, looking down at Harry, stating, One must learn gratitude, Potter. Regardless of their treatment, they raised you for a decade, sparing you from death. There is no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. You are not a burden to them, yet they have ensured you were never left to starve. In my view, that is a tremendous favor. In Chinese culture, we speak of repaying even the slightest kindness with a fountain of gratitude. If your resentment towards your aunt and uncle stems merely from their failure to treat you like their biological child, then regardless of others' opinions from Zhang Heyang's perspective, your character is questionable. Of course, such feelings are understandable, as Harry's past decade had indeed been far from pleasant. Moreover, there is an old saying, it is not poverty that is wretched, but inequality. Observing the Dursleys' treatment of Dudley, one could empathize with Harry's sentiments. However, understanding does not equate to justification. You have until tonight to ponder this, and to prepare your belongings. Once you have made your decision, I will take you to experience the wonders of the magical world. Of course, if you remain indecisive, Hogwarts will still welcome you. But according to Headmaster Dumbledore, you must return to Privet Drive every year for the next 7 years to stay with your aunt and uncle. Make your choice wisely, Mr. Savior. Zhang Heyang turned and departed, not casting another glance back, expressing gratitude for their hospitality while eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Farewell, Hagrid. Professor E. Hagrid glanced at Harry, feeling that the treatment of his old friend's son might not be entirely appropriate. Yet, Zhang Heyang's status dictated that this matter must adhere to his direction. As long as Zhang Heyang did not intend to harm Harry on the spot, Hagrid had to listen obediently. Moreover, while he was quite dissatisfied with the Dursleys' behavior, upon reflecting on Zhang Heyang's words, he found a degree of truth in them. After deliberating for a while, he patted Harry on the shoulder, an action that made Harry feel as if he had been struck to the ground. Think carefully, little one. Professor Zhang is one of the greatest individuals in this world. Hagrid turned away, concealing the tears in his eyes from Harry, and said to Zhang Heyang, I am ready. Professor Zhang, let's depart. Zhang Heyang nodded, and with 2 soft pops, the 2 of them vanished into thin air. Gratitude? Harry gazed in the direction the 2 had departed, a contemplative expression emanating from his emerald green eyes. However, before him, a flash of gold quickly obscured his view. It was Dudley. He had to thank Zhang Heyang for his magic. Otherwise, his entire line of sight would have been blocked by that corpulent physique. You little brat, how could you possibly know such an eccentric friend? It's because of you that I've been humiliated. Dudley crackled his knuckles, grinning maliciously as he watched Harry approach step by step. I will teach you a lesson. With a shrill scream, Dudley lunged at Harry. Yet, he had forgotten that he was no longer the massive weight of a juvenile whale. His movements failed to impose any pressure on Harry, who deftly countered, and soon the 2 were locked in a swift struggle. Professor, I do not understand. In a 5-star hotel in London, Zhang Heyang and Hagrid leisurely sat on the rooftop terrace, gazing at the stars. Hagrid, still anxious about Harry, turned to Zhang Heyang and said, The Dursleys are undeniably despicable. They care for Harry only because of Professor Dumbledore's orders. Why then should you make Harry express gratitude towards them? Remember, Hagrid, in this world, nothing is taken for granted. Only that which is logical follows. Zhang Heyang reclined with his hands behind his head, lying back on the terrace, his posture relaxed, yet his tone remarkably serious. As a teacher, he not only imparts knowledge, but also the principles of humanity. The saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, 100 years to cultivate a person. Is it possible that something strange has infiltrated our conversation? Regardless, Zhang Heyang continued with poise, In your view, fulfilling Dumbledore's request is not merely a matter of course. It is, in fact, a privilege. Yet, let us not forget that they are not wizards and refuse to acknowledge the existence of magic. To them, Dumbledore is merely an old fool, just as he is to me. Although Hagrid held great respect for Zhang Heyang, he felt uneasy hearing someone openly speak ill of Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not spend a single penny for them. From this perspective, they are indeed quite remarkable, albeit relative to their circumstances. Zhang Heyang smiled. Once you comprehend this principle, your fear of Voldemort may diminish significantly. After all Voldemort desires is power and advantage. Understand. Hagrid nodded, though only partially grasping the concept. He suddenly sensed a stirring of magic within him. That night, the London sky was adorned with a sacred, brilliant white light. Chapter 45. You're the worst class of students I have ever taught. In Buddhist terms, life may present obstacles to understanding due to insufficient comprehension of matters, thus hindering one's development. This is especially true for those who lived through the era of Voldemort. Facing the immense threat of death, one either emerges as a renowned and formidable figure, like Moody, or becomes increasingly fearful under Voldemort's pressure, akin to Hagrid, to the point of trembling at the mere mention of his name. Of course, the vast majority have turned into individuals like Hagrid. While Moody may also refrain from uttering Voldemort's name, it stems from a respect for strength and a judgment of power. The name Voldemort has been cursed. Pronouncing it directly would alert him and his Death Eaters branded with the Dark Mark. Thus, especially as an Auror, to speak his name before one can directly confront him is absurd. But Hagrid is different. He refers to Voldemort as the Dark Lord, trembling at the mere mention of it. This is pure fear. The more one fears, the weaker the spirit becomes, rendering the individual increasingly cowardly. Fortunately, Hagrid remains under Dumbledore's protection. Despite his fear of Voldemort, he dares to oppose him. If he were to succumb to the likes of Karkaroff, his entire life would be ruined. The principle Zhang Heyang articulated today is not a profound truth about life and death, but clearly elucidates the relationships between people. There are no guarantees, only logical consequences. Voldemort instills fear because he relentlessly kills, creating terror. But does Hagrid fear death? For Dumbledore, or rather for justice, he would unhesitatingly confront Voldemort, even at the cost of his life, and he has no family left to fear retribution from Voldemort. His strength is already formidable. Now, under Zhang Heyang's second round of guidance, his future is boundless. Moreover, with Voldemort either dead or missing, what is there to fear? He is unafraid. Thus, Hagrid was enlightened. At that moment, while his magical prowess did not increase, his transformation in character elevated him to the level of the four house heads. In this era, where magic is increasingly integrated into daily life and ancient cultivation methods have nearly faded away, the status of a headmaster represents the pinnacle of human capability. Which of Hogwarts' four heads is not a renowned powerhouse? Of course, Zhang Heyang, with his extraordinary abilities, is an exception. He does not merely command respect. He is destined for greatness, unafraid of even Voldemort or any celestial being. Professor Zhang, thank you. Hagrid sincerely expressed his gratitude towards Zhang Heyang. Without him, Hagrid might have remained an oblivious and self-deprecating giant throughout his life. Yet from this moment forth, Hagrid is undeniably a strong individual, not only in terms of strength but also in mindset. He no longer fears anyone. From a strength standpoint, there is nothing more I can teach you. Zhang Heyang felt a pang of annoyance. How did this clumsy giant manage to break through? Such trivial matters should not have led to a breakthrough. How simplistic and dull must have been his previous worldview. However, in terms of character, there is still considerable room for improvement. Before you can control your giant lineage and overcome your volatile temper, you must continue to study diligently and not become complacent. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Heyang had risen at some point, standing with his hands clasped behind his back against the wind, his dark red robe billowing dramatically. He gazed into the distance, as though peering through layers of emptiness, saying, "I'm not exaggerating. You truly are the worst class of students I have ever taught." Hagrid had never witnessed such a lofty display of arrogance, and felt profound admiration for Zhang Heyang, far surpassing those mindless nobles who merely flaunted their superiority. He respectfully replied, "Yes, Professor Zhang, I will study even more diligently." Standing nearly 4 meters tall, Hagrid appeared as a comical rock formation on the rooftop at night. Yet his heart brimmed with determination. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his progress, only to realize he was the worst class of student Zhang Heyang had ever taught. He resolved to improve his standing. Of course, Hagrid was unaware of just how much of a charlatan this windswept individual was. Only months prior, Zhang Heyang had been an aimless university student on Earth. Hagrid was indeed his first student, and while he could be deemed the worst, he was undoubtedly also the best. Much later, when Hagrid discovers that Zhang Heyang would utter the same phrase to each class, the renowned powerhouse Rubius Hagrid's unwavering resolve would shatter into pieces. It is said that the scene was utterly tragic, with Hagrid lying on the ground, clutching his chest like a cuckoo crying blood, shouting, "Professor Zhang, you have deceived me." Professor Zhang's teaching career is far from over. For now, let us set that aside. The following day, what a refreshing sleep. Zhang Heyang awoke from a deep slumber, feeling invigorated and refreshed. As he gazed at the soft morning light and the slightly reddened horizon, he was filled with a sense of vitality. The morning holds the promise of the day, he thought to himself with delight, deciding to venture outside for some morning exercise. However, he abruptly halted, staring at the crimson sky and muttering to himself, "Why is the sun rising from the west? Is the magical realm truly different?" It was the setting sun, not the rising sun. A gruff voice interrupted his musings from behind. Hagrid, having grown bored, was dismantling his umbrella for amusement. "Professor Zhang, you've slept an entire day and night, and now dusk is approaching again." Zhang Heyang's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure, retorting, "A good night's sleep is a testament to youth. Look at Dumbledore. He rises at 3:30 every morning. That's a sign of aging." As for how Zhang Heyang knew the old wizard's wake-up time, well, let us not delve into that. Mind your words, or the innate treasures will swiftly deal with you, he warned Hagrid with a threatening glare. "Last night, I had a late business call with Old Bai. Alas, the life of a successful person leaves little room for personal time. Every moment is packed, but it is also fulfilling." "Old Bai." Hagrid blinked in confusion, unsure of whom Zhang Heyang was referring to. "Not by Fu, but Bill Gates. You wouldn't know him. He is a billionaire from the U.S., the wealthiest man in the world. I'm one of the major shareholders in his company. Otherwise, why would that fool, Dudley, treat me with such deference?" Zhang Heyang rolled his eyes. "Old Bai, could you help me take the fall for something?" Sure, but what about Harry?" Hagrid scratched his head, inquiring. "Let us deal with that tomorrow. Remember to wake me up in the morning, all right?" Zhang Heyang replied while scratching his head and muttering, "What a terrible place. It claims to be a 5-star hotel, yet lacks a wake-up service." Hagrid watched Zhang Heyang, who seemed to be a walking contradiction, and pointed out, "Brother, it seems you cast a banishing charm on your own room. With your level of magic, even Dumbledore and Voldemort combined wouldn't dare to approach you silently. Who has to blame for not being awakened? But didn't you say to give young Harry a day's grace?" He hesitantly reminded. "I've changed my mind," Zhang Heyang declared as he headed towards the kitchen, planning to prepare a meal. "I'll give him an extra day to think, and he should be grateful. I've always said, one must learn to appreciate kindness." Chapter 46, Haphazard Fried Rice. Hagrid was left slack-jawed, witnessing the pinnacle of human audacity as he followed Zhang Heyang into the hotel's kitchen. "Culinary master in the house. All non-essential personnel, step aside," Zhang Heyang bellowed, startling the kitchen staff, who promptly pressed the alarm, claiming a madman had invaded their domain. "How dare they underestimate a top-tier chef like me?" Zhang Heyang scoffed, pulling a fabric from his sleeve, and in an instant, a resplendent golden dragon dazzled everyone's eyes. The prominently featured character special on its body was particularly striking, causing all to bow and refer to him as the esteemed master chef before retreating from the kitchen. "What? You wonder where a top chef dragon comes from? What good is magic if not for such convenience?" Hagrid looked on helplessly, pondering whether it was truly necessary to create such a spectacle over a mere muggle banishing charm. "There is no time for theatrics. I'll whip up a simple fried rice," Zhang Heyang decided as he cracked over 20 eggs and, after several incantations, located some rice in the vast kitchen. Satisfied, he remarked, "The rice is acceptable. Although the culinary skills of Y Country are not particularly commendable, the quality of ingredients is decent. All right, let us get to work." Zhang Heyang rolled up his sleeves, brandishing his wand as if preparing for an epic culinary battle. "Professor Zhang, what exactly are you planning?" Hagrid instinctively felt a sense of danger and took a step back, though his large frame meant that retreating to the wall hardly made a difference. "Fried rice. Watch closely. This is going to be divine," Zhang Heyang proclaimed as he waved his wand, causing the eggs to soar into the air like circus clowns, forming a perfect ring. Suddenly, a massive stainless steel bowl flew over, positioning itself beneath the eggs. Bang, bang, bang. The eggs collided against the bowl's edges, sending egg whites flying into the trash, while the yolks settled neatly in the bowl. Then, with a puzzled expression on Hagrid's face, Zhang Heyang pulled out a wand identical to Hagrid's from his magically expanded pocket and began to whisk the egg mixture vigorously. "Professor, isn't there an egg beater over there?" Hagrid remarked, feeling exasperated. It seemed as though the wand he had painstakingly selected was being treated as a mere toy. It's fine. I often use my wand to beat eggs back in China. It's second nature to me, Zhang Heyang replied casually. I've used yours before too. You're lucky. The eggs from the divine birds of China are no less impressive than any you might find here. Whose wand can boast such a distinction? Enjoy your quiet pride. Hagrid felt a wave of despair wash over him. I think I'll stick to my umbrella from now on. Suit yourself, Zhang Heyang shrugged, turning his attention to the raw rice. What now? How to cook it? Simple enough. Let us summon some flames. A towering inferno erupted, nearly scorching the building, as the smoke alarm blared incessantly, though Zhang Heyang effortlessly shattered it with a flick of his wand. How bothersome. What is the fuss about? Hagrid wondered, contemplating the absurdity of blaming the alarm for going off due to such a blazing fire. Don't you need a pot with water to steam rice? Zhang Heyang scratched his head, suddenly struck by inspiration. Let us use that. Hagrid felt a sinking feeling. What had happened to the culinary master he had expected? The grand display suggested an extraordinary dish was imminent, but was it really just chaos? Hagrid's internal monologue was abruptly interrupted as Zhang Heyang pointed at the mound of rice and chanted, "Steam the lamb." Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the kitchen, creating a vacuum that made it hard for Hagrid to breathe. A massive surge of magic coalesced in the air, and a purple pot materialized, enveloping the rice entirely. Zhang Heyang's wand moved again, summoning a stream of water that filled the pot, while flames reaching over 30 feet ignited beneath the translucent purple vessel. All right, just wait 2 seconds. Zhang Heyang clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Hagrid felt utterly bewildered. Wasn't this the legendary large-scale magic? The kind that typically required months to inscribe a magic circle and precious magical artifacts to unleash? He recalled how excited Voldemort had been when he first managed large-scale magic in 6th grade, an excitement that had lasted 2 months, albeit at the cost of nearly exhausting all his magical energy. His once handsome visage had transformed into that of a mummy, leaving countless girls heartbroken. As a result, is this fellow now using grandiose magic to prepare a meal? Yesterday, employing a blend of enchantments to concoct soup left Hagrid feeling that Zhang Heyang had truly lost his mind. Little did he realize that there are no limits to the path of insanity. Is this what you refer to when you say there's no time for fussing around? Merely whipping up a simple fried rice. Simple my foot. Hagrid felt his lifelong education had been profoundly shaken, his worldview, carefully constructed over 60 years, teetering on the brink of collapse. The final blow that shattered Hagrid's beliefs was Zhang Heyang's next move. Steam was already rising from the purple clay pot. To be honest, such a grand spectacle would have caused an explosion long ago for someone else, even that person. Possessing the ability to effortlessly wield large-scale magic and ordinary spells with flames over 30 meters would not have the same level of control as Zhang Heyang. The techniques of a soul-form cultivator are no trifling matter. Astonishingly, the commotion caused no destruction whatsoever. Instead, the rice was indeed cooked in no time. Yet, Zhang Heyang appeared somewhat dissatisfied, scratching his head and remarking, "Isn't fried rice supposed to taste better with leftover rice? No waities. Just freeze it in the fridge for a while. It's almost the same." Ice Nova. With a flick of his wand, Zhang Heyang decisively employed his mage skills. The Ice Mage's innate ability conjured a biting cold wind among selected foes, inflicting immense frost damage within an 8-yard radius, freezing enemies in place for 2 seconds. Hagrid's egg was utterly shattered. So this is how city folk prepare fried rice. How clever, truly clever. When his mother inquired why he knelt to eat, he would reply that cooking was indeed a perilous endeavor. The magical resistance granted by his half-giant lineage seemed trivial here. Hagrid felt that any brush with this magic could spell his doom. There would certainly be a 4th update, but it would arrive after midnight. As another book awaited its turn, "You are merciless. Come, strike me down with your generous donations." Chapter 47, Bestowing Blessings Upon Fried Rice. Done. In truth, the entire process took merely 20 seconds, yet Hagrid felt as though he had endured 2 decades of torment. Alas, eating someone else's cooking costs money. But dining on Zhang Heyang's creations could cost him his life. Not a single spell he performed was straightforward. Even the most basic incantations like Flame Burst and Clear Water taught in 3rd or 4th year classes seemed to operate on an entirely different level under Zhang Heyang's command. Just look at that flame. Was it a mere fire? It was akin to a wall of flames. And that water, what was clear water? It was more like a high-pressure hose. As for mixed magic and large-scale enchantments, Zhang Heyang's culinary essence could be distilled into 4 words: reckless and absurd. Zhang Heyang surveyed the prepared rice and egg mixture, nodding in satisfaction, and proclaimed, Let the frying commence. Hagrid's legs nearly buckled, almost sending him crashing to the floor. So, you've conjured such a grand display, yet have yet to officially begin? When pondering this, if such a spectacle was merely a prelude, what would the actual cooking entail? Would this towering edifice of over 80 stories still stand? In truth, when Zhang Heyang truly commenced his work, Hagrid found himself overthinking. Although Zhang Heyang's techniques were indeed impressive and even generated flames within the pan, they paled in comparison to the cataclysmic magic from earlier. Just cook normally. Hagrid wiped the cold sweat from his brow and resolved to refuse any future meals with this perilous professor. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely declare the food delicious. To remain silent would spell his doom. Yet Hagrid forgot how exquisite Zhang Heyang's cooking was at the Dursleys. Just as he prepared to take a moment's respite, a waft of ethereal fragrance slipped into his nostrils. This aroma was not overpowering, yet lingered stubbornly, as if it possessed eyes, burrowing straight into Hagrid's nostrils. As a half-giant, his organs were significantly larger than those of an average person. His nostrils were only slightly smaller than a deer's, and that captivating scent swiftly penetrated. Akin to a restless little bug, racing throughout Hagrid's entire being, causing every pore to open, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Hagrid felt an invigorating force surge from his soles, sending goosebumps racing up his spine, making his curly hair stand on end. As this energy reached his lips, it finally transformed into an exclamation, so fragrant. Looking at Zhang Heyang, he felt as though the man had transformed entirely. Under the influence of magic, in an instant, the culinary god had taken over. Zhang Heyang's movements flowed seamlessly, each action devoid of unnecessary flourish, executed with textbook precision. His mature visage exuding the unique charm of a dedicated man. How long does it take to prepare a bowl of fried rice? In Zhang Heyang's enchanted state, it took no more than 3 minutes for the steaming fried rice to be plated, every grain accounted for, laid out in a golden expanse upon the white dish. What does it mean for a dish to possess color, aroma, and flavor in perfect harmony? This is the embodiment. The portion size matched that of any restaurant in Chinatown. Yet the color and fragrance of this dish were incomparable. The eggs mingled fervently with the aroma of the heated rice, each grain distinct, glistening golden, loosely piled together, reminiscent of golden rice during the autumn harvest. This represented the pinnacle of fried rice, golden fried rice, aside from not shimmering with a dazzling light. It bore no difference to the renowned chef's golden fried rice. No shining? How can that be? Ordinary cuisine could hardly emit blinding radiance that would send one staggering back. But who are we? A maxed-out mage, a soul-formed cultivator. To conjure a glowing fried rice is truly a trivial matter. Eternal shining starlight, please descend quietly, transforming into a beacon for humanity. Zhang Heyang pointed his wand to the fried rice and began to chant. His incantation was not a mere string of modern magical phrases, but rather a lengthy, convoluted series of words, stretching to at least a couple of 100 characters. If a battle were to ensue, he would have been quickly overwhelmed. Moreover, he articulated each word slowly, as if he were a dying elder, the intonation peculiar, with an exaggerated cadence, elongating certain syllables and shifting the emphasis, making it sound utterly inhuman, reckless, and absurd. Hagrid covered his face, weeping profusely. He now regretted returning to school, lamenting why he had chosen to study magic under the erudite Professor Zhang, why he had pursued knowledge with such fervor, sacrificing day and night in his studies. Was it not merely decades without practicing magic? Was it not because he had been expelled from Hogwarts long ago? Must he be so impatient? Did he not realize that ignorance is bliss? Hagrid genuinely wished he were a simpleton with only third-grade knowledge. Alas. Despite being expelled and unable to practice magic, he had read extensively, having completed the same books that a Hogwarts graduate would have studied over 7 years. Coupled with the knowledge Zhang Heyang had recently imparted, enough for him to recognize precisely what Zhang Heyang was currently employing. Astral magic, a branch of ancient runes, is a long-lost art that few possess knowledge of today. Should Hagrid discover that Zhang Heyang has managed to reverse-engineer this magic using merely fragmented texts on ancient runes and the history of magic from the library, it would likely send him into a state of utter despair. Known for its sluggish incantation, astral magic is nonetheless absolute in its efficacy due to the seemingly eternal presence of the stars above. It is an art that cannot be evaded or rendered ineffective, demanding a direct confrontation. In the era of King Arthur, it was typically employed during large-scale military confrontations. Indeed, astral magic unfolds at a leisurely pace. It took Zhang Heyang nearly 5 minutes to chant a spell consisting of fewer than 200 words, which is among the shortest incantations in this discipline. Upon finally reciting the last line, he enhanced the sharpness of his magical blade. A green luminescence began to emanate from his wand. This ancient astral magic glow could amplify the magical potency of those illuminated by it threefold, rendering it a formidable auxiliary spell. Allow me to bestow this light upon you. Remarkably, such a powerful incantation was utilized by Zhang Heyang merely to bless his fried rice. The moment the glow graced the dish, the stars above shone with renewed brilliance, showering the world with starlight. The centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, observing the celestial display, became agitated. An elder centaur voiced his concerns. The celestial signs shift. The resurgence of ancient astral magic. Who can say if it is a blessing or a curse? Professor Trelawney, watching the stars from her home, felt a surge of ancestral energy coursing through her veins, awakening a primal instinct that startled her. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Professor Quirrell writhed in agony, clutching his head, as a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Damn it, astral magic. How can this be? Someone still wields such power. Unbeknownst to these formidable beings, their mounting dread stemmed from the trivial desire of one audacious individual yearning for a supercharged serving of fried rice. In the kitchen, Zhang Heyang remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had incited, marveling at the fried rice, now glowing like a miniature sun. With a cheerful clap, he proclaimed, "Done." Chapter 48, A Terrible Awakening. Eat up, Hagrid. I've prepared 100 servings for us, just perfect for the two of us. Zhang Heyang emerged with 100 plates, eagerly devouring the fried rice while periodically nudging the dazed Hagrid to hasten his eating. Huh. Hagrid appeared utterly bewildered. It took several calls from Zhang Heyang to rouse him from his stupor. Rubbing his enormous head, he sheepishly replied, "I think I'll pass on that. Just 2 regular meals will suffice." Good heavens, I can't handle something blessed by ancient magic. Suit yourself, Zhang Heyang shrugged, unfazed. After all, he could consume even 200 servings without issue, as everything he ingested would convert into physical points. While the fried rice blessed by astral magic held no extraordinary properties, it still granted a mere 10 points of vitality. Insignificant even for a frail mage, whose maximum vitality could reach several thousand points. 20 minutes later, I'm full, time to sleep. Zhang Heyang, satisfied after conquering 100 plates of fried rice with astounding vigor, patted his flat stomach and departed the dining hall. Fullness meant sleep, and he wouldn't gain weight, a delightful perk of magic. The next day, "Professor, it's time to wake up." Hagrid nervously knocked on the door, fearful that a misstep could unleash a catastrophic spell or ancient magic upon him. Boom! Clearly, Hagrid's apprehensions were well-founded. Zhang Heyang not only resisted rising early, but also harbored a severe case of morning grumpiness. Within seconds of Hagrid's knock, a massive surge of magical energy obliterated the surroundings, reducing the entire room to dust. Fortunately, having witnessed Zhang Heyang's culinary exploits the previous day, Hagrid was prepared. He had cast a featherweight charm on himself and hastily fled, layering protective spells around him. Bang! Bang! As Hagrid felt the translucent barrier before him tremble under the onslaught. His dark complexion paled. I should have known better than to rouse you. Is it too much to ask for a little peace in the morning? Zhang Heyang stood atop his flying sword, arms crossed, his face devoid of expression, still half asleep. Ahem, Professor, you did ask me to wake you, Hagrid stammered, instinctively shrinking back, resolving never to venture within 100 meters of Zhang Heyang while he slept, too perilous. Did I? Zhang Heyang scratched his head, reluctantly acknowledging Dumbledore's request. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, he withdrew his wand and intoned reversal spell. Before long, Hagrid watched in disbelief as the obliterated room began to reverse its destruction, reassembling itself before his eyes. The energy from the arcane storm of magic previously unleashed began to coalesce once more at the tip of Zhang Heyang's wand. That eerie sensation of depleted air returned, and a terrifying arcane wave flickered before Zhang Heyang, sending chills down Hagrid's spine. Go! Zhang Heyang gestured, and the innate flying sword shot forth, slicing the terrifying magical wave into nothingness, leaving not a trace. A more thorough dispersal than before, restoring the magic to its primal state. Good heavens, this can't be real. A startled cry echoed as a previously unseen figure appeared beside Hagrid, a petite woman with flowing gray hair, her small stature contrasting sharply with her now gaping mouth, wide enough to swallow a dragon egg whole. Have I been discovered? Zhang Heyang recoiled in shock, his flying sword still in motion, hurtling towards the woman. Wait, she barely managed to interject, feeling the suffocating pressure of the approaching energy wave. You think I'll wait for you? Am I a fool? Zhang Heyang scoffed, his sword accelerating further. The petite woman nearly panicked. She had no intention of risking her life against such a formidable foe. With no other option, she knelt and pleaded, "Sir, I mean no harm. I am Mafalda Hopkirk, Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Impressively, she managed to speak so much in the brief second before the sword reached her, her words flowing as swiftly as if she were reciting a menu. From the Ministry of Magic? Zhang Heyang finally halted the sword, yet the razor-sharp energy still severed a lock of her hair. He tilted his head to glance at Hagrid, questioning in confusion. "Don't look at me. I have no idea." Hagrid replied with a shrug. "I haven't dealt with the Ministry of Magic in over 50 years. The only time I had any interaction with them was when they ordered me to leave school." He added, "However, I am aware of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It certainly exists." The petite woman watched her hair slowly fall, abruptly severed by a burst of magical energy, leaving her frozen in place, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. She thought, who would have imagined these two would seem to bear a grudge against the Ministry? What a disaster. I might not even make it out of here alive today. And to think, I'm still a virgin. Zhang Heyang cast a sidelong glance at her, contemplating how one could be so reckless as to come here alone. In M country, they would dispatch an entire team for such matters, often led by a commanding officer accompanied by the majority of their fighting force. While he ultimately managed to handle the situation single-handedly, it nonetheless demonstrated their sense of crisis and combat readiness. It was no wonder that those from M country looked down upon Y country. The disparity was glaring. The petite woman felt wronged, wondering if she was being mocked. The Ministry had suddenly detected a massive surge of magical energy erupting from a Muggle hotel, prompting her to apparate immediately to address the issue. What more could they expect of her? The Ministry officials had grown accustomed to their bureaucratic ways, although they were not overtly oppressive. The peaceful transition of power had become a habit. Who would have thought someone would resort to violence over a mere disagreement? This woman, Mafalda Hopkirk, at just 32, had already risen to the position of Deputy Director, a role brimming with promise, likely paving her path to the position of Minister of Magic. Yet here she was, facing chaos brought on by a troublemaker like Zhang Heyang. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense as the three stood there, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 49, Trouble Falls from the Sky. Mafalda Hopkirk felt that she had revealed her identity and that they should sit down and accept the Ministry's resolution. Hagrid held a negative view of the Ministry, expressing his disinterest in the matter, while Zhang Heyang's mind was consumed with the notion that they had witnessed his true power, compelling them to face dire consequences, a trope straight out of a bizarre fantasy novel. Eventually, it was Hopkirk who broke the silence. "Sir, could you please lower your sword?" There was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. Facing this situation was making her bladder feel as if it might burst. "Since you are the Deputy Director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, what brings you here? Are the higher-ups so idle?" Zhang Heyang ignored Hopkirk, continuing to speak to himself. "Is there someone here misusing magic?" No, Hopkirk hastily clarified, her inner frustration boiling over. If this ISNT considered the misuse of magic, then Voldemort would merely be seen as a common thug. "Then what are you doing here? Are your superiors so idle?" Zhang Heyang scratched his head, memories beginning to resurface. This Mafalda Hopkirk seemed indeed to have ample free time. As a deputy director, she personally penned the letters sent to Harry regarding his unauthorized use of magic while at Hogwarts. She even monitored the magical fluctuations of house-elves. What a bore. Conversely, the fact that the department had become so trivial that it monitored house-elf magic meant that Zhang Heyang's actions, akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in a bustling city, would undoubtedly attract immediate attention. I was just tired from work," Hopkirk nearly cried, regretting her decision to come here, wishing she had just gone for a stroll instead. "Well, that's good enough," Zhang Heyang replied, satisfied. He believed in not exterminating all potential adversaries, as they were merely doing their jobs. Their swift apparition indicated a serious attitude toward their responsibilities. Yes, may I ask for your name, sir?" Hopkirk felt a mix of dread and duty, realizing she needed to gather information about Zhang Heyang. After all, she had reported her whereabouts to her superior and needed to at least ascertain who this individual was. "I am Zhang Heyang, the new head of Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts, and I also teach defense against the dark arts. Should the Ministry have any inquiries, feel free to approach me," he declared boldly, his demeanor exuding confidence, as if he were about to announce a war against the Ministry on behalf of Dumbledore. With a simultaneous thud, both Hagrid and Mafalda Hopkirk collapsed to the ground, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Poor Dumbledore, over 100 years old, found himself in a precarious situation. Trouble had fallen from the sky, landing squarely on his head. Of course, Zhang Heyang had a different perspective, believing it was Dumbledore's fault for assigning him such a task that robbed him of his peaceful slumber. If the blame didn't lie with him, then whose could it be? Years later, Dumbledore would reflect in his memoirs that his greatest regret was not his friendship with Grindelwald that led to his sister's death, nor his inability to prevent the tragedy of his parents' demise, nor his oversight of Voldemort's rise. It was not even the manipulation of Harry into becoming a savior, but rather the unconsidered decision to hire a defense against the dark arts teacher without proper foresight. All right, let us go. If you don't leave now, I might have to accuse you of harassment, Zhang Heyang urged, eager to dismiss them. The facts are clear. Nothing has transpired here. You, a deputy director, come to trouble a mere commoner. Em terrified, truly. Hopkirk felt a surge of frustration as thoughts of collapsing before Zhang Heyang crossed her mind. You're scared? You're just a commoner? My legs are shaking here. However, on a more serious note, she, and indeed the entire ministry, could find no evidence to prove that Zhang Heyang had ever misused magic. You claim there are magical fluctuations in the air? As a fully qualified wizard and the head of Hogwarts, why shouldn't I be able to perform magic outside of school? Misuse? Cause en destruction? Where's the evidence? This was what sent chills down Mafalda, Hopkirk's spine. Upon arriving via apparition, the scene before her had left her cold with dread. The reversal spell was not particularly advanced. It could trace the last spell cast by a wand or magical object. Yet, what Zhang Heyang had done transcended the ordinary. He had turned a simple spell into a time reversal event, restoring not only the shattered buildings to their former glory, but also retracting spells that had already been cast, obliterating them into nothingness. How could one investigate such a phenomenon? With a bitter smile, Mafalda Hopkirk admitted defeat and promptly operated away. She would rather face the wrath of her superiors, even Minister Fudge, than remain in the presence of this strangely robed individual. Impressive, Hagrid remarked, giving Zhang Heyang a thumbs up, acknowledging his chaotic prowess. Unlike Hopkirk, Hagrid, with his own considerable strength, could distinctly sense the temporal fluctuations in the void. Zhang Heyang had not merely restored the destroyed structures. The area itself had reverted to a time before the explosion occurred. Thus, unless someone of extraordinary strength, beyond even the capabilities of a headmaster, were to investigate, uncovering any discrepancies would be impossible. Hagrid could sense that Zhang Heyang was employing not merely a simple time reversal spell. This incantation had undoubtedly been modified, bearing the unmistakable hallmark of temporal magic. Indeed, it was the ancient art of temporal magic, revered alongside astrological magic. It was said that in the primordial era, magic was primarily utilized for combat, categorized into 6 distinct schools: talismanic, temporal, summoning, dark, astrological, and elven magic. Talismanic magic involved the crafting of talismans, embedding spells within them, which could be activated by casting them forth with one's magical energy, thus earning the title of the swiftest form of magic. Many contemporary magical artifacts exhibit the influence of talismanic magic. Conversely, dark magic is reputed to communicate with the forces of the netherworld, with much of modern dark sorcery stemming from the ethereal lineage of dark magic. As for the remaining 4 schools, since the demise of Merlin, no practitioners have been heard of. Even the 4 founders of Hogwarts only caught whispers of them. Little did anyone know that this deranged individual could effortlessly wield 2 spells within 24 hours, one to bless a fried rice dish, and the other to mend the havoc wrought by a morning temper. Had the ancient magicians learned of this, they would likely unite in indignation to smite this prodigal fool. However, Zhang Heyang remained unfazed. If he could toss around innate spiritual treasures, what were ancient magicians to him? Chapter 50, Departing from Privet Drive. The venue of Zhang Heyang's antics lay in London, far removed from Harry, who resided in Surrey, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. The previous night, Harry had tossed and turned, unable to find slumber as he meticulously pondered every word spoken by Zhang Heyang, finding a semblance of truth within them. Yet, gazing around his cluttered storage room, the former bedroom of Dudley, he could not summon joy. After the so-called professor's departure, he had engaged in a scuffle with Dudley. Dudley, still adjusting to his recently diminished stature, appeared rather unwell after consuming dragon egg cake, while Harry, having feasted on 3 divine dishes, brimmed with vitality. Thus, for the first time in a decade, Harry triumphed over Dudley, leaving him questioning his existence as he pummeled his cousin's head. Uncle Vernon, unusually, refrained from striking Harry, instead intervening to separate the two and banishing Harry to his bedroom. Yet, Harry understood that this leniency was merely a concession for the previous encounter with the professor. Tossing and turning, Harry could not find rest, his mind oscillating between thoughts of the magical realm, the deep-seated enmity toward his parents' murderers, and Zhang Heyang's words. But after a night of contemplation, he could not absolve the Dursleys, nor did he perceive any kindness from them. It seemed he was destined to remain here until the commencement of the school year, perhaps even without the qualifications to become a wizard, resigned to attending Stonewall High instead. When dawn broke, Harry, dejected, realized he had forgotten to prepare breakfast, accidentally toppling a vase on the dining table while ignoring Uncle Vernon's furious bellowing. "Are you seeking another beating? What nonsense are you up to, you wretched boy?" The entire day passed in a haze. As anticipated, Zhang Heyang did not return, further solidifying Harry's conviction of his failure in the trials. "Hey, kid, where's your professor?" Dudley sneered, advancing with clenched fists, evidently seeking to avenge the previous night's humiliation. "He hasn't come to fetch you. You must be terribly disappointed. That so-called magical fool is merely here to swindle money." "Shut up, Dudley." Uncle Vernon happened upon the scene, nearly startled into submission by Dudley's words. Hastily dragging him back to his room, forbidding him from speaking, and compelling him to transcribe the school rules 100 times, inadvertently saving Harry from further conflict. With a resounding pop, 2 explosive sounds echoed, causing the Dursleys' faces to flush crimson, while Harry perceived what might be the most exquisite sound in existence. "Good morning." Zhang Heyang casually shook his arm. "Have you made up your mind, Potter?" "Yes," Harry hastily replied, though another voice interjected even more swiftly. "You said he wouldn't come if he hadn't made up his mind yesterday. This isn't fair. It contradicts the spirit of the contract." Uncle Vernon felt deceived, questioning how he could conduct business under such circumstances, fearing for Dudley's future under Zhang Heyang's influence. Zhang Heyang, exuding calm, remarked that Uncle Vernon was overthinking it. He ought to entrust Dudley to Bill Gates, for even if Dudley had slimmed down, he was still a charming young lad, and Zhang had no interest in him whatsoever. With a flick of his wand, he conjured an ornate armchair from the void, settling into it with a nonchalant demeanor, legs crossed, embodying the very essence of a rogue. The spirit of the contract. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? "Indeed, Professor," Hagrid replied earnestly from his side. "Begone." Zhang Heyang glowered at Hagrid, causing him to quake in his boots. "It appears your intelligence is still lacking. Return and transcribe the history of modern magic 100 times. Hagrid, forlorn, recognized that Zhang Heyang's commands left no room for negotiation. Otherwise, yesterday's fried rice and today's hotel accommodations would be at stake. "Professor, you have finally arrived. I feared I would miss you if you didn't come today," Harry implored. "To be honest, I truly hadn't made up my mind yesterday. But today I have gained some clarity. While my aunt and uncle may not have treated me well, they have indeed borne the responsibility of raising me without compensation, and I should express my gratitude toward them." He bowed deeply to Vernon and Petunia, then added, "However, I only realized today that I lamented missing the opportunity, believing it would never return." "Ah, your insight is quite astute. No one can reclaim lost time. Therefore, any decision must be made without regret," Zhang Heyang solemnly instructed Harry. Although his words sounded right and noble, juxtaposed with his earlier use of temporal magic to repair the hotel room, they seemed rather insufferable. However, considering that yesterday was July 31st, the birthday of the savior Harry Potter, I suddenly recalled that this is the magical world's new birthday, a statutory holiday. Thus I have decided to take a day off. Hagrid, witnessing Zhang Heyang's shameless fabrications without a hint of embarrassment, lamented inwardly. How could one deceive an 11-year-old child without remorse? Why should my conscience ache? I'm doing a good deed. He ought to be grateful to me. Thank you so very much, Professor. I appreciate you granting me a second chance. I have genuinely come to a realization and have learned so much from you. Harry bowed even more respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "See, what did I tell you?" Zhang Heyang cast a triumphant glance at Hagrid. "James, my old friend, I have failed to protect your son. It's not that my forces lack effort. The enemy possesses formidable power. In the hands of such a fellow, Harry was bound to be led astray eventually." Uncle Vernon remained visibly displeased. Regardless of Zhang Heyang's various identities, he could not afford to provoke any of them. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to the idea of magic infiltrating their home, as if even the slightest trace of magic or related matters would tarnish its sanctity. "Then I must express my apologies. As the sole blood relative of the Savior Potter, your abode shall inevitably attract countless magical occurrences. I suggest you prepare to sleep in a rubbish heap." Zhang Heyang, seemingly able to see into people's hearts, delivered a scathing remark to Uncle Vernon without hesitation. He then produced a check from his pocket, settling the outstanding balance of 5,000 pounds. He deftly scrawled 3 Chinese characters in a flamboyant style. indifferent to whether the bank would honor it. Vernon gazed at Zhang Heyang's calligraphy with sparkling eyes, genuinely exclaiming, "Beautiful, truly beautiful. Have you ever seen anything like this? You country bumpkin?" Such matters were entirely predictable. Professor Zhang employed the art of Chinese calligraphy, inscribing in a standard style of cursive script, although cursive may lack definitive standards. Under the nurturing influence of Taoist arts and true essence, Zhang Heyang's calligraphic prowess was undoubtedly on par with any master of cursive. The first letter he penned to Vernon was signed in this very script. Hagrid, Diagon Alley. Zhang Heyang seemed to sprinkle a bit of flying powder into the air, and after calling out the name of the place, he vanished. In a state of sheer terror, Harry felt the giant's massive hand grasp his shoulder, the gruff voice rumbling. "It might be a bit uncomfortable, but don't worry, we'll arrive soon." The Dursleys were left gaping in astonishment as Hagrid and Harry seemingly disappeared into thin air. From this moment onward, Harry Potter was irrevocably detached from Privet Drive, and the magic that had coursed through his veins since birth had nearly faded away. In the dead of night, Professor Quirrell howled at the moon like a werewolf, causing the Department of Magical Creatures Werewolf Capture Team to be occupied for over half a month. Chapter 51. The Phantom Frenzy in Diagon Alley. "I had assumed you would first take Harry to the Leaky Cauldron. You know, I quite fancy a drink," Hagrid mumbled as he appeared on the streets of Diagon Alley, his massive form cradling Harry's petite frame. "Well, you might be a bit daft," Zhang Heyang bluntly retorted, pointing out Hagrid's folly. "Can a minor really go to a bar? I must be doing this to protect the nation's blooming flower from harm. It has nothing to do with my distaste for that filthy, greasy environment. Yes, that's it. I don't drink," Hagrid grumbled, clearly displeased at the missed opportunity to visit the pub. Yet he was firmly quelled by Zhang Heyang's decisive authority. "You should be grateful to me, Hagrid. I'm giving you the chance to bond with an old friend's son. I think we ought to set up a shop in Diagon Alley and wander about together." After his culinary endeavors at the hotel last night, Zhang Heyang had an epiphany. Although he possessed considerable wealth and no longer relied on running a business for sustenance, he could not continuously commandeer the kitchens of others to prepare his meals. Moreover, having just left Hogwarts without another place to dwell, he thought of it as an opportunity to purchase a home. The inclination to acquire property had been ingrained in Chinese culture for millennia. As a head chef, it was indeed imperative to rescue the people of Y Country from the depths of culinary mediocrity. Zhang Heyang had dreamed of opening a quaint little establishment since his university days, seeking a touch of bourgeois charm, where he could joyfully busy himself each day in his own shop, 100 times more pleasurable than conventional employment. Now that he was in Europe, renowned for its bourgeois flair, and with ample funds, he felt that a humble cafe or shop would no longer suffice. Zhang Heyang aspired to purchase the entire Diagon Alley. Hagrid, accustomed to the wonders of the magical world, found everything rather mundane, while Zhang Heyang, a man destined for greatness, cared little for the practical applications of magic. Even if Hogwarts were to explode before him, it would not faze him in the slightest. The only one filled with excitement was Harry. "What is this? And what is that? Oh, this is amazing. Hey Hagrid, did you see that? How marvelous!" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Professor, this toad is incredible. I feel as though in the moment of seeing it, I have but 59 seconds left in my life. If you do not cease your incessant chatter, I shall don my red coat and have you continue the life of this magical toad," Zhang Heyang said darkly, stepping aside to feign ignorance of this bizarre duo. How foolish of him to think they would accompany him on this outing. "Do not be envious, Harry. You will purchase all of these things, and soon they will be in your possession," Hagrid remarked. "What? By these? Why would I want them? What purpose do they serve?" Harry inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at a brass instrument in the shop window that appeared to operate on its own. "Essential tools for your schooling. Do not tell me. On the third day, you have yet to read that letter thoroughly," Hagrid teased, giving his shoulders a little shrug and winking at Harry. I was too excited." Harry's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly retrieved the letter from his backpack, which was ample enough to hold all his belongings without the need for a trunk. Unfolding the crumpled letter, he beheld the slanted, swirling script rendered in vibrant green ink. Harry had perused this letter countless times over the past 3 days and could recite its contents by heart. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, head of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's first-class sorcerer. Dear Mr. Potter, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl with your reply no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. He had read this letter innumerable times, almost memorizing it, But today he suddenly recalled something he had yet to address. I forgot to reply, Harry exclaimed in despair. Covering his face, oh no, what if the school refuses to accept me? Now, you pay close attention, Potter, Zhang Heyang said impatiently, turning to the overly self-conscious boy. I, as the head of Hogwarts, personally come to receive you. As far as the school is concerned, your agreement to enroll is tantamount to a reply. Do you understand? Besides, they would never allow the legendary Harry Potter to go without an education, would they? Hagrid chuckled heartily. Harry Potter? You mean Harry Potter? A sharp voice cried from nearby. Harry turned to see a tall man in a purple top hat rushing toward him, his eyes wide with excitement as he scrutinized Harry as if he were about to devour him. You are truly Harry Potter? The man exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration, nearly swooning. Yes, that's me, Harry replied, feeling utterly bewildered. Is there something you need? Of course there is something. This is Harry Potter. The man gesticulated wildly, as though he had received grave tidings of joy. Mr. Potter, words cannot express my feelings. I'm Diggle. As he spoke, he reached out to shake Harry's hand. But his aim was clearly off, nearly grabbing Harry by the collar, and his hand continued to descend involuntarily, resembling a lewd harasser in the street. While such harassment typically targeted women, this locale was notorious for its fair share of pedophiles and homosexuals. A shiver ran down Harry's spine, and he hastily extricated himself, saying, I've seen you before, once in a shop, when you bowed to me. He actually remembers, Diggle shouted, rolling his eyes as if about to collapse from sheer excitement, causing his hat to tumble from his head. Did you hear that? He remembers me. Silence ensued. Zhang Heyang swiftly drew his wand, nearly jabbing it into Diggle's eye. With a swift apparition to Diagon Alley, the intent was to avoid the throng of starstruck fans at the Leaky Cauldron. However, to his dismay, this unruly digger had ventured to Diagon Alley as well. Blast it! You are indeed a significant nuisance, Potter. Zhang Heyang glared fiercely at the gathering crowd, directing his ire at Harry, then declared, Void Storm. Boom! A circular vacuum with a 10-meter diameter erupted at his feet, dispersing the onlookers before they could fully encircle him. Zhang's control was impeccable, the epicenter of the explosion precisely calibrated to remain just before the first layer of the crowd. As for the residual shock waves, he deemed them inconsequential. They were all adult wizards, after all, and such minor disturbances would not be fatal. If you wish to avoid death, then scram. Zhang bellowed, his expression dark as he observed the fervent fans collapsing like wheat before scythe. He then led Hagrid and Harry out of the encirclement. Chapter 52, Acquiring Diagon Alley. What was the purpose of Dumbledore allowing him to live among muggles for so long? Did he truly lack the ability to protect Potter? Was it merely to ensure Harry experienced a semblance of an ordinary life, preventing the arrogance that could arise from excessive adoration? Just look at the chaos you caused. Even half an hour after that spectacle, Zhang was still expressing outrage to Hagrid, insisting that Harry Potter's name should not be uttered lightly, unless one was addressing the impervious aristocrats or the stone-faced Snape. Do you understand? Understood, Professor. I shall never dare again. Hagrid replied, his eyes wide with trepidation as he observed Zhang's wand waving about, an instrument capable of unleashing ancient magics and formidable spells. Please, Professor, do not let your temper flare. After all this time with me, do you not yet comprehend that I detest trouble? Zhang retorted, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage, entirely unfazed by the fact that his anger stemmed from someone overshadowing his brilliance. The illustrious Zhang declared in my presence, only I am permitted to shine. With a flourish of his hand, he continued, enjoy yourselves, I shall inspect the shops, and, devise a means to purchase Diagon Alley. Hagrid broke into a cold sweat. Diagon Alley was one of the most renowned and bustling locales in the wizarding world of Y Country, appearing tranquil yet harboring intricate power dynamics, predominantly controlled by various noble families. Acquiring even a modest plot in such a place was no small feat, let alone an entire commercial street, far more troublesome than provoking Voldemort. However, contemplating Zhang's audacious demeanor, it seemed almost expected, especially given his extraordinary prowess. Hagrid shivered at the thought, forcibly redirecting his mind as he turned to Harry. Finish reading the letter. It outlines the supplies you need. It had been so long since he attended school that he had forgotten what a young wizard required prior to enrollment. Indeed. Harry flipped to the overlooked second page of the letter and read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform for first-year students requires 1. 3 plain black robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, All student garments must bear a name tag. Harry glanced at Hagrid and remarked, "Your robes don't seem to match what the letter describes, do they?" "Oh, of course not." Hagrid surveyed the surroundings, having been banned from using magic for many years. He typically traveled from the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley, and now needed a moment to reorient himself after operating directly. Most wizards in Y Country, upon graduation, opt for robes similar to those of Hogwarts, with only minor variations in style and predominantly color. After all, Hogwarts robes are remarkably comfortable. As for me, he continued, you can see my large frame makes it difficult to wear robes, so I had to make do with some fabric. As for Professor Zhang, Hagrid smiled ruefully, his expression shifting to one of deep respect. Despite Zhang's unreliability and penchant for mischief, he remained one of the most revered figures in Hagrid's eyes, surpassing even Dumbledore. At his level, comfort dictated attire, often opting for garments that reflect personal flair. Just like Hogwarts Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, whose hallmark features included his glasses and his flowing purple robes adorned with shimmering stars, a singular sight in the entire magical realm. Finally, Hagrid found his bearings and began guiding Harry forward. Professor Zhang is Chinese, though I can't quite fathom how he made his way from that vast continent. Don't ask. My mind can only hold so much. You'll learn about wizarding burial grounds in school or find resources at the library. According to Professor Zhang, he wears a traditional garment from his homeland known as Hanfu. Hagrid scratched his head, struggling to articulate the pronunciation, and managed to produce two peculiar-sounding syllables. Hanfu. Yes, Hanfu. That style is called Ahan Chang, embroidered with clouds and cranes, pines, and phoenix trees. He has a penchant for dark red, hence its current appearance. Though I don't fully understand it, it truly looks splendid. Harry nodded in agreement, recognizing that Professor Zhang's robes far surpassed anything Uncle Vernon possessed. He inquired, so where are we headed now? To Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hagrid beamed, pointing towards the shop whose sign was now visible ahead. First, we shall procure your uniform. All right. But then a sudden thought struck Harry, causing his face to turn pale. I have no money. The Dursleys had never given Harry pocket money. On Christmas, he would receive a few stuck-together pennies as a gift. They always lamented the expenses incurred by raising him, though that lamentation had evidently dissipated over the last 3 days. Thanks to Zhang's generous expenditures. You have no money? Nonsense, Harry, of course you do. Hagrid laughed heartily, his beard nearly lifting with mirth. Surely, you don't think your parents left you with nothing? My parents? Harry had never met them and mused that they might as well have sent him a bankbook. Of course, they left you some gold, more than sufficient for your schooling, Hagrid explained. It's all stored at Gringotts, the wizarding bank. Wizards have a bank, Harry exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed wizards conjured money with magic, as Zhang seemed to do, given his manner of producing currency. Only one, run by goblins, Hagrid replied. It's quite secure. If you were to attempt a bank heist, you would be utterly mad. Never provoke the goblins, Harry. If you seek a safe and reliable place to store your belongings, aside from Hogwarts, Gringotts is the place to go. Regardless, I must visit Gringotts. Professor Dumbledore has something he wishes for me to retrieve, initially intended for Professor Zhang, but he tossed the key to me. Hagrid pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robes, but it was quite a distance to the far end of the street, too far to walk. Professor Zhang left me some money. Let me help you gather your supplies first, and you can repay him later. As the door swung open, Harry stood awestruck. Chapter 53, A Reunion with Keith. For Harry, utterly oblivious to the magical world, the sight of the bustling shop filled with tailoring tools and measuring tapes flitting back and forth was nothing short of surreal. The enormous fitting mirror was in a constant state of flux, reflecting an array of images, while chattering incessantly with its assessments of the garments. This outfit is truly hideous. It makes you look like a short, stout pig. Although Harry had just glimpsed some mysterious objects in a shop window, it was clear that not everyone would display their workspace for all to see. Clearly, Madame Malkin had no such inclination, and it was only when Hagrid pushed the door open that Harry could behold this remarkable sight. Long time no see, Hagrid, a short, plump witch beaming with warmth, emerged from behind a row of clothing racks, clad in purple robes. Indeed, Madame Malkin, Hagrid replied with a sense of nostalgia. It must have been 20 years since I first met you, when you were just a little girl. Shut your mouth, Hagrid. If you mention that again, I can assure you that you will have no clothes to wear in the days to come. Madame Malkin's robe shop was a family legacy. Their tradition dictated that it be passed down to daughters only, and they never changed their surname upon marriage. Over 50 years ago, when Hagrid attended school, it was Madame Malkin's grandmother who managed the shop, and at that time, Madame Malkin herself had yet to be born, being barely in her 40s. Are you looking to purchase Hogwarts uniforms, dear? Upon noticing Harry beside Hagrid, Madame Malkin greeted him warmly, exclaiming before he could utter a word. "We have plenty. All the Hogwarts young wizards have their robes tailored here." If Zhang Heyang were to hear this, he would surely scoff. It was no wonder that a monopoly on such a long-standing business was the most lucrative endeavor. Indeed, the dynamics of Diagon Alley were steeped in a web of ancient powers. All right, Harry replied, feeling a slight tension in his scalp as he acquiesced to Madame Malkin and her tools of the trade. "Your shoulders are somewhat narrow and your waist quite slim. We may need to use a bit more fabric here," Madame Malkin remarked while measuring him, envisioning the finished garment in her mind. Yes, wider trim will do. A slender child should appear elegant." Just a moment. As she concluded her last sentence, Madame Malkin swiftly stowed away her tools and retreated to the back room. Her family was always so decisive. Hagrid and Harry exchanged glances within the shop, and after a while, Hagrid finally spoke. "Yes." Harry nodded in agreement, saying, "Hagrid, you mentioned going to Gringotts to retrieve." "Sure." Hagrid's education under Zhang Heyang had sharpened his wits considerably. He understood that discussing the retrieval of the Philosopher's Stone in Diagon Alley was ill-advised, given the multitude of noble influences and those coveting the stone. "Why do you say only madmen would attempt to rob Gringotts?" Harry persisted with his inquiries. "Because they know spells and can cast curses," Hagrid replied, while flipping through a newspaper. "They say the most secure vaults are guarded by dragons. To reach there, one must first find the way. Gringotts is located hundreds of miles underground in London, you see, deeper than the subway. If you were to somehow steal something, you would starve before finding your way out." "Are you saying Gringotts has dragons?" Harry pondered, having thought that dinosaurs were extinct, only to recall that the dragons spoken of in the magical realm were likely the legendary beasts, large lizards that enjoyed sleeping in shiny objects, possessing low reproductive rates, but formidable power. "Yes, that's what they say." Hagrid said, "Oh, I've always wanted a dragon since I was a child." "If you're implying you would raise a creature as foolish and clumsy as yourself, then you would indeed be well suited for dragon keeping." A scornful voice interjected, causing Hagrid and Harry to turn abruptly, discovering a middle-aged man with crimson eyes standing behind them, wearing a derisive smirk, accompanied by a man who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Keith?" Hagrid's expression darkened as he instinctively pulled Harry behind him, wary. "What are you doing here? Seems I can't escape you anywhere. Perhaps I neglected to check the calendar before stepping out, or maybe I've accidentally stepped in something." Keith scoffed, sizing up Hagrid with disdain, erupting into a harsh laugh. "How peculiar that a big oaf like you would seek to purchase a proper outfit. What? Has Dumbledore's old fool taken you on a tour of the streets? You should be grateful. Only that deranged old man would think to give you a few coins to spend. Never dare to insult Albus Dumbledore in my presence." For Hagrid, Dumbledore was forever the most esteemed figure, perhaps now joined by another, yet his admiration for Dumbledore remained unwavering. He let out a furious roar, gripping his wand menacingly towards Keith as a terrifying surge of magical energy began to coalesce. In Madame Malkin's robe shop, it felt as though a tempest had suddenly swept through, causing all the robes to flutter wildly. Had it not been for the enchantments on the clothing racks, they would have soared into the air. The man beside Keith's eyes glinted with sudden resolve as he stepped forward, drawing his wand and pointing at Hagrid. The oppressive atmosphere within the shop escalated, and while Hagrid was typically overshadowed by Zhang Heyang's formidable prowess, when he truly became enraged and prepared for confrontation, his enemies could sense the dread he inspired. The man, who bore a striking resemblance to Keith, felt as though he were sinking into quicksand, enveloped by an aura of danger. In that moment, Hagrid's extraordinary magical might was unmistakable. The man, intimidated by Hagrid's immense magical presence, stumbled slightly. "Carmines!" Keith exclaimed in alarm, also drawing his wand towards Hagrid, forming a tense standoff among the three. Keith felt a bitter pang, although the combined strength of the two men exceeded Hagrid's. The giant's magical resilience was evidently formidable, and his physical combat prowess was equally impressive. If a fight ensued, the outcome remained uncertain. Damn it, when did this oaf become so strong? Hagrid, too, was troubled. He harbored no fear of battle, having grown more eager after his recent advancement and witnessing Zhang Heyang's reckless antics. Still, Harry was behind him, while Keith's abilities were merely above average. The man named Carmines was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of strength. If a true conflict erupted, it was uncertain whether he could protect Harry. As both parties were locked in their thoughts, hesitant to retreat, a voice, dripping with arrogance, interjected, "Is the security in Diagon Alley truly this poor? Taking your son to buy clothes and encountering a brawl?" A figure strode in from outside. "Keith, old friend, when did you fall so low as to engage in petty fights?" Hagrid, Keith, you truly have transcended mere decline. Upon seeing the newcomer, The expressions of the three men shifted to one of unease, though Keith's tone mixed anger with surprise as he exclaimed, Lucius. Chapter 54. First, let's earn $1 billion. This shop is quite nice, yes, this one too. I'll buy this and that as well. Zhang Heyang wandered through Diagon Alley, listlessly commenting on each shop he encountered as if he were a simpleton. Indeed, let us procure them all, and establish a modest shop first. Once my culinary prowess gains renown, the value of this street shall appreciate, and then I shall lease out those establishments. Ah, I truly am a genius. Zhang Heyang nodded, envisioning his grand commercial empire, aptly named Wanda Plaza. When the time comes, I shall set a modest target for those wishing to rent, aiming to earn a cool 100 million. Welcome, sir. What may I assist you with today? A courteous clerk inquired as Zhang Heyang entered a shop. I wish to purchase your establishment. Is it for sale? Zhang Heyang boldly stated his intentions. The individual behind the counter, presumably the owner, suddenly wore a grim expression and replied softly, Sir, one should not jest frivolously. Who is jesting? My father's fortune fluctuates in the tens of millions daily. Do I seem the sort to indulge in frivolity? Zhang Heyang scoffed, arching his neck and casting a scornful glance at the owner, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. I am indeed set on acquiring this shop. Tell me, how much do you desire? Is 10,000 galleons sufficient? If not, I can offer 50,000, or even 100,000. The owner stared at Zhang Heyang in disbelief, perplexed by his audacity. Are you quite mad? I must inform you that this property belongs to the Keith family, and it is not for sale. Oh, that Keith family! Zhang Heyang suddenly perked up, his neck seemingly healed, as he leaned over the counter, addressing the owner. Initially, I had little interest, but knowing it is under their dominion compels me to acquire it. Zhang Heyang perched himself on a chair, shaking his leg and proclaiming, You have two options. Either sell me this shop, or I shall deliver a thrashing and then buy it from you. Fear not, I will pay. Otherwise, it would be robbery, and I am a law-abiding citizen. I am wealthy, undeniably affluent. So will you sell or not? Preposterous. The owner contemplated expelling Zhang Heyang, recognizing that this individual was intentionally provoking a confrontation. He scrutinized Zhang Heyang's face, attempting to discern the mastermind behind this folly, but alas, Zhang Heyang had come alone. There was no mastermind to be found. The owner remained unconvinced. Who would dare act so brazenly? Even Dumbledore would not recklessly offend the Keith family. How could a mere ne'er-do-well audaciously provoke them? Am I to believe this? Do you take me for a child of 3? My friend, I know not which family is orchestrating this. But you must consider carefully, regardless of the outcome, the Keith family is not to be insulted lightly. You shall inevitably meet a grim fate. Are you truly willing to risk your neck for someone else? One must concede, the individual in charge of the Keith family's interests possessed a sharp intellect. I know not who sent you. Perhaps the Lestranges? The Greengrasses? But such details are inconsequential. I assure you, whatever benefits they have bestowed upon you, the Keith family can offer you double. Convey this message to your benefactors. Do not presume you possess the strength to instigate war. They should tread carefully. Zhang Heyang stared blankly at the owner, bewildered by his rambling. What is this nonsense about benefactors? I'm a staunch heterosexual. If I had someone backing me, I would hardly be so bold. How much can you offer? I am prepared to part with 10,000 galleons. Can you match that? Zhang Heyang brandished his sack of coins, exuding an air of opulence. Behold, I possess wealth. Who could afford to employ me? Very well, here are 20,000 galleons. Friend, do take it and remember to relay my message to your family. The owner unexpectedly produced the sum. The owner was not frivolously spending the Keith family's money. He suspected that a rival family had discovered some vulnerability within their ranks. This 20,000 galleons was not a gift to Zhang Heyang, but rather a demonstration of the Keith family's strength, a warning to their adversaries to tread lightly. Did you truly part with it? Zhang Heyang was now fully convinced of the owner's insanity, gleefully accepting the pouch of coins. The owner, too, felt a sense of relief, as Zhang Heyang's acceptance indicated that the enemy lacked the confidence to topple the Keith family. Then, he watched as Zhang Heyang pushed both the 20,000 and the previously offered 10,000 galleons across the counter, saying, Here, 30,000 for your shop. By the heavens! The owner nearly spat in disbelief. Here was the very money he had just handed over, still warm in Zhang Heyang's possession. And now he was being asked to sell his establishment? Is there truly anyone so shameless? Realizing this matter could not be dismissed lightly, he quietly instructed a nearby clerk. Go find the family head. As fortune would have it, he is currently inspecting Diagon Alley with Mr. Commangs. I wish to see how this fool meets his end. The clerk nodded and dashed out, returning moments later, breathless and alarmed. Boss, things are looking dire. What do you mean? Is the sky falling? The owner glared at the clerk, irritated. In the face of such adversity, can you not afford to uphold the dignity of the Keith family? He slammed his palm on the table, reprimanding, "We are noble people, even if merely peripheral members. We carry the weight of the Keith family's reputation. In the face of calamity, we must remain composed. When a mountain collapses before us, we must not falter. That is the mark of our nobility. In the Keith family, even if the sky were to fall, we would withstand it. No one dares to lay a finger on us. Why are you panicking? Regain your composure and speak calmly. Do you understand?" "Oh, understood." The clerk, upon hearing the owner's counsel, felt a rush of admiration. Such composure, such authority. Indeed, the Keith family could endure even the most daunting trials. The clerk took a moment to wipe his brow and sip some water, finding his equilibrium. Now, that is more like it," the owner observed with satisfaction, casting a challenging glare at Zhang Heyang. "Do you see? Now, that is what nobility looks like. You rustic fool." He sipped his tea, asking, "What is amiss?" "Oh, it's nothing serious, just that the family head and Mr. Commangs have gotten into a scuffle at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions," the clerk replied, nonchalantly. "It seems they are at a disadvantage and are likely to suffer a beating soon." Chapter 55. Your entire neighborhood is full of queers. The clerk was doused with hot tea, his vision blurred as he frantically wiped his face. Before he could finish, the collar of his shirt was seized, and he heard the owner's furious roar. "What did you just say? What has happened to the family head?" "Cough, cough, cough," the clerk sputtered, struggling to catch his breath. "They are fighting in Madame Malkin's robes." "You wretched fool." The owner kicked the clerk to the ground, incredulous that such a crucial matter was delivered with such nonchalance, spoken so slowly. "Were you seeking rebellion? But you told me to take my time." The clerk protested, unwilling to shoulder the blame for the owner's blunder. Rising from the floor, he lunged at the owner. "Who are you calling a fool? You, who wield power daily. Dare to strike me now?" The two began to grapple, with other clerks rushing in to break up the fight. "Is this how it begins?" Zhang Heyang observed the chaos unfolding in the shop, perplexed by their antics. The minds of wizards certainly operate differently from the ordinary. Zhang Heyang observed someone seizing the moment amidst the chaos to stomp on the boss's feet, revealing that the proprietor was seemingly not well liked. "Well then, I should go take a look. It appears that the unfortunate fellow is about to receive a beating. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity? Last time, I felt I had not sufficiently punished that scoundrel." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Heyang decisively stepped out, eager to witness the commotion, leaving behind a cacophony of disorder. Pits indeed are just that, pits. Zhang Heyang ambled along, purchasing snacks as he went. Although the main dishes in Y Country are notoriously unpalatable, some of the street food and desserts are quite delightful. After satisfying his appetite, he suddenly realized he had no idea where Madame Moke's robe shop was located and decided to inquire for directions. Comrade. Zhang Heyang gently shook an elderly man dozing beneath a sunshade. The old man appeared to be a sanitation worker, with a large broom resting beside him. Comrade? Get lost, you're the comrade." The old man retorted without hesitation, pulling back his chair, ready to strike Zhang Heyang. "You and your entire family are the real comrades. At my age, how can I endure such an insult?" Zhang Heyang was taken aback, realizing the sensitivity of the locals in England regarding such matters. Alas, one must indeed strive to study Marxism more diligently. He altered his approach. "Master, might you enlighten me on the way to Madame Moke's robe shop?" "What? How did you know I'm a master?" The old man sprang to his feet, brandishing the broom like a wand, an aura of formidable power beginning to coalesce around him. His hunched form instantly straightened, and the air was filled with a sense of grand mastery. Zhang Heyang was momentarily dumbfounded. "How could I possibly know you were a master? What do you mean by calling you master? Did you not see through my guise? Why else would you address me as master?" The old man smirked. "Do you wish to take a street sweeper as your teacher?" Zhang Heyang placed his hand on his forehead in despair. "This is precisely why I detest English. Everything translates so oddly. One day, I shall eradicate your Y Country and leave the world with only the Chinese language." In this line of thought, he pondered whether he should establish an organization, perhaps named the Gastronomic Disciples, to discuss the myriad ways to prepare crayfish. While Zhang Heyang was lost in his musings, the old man spoke once more. "Since you have discerned my true identity, there is no need for pretenses. I have long since retired and shall not teach you anything, but since you recognized me, allow me to demonstrate a skill." With a flourish, the old man swung his broom, and with a thunderous sound, a nearby wall crumbled to dust. "This time, whether you learn or not is entirely your affair. Now be on your way. Are you out of your mind? I merely asked for directions." Zhang Heyang stood frozen, nearly choking on the dust as the wall disintegrated beside him. What sort of bizarre narrative is this, where a street-sweeping old man is a hidden master? Does your family even know of your prowess? The magical world is devoid of any normalcy. With a flick of his wand, Zhang Heyang restored the wall, disheartened as he walked away, contemplating whether he should just use apparition instead. Time and space magic? The old man blinked, taking a long moment to process. Wait, is it a lost, ancient magic? Hey kid, don't leave. Teach me that time and space magic in exchange for whatever you wish to learn. I could even take you as my master. However, Zhang Heyang was already a distance away, thinking, take me as your master? Have you not seen that other protagonists have charming disciples, while I have this old fellow? What a joke. Suddenly, as he was halfway through his thoughts, he was startled by a crowd that had seemingly materialized out of thin air, nearly causing him to drop the list of dishes he was holding. He grabbed hold of someone and inquired, "Hey mate, what is going on?" This time, he was careful not to use any Chinese terms translated into English to avoid misunderstandings. Get lost, you're the queer. Your whole family is queer. The person he grabbed angrily shouted. Why is it always about me? Zhang Heyang stood by, questioning his sanity. How did they turn everything into a slur? Years later, under his guidance, Microsoft would invent a translation tool that would help him learn English pronunciation anew, revealing that guy is pronounced differently from gay. Am I to blame for the pronunciation? This is proper dialect from North London, not some suburban accent you find in places like Wimbledon. Let go. You queer. The person, sensing they were lagging behind, angrily shook off Zhang Heyang's grip. Who do you think I'm calling queer? Zhang Heyang retorted. You refuse to listen? Suddenly, the person felt walls closing in around them, trapping them in place. Resurrection of the dead. A massive dark mark erupted from Zhang Heyang's wand, soaring into the sky. The individual felt a searing heat on their arm, rolling up their sleeve to discover a miniature dark mark branded upon their skin, glimmering ominously. Help! Capture the remnants of the Death Eaters. Voldemort has returned. He is planning to buy up all of Diagon Alley. Zhang Heyang bellowed, the individual's face draining of color, oblivious to the absurdity of the last statement. Any rational person would recognize it as a prank, yet who would believe that Voldemort would resurrect merely to acquire Diagon Alley? After all, resurrection is no trivial task. Chapter 56, Capture the Death Eaters. The person captured by Zhang Heyang was as pale as a ghost, bewildered by the audacity of someone daring to summon the dark mark in broad daylight and then shouting about it. You've made this rather straightforward. Once people arrive, I'm the one who will be in trouble. The individual lamented, helplessly. Please don't shout. Call me Daddy. You think I can't handle you? Daddy. Faced with the specter of death, all notions of dignity and hierarchy vanished. Please release me, or we'll both be in trouble when they arrive. You're the one in danger, not I. I don't bear the dark mark. Zhang Heyang threatened, turning to leave. Wait, don't go. The individual cried out in desperation, fully capitulating. If Zhang Heyang were to leave, they would remain trapped, with the ominous dark mark hovering above them. Observers would see the mark and conclude they were a Death Eater. What on earth are you doing here? Shopping? Unlikely. Voldemort must have returned. Enough already, they exclaimed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Ah, it appears you are all well aware of the situation, arriving rather swiftly, I must say. Zhang Heyang expressed his admiration for the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic. After all, not all governmental departments are merely drawing salaries without contributing. These individuals are renowned nobles, esteemed in their own right. Why would Aurors be dispatched unless there were dark wizards involved? The fact that they are celebrated aristocrats with formidable prowess raises the question. What caliber of being could stand against 3 of them simultaneously? One individual lamented. Some fear it may indeed be dark wizards. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contend with 2 prominent heads and another expert at the same time. Hence the involvement of Aurors. Upon investigation, should dark wizards be confirmed, the Aurors would take action. Otherwise, it would fall to our department to mediate. Is that individual truly considered formidable? Anyone the 4 Hogwarts house heads could easily dispatch him tenfold. Zhang Heyang contemplated Keith, whose chest had been pulverized by a horse, finding the entire affair rather fantastical. How could such a thing occur? Alas, you speak lightly. It is no simple matter for a headmaster-level powerhouse to materialize. The ministry personnel seemed to hear a jest, yet dared not laugh aloud, only managing a wry smile. In all these years, I have encountered such beings only within the confines of the school, and even then, merely the 4 of them. Moreover, those esteemed families invariably possess some hidden talents. Should a genuine conflict arise, the outcome is uncertain. Ah, I see. Zhang Heyang nodded, previously believing that perhaps the magical community was simply lacking in strength, incapable of dealing with even Keith. However, it dawned upon him that it was not their inadequacy, but rather his own exceptional prowess. Realizing this, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, prompting an exclamation of triumph. How splendid it was! While others may never encounter a fifth Headmaster-level powerhouse in their lifetime, he had managed to produce one in mere days. Who else? I asked, who else? Given Hagrid's current combat capability, it was entirely possible that Professor Sprout might not even stand a chance against him. Wait a moment. Could it be that the one at the robe shop was indeed Hagrid, facing 3 adversaries? With this thought, he turned back, casting a mischievous glance at the ministry official, rendering him uneasy. Humph. Zhang Heyang chuckled coldly, each chuckle causing the man to tremble, feeling a peculiar discomfort. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the barrier charm. Where to? The man, suddenly liberated, appeared dazed, pondering his identity and whereabouts. What am I supposed to do now? Zhang Heyang, growing impatient, kicked him lightly, demanding, what are you here for? Oh right, the man suddenly recalled. I'm supposed to head to Madame Malkin's robe shop to resolve the conflict involving the 2 prominent heads and another expert. Then why the hell are you still standing there? Zhang Heyang was thoroughly exasperated with this individual, proving yet again that those in government positions often lacked efficiency, entirely forgetting his earlier commendation of the ministry's operational speed. I, for one, have no regard for shame. Do you? What a coincidence, it seems. For he too shares that sentiment. However, one cannot disregard the importance of life. The man, with a woeful expression, implored, Big Brother, please. How am I supposed to get there? Have mercy and release me from his curse. With the dark mark still on his arm, should he run over, he would surely be apprehended by the Aurors first. He would spend the rest of his days counting cockroaches in Azkaban, or perhaps even playing soap games with a bona fide Death Eater. What? What curse? Zhang Heyang scoffed, unconvinced. Am I capable of bestowing a dark mark? This is slander. Absolute slander. Who doesn't know that throughout history, only Voldemort utilized such advanced technology? How could I possibly afflict you with such a thing? Please, don't jest. Spare me. The man pleaded desperately. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child relying on me. I cannot be absent. Tears nearly streaming down his face. He rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm toward Zhang Heyang, only to notice something was amiss. His arm, now smooth and flawless, seemed to have benefited from some luxurious skincare regimen, far better than that of any woman. Where's my dark mark? Panic surged through him as he frantically searched, wondering if it had truly vanished or merely been concealed. Huh, a dark mark on your arm? Could it be that you're a Death Eater? Zhang Heyang exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly a Death Eater? Quick, alert the authorities. Aurors are not far from here. He raised his voice, shouting help. There's a Death Eater here with a dark mark. Brother, the man lamented. What misfortune has befallen me? I must have committed some grave sin. Surely, it must be because I owed my kindergarten classmate 2 candies and didn't deliver. In truth, Zhang Heyang's barrier charm had long shielded them from external perception. The dark mark was visible only to the 2 of them, rendering the entire affair a mere jest. Come, lead the way. I shall accompany you to Madame Malkin's robe shop. It had been some time since he had indulged in the Harry Potter series, lacking the original texts and relying solely on online resources. The last time he consulted Baidu Baiki. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement was said to include 2 subdivisions named the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifact Misuse and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Yet today, while writing this chapter, he found the names reversed. They had become the Department for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifact Misuse and the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures. The confusion was bewildering, but he hoped for the reader's understanding. Chapter 57. The Initial Encounter of a True Love Couple. This way, please. The man replied morosely, though he had little choice. Refusal would result in being labeled a Death Eater. Although the dark mark on his arm had vanished, he certainly remembered the earlier incident involving its ascent. Despite the fact that the emergence of the dark mark had not incited panic in the vicinity, it was prudent to avoid provoking this eccentric individual. Indeed, in the man's eyes, Zhang Heyang was the very definition of insanity. Yet, in reality, Zhang Heyang was not insane. He merely harbored a small grudge against that troublesome Mafalda Hopkirk for investigating him, extending his disdain to her entire department, and ultimately, the Ministry of Magic itself. He was more than willing to inconvenience the Ministry personnel. To harbor such pettiness, one might argue, borders on madness, does it not? But never mind. After all, I am a fully fledged mage, a transcendent practitioner of spirit cultivation. Dare you challenge me? I take pride in my knowledge, for I am the most formidable of all. In Madame Malkin's robe shop, the 4 engaged in a spirited confrontation, vibrant rays of multicolored light darting about chaotically. However, Hagrid, focused on protecting Harry, adopted a defensive stance. while the three aristocrats across from him seemed to adhere to some unspoken code, fiercely battling, yet cautiously ensuring minimal damage to the shop's interior. Of course, complete absence of damage was impossible, as Hagrid was no mere novice incapable of magic. Even in his defensive posture, bolstered by his giant heritage, he exhibited remarkable magical resistance. Deftly handling a 1v3 scenario, though clearly outmatched, he displayed no signs of distress. What? Comas, the esteemed first champion of the Keith family. Is this all you are capable of? Lucius, lounging idly by, wielded his wand with a lethargic flick, effortlessly deflecting the spells cast by Hagrid. He sneered at the man standing beside Keith, mocking the fact that the Keith family had not only sunk to the level of requiring protection from outsiders, but had also fallen so low as to be incapable of defeating a simple giant like Hagrid. Lucius, do not gloat. Allowing such a brutish oaf to gain the upper hand brings disgrace upon our entire noble lineage. Do not presume that the Malfoy family can remain unscathed from this embarrassment. Keith's complexion flushed a deep crimson, but it was of little consequence among the three present. He ranked the lowest in strength. Hagrid hardly bothered to defend against his attacks, and the spells that struck him merely warmed his body slightly, akin to a soothing soak in a hot spring. One must admit that Keith's abilities were not as lacking as one might assume. He had achieved outstanding in all newts, though due to character flaws, Dumbledore had graded him down to an A. However, this did not imply a deficiency in his true potential. Unfortunately, Hagrid's giant blood granted him a formidable resistance to magic, rendering most of Keith's spells ineffective. Those few that managed to penetrate the bloodline's barrier were ultimately extinguished upon encountering Hagrid's immense magical reserves, several times greater than Keith's own. This led to Keith's rather awkward predicament, a distinguished noble unable to breach the defenses of a mere giant. Goodness, Lucius, is this for real? A boy clad in a red, oddly designed robe observed the duel with keen interest from the periphery of a group of aurors, an ice cream cone in hand. Savoring each bite. The Malfoy family? Surely, it must be that Malfoy family. Indeed, a voice, young yet filled with excessive pride and arrogance, rang out from beside Zhang Heyang. The boy puffed out his chest, declaring triumphantly, the greatest Malfoy in the wizarding world. The pallor of his face and his emaciated frame hinted at malnutrition. Yet every aspect of him, from his platinum hair to his polished shoes, exuded nobility. An air of arrogance enveloped him, his head held high like a proud rooster. Such prowess. You must be truly remarkable. In Zhang Heyang's eyes, the boy's lofty demeanor seemed utterly inconsequential. He extended his hand, offering his ice cream. Care for some? No. Thank you. The boy's pale cheeks turned slightly pink as he recoiled, a look of disdain crossing his features. Not only does my noble status render this ice cream beneath me, but if you were to treat me, it should at least be something untouched by your lips. The boy's mind was in turmoil. Such matters were fundamental etiquette. Even those of lesser birth should comprehend this. So what was he implying? It was said that many in Y country were quite peculiar. Having been sheltered at the family estate, he was uncertain he might encounter one. A wave of anxiety washed over him. What if he had indeed met one of those strange individuals? What a spoiled child you are, refusing ice cream. Zhang Heyang paid him no mind, retracting his hand to continue enjoying his treat, while simultaneously waving to Harry. Harry's face brightened upon spotting Zhang Heyang, eager to inform Hagrid. But the fierce duel between the four rendered him inaudible even to the surrounding aurors. Never mind, Hagrid is so large he'll be fine. After a moment's thought, Harry quietly slipped away. If the four formidable combatants were to learn that their battle's aftermath could not even contain a mere child, one wonders if they would shed tears. Fortunately, as their excitement escalated, no one noticed Harry's departure. Professor, Harry exclaimed joyfully. Coming. Zhang Heyang glanced at Harry and then offered him the ice cream. Care for some? Harry hesitated, feeling it would be impolite to refuse a gift from an elder. Although Zhang Heyang appeared youthful, his demeanor was consistently wise, and his red attire suggested a figure of authority. Besides, he seldom had the chance to indulge in ice cream, as Uncle Vernon typically only provided him with cheap lemon-lime soda. Yes, please. Not giving it. Zhang Heyang retracted his hand with a mischievous smile, continuing to relish his ice cream, leaving Harry feeling quite flustered in the wind. Professor, you're over 100 pounds. Can't you behave a bit more maturely? What can I say? PSA Professor. Unable to critique him, Harry sought conversation, glancing at the pale boy beside Zhang Heyang. Who is this? Just a child I picked up along the way. He almost got his head taken off by a spell, so I saved him, Zhang Heyang replied, nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at the two boys flanking him, often depicted as a couple in various fanfics. The aura's magic couldn't possibly harm me. I possess a protective artifact bestowed by my family. The boy retorted defiantly. In the comment section, a reader criticized my writing, claiming my dish, fish fragrant shredded pork, should have been named fragrant shredded pork, which implies abundance. How could I possibly be so careless? Upon reading their suggestion, I felt compelled to delete their post and mute them. Allow me to clarify. Fish fragrant refers to a cooking style, as in fish fragrant shredded pork or fish fragrant eggplant. Named for its flavor profile. Due to the phonetic similarity between fish fragrant and abundant, some regions may refer to it as fragrant shredded pork. The core ingredients of this Sichuan dish primarily include spicy broad bean paste. The reason for the name fragrant is its rich and lingering flavor, providing a delightful aftertaste. To the individual who criticized me, I am not a culinary expert, but I have witnessed enough to know that, as an elder, it is my duty to impart some life wisdom. I hope you see this message. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, though you have been muted. Additionally, I must confess that I am not particularly skilled in cooking. My meals are barely edible, with my only impressive skill being the ability to toss a wok. However, being able to toss does not equate to culinary mastery. My dishes are merely passable. I am no culinary goddess, unable to craft gourmet pieces akin to the food supplier. The essence of this book, whether in food or teaching, revolves around showmanship and enjoyment. To suggest I am misrepresenting is ironic, as the protagonist excels in sheer absurdity. Chapter 58. A good beating will suffice for the little brat. Indeed, this platinum-haired child is the infamous primary antagonist, Draco Malfoy, who has been in a love-hate rivalry with the protagonist for decades. He had just been hiding behind his father, observing, when an unwitting Auror attempted to violently intervene in the duel of the four. The sheer force of their combined magic sent the spell hurtling away, leaving the onlookers frozen in fear. Fate, however, had a cruel twist in store. Among the spells deflected, one was aimed directly at Draco's head. Just as this delicate child seemed destined to meet an untimely end, Professor Zhang decisively intervened. As the head of Hogwarts, it was his duty to act, even if Draco was not a student of his own house. Zhang Heyang had arrived just in time to witness the unfolding chaos. In shock, he immediately flashed to Draco's side, pulling him away, before swinging his wand like a common club, striking the aura responsible for the spell on the head, rendering the poor fellow unconscious. Casting at such a short distance allowed for a strong element of stealth and surprise. However, Zhang Heyang simply relished the thrill of wielding his wand like a bat. Dare to harm my student? You've committed a grave error. As the nearby Auror was about to take action, the individual from the Office of Prohibited Magic Use, who had escorted Zhang Heyang, rushed over, panting heavily. He earnestly advised the Aurors against reckless actions, urging them to first complete the task at hand. Upon hearing his words, the Aurors suddenly came to their senses, promptly abandoning Zhang Heyang and warily focusing on the fierce battle between the four combatants. An unidentified assailant attacking a police officer was of little consequence. The real concern lay with the two prominent figures involved in the fray, as any misstep could jeopardize their careers as civil servants. Moreover, Hagrid appeared formidable, and if they managed to protect the two key figures, promotions and lucrative salaries would surely follow, leading to a life of success and affluence. Thus, they resolutely dismissed thoughts of their comrades' incapacitation and continued to spectate, while Zhang Heyang pulled Draco aside to enjoy the spectacle. Zhang Heyang exhibited no sense of urgency regarding his comrade's peril, standing by with great enthusiasm as he cheered. Excellent. This is impressive. Hey, go for it. Don't use your wand. Punch him instead. A simple petrification spell would suffice. Why employ a silencing charm? Haven't you read enough books? He continued. Watch out. A stunning spell is coming. As he witnessed the four mighty adversaries engaged in combat, Zhang Heyang nearly flung his ice cream at Draco's face in excitement. This was far more entertaining than watching WWE. Of course, young Draco was not particularly pleased, but Zhang Heyang was unconcerned. What could one do with a misbehaving child? A good thrashing would likely set him straight. When Draco, with an air of superiority, expressed disdain for everyone and everything, Zhang Heyang decisively slapped him on the head, disheveling his meticulously styled platinum hair. Ouch! Draco yelped, tears welling in his eyes from the sudden assault as he glared at Zhang Heyang. Why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? That's an excellent question. Zhang Heyang rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver another slap. Why? Because you're being pretentious. Go ask around. There's no one who dares act smug in front of me and escapes unscathed. That Leonard from M Country probably despises me by now. Have you seen him do anything to me? However, upon reflection, such reasoning could not be directly voiced. although Draco was unaware of Zhang Heyang's identity as a Hogwarts educator. The truth would eventually surface. Moreover, Zhang Heyang prided himself on being honorable, never resorting to deceit in dark corners. The notion of punishing a child merely for showing off was inconceivable to Professor Zhang. Thus, Zhang Heyang paused, his eyes darting about in search of a suitable justification. Noticing Zhang Heyang's silence, Draco seized the moment, exclaiming triumphantly, "Ha! You can't even articulate a response. Let me tell you, my father is one of the most powerful figures in this region. If you dare strike me, you're done for. I can summon hundreds to deal with you." Smack! Another slap landed on Draco's head, further disheveling his platinum locks, and the words he had yet to utter were silenced within him. "Still being pretentious, are you? How audacious!" Zhang Heyang glared. "Who told you not to wear a hat?" Draco, bewildered, wore an expression of confusion. "What is this accusation? Is not wearing a hat now a crime?" "Indeed it is," Zhang Heyang retorted. "As a noble, how can you disregard basic etiquette? To venture out without a hat is unacceptable. For someone of your lineage, a pure-blood aristocrat with a legacy of centuries, going out bareheaded is akin to walking the streets unclothed. Does your conscience not ache? Do you possess no sense of shame?" This simple-minded Draco was momentarily flummoxed, his mouth moving without words as he struggled to respond. Ultimately, under Zhang Heyang's stern reproach, he managed to stammer an apology. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." "Now that is a good child." Zhang Heyang beamed with satisfaction. What a formidable villain. One of the masters of the Elder Wand, reduced to merely a troublesome child in my presence. Later, when Harry approached Zhang Heyang, glancing at Draco beside him, he thought the boy was quite charming, save for his disheveled hair. The two children quickly found common ground, and Harry, having just arrived, soon left the 21-year-old Zhang Heyang feeling somewhat sidelined as they chattered away, completely oblivious to the duel unfolding before them. "Hey, are you a new student at Hogwarts?" Harry asked Draco, noticing his frail appearance. "You look malnourished. Have your aunt and uncle been mistreating you? You should join Professor Zhang. He is amazing. I don't even know why, but he has this aura that suggests you'll never go hungry with him." "Huh, nonsense. I'm a great Malfoy. How could I ever go hungry?" As soon as Malfoy saw Harry, he recognized him as a naive country bumpkin and prepared to flaunt his superiority. "Do you know the Malfoys? We are the epitome of pure-blood aristocracy. Even a paternity test wouldn't reveal a second blood type. My family is worth tens of millions of galleons, and we own a grand estate in central London. Unlike those pretenders who can only afford to disguise themselves as nobles in the suburbs." "Wow, that is impressive. You must be so happy being so wealthy. Do you use a golden broom to clean your house?" In the comment section of a book review, a reader had referred to Zhang Heyang as uncle, despite him being merely 21. What is wrong with today as children? He pondered, exasperated. Chapter 59. Who told you not to wear a hat? Harry looked at Draco with admiration, having once fantasized about the life of a noble. Surely, when the aristocrats cleaned at their aunts' homes, they must have used golden brooms, right? And what about toilet plungers? With all that wealth, wouldn't they have diamond-encrusted ones? Just imagine carrying such a tool to the restroom while peers looked on in envy. "Are you unwell?" Draco regarded Harry with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. "What is wrong with you? Do you think I, a noble, would deign to clean my own home? I awaken each day in a 20,000 square meter bed, surrounded by over 80 beautiful maidens at my beck and call, feasting on the most delectable dumplings." Draco declared with a dreamy expression, "Begone, you wretched galleons. Leave me be." Smack! Another crisp sound echoed as Zhang Heyang delivered yet another slap to the back of Draco's head. "Still showing off, are we? You clearly need to be put in your place." "Why are you hitting me, uncle?" Draco glared at Zhang Heyang, fuming. "Who told you to wear a hat?" Zhang Heyang shot back. "Didn't you tell me to wear one?" Draco protested, looking aggrieved. "Stop your nonsense. When did I ever instruct you to wear a hat?" Zhang Heyang retorted angrily. "Nobility should wear hats? What of it? Does being a noble make one less human? It's sweltering in August. Do you wear a hat to avoid heat rash? Are you the foolish one, or am I? Your foolishness is inconsequential, but your actions bring shame to the entire pure-blood aristocracy." Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Draco quickly removed his hat. "Indeed, I have proven to be rather naive, failing to grasp such a fundamental principle. It seems I must elevate my intellectual prowess." He responded with utmost deference. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance." "Ah, now that's more like it," Zhang Heyang casually remarked, then returned his attention to the brawl. "What the hell, that blonde idiot? Are you stupid? Go after him. Kick him where it hurts. Why bother with magic at a time like this?" He paid no mind to the fact that 3 out of the 4 participants were indeed blondes, nor did he care whether Hagrid was an ally. Watching the fight was purely for amusement. Draco, brimming with excitement, continued to boast to Harry. Do you attend Hogwarts as well? Harry found the boy's slow, drawn-out speech rather annoying. I want my parents to pick me out a Nimbus broomstick. I don't understand why first-year students can't have their own brooms. I think I'll force my dad to buy me one and then find a way to sneak it in. Harry felt a sense of respect. He could only dream of a golden snitch, while this boy already had a Nimbus. No wonder he's a noble. That broom must sweep exceptionally clean. Aunt Petunia wouldn't dare find fault with it. Do you own a broomstick? Draco pressed on. No. How did he play? Have you ever played Quidditch? No, Harry said again, still confused about what Quidditch entailed. I have. My dad says if I'm not selected for our house team, it would be utterly embarrassing. I must say, I agree with that sentiment. Do you know which house you'd be sorted into? No, Harry admitted, increasingly feeling foolish. Of course, no one truly knows their house before arriving at school. But I know I will be sorted into Slytherin, as my entire family graduated from there. If I were placed in Hufflepuff, I think I would drop out. What do you say? With a swift slap, Zhang Heyang struck Draco across the face. You would drop out if sorted into Hufflepuff? Do your family members even know how insufferably arrogant you are? If I, Director Zhang, do not discipline you today, you want to understand why the flowers bloom so red. Why are you hitting me again? Draco erupted, suspecting that Zhang Heyang was deliberately provoking him. Nobility and etiquette seemed utterly irrelevant in that moment. The audacious child, daring to insult Hufflepuff in my presence. I shall ensure your father educates you properly, teaching you the strength found in numbers. Hufflepuff has never been picky about its recruits. Any student embodying its spirit is welcome, even those from the other 4 houses that were deemed undesirable. Hufflepuff boasts the largest population in all of Hogwarts. Generally, Hufflepuff students possess amiable dispositions, their energies primarily spent on matters of sustenance. Otherwise, the clever and unprejudiced Ravenclaws, along with the well-connected Slytherins, would not fare poorly, while the brainless Gryffindors, who openly disdain Hufflepuff, would have been thoroughly beaten long ago. After all, the strongest contender from Hogwarts hailed from Hufflepuff, Cedric, certified by the Triwizard Tournament, undeniably legitimate. Yet, Draco was unaware of Zhang Heyang's true identity. Even if he were aware, physical punishment was still unwarranted. Thus, a more sophisticated justification for striking him had to be devised. I'm hungry. Go fetch me a drink, Zhang Heyang commanded, contemplating that if Draco returned with plain water, he would strike him and ask why he didn't buy a beverage. If he brought a drink, he would still be struck for not bringing plain water. Water or a soft drink. Truly, a noble family knows how to inquire. Zhang Heyang felt his irritation mount. If he couldn't discipline this unruly child, he would forego drinks altogether and demand food instead. If you buy snacks, I will ask why you didn't purchase a proper meal. If you buy a proper meal, I will question why you didn't get snacks. There is always a reason to strike you. Snacks or meal? Draco countered effortlessly, thinking to himself, you, an adult at my age, still trying to outwit me? Best boost your intellect first. Draco strutted with the pride of a peacock. However, he soon received a sharp slap that taught him a lesson. Who told you not to wear a hat? Zhang Heyang scolded, observing the dazed Draco. Mommy, I want to go home. It seems Draco might possess the potential for language arts, but fate intervened as a furious woman's voice coldly remarked from behind Zhang Heyang. If you dare lay a hand on my son again, I shall ensure you are rendered immobile. I believe it would be better for you to pay attention to your husband's predicament. Annie, he may soon find himself in dire straits, Zhang Heyang replied, turning to face a pale-faced, blonde woman, flashing a charming smile that revealed his pearly whites. Shopter 60, Isor. Narcissa was, in fact, quite youthful. She married shortly after graduation and had her first child at 26, making her merely 37 now. She was a full 16 years older than Zhang Heyang, who, at 10 years older than Draco and his friends, found himself dubbed an uncle, while addressing her as auntie seemed rather generous, especially since Zhang Heyang was born in 1996. Witnessing Harry and Draco, though they were indeed brats, were still part of the older generation from the 70s, which was already irksome enough. Narcissa, born in 1955, might even bear a name reminiscent of bygone eras. Managing to refrain from calling her grandma was entirely due to the formidable self-control of a practitioner of the arcane arts. Narcissa pressed her thin lips together, glaring at Zhang Heyang, who met her gaze defiantly while casting a discreet glance at her chest, waist, hips, and thighs. Despite her age, she was quite appealing. I possess an eye for beauty. Zhang Heyang firmly believed he was a person of integrity. After all, he was a professor, a scholar, a learned individual. Can one truly be accused of lewdness in matters of scholarship? Mom, Draco joyously called out approaching Narcissa. Does it hurt, Mom? Help me beat him up for some retribution. The noble-blooded Narcissa Malfoy, or Narcissa Black, would never speak in such a village widow's tone, yet Zhang Heyang excelled in interpreting spirit. It doesn't he hurt, Mom? He just saved me a moment ago. Though Draco could be rather bothersome, he still possessed a conscience. Is that so? Narcissa skeptically glanced ahead. With so many Aurors around, could a dark wizard battling your father truly harm you? Cough, cough. It was the Aurors who hit me, Draco admitted, finding the situation rather bizarre. After all, the police should be their family's long-standing lackeys, yet they were involved in physical altercations. Alkermans, an enraged roar echoed, Lucius's face paling further as he was struck by magic. Thankfully, the protective enchantment activated in time, though his complexion grew even more ashen. Do you wish to die? Apologies. Alkermans replied, expressionless as he dodged a spell hurled by Hagrid. He is too powerful. I find it difficult to maintain control. Narcissa. Lucius's voice rang out in alarm. See? I told you, your husband is on the verge of being beaten to death, Zhang Heyang remarked, relishing the spectacle. Be quiet. Narcissa drew her wand, intending to assist her husband, but was firmly restrained by the Aurors. Lucius himself took to the fray. If they could not prevent it, so be it. However, should Mrs. Malfoy also be permitted to join this perilous battlefield, the Aurors would undoubtedly find themselves stripped of their pride the very next day. Well done, Al. Such a slothful presence here, merely to mock ought to have been dealt with long ago. Keith discreetly gave his brother a thumbs up. Lucius, while engaging in the battle, hardly lifted a finger, choosing instead to taunt Comins, reveling in the misfortune of the Keith family. Comins, feigning nonchalance, not only vented his frustrations but also compelled Lucius to reveal his true prowess, hastening Hagrid's downfall. After all, as a noble, Lucius could not afford to unleash his full strength only to turn against his allies without a second thought. Their interests held greater significance than their pride, which was but trifling to such individuals. In the absence of benefit, he would never shift his allegiance out of mere anger, unless he were facing Zhang Heyang. Unfortunately for him, Hagrid was right in front of Zhang Heyang. Lucius Malfoy, heed my words. You are encircled by the authorities. Surrender your weapons and comply forthwith. Zhang Heyang bellowed. Resistance is futile. Confess and receive leniency. Oppose and face severity. Our policy grants mercy to captives. Preposterous. Lucius, already vexed by Comins' strike, was further incensed by Zhang Heyang's shouts. I, the illustrious Malfoy, benefactor of the Ministry's funding and the backer of Fudge's campaign. An Auror dares to seize me? Absurd. Thus, he intensified his assault on Hagrid. This affair was far from over. Since he could not openly target the Keith family, he would vent his ire upon Hagrid instead. You oversized fool, you shall perish. Lucius's wand movements became increasingly sinister. Yet Zhang Heyang's taunts grew more malevolent. Lucius, your wife is in my grasp. Should you persist, I shall summon 100 giants to ravage her. Seeking death. For the aristocracy, dignity could be disregarded in the face of profit. Yet there existed a limit to such tolerances. Zhang Heyang had evidently crossed that line. Lucius turned, poised to incapacitate the insufferable fool, only to be seized by terror upon noticing his wife and son standing beside a particularly irritating individual, seemingly devoid of any protective capability. Isudinif. Spare them. Lucius promptly capitulated, willing to dismiss even Voldemort's deathly threats for the sake of his family. What did mere pride matter? Zhang Heyang, displeased, retorted, Dare you threaten me with surrender? I shan't release them. Toss one of them and let us see. In a panic, Lucius bolted from the skirmish, disregarding the Aurors' blockades, intent on rescuing his family. Mr. Malfoy, you mustn't go. You cannot. The leading Mediterranean man nearly wept. Do you not see the terrorist holding hostages behind you? Stant Azida. Lucius's wand sparked with fury. Should this Mediterranean dare to obstruct him further, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Mr. Malfoy, please be cautious. The Mediterranean, true to his leadership, quailed under pressure, but retained enough conscience to suggest, let the Aurors follow. Then, brother, I can't hold on. I must resort to our trump card. Meanwhile, the absence of Lucius intensified the pressure on the remaining members of the Keith family, who found themselves steadily pushed back by Hagrid. Are you mad? People could die. Keith, well aware of his brother's capabilities, urgently restrained him. If Hagrid falls, we cannot bear the wrath of Dumbledore. What do you suggest? Comins asked helplessly. Damn Malfoy. Keith attributed all blame to Lucius, gritting his teeth. Let us wait a moment longer. If it comes to it, we must seek a truce. Hagrid, with that mindset, could he ever agree to peace? Comins doubted. If he truly displayed such foolishness, he could not possess such strength. Keith, the noble scion, was astute. Damn it. What on earth has transpired with Malfoy? As Hagrid gained momentum, a fierce glint flickered in Keith's eyes. The only course of action was to abandon pride and seek peace. He called out, Hagrid, wait. Boom. Diagon Alley erupted. Chapter 61. The common enemy of pure-blood aristocrats. Lucius, radiating a wrathful fury, charged at Zhang Heyang, pursued by a throng of Aurors, resembling a flag unfurled in battle. The Aurors appeared to exert themselves in pursuit, yet they could scarcely keep pace with the swift Malfoy. Of course, if one were to inquire, they would have their own explanation. Mr. Malfoy is tall and strides with great purpose. His speed is simply unmatched by our short, under-exercised limbs. What? You suggest that our elite force against dark wizards lacks physical fitness? It is merely in comparison to Mr. Malfoy, as an established aristocrat. He demands the utmost from himself. In truth, they were simply terrified. Who would dare to abduct a member of the Malfoy family in broad daylight? Would you? Neither would I. Let us slow our pace and see who dares to rush in and court death. Thus, Lucius surged ahead. After all, no one would be held accountable. Diagon Alley lacked surveillance, one of the shortcomings of the magical world. As a throng surged forward, Zhang Heyang resorted to his usual tactics, creating 3 mirror images of himself before teleporting behind the Aurors, insidiously unleashing a void storm. Typically, Zhang Heyang unleashed such storms in open fields or vast spaces, devoid of obstacles. Yet at this moment, Diagon Alley, particularly before Madame Alkiness robes for all occasions, was crowded with 20 to 30 individuals, and the terrain was exceedingly constricted. Thus, the magical energy of the void storm exploded, and under Zhang Heyang's precise control, no one was harmed. Yet all were thrown to the ground, while the surrounding area transformed into a veritable vacuum. Ironically, Madame Malkin's establishment suffered considerable damage. Hey, who is this guy? Onlookers gaped in disbelief. Since the inception of Diagon Alley, no one had dared to act with such impunity, let alone obliterate a long-standing establishment that belonged to the aristocracy. Even during Voldemort's reign, dealings were conducted with caution in Diagon Alley. This young man had obliterated Madame Malkin's shop. He would surely face dire consequences. Some spectators believe Zhang Heyang was in for a world of trouble. Let that be a lesson to you. Now, where will you run? Even if Zhang Heyang was formidable, could he withstand the combined might of the great families? Members of the ministry, recently humiliated by Zhang Heyang, relished the thought of his downfall. Professor Zhang, what brings you here? Hagrid lamented. You have invoked great calamity. What calamity? Zhang Heyang was perplexed. It's merely a bit of structural damage. No one was injured, and I can repair it with magic shortly. I'm quite adept at such matters. Oh dear. It's not that simple, Professor Zhang. Hagrid was about to elaborate when he caught sight of Lucius, Keith, and Comyn's Rising, advancing with ill intent. While Madame Malkin herself remained relatively unfazed, though several elegantly dressed individuals began to apparate beside her, exuding an aggressive aura, seemingly prepared to exact retribution. Hagrid was taken aback, his imposing figure shielding Zhang Heyang. Professor Zhang, you must leave first. I will hold them off. Block them? Hagrid, you are well aware that in Diagon Alley, no one can protect him from trouble. Lucius, harboring no fondness for this man who dared to threaten him, sneered, he will definitely not escape today. Escape? Why would I run? Zhang Heyang was utterly perplexed. I did not blow up your establishment, did I? By the way, that shop of yours, I have my eye on it. I'll buy it from you later, and I'll pay in galleons. My name is Keith. Keith, grinding his back teeth, spoke with a dark countenance, enunciating each word. You a vulgar upstart, think that by restoring things you can absolve yourself? Do you believe the traditions upheld by the aristocracy over the years are mere trifles? Or do you think the esteem of so many nobles is worthless? Professor Zhang, please hurry and leave, or you will become the enemy of all aristocrats, Hagrid said, feeling somewhat annoyed. How dare you act so recklessly in Diagon Alley? If all the noble factions unite, even Professor Dumbledore would struggle to withstand it. Not even the Dark Lord dared to stir chaos here. Why are you so arrogant? Zhang Heyang was genuinely astonished. He had never encountered such a situation before. But it's fine, if I cannot deal with you here. I'll just retreat to the mainland of China. Once I break through to the spirit realm, I can return and deal with you then. Zhang Heyang remained utterly composed, asking, can you explain what transpired? Who struck first? Of course, it was this foolish giant. Do you think we nobles venture out without a brain like you two? Keith exclaimed, his face filled with pride. Why did you initiate the altercation? Zhang Heyang asked seriously, turning to Hagrid, who fell helpless, as if he were being blamed for not acting first. Our scuffle was merely a personal grievance. You have now become the public enemy of pure-blood aristocrats. And you still have the audacity to question me about why I struck? Hagrid huffed in anger. It was because this scoundrel insulted Professor Dumbledore, and he deserves this punishment. Hagrid imitated Zhang Heyang's manner of speaking, causing Keith's face to visibly turn blue. But why did they insult Dumbledore? Have you ever considered that? Zhang Heyang sighed, thinking that this student was too straightforward. In a civilized society, the one who strikes first generally suffers consequences, don't you know? How could I know? Perhaps they are envious of Professor Dumbledore's power and reputation, Hagrid replied dismissively. After all, the aristocrats are narrow-minded little men, jealous of the capable. Hagrid, do you wish to die alongside this yellow-skinned lad? Several pure-blood aristocrats began to shout. You are mistaken, Hagrid. In life and conduct, one must adhere to reason. You know not the reasons behind their actions, yet speak so boldly. Do you truly believe you are justified? Zhang Heyang regarded Hagrid with a serious expression. Hagrid felt a twinge of guilt. It was indeed his impulsiveness that had led Zhang Heyang to be deemed an enemy of the aristocrats. Realizing this, he earnestly declared, Professor Zhang, all of this is my fault. Please, you must leave quickly. Let them direct their ires solely at me. Haha, Hagrid. Do you truly believe you are worthy of bearing the wrath of so many pure-blood aristocrats? Lucius's voice was ethereal, yet utterly detestable. Here, in Keith's family, the Malfoy family, the Muggle family, the Greengrass family, the Scott family, and the Raphael family, even Dumbledore cannot prevent so many nobles from uniting against you. What makes you think you stand a chance? Let me tell you, neither of you will escape unscathed today. Chapter 62. Everyone present is worthless. In stark contrast to Lucius's lofty rhetoric about safeguarding the interests of pure-blood aristocrats, Keith appeared rather sleazy. He leaned closer to Hagrid, whispering in a sinister tone, Foolish giant. Did not expect this? Everything is according to our plan. You will both be imprisoned in Azkaban. The honor of pure-blood aristocrats cannot be tarnished. Today, let you and your foolish companion learn that brute force is utterly ineffective. How infuriating! Hagrid bellowed, preparing to fight to the death. I always knew this bunch of pure-bloods were no good. What is the matter with you? Just as Hagrid was about to act, Zhang Heyang's languid voice drifted over. What do you know of pure-blood aristocrats to speak so boldly? Years of accumulation, years of glory. You pass judgment without understanding them. Do you think that is wise? Did you hear that, Hagrid? This lad speaks more sensibly. A short, rotund, middle-aged man who had just operated nearby laughed heartily. Young man, you are quite perceptive. We may consider leniency for you. Listen well. Never hastily judge something you do not understand. Zhang Heyang continued, ignoring the man. Why do you malign the aristocrats? Do you know them? When you truly understand them and step into their world, only then will you realize we share similar thoughts. What a farce this all is. Keith's expression abruptly stiffened, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. What did you say? His face bore an amusing expression, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing, momentarily hesitating to confirm. You dare to say that? Surrounding nobles regarded Zhang Heyang with newfound respect, astonishingly. He had the audacity to defy even the pure-blood aristocrats. What do you think? A member of the Greengrass family, seemingly on good terms with Lucius Malfoy, quietly inquired. Shall we record this with a time-backwards spell and play it back in hall? Although Lucius had long known that Zhang Heyang had a penchant for reckless behavior, he had not anticipated such a display of audacity. Reflecting on the necessity of recording this extraordinary individual, he resolved to educate Draco thoroughly on avoiding such foolishness. Purely a man, utterly so. The ministry official who had just been taken hostage by Zhang Heyang was thoroughly impressed. What was it to toy with him? This man even dared to insult all pure-blood aristocrats. They were the very nobles that even Voldemort yearned to woo. Professor Zhang, while Hagrid had resolved to confront this crowd, he was equally alarmed by Zhang Heyang's actions. Was he truly going to confront all the pure-blood aristocrats? What of it? If they can collectively oppose me, branding me the enemy of pure-blood aristocrats, then why shall I not oppose them? Zhang Heyang replied with a carefree smile, surveying the assembly. Please do not misunderstand. I'm not targeting any of you specifically. Had I thought you were a madman, it appears you are merely cowardly. The pure-blood aristocrat's expressions shifted to one of haughty disdain. Do you see? In Diagon Alley, there can be but one voice, that of the pure-blood alliance. No one shall be permitted to disrupt the established order of Diagon Alley or the magical world. Before the nobles could settle their expressions, Zhang Heyang's subsequent remark rang out. I meant to say that all of you present here are worthless. If you take issue with that, come and strike me. Before Zhang Heyang could finish his declaration, he flicked his wand, sending an electric bolt straight into Keith's face. I've long been displeased with you. and if I do not take action against you, I shall not bear the surname Zhang. How dare you? Keith was incensed, never having anticipated that as the head of the Keith family, he would be ambushed in such a manner. His entire face went numb, and his hair stood on end, resembling a super scion. The only commendable aspect was that, despite being electrocuted, Keith's complexion remained remarkably fair and devoid of any signs of having been scorched. It appears that magic is indeed the cleanest energy source in existence. Although the jest may be a well-worn cliché, it is nonetheless effective against this group of elderly individuals who have not encountered it before. Lucius suddenly felt grateful for having aligned himself with the right people in his earlier years. When Voldemort fell from power, he was left in a pitiful state of self-preservation, and had previously harbored resentment toward Voldemort for his arrogance, failing to employ any strategic cunning. Instead of employing division and subterfuge, he opted for a direct confrontation with the entire magical community through violence and terror. It is no wonder his downfall was swift. Now, reflecting on Zhang Heyang in contrast to Voldemort, one might argue that Voldemort was remarkably discreet in comparison. In fact, when juxtaposed with Zhang Heyang, Voldemort appeared to be nothing more than a pretender. However, as the saying goes, those who do not court disaster shall not perish. If one merely transgresses the unspoken rules of pure-blood aristocracy, one may escape unscathed. But now, actively assaulting the head of the Keith family in broad daylight constitutes a grave transgression. A barely perceptible cruel smile danced upon Lucius's lips as he turned to the Mediterranean and commanded, "Aurors, why do you hesitate? Act. Capture this terrorist." The Mediterranean understood implicitly. Truth be told, even had Lucius remained silent, he would have taken action. Encountering such a lunatic nearby, who could predict when he might unleash his madness upon himself? Keith's ultimate wizarding examination was graded with 8 as, whereas he himself had only 2. If he were to endure an electric shock like that, he might very well find himself confined in St. Mungo's for half a month. Stop. Even those with profound inner strength can employ a lion's roar. What of Zhang Heyang? A practitioner of enlightenment? As his true essence flowed, combined with the resounding incantation of a silencing spell, he nearly rendered the space around him a vacuum. Hagrid couldn't help but secretly give Zhang Heyang a thumbs up. After all, he was the headmaster, capable of such remarkable feats. The nearby pure-blood aristocrats wore expressions of grave concern. Although they sensed the formidable magic emanating from the individual named Zhang, raw magical power does not equate to combat prowess. Could his singular magical capacity possibly outweigh that of nearly 10 Aurors, alongside numerous pure-blood aristocrats and 4 adult wizards from the Ministry of Magic? It was doubtful that even the reincarnation of Merlin could achieve such a feat yet. He evidently possessed unparalleled combat awareness, adeptly wielding even a basic amplification charm as an offensive tactic. How formidable must his true strength be? If a life-or-death confrontation were to ensue, how many lives would be lost? In that instant, the 4 members of the Ministry's offices began to reconsider their course of action, especially the one who had previously been on the receiving end of Zhang Heyang's antics, who nearly fled in terror. "Come now, let me see what you've got." Elkhorn Magnus raised his wand, his face alight with anticipation. It had been far too long since he had engaged with a worthy opponent. Although he and Keith had been subdued by Hagrid earlier, it was due to his reluctance to unleash his full might. Now, he yearned for a duel with this seemingly formidable young man. Standing firm with his wand aloft, Zhang Heyang remained unperturbed and calm, bellowing, "Someone, apprehend the Dark Wizard." Chapter 63, You Can't Be Serious. Thud. Elkhorn Magnus' body swayed dangerously, nearly toppling to the ground. "Are you here to jest, my friend? Can't you see the Aurors are poised to apprehend you?" Magnus suddenly regretted choosing such a foe. Fighting a madman was a no-win scenario. Victory would yield no glory, while defeat would bring tenfold embarrassment. The pure-blood aristocrats nearby wore expressions of dawning realization, with a stout member of the Scott family scoffing. No wonder he dares to boast so. Turns out he is just a fool. It seems the nurse is on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's will be receiving yet another burden. "Father, be careful." Draco rushed forward, tugging at his father's sleeve. Though he knew not who this peculiar man was, he sensed his formidable prowess. Seeing his father exhibit disdain made Draco feel uneasy. "Do not worry, Draco. I shall ensure he receives his due punishment." Lucius's voice dripped with a chilling malice that sent shivers down the spine. No one would protect one who dared to abduct his wife and son. As for Zhang Heyang, he remained unconcerned with the sentiments of those around him. With an assembly of nearly 30 powerful adversaries, he and Hagrid were not necessarily outmatched, and he could retreat with ease. But why engage in a futile struggle? In truth, apart from wishing to teach Keith a lesson, He had no intention of confronting the others head-on. Violence was the most foolish method of resolving conflicts. Hagrid was incredulous. Had he not just obliterated an entire floor? What are you all waiting for? Hurry and apprehend these dark wizards, Zhang Heyang shouted, his tone resounding with authority, as if he were the father of the Minister of Magic himself, admonishing them. You are funded by taxpayers. Is this how you neglect your duties in the presence of dark wizards? I shall see to it that Fudge dismisses you all. Are you truly as foolish as you appear? The gazes of those around him morphed into expressions of concern for his mental faculties. Mr. Zhang, if I recall correctly, the Mediterranean official, unable to overlook the implications of Zhang's behavior, stepped forward. I am Mark, Director of the Office for the Prohibition of Magical Abuse. Your recent use of magic in a Muggle city center caused significant destruction, and you even attempted to threaten our enforcement officers. This constitutes a serious offense. Should this go to trial, I believe you will be sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban, and now you stand in the way of our enforcement, given your crimes. You may not emerge from Azkaban for 20 years. The Mediterranean's voice took on a subtly coaxing tone. However, I would recommend you seek a mental health evaluation at St. Mungo's. It might absolve you of your impending imprisonment. The surrounding pure-blood aristocrats erupted in laughter. Kid, go back to St. Mungo's for your milk. Mate, you remain as uncouth as ever. I believe the aristocracy should expel your family. Zhang Heyang wielded his wand like a mere stick, retorting, you have it all wrong. These individuals are the true dark wizards, especially Lucius Malfoy, who was accused of being a Death Eater over a decade ago. Mr. Malfoy is innocent. He was controlled by unscrupulous dark wizards using the Imperius curse. The Mediterranean cast a furtive glance at Lucius, his major benefactor. His continued tenure depended on the Foundation's support, and he could not allow this lunatic to tarnish Mr. Malfoy's reputation. Mr. Malfoy is a victim of the mysterious organization's terror. This had already been adjudicated by the highest court of Wisingamot. Director Mark, Lucius, having rescued his family, was no longer agitated. Upon hearing Zhang Heyang's insinuations of his being a Death Eater, his pallid face turned even whiter, and with a hollow, languorous tone, he remarked, given the established facts of the crimes, this individual should be apprehended and brought back to the ministry for trial. What more is there to discuss? Indeed. Mark wiped the cold sweat from his brow, fearing that if he allowed Zhang to continue, it would be himself who fainted first, not Lucius. He turned back to the Aurors, shouting, what are you all waiting for? Act. Director Mark. The Aurors do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Office for the Prohibition of Magical Abuse. The leading Auror furrowed his brow, his tone somewhat frosty. Yet he refrained from elaborating further. Lucius was indeed correct. Obstructing law enforcement and committing acts of violence on the street constituted criminal behavior. He turned and called out, proceed. 10 individuals surrounded a single opponent. Merely the incantations alone could overwhelm him. The Auror in charge disregarded any tactical considerations or formations. Alas, he remained oblivious to the fact that before him stood the Headmaster of Hogwarts, a master capable of wielding over 20 types of spells simultaneously through hybrid magic. Otherwise, he might have exercised a modicum of caution. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the wands of the 10 Aurors ignited with dazzling brilliance. Engage? Zhang Heyang chuckled. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a magical shield that deflected all incoming assaults, beginning to chant. However, his incantation was significantly lengthier than those of his adversaries. The omnipresent force, coalescing into my armament. With the invocation of Zhang Heyang's spell, elemental sprites began to dance in the air, and 8 colossal whirlwinds erupted from thin air, effortlessly consuming the second wave of incoming spells and swirling toward the encroaching Aurors. How is this possible? The Auror leader gasped in astonishment. The first round of attacks had merely been a probe. While Zhang Heyang's ability to withstand them was impressive, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, it was evident to all that this individual, despite his apparent eccentricity, was undeniably formidable. Yet the second wave of assault was a full-on assault, having discerned the enemy's capabilities. What kind of magic was this that could devour the spells of 10 individuals and launch a counterattack? Good heavens, how terrifying! With such overwhelming force, I might perish. Mark shrank back, his Mediterranean bald head glistening in the sunlight, adding an air of absurdity to the scene. Impossible, echoed the voice of Camangs. As if struck by a mortal blow, his complexion devoid of color, resembling a specter. This was the ancient elven wind attribute forbidden spell, 8 winds extinguishing, a magic that the Keith family had painstakingly restored over decades, and that only he had mastered after nearly a century. The foundation of great families lies not only in their wealth and the abundance of talented individuals, but also in their unique magical legacies. If one were to seek the most comprehensive research on ancient magic, it would undoubtedly reside within the libraries of these pure-blooded aristocratic families. Without such a lineage, one would lack the capacity to restore ancient magic, let alone acquire it. School education? Don't be ridiculous. How many ancient magical texts does Hogwarts possess? 3 of the 4 founding members were impoverished, and Salazar Slytherin's legacy was not housed within the school. While perhaps the 4 formidable founders, due to their status and proximity to ancient times, possessed some ancient texts, they lacked a complete heritage. Most were fragmented. How could one possibly reconstruct a complete ancient forbidden spell? Yet this person, who so blatantly opposes pure-blood aristocrats, could not possibly hail from a great family. Commangs could not fathom that his long-hidden trump card would manifest in such a manner. I have indeed miscalculated. I presume my plan was flawless, only to have readers point out that Gilderoy Lockhart authored the book A Year with the Yeti of Tibet, rendering the notion of a solely Hong Kong-based setting untenable. I never anticipated I would fall victim to the deceit of Lockhart. Nonetheless, it mattered not. I had already devised a way to rectify this, and I am immensely grateful for the invaluable feedback provided by the enthusiastic contributors. I hope everyone continues to voice their thoughts. Chapter 64. Is there really such a fool as Voldemort? The concept of forbidden spells is rather nebulous. Within the modern magical framework, they are not entirely irreproducible. Take Voldemort, the gaunt family Slytherin, combined with the heritage of Hogwarts and his formidable talent. Yet, in the end, did he not wreak havoc relying on the Avada Kedavra curse? Not to mention, ancient spells typically consist of lengthy incantations, which are inherently slow. Even the most powerful wizards can abbreviate some of the incantations. Yet the time Zhang Heyang just took to chant exceeded 20 seconds. 20 seconds? What does that signify, compared to modern silent spells or instant kill curses? Standing idly for such a duration would be tantamount to dying 100 times over. Moreover, while 8 winds extinguishing appeared grandiose, it still left room for defense and was not on par with the compact and efficient Avada Kedavra. However, area of effect magic possesses its own advantages. Upon the casting of 8 winds extinguishing, a significant portion of Diagon Alley and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was reduced to rubble. A multitude of ministry personnel found themselves kneeling, leaving only 4 of the 10 Aurors still standing. Underestimating an opponent is invariably the gravest error for Aurors who operate on the front lines. Over a decade of peace had dulled the combat instincts of most Aurors. In contrast, the pure-blood aristocrats exhibited considerably more acumen. Aside from the foolishly frontal commangs, the others fled with the speed of rabbits. In the face of death, preserving one's dignity bears little significance. Had Zhang Heyang not utilized a forbidden spell and, moreover, a spell that manipulated the elemental forces of nature, disrupting the surrounding magical space, Lucius and his companions would likely have dared to apparate to safety. While it may seem trivial, it is, after all, a forbidden spell. Heyang, you are finished. The crimes you have committed are greater than those of the most nefarious Death Eater. Mark shouted from behind the debris, hopping in exasperation. He had never encountered someone so reckless, unleashing devastating magic without a second thought, and he failed to consider who had instigated the initial assault. Yet, with the Aurors kneeling, Mark managed to speak in scathe. One must commend the awareness of leadership. I might even consider you akin to a mysterious, extreme terrorist. You're done for. No one can save you. When I return today, I will report your crimes to the department, and you shall be executed without mercy. Mark was merely boasting. How many lives must Voldemort have taken to earn the moniker of the Hitler of the magical realm? In civilized society, intelligence prevails. Even if Zhang Heyang had obliterated half of Diagon Alley, he would merely rank among the most dangerous Aurors, akin to Sirius Black. Yet what he did not anticipate was that Zhang Heyang was, in fact, a lunatic. Rolling his eyes at Mark, he thought, on the brink of death, and still daring to cast aspersions upon me, Zhang Heyang moved his wand once more, muttering a few words, and then witnessed a volcanic eruption and tempest materializing in Diagon Alley, as if lightning danced in the heavens. Good heavens, what on earth is this individual? Commangs gaped in disbelief. The integration of 12 magical spells was accomplished with such brevity in incantation and gesture. Upon uttering this, the gazes of all turned toward Zhang Heyang, their perceptions shifting once more. The previous forbidden spell could have been attributed to a stroke of luck for a foolish young man, but the combined application of basic magic spoke volumes. Initially perceived as merely a madman with some combat prowess, akin to Mad-Eye Moody, but more severely afflicted, now no one dared to view him in such a light. His intellect was at least on par with Moody's, and he could not merely be dismissed as insane. A madman capable of employing forbidden spells and coordinating 12 types of magic? Surely this was no jest, even if he were indeed unhinged. From the moment he cast a forbidden spell, he could no longer be considered insane. A strong individual, regardless of where they stand, dictates the rules. We can negotiate. Director Mark is somewhat akin to Lockhart, specializing in a particular form of magic. However, his focus appears to be on the art of escape. The formidable barrier conjured by Zhang Heyang, which rivals even the most potent of curses, ultimately failed to vanquish him. While it is true that Zhang's attention to spectacle rather than precision may have played a role, it is evident that Director Mark possesses considerable skill. Concerning trivial matters, Hagrid and I were merely following Dumbledore's directive to escort Harry Potter in procuring his school supplies, only to be abruptly assaulted by these individuals. Zhang Heyang exhibited no inclination towards negotiating with Mark. Were the assailants not dark wizards? A multitude of individuals previously accused of being Death Eaters simultaneously launched an attack against Potter and his guardian. Was this not an act of vengeance for Voldemort? At the mere mention of Voldemort, a palpable chill swept through the crowd, especially among the pure-blood aristocrats, whose ranks included many former Death Eaters. The name invoked profound terror. It was only then that they registered the content of Zhang Heyang's remarks. He mentioned whom? Potter? Harry Potter? The boy who lived, the hero who saved the world? Upon hearing these names, Lucius realized that any hope of regaining his dignity today was futile. Any retaliation would have to be postponed. Harry Potter, who would dare lay a hand on the protector of the Savior? Not only was such an action out of the question, but Lucius also anticipated incurring significant expenses to prove that the conflict was merely a misunderstanding. Is this not a deeply frustrating situation? The illustrious pure-blood alliance of Diagon Alley, accompanied by the Ministry of Magic and Horrors, was compelled to bow down to a seemingly random child who had inexplicably saved the world. Lucius had initially aimed to seize the dark-haired boy, only to discover that Hagrid had already drawn him to his side. In the chaos of the skirmish, no one had noticed the child, and now it was too late to assert dominance. Lucius inwardly cursed Zhang Heyang for his shamelessness. Why hadn't he mentioned that he was in the company of such an important figure sooner? Had he known, who would dare provoke a madman? Moreover, as the protector of his savior, was it truly wise to instigate trouble? Could he bear the consequences should anything happen to the savior? Is he truly Harry Potter? Lucius begrudgingly inquired of his son. Indeed, the response came not from Draco, but from Narcissa, who, though somewhat headstrong, was not lacking in intelligence. She had seen the child's scar. Lucius seethed with resentment, cursing the figure he had once called master for causing such turmoil, thrusting him into a predicament. Why must he confront the Wizarding World directly when he could have reveled in his role as the unseen puppet master? Now, with his power diminished, all the prestige he had amassed and the fear he had instilled had become the capital of this insufferable child. Is it possible that such a fool as Voldemort still exists in this world? Thus, Lucius Malfoy, I knew you were itching for trouble. It has been too long since you wielded dark magic, has it not? Zhang Heyang's voice suddenly sharpened as he addressed the Aurors. Why have you not apprehended these dark wizards? Chapter 66. The terrifying power of the UC Shock Department. Reputation is a curious phenomenon. It can elevate even the most inept into a position of superiority. When all eyes are upon you, few dare to act openly against you. Of course, exceptions exist, such as the reckless and brainless Voldemort, who, by mere chance, possessed some measure of power. Lucius found himself in a state of internal conflict. On one hand, he was exasperated by the mess Voldemort had left him to manage, while on the other, he admired Voldemort's audacity. What gave him the gall to confront the entire wizarding world, including Dumbledore himself? Meanwhile, Zhang Heyang reveled in the sidelines, even taking the time to procure 3 ice creams from a nearby shop, sharing them with Hagrid and Harry as he licked away. Let us see how you extricate yourselves from this predicament. It is an undeniable truth that a person's reputation cannot endure indefinitely. The world is rife with events and remarkable phenomena. Even if one saves the universe, they will gradually fade from memory. Although wizards do not browse the internet, they possess their own channels of communication, and after a decade, the fervor surrounding Harry Potter's defeat of Voldemort has waned. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Harry is merely a has-been. Goodness, Hagrid exclaimed, struggling to prevent his large mouth from consuming the ice cream intended for a normal-sized person. while simultaneously marveling at the frozen tableau before them. Professor Zhang, have you perhaps prayed to Merlin? Or to the deity of Muggles? I shall share a secret with you. Zhang Heyang decisively disregarded Harry, who remained oblivious to the situation, and spoke to Hagrid. I do not actually believe in Merlin. I believe in the Tophen Boys, for they're the true source of limitless magical power. What are the Tophen Boys? The Auror captain across from him asked, perplexed. Just something from the Muggle world. You know, Harry Potter and the like, Zhang casually replied. Even the Tophen Boys cannot maintain their popularity indefinitely or always remain in the limelight. However, once they step out to partake in national examinations, it presents an excellent opportunity for garnering admiration. Even Xiao Kai must wear a mask during his high school entrance exams. While the specifics of Wang Junkai's exam papers may differ from those of ordinary students, this exemplifies the advantages derived from the intersection of significant events and celebrity. For Harry, his most renowned moments are limited to two, the first being a decade ago when Lily's magic enabled him to vanquish Voldemort, and the second being his impending enrollment at Hogwarts. The Tophen Boys can experience 3 middle school examinations and 3 high school entrance exams. The influence of the latter two may pale in comparison to Wang Junkai's, but the Wizarding World only offers a singular opportunity for advancement, making it a unique occasion. At this juncture, Zhang Heyang could not help but scorn the educational system of wizards, which provides only one advancement opportunity until the age of 18. With no university education to speak of, it is no wonder that the ranks of the powerful continue to dwindle. Nevertheless, this solitary opportunity for advancement naturally garners greater attention. Harry Potter is set to enroll to attend Hogwarts. The one person Voldemort feared, alongside those who had defeated him, has been dominating the front pages for 3 consecutive weeks. Experts have begun speculating whether Dumbledore will join Harry in stargazing and offer his insights. In such circumstances, this group of individuals dares not act against Harry. Instead, as Zhang Heyang suggested, it is the pure-blood aristocrats who ought to be restrained. I surrender. Lucius lamentably raised his hand, declaring, "This is a misunderstanding. Ahem, I'm fully aware, Mr. Malfoy, that you are a law-abiding citizen who has consistently supported charitable endeavors and the Ministry of Magic. Mark's intention was clear, to let this group off the hook. Shocking. A ministry official actually colluding with Death Eaters. Yet the assembly comprised not only nobles and officials. Zhang Heyang, as if he were born for the UC Shock Department, boomed. Officials colluding with dark wizards to secretly harm the savior, Harry Potter. What will become of the future of the Wizarding World? Bloody hell. Mark nearly buckled at the knees, his legs turning to jelly, almost soiling himself. An individual of his vintage, born in the early 40s, could never have fathomed the terrifying power of sensationalist headlines in the early 90s. Mobilizing public opinion is sometimes this simple. I have long suspected that this bald-headed fellow was up to no good, and it turns out it was all for the sake of money. Shocking. The exchange of power and wealth has infiltrated the dark wizarding forces. Outrage. The legal rights of ordinary citizens are unprotected, and the savior is assaulted in broad daylight. The surrounding spectators, seemingly endowed with a newfound skill, lit up with exclamations. With each utterance, Mark's face grew paler, signaling impending doom. Director Mark could already envision the disastrous consequences awaiting him upon his return to the Ministry of Magic. Dismissal would be the least of his worries. Should former political adversaries seize the opportunity to strike, a minimum of 15 years in Azkaban loomed ahead. Collusion with Death Eaters? Or worse, secretly plotting against Harry Potter. Mark felt an overwhelming urge to silence Zhang Heyang, whose reckless tongue spewed forth accusations. Please, let's keep this civil. We can discuss matters calmly. What is there to discuss? Are you attempting to obscure the truth? Zhang Heyang's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of shock and indignation, as if he were a victim of corrupt officials. We, the taxpayers, demand the right to be informed. The government is inept. Fudge must resign. The atmosphere crackled with fervor. Those who had come merely to spectate were now embroiled in a situation far more serious than anticipated. It is remarkable how swiftly individuals lose their reason when their finances are at stake. What do you intend to do about this? You ought to provide some guidelines. Mark thought despairingly. Who was this insolent brat? If he survived this ordeal, he would ensure that this upstart faced dire consequences, making even his registration a challenge. Mark was painfully aware that his own survival was precarious. He was undoubtedly facing a dual investigation. How pitiful it was for a loyal party member like him. The walls were adorned with gold galleons, yet he dared not spend a single one. Just go about your business, my young friend, Zhang Heyang said dismissively, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Before departing, he glanced back at Draco, who instinctively clutched his father's sleeve in fright. "We shall meet again at Hogwarts. I will ensure you receive a proper education on how to be a distinguished noble." Observing Zhang Heyang's graceful exit, Draco looked up at his father. "Dad, didn't you suggest I attend Durmstrang? I regret the damage caused to your establishment," Zhang Heyang said politely, bowing to Madame Malkin. On the surface, one would never suspect he was unhinged. "I am willing to compensate you. Very costly indeed. You have ruined all my robes." Madame Malkin glared, her eyes filled with rage, contemplating whether to strike Zhang Heyang. Yet, recalling the earlier jinx, she dismissed the tempting thought. Securing compensation would suffice. You determine the amount. Chapter 67. Acquisition of Chanel. This is the essence of humanity, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Zhang Heyang observed Madame Malkin, whose face had shifted from anger to resignation, and he shook his head, reflecting on human nature. When one lacks power, causing a ruckus in Diagon Alley invites not only financial retribution, but also the threat of one's life. Once the noble alliance is toppled, they no longer dare to demand even money outright. 100,000 galleons. I believe that should suffice to purchase your shop. Zhang Heyang stated flatly. It is wealth that speaks volumes, and a magical community's physical stores generate meager earnings. Even if you're the Chanel, Versace, or a conglomerate of all luxury brands in the wizarding world, how much could you truly profit? Have you heard of Wall Street's financial titans? Or the ringing of the Nasdaq bell? The future of our world will undoubtedly belong to the realm of IT. Madame Malkin was clearly taken aback by Zhang Heyang's audacity, repeatedly waving her hands. The cost of the clothing alone exceeds 150,000 galleons. You are exceedingly generous. Is this truly how business is conducted? Zhang Heyang's eyes widened. What led to the misconception that 1,000 galleons is a significant sum during the Triwizard Tournament? He suddenly recalled Draco's words, which, for the Weasley family, might indeed constitute a fortune. Monopoly is the epitome of shamelessness. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Heyang resolved to acquire Chanel without delay. No wonder it is termed luxury. This is sheer highway robbery, rivaling the internet in its profit margins, and it exudes an air of sophistication. Should funds fall short, he would simply retrieve some from Gringotts. Rest assured, he would not flee. "I understand," Madame Malkin replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Beastly man. Even if he did run off, what could I do? No wonder men are so unreliable. My grandmother always advised me to ensure they marry into our family. How about this? I shall leave Harry Potter as collateral. What do you think?" Zhang Heyang sighed. Presenting Microsoft stock certificates would bear no significance to these pure-blood wizards. He considered himself a good person. At the very least, he would not employ force against those who conduct their business honestly, thus resorting to this last-ditch strategy. "You might find yourself blown to pieces the moment you step outside," Madame Malkin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Heyang before quickly averting her gaze. Although she believed Zhang Heyang would be susceptible to the second wave of attacks from other nobles without Harry as a shield, she feared that speaking such thoughts aloud might result in her own destruction at his hands within her shop. "This is becoming increasingly difficult," Zhang Heyang mused, feeling embarrassed as he produced a set of talismans from his pocket. They appeared neither golden nor jade, totaling 11, and he placed them on the only half-intact counter. This set of talismans, survivors from the realm of the dead, can withstand magical attacks of up to 150% of the power of your earlier jinx, including whirlwinds from the realm of the dead and the gates of the underworld. It can also resist the killing curse. Let us keep them here for now. The talismans, crafted by ancient spell techniques, were of significant value, even worthy of being a life-saving trump card for someone of the highest caliber. Even in ancient times, they were exceedingly rare. However, for Zhang Heyang, it was of little consequence. The primary costs associated with talisman crafting were the materials, alongside the immense magical power required for mastery. In mainland China, one could stumble upon innate treasures at will. No matter how precious the talisman materials, they were merely trivialities. As for the control required for crafting talismans, that was merely part of his daily practice. "Then you should hurry along." Madame Malkin managed a strained smile. "It is unnecessary to go to such lengths. I trust your character, Mr. Zhang." The subtext was clear. "You think these trifling items could deceive me? Do you take me for a fool? I shall return promptly." Zhang Heyang sighed inwardly, lamenting the ignorance of humanity. Regardless of whether others believed in the value of the talismans, he felt compelled to leave them behind, even if Madame Malkin did not recognize their worth. Integrity was his guiding principle. The ministry official from earlier would surely understand. When he threatened to mark him with the dark mark, he did so without hesitation. And when it came to lifting that curse, no one was more trustworthy than he. among the disheartened group of pure-blood families returning to the ministry. One official suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. "What's wrong?" a colleague casually inquired. "I don't know, my arm feels strangely itchy." As if the dark mark is about to emerge, he replied absent-mindedly. And then, silence enveloped the space. "Impressive. You are indeed ruthless." Lucius regarded the man with admiration. For he dared to admit he was a Death Eater. Their leader would surely be pleased. "Have you encountered Harry Potter and lost control of your inner chaos?" The colleague who had asked the question quickly distanced himself, fearing the implications of their apparent camaraderie. "And no, the man stammered on the verge of tears. "That fellow is a veritable pit of despair." Sighing, the Auror team leader sensed a potential promotion on the horizon. "What more can I say? A good person. May a good person enjoy a peaceful life." With a wave of his hand, they were to regain control. Thus, the grand spectacle of noble retribution concluded. Resembling a mere farce, as the group trudged back to the ministry, heads hung low, surrounded by an ever-growing crowd of onlookers and reporters. Truly, apparition is a marvelous invention. A good person. Long live Voldemort. A good person shall enjoy a peaceful life. Emerging from the robe shop and making their way towards Gringotts, Zhang Heyang elucidated to Hagrid and Harry why the day's seemingly perilous events had culminated without incident. Professor Zhang, Hagrid could hardly articulate his thoughts. After all, even Voldemort could be manipulated, and those who had perished had merely become Zhang Heyang's invulnerable trump card, leaving one to ponder the absurdity of it all. Truly remarkable. Harry remained utterly bewildered, despite Zhang Heyang's almost brutal methods of unveiling the harsh realities during their time at the Dursleys. He was still the same foolish child who had been sheltered for a decade, lacking the intellect and insight to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Yet, what he did comprehend was that even someone as inept as himself could intimidate a group of seemingly formidable individuals. Professor Zhang was indeed impressive, and Hufflepuff must be an extraordinary institution. Gringotts was neither particularly close nor far from Madame Malkin's robe shop, accommodating Harry's small strides. The trio walked for a quarter of an hour before they beheld the renowned Wizarding Bank. "Welcome back, greedy sir," Harry observed a diminutive creature with elongated limbs, pointed ears, and a respectful bow towards Zhang Heyang, contemplating that this must be the fabled goblin. The goblin's gestures were filled with deference, yet its voice was sharp and grating, laced with sarcasm. Hagrid's expression turned wary. Having accompanied Zhang Heyang throughout, he was well aware of his temperament. The last individual who dared to speak to him in such a manner had been escorted to the Ministry of Magic for trial, while the one before that likely still languished in St. Mungo's. Hagrid feared that the goblin's words might provoke Zhang Heyang into unleashing his wand and obliterating Gringotts. Having mistakenly written Chapter 66 instead of 65 last night, Zhang Heyang decided to let the error stand. Chapter 68, A Heist at Gringotts. Fortunately, Zhang Heyang was merely fond of posturing rather than courting death, unlike Voldemort, who battled against the heavens and the earth. Challenging the aristocratic order of the Wizarding World was one thing. Daring to confront the entire magical realm's order would compel Zhang Heyang to retreat to the Chinese mainland. Thus, he pretended not to notice the goblin and continued onward. As they ascended the white stone steps, upon passing through the first door, Harry encountered a multitude of goblins. These creatures stood approximately a head shorter than Harry, their clever dark faces adorned with pointed beards. It was only at this juncture that goblins began to bow in greeting. From Harry's observations, it appeared that others were only acknowledged at this point as well. But why did Professor Zhang receive a bow from such a distance? Harry pondered aloud, bewildered by the seemingly unfriendly tone. "That is because I am quite wealthy, exchanging at least 50,000 galleons each time I visit," Zhang Heyang scoffed. "However, I always convert Muggle currency into gold coins through them, never depositing gold in their vaults." With a nonchalant kick, Zhang Heyang swung open the second silver door, sneering at the inscriptions etched upon it. Harry read aloud, "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that awaits the greedy. Those who take without toil shall face the severest penalties. Thus, if you seek to claim wealth that was never yours, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." In truth, the most avaricious were indeed these goblins, intent on hoarding all the gold for themselves. Anyone who came to withdraw money was regarded as their adversary. Zhang Heyang firmly believed that failing to assert dominance over such magical beings would lead them to become as bothersome as this cadre of goblins. Thus, he resolved that if Hermione dared to engage in the vomit-inducing trick she had played, he would assign her a score of 0 on all her exams 4 years hence. He would also deduct points from Gryffindor, collecting all the precious rubies from the hourglass, leaving Dumbledore to ponder how he would grant Harry extra points at the semester's end. Mind your behavior and words, sir. The two goblins behind the door hissed sharply, clearly displeased with Zhang Heyang's audacity to kick the Gringotts' door. Otherwise, we may suspect you of attempting to rob us and take appropriate measures. Spare me, he retorted. Robbing a bank is one matter. Challenging the entire Wizarding Order is quite another. I can tolerate the goblin's arrogance, but this is a different game altogether. The goblin outside served as mere decorum. These clerks within are of no consequence. With a gentle flick of his wand, the two goblins found themselves suspended upside down, flailing about in the air and screeching in alarm. The Levi Corpus spell truly had its merits at times, particularly when it had been conceived to humiliate Severus Snape before his romantic rival. What a selfless individual. Zhang Heyang felt a wave of emotion, relieved that the true Bethune was not like Snape. Otherwise, the unwashed locks would infect countless wounds. Navigating with familiarity to the counter, he rapped on its surface. You again? Zhang, a goblin, who was weighing a heap of ruby gemstones the size of red-hot coals, lifted its head and scrunched its nose in a display of utter disdain. Are you here to rob Gringotts? To be frank, the gold in your underground vaults is likely not worth half my great-grandfather's fortune, Zhang Heyang declared, unconcerned by the goblin's threats. With such wealth, why not target the Swiss bank's vaults instead? In a wizarding world of merely tens of thousands, how much wealth could possibly exist? It surely paled in comparison to half of Bill Gates' fortune. Thus, those engaged in tangible economics were destined for decline. The saying, real estate builds a nation, while industry ruins it, held true. Very well, the goblin replied, exasperated by Zhang Heyang's audacity. Unable to overpower him and recognizing his wealth. What could they do? How many galleons do you wish to exchange this time? I believe Gringotts should abolish the exchange of Muggle currency for galleons, leaving you vulgar Muggle-borns in a state of bewilderment. Muggle-born? Is that not a term reserved for pure-blood wizards? Hagrid interjected, astonished. Humans cannot possess pure blood. The goblin sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Hagrid. We are the truest magical beings. He spoke with conviction. The origin of humanity was indeed a taboo, as any myth or legend would attest. And the heavens had never intended for mankind to prosper. In terms of pure magical prowess, humans were even inferior to the most foolish of goblins. It was no wonder that during the ancient goblin rebellions, they had posed significant challenges to human wizards, and even now, goblins had their own methods of dealing with human wizards, excepting Zhang Heyang, of course. Thus, the goblins had no choice but to dutifully serve Zhang Heyang. Fetch me the Philosopher's Stone, he commanded, slapping Dumbledore's letter and token onto the counter. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry exemplified the qualities of a novice in the magical realm, utterly clueless and eager to inquire. Professor, is this not rather rash? Hagrid, who had intended to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone stealthily, questioned. Your outcry for the Philosopher's Stone is akin to shouting for a robbery in a shadowy corner of Gringotts. A figure enveloped in dark mist trembled, as if a chilling and sinister voice echoed in the void, mocking. Dumbledore has sent such a fool to do his bidding? It seems that in my absence, the old man has truly regressed. Indeed, master, but encountering him directly, should we truly resort to violence? A cautious voice inquired. No matter. It is better that this imbecile has come. His foolish antics will serve to shift the blame for the bank robbery squarely upon his shoulders, thereby ensuring our own safety. The first voice cackled with malevolence, relishing the thought that their scheme would implicate this hapless fool. This dialogue transpired within the realm of consciousness, a communication far more sophisticated than mere whispered words. Gringotts was vast, devoid of electric light, and thus was rife with dark corners where no one noted the peculiar movements of this individual. Zhang Heyang was utterly unconcerned. His intent was to draw the serpent from its lair. After all, the Philosopher's Stone did not directly enhance one's power, and he harbored no fear of encountering an adversary beyond his capabilities. Chapter 69. The Presence of Malice. Though Zhang Heyang relished engaging in reckless antics, he was not devoid of intellect. His actions were driven by purpose. In the original narrative, an undocumented confrontation occurred, which Harry later discovered while perusing the newspaper. It transpired the day after he and Hagrid had retrieved Dumbledore's belongings from Gringotts, when the bank suffered a robbery. Despite the exhaustive search efforts by both Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, the culprits remained elusive. The perpetrator was Quirrell. It was evident that Voldemort had no other minions at his disposal, and Quirrell, being an exemplary student of Ravenclaw, had at least demonstrated considerable intellect to gain entry there. Ironically, Voldemort himself was reputed to be the most astute student of Hogwarts. His dark arts required a keen mind to inherit. The power to breach all of Gringotts was formidable, The goblins' prowess should not be underestimated, as they excelled in dealing with wizards. While Gringotts itself was fortified with powerful defensive and offensive enchantments, its underground vaults guarded by dragons. Moreover, after Quirrell's emergence, he would need to elude tracking spells and the scrutiny of the ministry, seamlessly reintegrating into society. Although Quirrell was timid and often overlooked, his position as a Hogwarts professor ensured he was not entirely inconspicuous, and the ministry would not harbor zero suspicion towards him. Yet he succeeded. Even with Voldemort's guidance and the enigmatic dark arts concealing his presence, his power was likely nearing that of a headmaster. The terror of dark wizards lay in the inscrutable nature and devastating potency of their magic, rendering them often more formidable in combat than their light-aligned counterparts of equivalent rank. Zhang Heyang had no intention of allowing Quirrell to strike him from behind while he was in the process of retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Despite being a master-level wizard and a cultivator of the spiritual realm, even with an arsenal of spells at his disposal, a single decisive blow could prove fatal. Thus, he aimed to lure the serpent from its den, adopting a strategy of preemptive strikes. If the enemy remained still, he would remain still. If the enemy did not move, he would devise a means to provoke their action. I have sunk to such depths of folly. Dear Voldemort, you must not lack the courage to strike. The potency of Voldemort's dark arts was indeed formidable. Even with the certainty that Quirrell was nearby, Zhang Heyang could not sense him due to his own strength. Truly, the villainous boss was terrifyingly powerful. It was serendipitous that the Philosopher's Stone was originally meant to be retrieved by someone sent by Dumbledore. Yet, Zhang Heyang's chaotic antics caused him to oversleep, delaying his arrival by a day, coincidentally encountering Quirrell. Dumbledore's decision to have Zhang accompany Hagrid stemmed from a concern that Hagrid's lack of intellect might jeopardize the mission due to time constraints. Were he to discover that his appointed safeguard inadvertently delayed the task, he might very well suffer apoplexy. Zhang Heyang had initially paid little mind to this matter, but as he approached Gringotts, he could distinctly sense a tremendous magical fluctuation in the air. The dark arts had woven a magical array, preemptively laid out to unleash a powerful spell upon activation, a complex dark magical formation that would require no less than half a month to prepare. It was fortunate that Quirrell had acquired such rare materials to construct this array. However, for at least half a month, Quirrell had been meticulously setting up this formation. And now, apart from the invisible magical currents and the inscribed runes, the other signs were glaringly apparent, akin to flames in the night. Zhang Heyang genuinely doubted the goblins' intelligence, for they dared to claim this was the most secure location in the world. He was immensely relieved that he had never converted his assets into galleons to store here. Fortunately, Zhang Heyang was astute. Sensing the fluctuations of this dark magical array and recalling the overlooked plot, he swiftly made an accurate assessment and altered his original plan to simply retrieve the items. Encountering Voldemort for the first time was a thrilling prospect, far preferable to being unexpectedly ambushed by Dumbledore. This time, he was both prepared and cunning. The items Dumbledore possessed were likely in Vault 713. The goblin, upon learning that Zhang Heyang was not there for a currency exchange but to retrieve something, summoned another goblin who was hastily scribbling in a ledger. The second goblin maintained its usual poor demeanor. It was easy to surmise that if one were to withdraw a significant sum of money from a major bank repeatedly without ever depositing or engaging in financial services, the service staff would hardly be cordial. Otto, take them through. Hearing the goblin call out Otto, Zhang Heyang nearly burst out laughing. Brother, take my advice. Change your name to Maserati or Bugatti. It has potential. Perhaps the next head of Gringotts will be you. As the group prepared to depart, Zhang Heyang sensed an unusual atmosphere. There was a presence of malice. The dark arts, birthed from ancient magic, wielded a powerful and dark energy that should not exist in this world. Even Voldemort could not entirely conceal it. Yet, had Zhang Heyang not been a cultivator with a spirit that far exceeded the common understanding of the world, he might have remained oblivious. Such concealed fluctuations were beyond the perception of even headmaster-level beings, let alone those who transcended the zenith of humanity, such as Leonard from M. Is it finally time to act? Zhang Heyang furrowed his brow, relishing the opportunity. He tapped his wand against Hagrid's pocket, and a glimmering golden key emerged. Let us first procure some funds from Mr. Potter's vault. More money? The goblins felt a pang in their hearts, yet they had no choice but to acquiesce. Otto opened the door for them. Harry, expecting to see more marble, was astonished instead by a narrow stone corridor illuminated by burning torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, revealing a small railway. Otto whistled, and a small cart hurtled towards them along the track. Though the cart appeared diminutive, It had been enchanted with a spell akin to the undetectable extinction charm, allowing it to comfortably accommodate 2 individuals, one half-giant and one goblin, without feeling cramped. Do be careful, esteemed sir. The compact car, with an insidious grin, surged towards Zhang Heyang, its speed quite formidable. One incessant chatter. I am pressed for time. Let us hasten, Zhang Heyang remarked, furrowing his brow, an overwhelming urge to eliminate the compact car brewing within him. Chapter 70. Professor Zhang contemplates suicide. Are you certain, sir? The compact car's smile grew increasingly sinister, resembling that of a malevolent specter anticipating the misfortune of an adversary. Zhang Heyang's irritation deepened as he reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve his wand. Are you yearning for a thrill? Please do not. The compact car frantically waved its hands, though fairies possess a certain prowess against human wizards. Zhang Heyang's formidable combat ability was akin to that of a beast. An entire bank's worth of individuals would falter before him, let alone the compact car alone. Even summoning a dragon from the depths below would be futile. For the first time, the compact car deemed it a profoundly foolish decision for Gringotts to house dragons so deeply underground. It quickly bent down and pressed a button on the cart. With a crisp snap, the sound reverberated ominously within the dark cavern. What had it done? Harry harbored a lingering trepidation towards these magical creatures, particularly in moments of vulnerability, fearing he might meet his demise. What had it done? Hagrid, too, felt apprehensive. Gringotts had long been renowned as the most secure establishment, its might comparable to that of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, a third major magical force in Y Country. Although he had attained a level of strength akin to that of a headmaster, he felt inadequate before Gringotts. Hagrid feared he might also be led to ruin. What have you done? Zhang Heyang inquired. He was not particularly concerned about the compact car's antics. Even if it collided with a dragon, he could soar, unperturbed. His only apprehension lay in the uncertainty of the compact car's intentions, fearing it might inadvertently lead to its own demise. The car's speed could only be described as singular. The compact car seemed quite pleased with the trio's inquiries. In its view, this indicated their trepidation. It must be said, this hypothesis had a 2/3 accuracy rate, yet Zhang Heyang alone was sufficient to cause chaos. However, Mr. Zhang is our esteemed guest. Never has anyone possessed such wealth to transact with Gringotts. The compact car articulated, a hint of gritted teeth evident in its tone, since he requested a swifter pace. I had no choice but to dismantle the safety speed control in the cart. Isn't that dangerous? Hagrid exclaimed. Fear not. That mechanism is merely for your human comfort. For us fairies, such velocity is entirely standard. The compact car chuckled with increasing delight. At most, there might be a slight tilt. A trivial matter, it won't derail. If it can tilt off the tracks, how is that a trivial matter? Should we perhaps attempt a drift? Hagrid resolved henceforth never to accompany Professor Zhang on missions, lest he be led to an early demise. Let us commence. The compact car whistled, and the small cart began to move, accelerating rapidly. Initially, they sped down the labyrinthine, winding corridors, with Harry striving to memorize the route. Left turn, left turn, left turn at the intersection, another right turn, left turn, impossible to retain. The little cart, seemingly aware of the path, required no steering. The frigid air whipped past, stinging Harry's eyes, and he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He dared to assert that from this moment on, he would never fear a roller coaster again. Stealing a glance at Hagrid, he observed the latter's face ashen, appearing on the verge of retching. The speed continued to escalate, and Harry felt his eardrums throbbing. His hands flailed aimlessly in the air, and beyond that, he scarcely recognized himself. This is the speed of us fairies. Are you intimidated? The compact car scrutinized its 3 passengers, satisfied with Harry and Hagrid's reactions. Humans often look down upon other non-human beings, yet other sentient creatures typically regard humans with disdain. To the fairies, Zhang Heyang's repeated affronts to Gringotts warranted a lesson. The compact car then turned to observe Zhang Heyang, curious to witness the expression of sheer terror on his face. It promised to be quite amusing. However, upon turning, it appeared to witness something utterly astonishing, its eyes widening to the size of light bulbs, rivaling that of a house elf. The speed was indeed remarkable, at least double that depicted in the original narrative. In the source material, although Harry and Hagrid felt discomfort on the cart, they retained a semblance of consciousness, capable of conversing and even searching for dragons. But this velocity rendered all thoughts muddled. Had Harry lacked magical power, he would likely have sustained injuries. This was a pace beyond what any human ought to endure. The compact car mused that though Zhang Heyang had frequented Gringotts, he had never descended to the underground vaults, merely exchanging Muggle currency at the counter. Surely, he would be unable to withstand such speed. Yet when the compact car turned back, it beheld Zhang Heyang seated calmly upon the cart, his demeanor unruffled, exhibiting no signs of discomfort, rather appearing impatient as though the speed were insufficient. What on earth? Is this fellow a monster? The compact car lamented inwardly, dismissing the notion that such velocity was favored by fairies. It was sheer nonsense. While fairies can indeed tolerate higher speeds than humans, given their disdain for humans, it was improbable they would consider human comfort enough to install any speed control mechanisms. After all, even the 5 major banks do not view themselves as service industries, much less the condescending fairies. This speed, even for the fairy, was scarcely tolerable. It felt akin to Harry's experience at a velocity twice as slow in the original text. Though manageable, it was decidedly uncomfortable. Yet, witnessing Zhang Heyang's demeanor, the compact car began to question who among them was truly the fairy. Humph! He must be feigning. The compact car silently cursed. Let us see how much longer you can endure. Just as the compact car's thoughts trailed off, it caught Zhang Heyang casting a glance its way. That gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of one's soul, leaving the compact car feeling as though it were laid bare in the freezing wilderness, unable to conceal a single secret. This was entirely expected, although Zhang Heyang had yet to achieve the level of Dumbledore, who could wield the pensive as a passive skill akin to a permanent Sharingan, nor did he possess a perverse desire to pry into others' innermost thoughts. The existence of his spiritual essence allowed him to perceive the subtle fluctuations of the metaphysical realm with ease. With a swift glance, Zhang Heyang grasped the compact car's intentions with crystal clarity. Abruptly, he rose to his feet, startling the compact car, which feared he might be contemplating a dramatic leap from the cart, perhaps seeking to preserve his dignity. Rumor had it that humans placed great value on their pride. Could it truly be? Hagrid and Harry were equally taken aback. Professor Zhang, are you intending to take a thrilling risk? To perish in the presence of a dragon to showcase your valor? Chapter 71. Hufflepuff's Treasure. Zhang Heyang stood tall, appearing as if he wished to challenge fate itself upon the rapidly drifting cart, leaving all in disbelief at the audacity of his subsequent action. He boldly stepped onto the edge of the small cart, standing defiantly against the wind upon that narrow ledge. His dark red cloak, adorned with embroidered cranes, billowed majestically, exuding an air of undeniable flair. With a sharp tap, Zhang Heyang withdrew his wand and gently struck the edge of the cart twice. Astonishingly, its speed surged to over 5 times its original pace, had it not been for the centrifugal force and inertia acting upon the iron tracks. Such velocity would have been sufficient to propel a person into the air. Thud! At that moment, Ochuo knelt before the grand figure, genuinely bowing as the diminutive fairy, emboldened by his size, sank to his knees within the cart. He gestured with his hands, forming intricate patterns, while muttering incantations as he gazed up at Zhang Heyang's towering presence. Although fairies are inherently more magical than humans, they possess a profound reverence for the mysteries of the world, stemming from their existence in accordance with celestial will. Ochuo now regarded Zhang Heyang as an enigmatic deity. To be precise, Zhang Heyang was indeed a being of divine caliber. Such behavior is exclusive to practitioners of cultivation. Even Dumbledore, or Voldemort, who could soar unaided by physical means, could not replicate this feat, as their magical energy lacked the autonomous flow within their bodies. True wizards, regardless of their might, can only project their inner magic through wands or specific gestures, manifesting it in a tangible form. Even the most ancient of forbidden spells and formidable sorcerers merely harness the power of the heavens by manipulating their internal magic. These are all active skills. Conversely, for cultivators, the ceaseless circulation of true essence within their bodies is a fundamental requirement, hardly worthy of astonishment. Thus, Zhang Heyang possessed instantaneous reflexes and adaptability far beyond the ordinary, including the ability to control his body with ease, allowing him to execute such reckless maneuvers effortlessly. As for the overwhelming speed, when flying on a sword at several Mach, the immense sonic booms and air resistance posed no threat to him. What more could a cart traveling at a mere 400 kilometers per hour do? The fierce wind whipped against him as he stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his graceful figure complemented by the flowing Hanfu cloak. Distinctly different from the typical wizardess robe, not only Ochuo, but even Hagrid and Harry felt compelled to kneel before Zhang Heyang, imploring the divine being for the boon of offspring. Wait, why was I asking a deity for a child? No, that's not right. When did my thoughts return to normal? Both Harry and Hagrid were startled, only to realize that 2 translucent shields of magical energy had appeared around them, shielding them from the biting cold. Within the protective barrier, they not only felt no discomfort from the chill, but rather experienced a gentle warmth that seemed to enhance their magical potency. As for Ochuo, he was not afforded such luxury. Aren't you a powerful fairy? Don't you want us to witness your speed? The poor fairy faced the brunt of the cart's 400 kilometers per hour wind and low pressure, his brain nearly bursting as he fought to stay conscious. Fortunately, the fairy's magic was well honed, differing from human magic in that it rarely required incantations or wands. And coupled with their naturally swift magical energy accumulation, they could cast spells with remarkable speed. Soon, Ochuo conjured a shield for himself, albeit weaker than Zhang Heyang's, just sufficient for him to survive the ordeal. After witnessing Zhang Heyang's display of power, Ochuo dared not utter another word throughout the journey. In truth, he had little opportunity to speak. At such a rapid pace, they reached Harry's vault in the blink of an eye. Ochuo prepared to utilize his unique fairy abilities to halt the cart, only to discover that his magical energy dissipated into nothingness upon release, severing all connection with the cart and even the entire Gringotts. In simpler terms, the cart now belonged entirely to Zhang Heyang. Unless Zhang Heyang chose to stop it, the cart could plunge straight into the earth, colliding with the dragon. Given its current speed, Ochuo had no doubt it could create a gaping hole in the dragon's body. With no other choice, he called out for it to stop. Have we arrived? Zhang Heyang's gaze flickered momentarily. The cart was traveling too swiftly, and by the time Ochuo called for a halt, they had already surpassed the location of Harry's vault. At that position, he could distinctly sense a powerful yet delicate soul wave emanating in the void. The vibrancy of this soul was formidable, yet also fragile. Fortunately, its owner seemed aware of this, and thus it appeared well protected. To the untrained eye, it would be nearly imperceptible. However, for a cultivator with a spirit already transcended, such an unanchored soul was utterly visible. This must be the vault of the Lestrange family, Zhang Heyang mused, recalling the narrative. Bellatrix Lestrange, within her Gringotts vault, housed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Hufflepuff Cup. How fortuitous, he could seize it all in one go. As for the other Horcruxes, Zhang Heyang felt indifferent, overflowing with confidence. He even contemplated a confrontation with Voldemort in his complete form. However, the Hufflepuff Cup, a treasured relic of their house, should not be sullied by the foul essence of that noseless fiend. You dare to covet my father's possessions? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Zhang Heyang resolved inwardly, then pointed his wand into the void, commanding the cart to reverse at breakneck speed. As it ascended the incline, the cart maintained a velocity that rivaled its earlier descent. Here we are, Mr. Potter's vault. When they passed Harry's vault once more, Ochuo seized the opportunity to call out, prompting Zhang Heyang to halt the cart just in time. All set, open the door. Zhang Heyang disembarked with everyone, while Ochuo appeared utterly spent, struggling to remain upright. Hagrid Harry, on the other hand, felt no strain and found Ochuo's condition quite amusing. Serves you right for showing off. This is your just deserts. Ochuo's face turned ashen, leaning against the corridor wall to steady his trembling knees. With a click, he inserted the golden key into the lock, turning it gently until a deep rumble resonated. The vault, sealed for over a decade, had finally been reopened. Chapter 72. Who was showing off just now? Upon the door's opening, a thick cloud of green smoke billowed forth. Oh dear, a security measure. Zhang Heyang discerned that this green mist concealed elements capable of bewildering or even driving one mad. Yet it was harmless to those holding the key or token. Nevertheless, he had no intention of allowing such peculiarities to touch him. He placed his faith solely in his own strength. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a gust of wind from his wand. A slender yet potent whirlwind swiftly dispersed the green smoke, revealing the true nature of the vault to all present. Wow! Harry exclaimed, nearly blinded by the dazzling gold light. Before him lay heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and mountains of bronze nuts. All of this is yours, Hagrid chuckled. All of it belongs to me? Harry found it somewhat incredulous. He suddenly began to understand Professor Zhang's extravagant spending habits. He too yearned to toss gold coins from a great height, pondering the fortune left to him by his parents. What tragedy it was that they had lost everything, including their home. Surely, they would never be foolish enough to stash their wealth within the confines of a house. After all, even the ancients recognized the wisdom of depositing money in a bank. Zhang Heyang casually remarked that muggles were even more astute, often investing their money in the stock market, where it would be of little use to robbers. What was he to do? At merely 11 years of age, he found himself in possession of a vault brimming with gold coins. He recalled those online tales of individuals earning a mere $3,000 a month, yet daring to indulge in instant noodles while riding their private bicycles to work. And he felt a sense of confusion. Don't be foolish, Zhang Heyang chuckled, perceiving Harry's bewilderment at his newfound wealth. This sum will only afford you a comfortable existence until graduation, or perhaps a year thereafter. Hagrid will keep a close watch on you to prevent any reckless spending. As he spoke, Zhang Heyang couldn't help but ponder the circumstances surrounding the Potter couple. Their vault contained no less than 100,000 galleons, an astonishing sum, especially when considering that Madame Malkin's, a luxury clothing establishment, along with its unsold stock, was valued at a mere 150,000. If the clothing business weren't monopolized, the Potters could have purchased the entire inventory outright. It was no wonder so many were unwaveringly devoted to Dumbledore, he mused. The disparity was stark. Aligning oneself with Voldemort meant living in constant peril, not to mention the need to utilize the funds of his followers, as Voldemort himself had always been impoverished. In contrast, Dumbledore had only graduated less than a decade ago, yet had amassed wealth surpassing that of 10 Voldemorts. Hagrid clearly concurred with Zhang Heyang's assessment as he assisted Harry in securing the money within a bag. The coins are galleons, he explained. 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make a sickle. Quite simple, isn't it? That should suffice for 2 terms. I'll keep the rest safe for you. As Harry gazed at the bag in Hagrid's hands, he was suddenly struck by a sense of lingering poverty. Let us go, number 713 vault, Zhang Heyang said, pulling on the cart, causing the goblin, Otto, to turn pale with fright. Please, sir. I was wrong. I shall never act arrogantly again. Could you possibly slow down? Otto pleaded from his kneeling position. We're in a hurry, Zhang Heyang replied, dismissing the goblin's concerns. After all, whenever humans requested a goblin to slow down, the goblins would retort there is but one speed, if they could not even manage their own possessions. How could Gringotts dare to call itself the most secure place in the world? They were merely there to watch human folly unfold. Given this, why should Zhang Heyang continue to treat these greedy goblins with courtesy? With a gentle tap on the cart, it surged forth at a speed surpassing that of a Bugatti Veyron. The only difference this time was that Zhang Heyang had cast a protective shield around himself, shimmering brilliantly and illuminating the entire underground space, his expression grave. Professor Zhang, what is it? Hagrid exclaimed, astonished. Having followed Zhang Heyang for some time, he had yet to witness anything that could truly unsettle him, even when confronting a group of pure-blood aristocrats in Diagon Alley, which he had handled with nonchalance. Throughout their journey, Zhang Heyang had shown indifference towards both the architecture of Gringotts and the goblins themselves. So if something had caused him to adopt such a serious demeanor, it must be significant. Could it be that someone intends to rob us? Hagrid speculated, his mind sharpened by Zhang Heyang's rigorous training. Although he still believed that a mere mortal attempting to rob Gringotts would be courting death, what could possibly warrant such a solemn response from someone who regarded the bank with such disdain? Ah, indeed, Zhang Heyang casually revealed a chilling fact. Just outside, there was a dark magical array encircling Gringotts entirely. Not only could they rob it, but they could obliterate the entire bank without issue. Impossible, Otto interjected sharply, his voice piercing. Nothing can breach Gringotts' defenses. Even if someone were to blow up the bank, the doors to the underground vaults are protected by ancient goblin magic. Without a goblin to lead the way, any human who touches the door would be trapped forever, unable to escape. Boom! No sooner had Otto finished his sentence than the door to Vault 713 exploded. Who was just boasting? Zhang Heyang exclaimed, brandishing his still-glowing wand as he leaped from the cart. Was it you? It can't be. Otto protested. I had warned the Vault Master that the doors to Gringotts were poorly constructed and utterly ineffective, but he would not listen. Now he shall surely learn his lesson. Otto's intelligence had evidently improved, and he hastily sought to ingratiate himself. While goblin magic was indeed formidable, this door was merely an inanimate object. No amount of strength could surpass that of a natural treasure. Goblin magic attempting to forcibly contain such a treasure was, to put it mildly, laughable. Even the heavens could not restrain it. What significance did goblins possess? Thus, the door was obliterated almost instantaneously. The Philosopher's Stone is coming, Zhang Heyang declared grandly, preparing to enter. When suddenly, everyone heard a low, gravelly voice reciting an incantation. It's the summoning charm. This is bad. Hagrid reacted swiftly, drawing his wand to eliminate the threat. Unfortunately, the voice echoed from all directions, hollow and distant, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. By the time he regained his senses, he discovered that the Philosopher's Stone had vanished without a trace. This was no mere summoning charm. It resembled spatial magic. This was the true power of the magical array. It could unleash formidable spells, amplifying strength while simultaneously weakening adversaries. The voice erupted in a sinister cackle. You shall all perish today, but you, the foolish one in red, need not worry. I shall spare your life. You will bear the blame for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Pray that Dumbledore, that ancient fool, will treat you kindly. Crash. No sooner had the figure finished speaking than the entire corridor, along with a massive formation of ancient stalactites, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Emerging from the smoke was a bewildered figure, completely shrouded, yet unable to conceal the shock evident on their face. Who was just boasting again? Zhang Heyang, still wielding his smoking wand, pointed accusatorily at the figure. Was it you? Chapter 73, Confronting Voldemort. Who was just boasting? Was it you? Even in the face of Voldemort, Zhang Heyang remained audacious, his head held high and his gaze disdainfully cast downward upon Voldemort, his contempt unmistakable. This exemplified the adage, one may lose their dignity but never their stance. Besides, he wasn't necessarily at a disadvantage. Voldemort was currently nothing more than a fledgling, likely weaker than a street thug. Confronting Voldemort was akin to dealing with Quirrell. How did you find me? Quirrell stammered, true to his reputation as a fool. Bewildered by trivial concerns, even in such dire circumstances. His intelligence appeared to diminish in Voldemort's presence, and Ravenclaw should consider expelling him for such incompetence. You may commit evil deeds, but I, Zhang, cannot tolerate foolishness. Ah, but I'm not the head of Ravenclaw, am I? Hufflepuff has always been known for its abundance of fools. No? Never mind that. Young man, do you not realize how foolish you are? Does the person behind you know? Zhang Heyang observed with a grin, eyeing Quirrell, who had wrapped himself like a mummy. His gaze pierced through Quirrell's body like an X-ray, seemingly capable of penetrating every corner of his being. Quirrell, even his very head, involuntarily shuddered. Zhang Heyang's words, when heard by Hagrid, Harry, and Otto, suggested that this man was merely a pawn, with a puppeteer lurking behind the scenes. Yet Quirrell sensed with utmost clarity that Zhang Heyang meant something entirely different. He knows my secret, Quirrell and Voldemort screamed simultaneously in their minds. Particularly Voldemort, whose current state was one of utter bewilderment. How is it possible? How can anyone see through me? This is the magic of Horcruxes. A soul's power, not exceeding Voldemort's tenfold, would remain oblivious to his possession. So, despite Quirrell merely swathing Voldemort in a scarf, no one had been able to see through it for 4 to 5 years. Not even Dumbledore. How on earth did he discern it? Voldemort felt a surge of panic. He despised being in a situation beyond his control, especially in his current state. How do you know? The figure before him seemed to have adopted a different vocal timbre, its voice icy and hoarse, resonating with a chilling aura that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Harry felt the scar on his forehead ignite with pain, and he crouched down, clutching his head in agony. Alas, no one paid him any heed. It must be said that my esteemed Professor Zhang remained utterly unfazed, grinning at the shadowy figure across from him. Can you guess how I know? Do you believe I've read the original work? In such dire circumstances, how could one still act so pretentiously, orchestrating a spectacle of sound and light to frighten whom? After responding, Zhang Heyang muttered under his breath. Though he intended it to be quiet, the echoes in the subterranean environment amplified his words, making them clear to all. Voldemort, thankfully concealed beneath bandages, could not betray his expression. Otherwise, his face would likely have turned a ghastly shade of green. The grand entrance effect that comes with being a villain, courtesy of ant rolling. Am I to blame? As the ultimate antagonist, I must possess some semblance of gravitas. Mustn't I? After all the lives I've taken. How could I not carry such an aura? Young man, you are quite audacious. Voldemort, an established powerhouse, gradually regained his composure. The previously haunting sound effects of tormented souls dissipating. Yet beneath this calm facade lay an ice-cold menace. Hagrid found the voice eerily familiar, akin to a venomous serpent hissing at its prey, making him distinctly uncomfortable. Otto, finally regaining his senses, bellowed, "Where's the dragon? Where's my dragon? Come out and subdue this thief." As a lazy goblin content with merely managing accounts, his greatest aspiration was to see his superior retire. He had never encountered such a fearsome brigand. Even Zhang Heyang had terrified him to his core, and Voldemort's voice drove him to the brink of a vocal rupture. Silence. For a moment, the air was eerily still. Harry and Hagrid yearned to witness the fabled dragon. Harry had never seen one, while Hagrid, despite his familiarity, could never tire of such magnificent beasts. Hagrid's greatest dream was to raise a dragon. Zhang Heyang and the brigand across from him remained silent, deeming it unnecessary. Such an act would be foolish. Thus, 3 minutes slipped by in silence. What is happening? Where's my dragon? Otto shrieked, directing his fury towards the figure opposite him. What have you done with the dragon of Gringotts? Let me tell you, should you dare to harm the dragon of Gringotts, You shall become the eternal enemy of our goblin kin, a vendetta that knows no end. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, paid Otto no heed. Firstly, his identity as the Dark Lord, a figure instilling terror throughout the magical world, rendered it impossible for him to respond to a goblin's inquiry, even in such dire straits. Secondly, the question was simply absurd. Everyone knew that Gringotts' underground vaults housed dragons. Anyone brave enough to venture here would surely have dealt with the dragon first. After all, who would dare attempt to rob Gringotts without the strength to subdue its guardian? Speak, speak. Voldemort ignored him. Yet to Otto, this silence reeked of guilt. How could a mere human wizard dare to oppose my esteemed goblin lineage? He retorted, let me inform you, if you do not surrender immediately, I can assure you that I will extract your soul and condemn you to eternal unrest. You're a nuisance. Zhang Heyang waved his hand in irritation. Would you mind if I dealt with him? Voldemort, unusually courteous, recognized that the figure before him appeared rather foolish. Yet if he possessed the ability to see through his Horcrux magic, it warranted a measure of respect. Given his current state, Voldemort dared not act impulsively. Do as you wish. Zhang Heyang had long contemplated eliminating the dim-witted goblin. Yet with a formidable enemy present, he could not afford to turn on his own. Since Voldemort was willing to take action, he welcomed the respite. Attack! Voldemort commanded with a hissing, serpentine voice, and the initial voice trembled in response. Yes, master. Quirrell waved his wand, conjuring a black skull in the air with a flourish. This skull, distinct from the dark mark, exuded pure death, drifting like a wisp of smoke toward Otto. Before the skull could approach, Otto felt as though his soul were being shredded into fragments. Writhing on the ground in agony, emitting a deafening scream. Ha! The exquisite torment of impending death is truly delightful. Whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort who uttered this sadistic monologue, the delight in their words was unmistakable. It had been far too long since they had taken a life. Whoosh! Before the words had fully escaped, a massive vacuum blade sliced through the air, obliterating the skull and continuing its relentless advance towards the shadowy figure. Bang! A colossal silver shield materialized out of thin air, intercepting the vacuum blade. Zhang Heyang's attack dissipated, and the silver shield transformed into a wisp of smoke. Dimensional slash. The figure opposite paled, their voice dripping with malice. What do you mean by this? Chapter 74, Blasting Voldemort Away. Ancient space-time magic. Renowned for its prowess in crafting various barriers, excels particularly in defense and movement. The Dimensional Slash is a rare, air-based offensive spell, capable of collapsing and compressing surrounding space with its magical power, the resulting spatial dislocation capable of severing anything, a perilous magic indeed. Voldemort could hardly fathom that such audacity existed in the world. One moment he was watching the unfolding spectacle with a bemused smile, and the next he was ambushed. Had it not been for Voldemort's presence, Quirrell alone would have faced grievous injury or even death. You dare to ambush me? Voldemort seethed. How infuriating. Wasn't it agreed that we would refrain from violence? Wasn't it promised that he would be eliminated? Where had the solidarity against a fool gone? How could one be so treacherous? Surely you haven't lost your power for so long that your wits have dulled? Zhang Heyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. You, a dark wizard, dare to accuse me of ambushing you? In the realm of protagonists, there exists a most advantageous buff. Whatever they do is justified. When ambushed or beset by many, they can decry their adversaries, calling them shameless scoundrels for disregarding the code of the martial world, for their treachery is truly madness. Beyond redemption. In that case, let us all unite and eliminate this scoundrel. If the intention is to strike first, it becomes even simpler. Raise a hand and declare with a resounding voice. There is no need to discuss the rules of the underworld with such a heartless and shameless villain. We have come to root out treachery and punish evil, not to engage in a duel. Let us all join forces and vanquish this miscreant. Conversely, the antagonist finds himself in a rather unfortunate position. Should he attempt a sneak attack, he would be met with universal condemnation, and if he were to act naively, he would face ridicule from the protagonists. As he does now, half-breed of a giant and a slug, Quirrell gritted his teeth, vowing, I shall not kill you. I swear I will not be a man. The flames of the inferno ignited. Quirrell's shrill scream pierced through the underground space, sounding even more mournful than the cries of Otto. A vast expanse of black flames surged forth, vaporizing everything in its path with unbearable heat, reducing them to nothingness. Professor Zhang, be careful, Hagrid exclaimed in alarm. That is the fiend fire curse, a formidable dark magic with terrifyingly high temperatures, and it absolutely cannot be extinguished with water. It's fine. If it were fiend fire conjured by Voldemort, I would indeed be concerned, regardless of how diminished his magical power may be. However, the magic entirely cast by Quirrell is quite manageable for me. Just ensure Harry's safety. Hagrid glanced over, seeing Harry and Otto curled up in agony nearby, unable to move. Otto had been wounded in his soul by the previous dark spell, while Harry was grappling with both fear and the uncontainable pain from the scar inflicted by Voldemort. Nodding with a serious expression, Hagrid took 2 steps back, waving his wand to conjure a magical barrier before them. Professor Zhang, it's up to you, Hagrid said solemnly. Rest assured. With a swift motion of his arm, a crimson barrier materialized in front of him, pulsating with energy. The time-space magic, Red Lotus Reversal Array, would absorb any fire-based magical attacks, unless they could surpass its defensive threshold. Clearly, although Quirrell's power had increased under Voldemort's influence, it was still far from reaching Zhang's level. In fact, his raw magical abilities hadn't even attained the caliber of a headmaster. His formidable strength stemmed entirely from the bizarre and cruel dark magic imparted by Voldemort. Damn it! Quirrell roared, as a foul-smelling acid spewed from the tip of his wand toward Zhang. Just observing its trajectory, one could sense the corrosive power, suggesting its lethality surpassed that of sulfuric acid. If this were to strike, the next day's headlines would likely read, "Shocking. Colleague transforms into a vengeful spirit. Douses young associate with acid, leaving him disfigured." Alas, just as the yellow-green acid was about to splatter on Zhang, he deftly maneuvered his wand, conjuring a barrier that shimmered with a cerulean glow. The Water Moon Reversal Mirror, a water-based barrier rotating in reverse, completely thwarted the acid's attack and, through its rotation, reflected the caustic liquid back at Quirrell, leaving him in a state of disarray. Curse be this! Quirrell barely managed to deflect the returning acid, his anger mounting as he raised his wand, seemingly preparing a formidable spell. Quirrell's bravado was commendable, but Zhang offered him no opportunity to unleash his power. With a pointed gesture of his wand, the Red Lotus Reversal Array and Water Moon Reversal Mirror surged towards Quirrell. These 2 barriers, while defensive and lacking offensive capability, would unleash a terrifying explosion when the fire and water energies collided forcibly. Moreover, having absorbed Quirrell's magic, the energy within the 2 barriers was nearing its limit, ready to erupt at any moment. What is this? Quirrell sensed the immense pressure from the 2 barriers, trying to retaliate, but finding himself utterly restrained and immobile. The overwhelming force caused the barriers to falter, culminating in a tremendous explosion. No! Quirrell cried out in despair, realizing he had never anticipated that a simple bank heist alongside his great master would lead to his demise. Despite having diligently prepared for over half a month under the guidance of the greatest Dark Lord, he found himself facing an unexpectedly formidable foe. Incompetent fool! A hollow and chilling voice rasped, and Quirrell suddenly appeared transformed, gripping his wand with a claw-like hand, trembling uncontrollably as he narrowly escaped the binding control and launched himself to the side. Boom! Simultaneously, the 2 barriers collided and detonated. In that instant, Hagrid almost believed a dragon had appeared, but no dragon could compare to such terror. The shockwave from the explosion was so powerful that even Hagrid's robust physique struggled to remain upright. He quickly sought refuge behind the remnants of the blast, erecting a magical shield to withstand the onslaught of the aftermath. Quirrell, positioned closer to the epicenter of the explosion, was hurled away, crashing against the ceiling of the stone cavern, which had been eroded by at least 2 meters before falling back down. Encased within the magical shield and feeling the relentless impacts, Quirrell's countenance turned ashen, prompting him to conjure another magical shield, creating a double-layered defense against the residual force. Then, before the eyes of all, he astonishingly took flight. No one had ever left him in such a state of disarray. His body, wrapped like a mummy with only his eyes exposed, gleamed with a crimson light, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. If you were to emerge now, you would find many who could leave you in such a disheveled state, Zhang casually remarked, though his vigilance was at its peak, gathering his magical energy to its utmost. Just moments ago, Quirrell had narrowly escaped annihilation from the 2 formidable barriers, and in a desperate bid for survival, Voldemort had seized control of Quirrell's body. Thus, Zhang now faced the veritable Voldemort. Though not at full strength, he was still Voldemort. The tension in the air became palpable, almost solidifying, as Harry felt his head throbbing painfully while struggling to breathe. I merely wish to observe the current level of today's youth after all these years, Voldemort hissed, raising his wand. Chapter 75, The Crisis of Life and Death. You will be pleased to discover that the current generation has surpassed the standards of your own school days. Zhang nonchalantly replied. Indeed, these ancient magics are likely mastered more comprehensively by you than by me. The once arrogant Voldemort, who believed himself superior to all, acknowledged that the celestial magic from that day was indeed conjured by you, was it not? Of course it was I, Zhang retorted mockingly. Now you fear even the starlight. Do you truly deserve the status you once held? Zhang's dialogue with the mysterious figure left Hagrid bewildered, as if they were engaged in some cryptic riddle. Harry, barely conscious, and Otto, already unconscious, left Hagrid in a precarious position, observing Zhang's exchange with the enigmatic figure, his palms sweating as he gripped his wand tightly. Some price must always be paid. Voldemort's response to Hagrid sounded as nonsensical as ever. Yet Zhang understood he referred to the transformation into a dark magical being, thus being unable to withstand the pure power of starlight. Having recently taken a break, he could not remain under Voldemort's watchful eye. It had been a long time since he had consumed unicorn blood, and the power of starlight was not easy to endure. In that case, do you not wish to retreat? Are you seeking death? Zhang seemed determined to shatter his opponent's morale psychologically. Regrettably, he has employed his tactic inappropriately. Voldemort is indeed one of the most formidable beings, and with his temperament, which is prone to instigating conflict with the entire magical community at the slightest provocation. He is even more deranged than Zhang Heyang. I can see that you far surpass your peers in age, and I am indeed quite feeble. He cracked a grim smile, emitting a hoarse mockery. Yet despite this, you remain woefully inadequate. Killing you would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. Why are you still hesitating? Why engage in this futile banter with me? Although it is said that villains perish due to their verbosity, Voldemort's current state and predicament, for him, are indeed excessively verbose. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Stalling for time? Ha 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 ha. Voldemort erupted into a frenzied laugh, realizing that it was too late. Zhang Heyang felt an overwhelming aura of darkness and decay enveloping him, making even breathing cumbersome. The terrifying darkness transformed into a multitude of tendrils, ensnaring him. Goodness! Zhang Heyang cursed in shock, astonished at Voldemort's proclivities. It seems that mere sadism is insufficient as he delves into the realm of tentacle play. However, Zhang Heyang had no intention of engaging in any shameful play with a man, let alone an old man devoid of nose. Suddenly, he leapt into action, swiftly wielding his wand to unleash a complex spell composed of 12 interconnected magics. While he could employ ancient magic against Quirrell, this was, after all, a spell Zhang Heyang had painstakingly reconstructed, and due to insufficient data, many profound aspects remained incomplete. Utilizing such half-baked magic against Voldemort would be tantamount to courting death. Whoosh! As Zhang Heyang cast his spell, the room was instantly filled with flashes of blades and swords, a cold radiance slicing effortlessly through Voldemort's defenses. Yet, Voldemort's barriers were never so easily dismantled. The shattered stalactites, hidden in the darkness, cascaded down upon Zhang Heyang like a shower of stars. Initially, their speed was unremarkable, but once Zhang Heyang severed the dark barriers, they suddenly accelerated, igniting sparks as they scraped through the air, resembling a meteor shower descending upon him. Meteor Fire Rain. This spell was, in fact, a creation of Voldemort himself, based on the simplest of levitation charms, the Levi Corpus, which even first-year students learn. However, the ability to simultaneously control so many fragments of stalactites to ascend, while maintaining such rapid descent and precise targeting, was undoubtedly a display of exquisite power. Steamed Lamb. Zhang Heyang found himself at a loss. If he hoped to conceal his trump card against Voldemort, it might remain forever unplayed. Magic quickly coalesced in the air, forming a massive purple cauldron that contained a meteor fire rain. The blade of magical energy severed the connections among the myriad fragments of stalactites, leaving only a surge of magic, akin to transforming a pot of stalactites into a grand dish. A large-scale spell. A hint of gravity passed through Voldemort's voice. How do you fare? This body's magical energy is insufficient to sustain a duel involving large-scale spells, is it not? Zhang Heyang chuckled. Quirrell's magical energy had been artificially augmented, making its foundation unstable, and even so, it scarcely approached the level of a headmaster. At most, he could unleash 3 large-scale spells before succumbing to exhaustion, leaving him vulnerable. Did you think I spent all this time preparing a magic array for naught? Voldemort's derisive tone echoed, ceiling. Zhang Heyang suddenly felt the magical elements around him thin considerably, and his own magical energy became increasingly difficult to mobilize. In contrast, Voldemort, effortlessly unleashing 2 of his self-created hybrid spells or deploying advanced applications of basic magic like the Meteor Fire Rain, seemed to be thriving, his power exponentially augmented. Goodness! You shameless fiend! Zhang Heyang found himself at an impasse. Truly, Voldemort was formidable, wielding nothing but high-level spells. Even this one magic array, no matter how expansive, encompassing the entirety of Gringotts, was capable of amplifying, autonomously attacking, defending, and concealing its presence, a testament to sheer madness. Trapped within his magic array, Zhang Heyang could do little more than curse, having no further recourse. Steam Bear Paw, Steam Deer Tail. Zhang Heyang raised his wand, fervently chanting, Roasted Duck. Clang! The sound of clashing steel resonated as Voldemort, suspended in mid-air, continually waved his wand, employing a large-scale spell. Yet, unlike before, he utilized only one large-scale spell, supplemented by a hybrid spell, completely dismantling Zhang Heyang's trio of large-scale spell assaults. The magic array is truly effective. That is all there is to it. Having withstood Zhang Heyang's trio of large-scale spells, Voldemort felt he had deciphered his strategy, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, though hidden beneath his bandages. He waved his wand, transforming magical energy into arrows, unleashing a barrage towards Zhang Heyang. Let's end this game, Voldemort sneered. Dumbledore has certainly found a capable ally. But alas, it seems your journey ends here. Not so fast. Zhang Heyang remained obstinate, yet it appeared he was devoid of any viable options. Desperately wielding his wand to fend off Voldemort's relentless attacks, retreating step by step. Professor Zhang is in peril. Hagrid sensed the impending doom. Zhang Heyang had completely fallen into Voldemort's rhythm of attack, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Facing such an adversary, if he were to falter, what chance of survival would remain? Chapter 76, Superstition Harms the Innocent. Zhang Heyang now regretted his lack of practical experience. He should not have allowed Voldemort the luxury of time to engage in idle chatter. He should have acted swiftly before the magic array charged to completion, or perhaps, taking advantage of Quirrell's insufficient strength and Voldemort's waning vigor, he could have seized the initiative. But now, he was left to respond in a state of disarray. The opponents he had previously faced were far too weak. Even if they were numerous enough to pose a threat, they could not prevent his escape. And thus he had never felt a sense of urgency. Yet now, trapped within the dark magic array, Zhang Heyang found himself unable to utilize apparition. Even if he attempted to forcibly break through the spatial barrier, what would become of Hagrid and Harry left behind? Certain death awaited. Zhang Heyang did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, but abandoning his students to face danger was something he could not bring himself to do. He could only endure. Ha ha ha! Don't harbor any illusions. Quirrell, having lost control over his body, cackled shrilly from within. All the power my master has accumulated over the past decade is about to erupt. The Philosopher's Stone will not fail, and you are all doomed. Silence. Voldemort roared in frustration. Had he not just revealed his own secrets? While it was evident that the opponent seemed well acquainted with him and could likely deduce that he had but this one opportunity to strike, even the slightest uncertainty would allow him to seize more initiative. Why had he chosen such a fool as Quirrell? Voldemort suddenly slowed his assault. Young man, you are quite impressive, but you still fall short of the apex of power. Do you wish to grow stronger? As he spoke, Voldemort's eyes glowed crimson once more, infused with a fervent zeal. The world does not deserve to be governed by the weak. If you and I join forces to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I shall swiftly reclaim my former glory, and we shall share dominion over the world. What say you? The tone of Voldemort was heavily laced with seduction. It was not merely his frustration with Quirrell, that inept companion, but rather his profound admiration for Zhang Heyang's talent and prowess. At barely over 20 years of age, Zhang had already demonstrated capabilities that rivaled his own. Such a formidable individual, if he could be possessed and forged into a new vessel, and subsequently resurrected using the Philosopher's Stone, might transcend limits, surpassing even the legendary Merlin. The Elder Wand would no longer be an obstacle in his path. After all, no matter how powerful a weapon may be, it requires a wielder, and with strength far surpassing Dumbledore's, Voldemort could easily defeat him and claim the wand for himself. Even if he were to consider Zhang merely as a subordinate, their combined might would render Dumbledore powerless. Submit to me, and by following the world's greatest wizard, you shall learn the most potent magic this realm has to offer and wield even greater power. Voldemort's voice echoed like a demon from the abyss. Knowing full well it was a descent into darkness, yet unable to resist the allure. Hagrid, terrified, raised his wand, resolutely deciding that should Professor Zhang betray them, he must be dealt with first. If Zhang were to turn into a dark wizard, his destructive potential would likely exceed that of Voldemort. With your mastery of ancient magics, You must recognize that dark magic is but a derivative of ancient dark arts, merely invoking the powers of the underworld. Surely, you do not concern yourself with the opinions of the mundane? Voldemort continued. Indeed, the weak have no right to voice their opinions. Zhang Heyang possessed the innate qualities befitting a protagonist of a novel. His worldview had instantly mirrored that of countless archetypal heroes, where strength reigned supreme. And yet, despite your current predicament, you still dare to hope that I would accept you as a subordinate? You now find yourself begging for my consideration just to be revived. You seek death. Voldemort roared, intensifying his grip on power. After all, he had painstakingly gathered the strength for this moment. Failing to eliminate Zhang, Dumbledore's foremost ally, would be an utter waste. Zhang was immediately forced to retreat under the onslaught. Large-scale spells had no effect on Voldemort, and even combined or lower-tier spells paled in comparison to the ingenuity of this seasoned dark wizard. Dongxing was not a hand, and had it not been for Zhang's spiritual insight, allowing him to discern the critical nodes of Voldemort's magic, he might have already perished. Professor Zhang, Hagrid shouted, preparing to rush in for assistance. Stay back. Zhang Heyang managed to bark in the midst of chaos. Though the distraction cost him dearly as a spell from Voldemort struck his hand, seemingly draining it of all vitality, leaving it a withered, lifeless appendage. What a profoundly touching scene. Voldemort mocked, his inherent disdain for humanity surfacing as he clapped his hands in derision. I shall send you both to hell. Do not be so smug, Zhang retorted, feigning confidence. I have already sent word outside. The Aurors are not far, and Dumbledore will come. You are in grave trouble. I chose this moment to strike precisely because you were embroiled with the Aurors. Even if he arrives, do you truly believe they will heed your call and engage me? Voldemort laughed arrogantly. As for that old fool Dumbledore, I know him too well. You expect him to come to your rescue? He would rather sacrifice you to assess the enemy's strength. Your formidable prowess likely unsettles him. Moreover, do not harbor any illusions. The magic I cast upon you guarantees your demise. Voldemort gazed at Zhang Heyang's hand, as if admiring a masterful work of art. The black magic of the Middle Ages. Its effects may not be as lethal as the killing curse, but even Dumbledore cannot suppress it for long without suffering greatly. Worry not. I shall administer a killing curse to ensure you die peacefully. Zhang Heyang finally turned to inspect his left hand. What the hell? He nearly leapt up in shock. Recognizing the clinical symptoms, was this not the very magic that would compel Dumbledore to choose his own death? After secretly employing the healing charm a few times, he felt some relief, though not significant improvement. Do not struggle. Voldemort coldly raised his wand. Avada, hold on. Zhang suddenly shouted. I see darkness gathering upon your brow. Calamity approaches you. Voldemort abruptly halted, his body tensing in alarm, even more so than when faced with Zhang's powerful spells. You can foresee the future? Of course, Zhang declared, fingers gesturing as if possessed by a spirit, inwardly chuckling at the gullible Voldemort. Is this not the folly of superstitious beliefs? In an instant, his demeanor changed, and from his dantian, he summoned a flying sword, which transformed into a radiant beam of purple gold light aimed directly at Voldemort's head. Chapter 77. You are doomed. It is well known that Voldemort's greatest weakness lies in his fear of death, manifesting in a belief in superstitions. His misguided faith in a certain foolish prophecy compelled him to eliminate Harry, resulting in a backfiring curse that nearly led to his demise. Upon his resurrection, his futile efforts were once again fixated on seizing the prophecy ball, rendering him akin to a fool. He could have simply awaited Dumbledore's death and then claimed the Elder Wand, thus naturally becoming its master. As for Harry, a weakling, no less, who would have perished countless times were it not for the protagonist's halo. It would have been effortless to dispatch him, given their wands shared the same core. Ultimately, due to Voldemort being duped by Professor Trelawney, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord fell to a spell meant to disarm rather than kill, leaving readers wishing to hurl the 7th book of Harry Potter at J.K. Rowling's face for its poor conclusion. Thus, it is imperative to trust in science, materialism, and socialism, while discarding superstitions as the core tenet of the new era. Regrettably, Voldemort never grasped this truth, even in death. Zhang Heyang assumed a pose of sage. Having decisively fallen into the trap, with his guard lowered, he yearned to learn about his fate. Zhang had initially pondered how to deceive Voldemort further, but a single utterance had revealed a significant opening. They were still embroiled in a life-and-death duel. Since Voldemort had presented such a grand opportunity, Zhang eagerly accepted. Though his left hand was injured and his magic hindered, he still possessed a final trump card, one that surpassed all spells and current techniques. Zhang opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of white light as the innate spiritual treasure, a sword of purple gold, soared towards Voldemort with astonishing speed. Damn it, even Voldemort, a master of the dark arts, found himself cursing in frustration. An innate spiritual treasure, a legendary artifact that even saints may not possess. Voldemort had reached a level akin to that of a mere child. As Voldemort contemplated the impending calamity, before he could fully process the thought, he felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending death. The danger was 100-fold greater than when his own killing curse had rebounded upon him a decade prior. He felt his body weaken. This was the pressure exerted by the innate spiritual treasure. The sword was mere centimeters from Voldemort when goosebumps erupted across his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, within the confines of the magic circle, while the negative buffs proved ineffective against the innate spiritual treasure, they still augmented his own capabilities. Moreover, Zhang Heyang lacked any mastery over swordsmanship, despite the seemingly trivial distance of mere meters appearing to close in an instant. Voldemort managed to shift his body at the most critical juncture. With a swift motion, the blade's edge narrowly evaded him, yet the sentient weapon, in a seamless transition from thrust to slash, cleaved through Chilo's side, severing an arm that fell to the ground. What in the world? Voldemort attempted to grasp the weapon, only to be met with a searing pain coursing through his hand, an agony impervious to any magical resistance, even striking at his very soul. He sensed that should this entity strike true, not even 100 Horcruxes could spare him from demise. Reluctantly, he relinquished his grip, watching as the sword soared back with an almost flamboyant grace, even performing a spin mid-air before landing back in Zhang Heyang's grasp. Voldemort, both astonished and enraged, could scarcely fathom that Zhang Heyang possessed such a formidable trump card. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have had the confidence to evade. Yet a momentary lapse had led him into this predicament. Superstition can be fatal. One ought to trust in science. Zhang Heyang chuckled as he stowed his wand and seized the longsword. Each time he sought to wield the innate spiritual treasure, the wand had been cast aside. As an innate treasure, the longsword held no regard for inferior weapons, especially a hastily crafted wand. Now, the balance had been restored. Indeed, both had lost an arm, returning the encounter to a stalemate. A remarkable artifact, indeed. Voldemort gazed apprehensively at the longsword in Zhang Heyang's possession, recognizing it as vastly superior to his ancient wand, while the Gryffindor sword paled in comparison to mere scrap. Alas, he concluded, even with such a blade, he would not falter. The Philosopher's Stone is now mine. And so too is your sword. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort's ferocity was undeniable, especially when wielding his self-invented killing curse, a spell renowned for its efficacy. As the innate sword energy invaded Voldemort, seeping into his very essence, he unleashed a torrent of magic in a frenzy, resembling a human Gatling gun as emerald beams erupted like concert spotlights. Hundreds of killing curses, a testament to Voldemort's mastery and expansion of this arcane art, diverged from Zhang Heyang's modest skill set that required a lengthy cooldown. You are ruthless, Zhang Heyang lamented, shaking his hand as he released a series of talismans that soared into the air, conjuring 2 tornadoes imbued with the aura of the underworld, sheltering Zhang Heyang and his companions behind their protective embrace. The gates of the underworld swung wide, absorbing all incoming green light without a trace of disturbance. These were the talismans he had previously pledged to Madame Moak, representing the survivors of the underworld. Had she witnessed this spectacle, she would surely demand recompense, leaving Zhang Heyang with no less than a treasure trove of lives. Wait a moment, I truly possess the gift of foresight, Zhang Heyang proclaimed. Despite the talismans being incapable of altering form, their potency waning under the assault of powerful single-target spells, Voldemort, despite his disbelief, found himself halting in his tracks, a testament to his greatest vulnerability. I hail from China, well-versed in the intricacies of the Lianshan and Guizhong E's, as well as the ancient texts of the Zhou, the Zy Do Shu, and the Tue Bei Tu, far more reliable than that charlatan Trelawney. As he spoke, a faint yet potent aura emanated from him, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind, the embroidered cranes appearing to dance as he gazed into the distance, his expression one of profound compassion. You, what do you claim to know? Voldemort's demeanor shifted, realization dawning on him. He had become the subject of deception, his ire flaring at the mention of his father. Avada, 7 lives, perhaps? Zhang Heyang continued, undeterred by Voldemort's wand persisting in his ruse. How do you know this? Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously, for his Horcruxes were his most closely guarded secret, the foundation of his immortality. Even Dumbledore had merely speculated on this matter. How could this individual articulate the precise number? 6 Horcruxes, plus his own life, 7 in total. Is this not the case? Zhang Heyang smirked, inwardly relieved at his mathematical prowess. Realizing that 7 minus 1 equated to 6, withholding the revelation of Harry being the 7th Horcrux for the moment. Yes, Voldemort reluctantly confirmed, his throat dry. Is it not so? Zhang Heyang pressed, feigning nonchalance. Actor my foot. Voldemort seethed, wishing to curse. Recognizing that merely guessing the count of his Horcruxes did not grant Zhang Heyang the liberty to fabricate further. Wait a moment. Could it be that I am indeed correct? Voldemort paused, the seeds of doubt taking root as Zhang Heyang's revelation struck a chord deep within him. The name Voldemort, derived from the French vol, meaning flight or theft, and mort meaning death, suggested a fear of mortality. He had chosen this name to escape the shackles of fear. Yet he had always prided himself on being a descendant of Slytherin, rejecting the lineage of his foolish Muggle father. Had Zhang Heyang truly hit upon an uncomfortable truth? What else do you know? Voldemort's gaze sharpened, the facade of confidence cracking as he felt the weight of Zhang Heyang's knowledge. Perhaps an affair with one of your subordinates? A daughter named Delphi, born at Malfoy Manor? Zhang Heyang's words grew increasingly audacious, weaving a tapestry of speculation as if he had been a silent observer of Voldemort's clandestine activities. Hagrid, observing the mysterious figure across from him, felt a surge of disdain, realizing that this individual was entangled in the same unsavory affairs. Voldemort's desire for annihilation surged. How do you know this? A sudden realization struck him. Zhang Heyang had claimed to have emerged from China. Voldemort, familiar with the land and its legends, now contemplated the possibility that this China referred not to the small territory of Hong Kong, but rather to the vast continent rumored to be a burial ground for wizards. The style of his robes is evidently not reminiscent of any wizarding attire from around the globe. Yet, they exude an air of grandeur and elegance, imbued with an aura of mystique that seems almost untouchable. It is apparent that they are far from ordinary. Could this be a manifestation of China's rich heritage? The earlier mention of concepts such as yin and jixian may have eluded my understanding, but they undoubtedly pertain to the enigmatic algorithms of the Chinese mainland. Indeed, compared to Trelawney, I am at a loss. That is the mainland of China, a realm even Merlin would hesitate to enter, while I, paralyzed by fear, dare not set foot in Asia. My current predicament is entirely due to Trelawney's cryptic language. However, could the divination methods from the Chinese mainland liberate me from my fate? Even now, I do not perceive myself as having been deceived by that old charlatan Trelawney. I attribute my misfortunes solely to the fulfillment of prophecy. Cast aside any notions of maintaining an idol's facade, I slightly bowed, my tone tinged with anxiety and reverence. What must I do? Please enlighten me, sir. While uttered in English, the essence of my words remains unchanged. Zhang Heyang observed Voldemort with a sense of exasperation. What should you do? You ought to trust in science. He scrutinized Voldemort's disheveled appearance, questioning how such a figure could still masquerade as the foremost antagonist, the most perilous dark wizard. A flicker of sympathy for Voldemort surfaced within Zhang Heyang. The old man had endured much, desperately seeking answers to prolong his life, only to be swindled by fraud, left in a state of half-existence. Was it truly fair to further deceive him? Zhang Heyang hesitated. Perhaps it was best to abandon this endeavor, as fortune-telling often lacks reliability. Just let us go, and we shall be done with it. Feigning ignorance, are we? Voldemort's disdainful gaze bore into Zhang Heyang. I am well aware of your kind, exaggerating difficulties merely to inflate the price. In that case, I possess a tome containing ancient dark magic insights. You may take it. Voldemort declared, producing a notebook from an unknown source, winking at Zhang Heyang. I understand the rules, I truly do. Understand my foot. Zhang Heyang thought, questioning his life choices as he contemplated the absurdity of hiding a notebook beneath such an unsightly visage. Magic is indeed wondrous. Kilo's hopes shattered. How is it that I've sought this for 4 or 5 years? My painstaking efforts over the years amount to less than a few deceptive words from another. Kilo lamented, questioning his path as a dark wizard, contemplating that perhaps being a con artist held greater promise. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Heyang's face flushed. I do not seek any benefit. This is far too valuable, and fortune-telling is not worth such a price. Voldemort's contempt deepened as he regarded Zhang Heyang's expression. You do not wish for a reward? Then why extend your hand? Is the accuracy of the reading reliable? How often does it err? It has yet to be incorrect, Zhang Heyang replied candidly. I knew you were deceiving me. Listen to yourself. Never wrong, you say? Even Trelawney's grandfather would not dare claim such a thing. Voldemort's conviction solidified. It must be worth it. He forcefully thrust the notebook into Zhang Heyang's hands. I possess no skills. What errors could I possibly make? Zhang Heyang felt an inkling that Voldemort had misunderstood something. But he was merely stating the truth. He had indeed perused the Zhixian chapter during countless study sessions in high school, skimming through books unlikely to be confiscated. Have you thought it over? Zhang Heyang felt a twinge of guilt in attempting to dupe a man nearing 70. Not necessary. You simply speak. Voldemort, inwardly distressed, lamented his lack of resources, having survived solely with his mind for so long. Very well, Zhang Heyang sighed. You are forewarned of grave omens. To address readers who question Voldemort's strength, I must clarify. In my understanding, excluding wands, Voldemort is indeed superior. He has undergone countless transformations through dark magic, possesses Horcruxes, and surpasses Dumbledore in magical prowess, speed, and endurance, all while being over 30 years younger and possessing reflexes of an altogether higher caliber. Certainly, Voldemort and Dumbledore are of equal standing, with neither holding an overwhelming advantage over the other. Yet, the protagonist's ability to gain the upper hand against Dumbledore stems from the fact that Dumbledore did not engage fully, and Zhang Heyang's actions in Hong Kong constituted a surprise attack. In contrast, the confrontation with Voldemort is a matter of life and death. In my narrative, the battle at Gringotts required Voldemort over half a month to set up magical formations, not to mention the time spent gathering materials. Suppressing his adversary's strength while enhancing his own, the peril of dark magic loomed large. In terms of cultivation, Voldemort stands 2 major realms above the protagonist, who is at the nascent soul stage, while Voldemort is in the tribulation stage. Considering this, even if Kilo's magical power equates to the nascent soul realm, collectively, he could easily suppress the protagonist. As for Voldemort's daughter, she was likely born during the Battle of Hogwarts. But since she is a character from the fan work Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, I have simply adjusted her birth date to a few years earlier. Chapter 79. You are bound to live until death itself. The moment Zhang Heyang uttered these words, silence fell once more beneath the surface. Goodness, how explosive, how thrilling. Hagrid's gaze towards Zhang Heyang shifted, questioning how one could still be so preoccupied with another's chest amid such intense conflict. Yet, considering the figure before him, even if she were female, there seemed little to admire. Hagrid could not help but give a thumbs up. Professor Zhang certainly had peculiar tastes. Kilo felt utterly nauseated. My chest was just sliced by your sword. What substantial chest remains? Voldemort's fury peaked. I am reduced to a mere head. What nonsense about a grand chest? Zhang Heyang found himself bewildered. What was with their glances? Was this not the typical ruse of a fortune-telling charlatan? Speak properly. Do not presume I fear to kill you. Voldemort's voice turned icy as he raised his wand once more. Indeed, you are correct. Engage in a few more exchanges to satiate your ego, lest you find yourself silenced forever. Zhang Heyang brandished his longsword. The repeated fracturing of his soul had evidently impaired his mental state. Moments ago, discourse flowed freely, and now violence seemed imminent. If it comes to blows, I fear nothing from you. Kilo, in utter dismay, implored, could you at least restore my health first? Voldemort, plagued by his own troubles, recognized that even if Zhang Heyang had cunningly outmaneuvered him with an innate treasure, he still held confidence in overcoming him. Yet, Hagrid's towering form, nearly 4 meters tall and as solid as a wall, could not be ignored, even in the darkness of the cavern. Voldemort sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the hulking figure, akin to that of a being on par with a headmaster. Although he was uncertain how this was possible, it certainly boded ill for Voldemort, recalling how he had once orchestrated Hagrid's expulsion. As the saying goes, enemies grow ever more hostile upon meeting. Should his identity be revealed, the half-giant would undoubtedly charge at him alongside the sword-wielding Zhang Heyang, leading to his demise in this very place. Voldemort cursed inwardly, feeling a sharp, predatory force lock onto him as Zhang Heyang's sword flew toward him. Damn it! Why not give a warning before attacking? Voldemort, having witnessed the power of innate treasures, swiftly employed magic to evade the strike, unwilling to confront it directly. For a scoundrel like you, there is no need for chivalry, Zhang Heyang proclaimed nobly, channeling the classic lines of a protagonist, nearly rallying the masses to join in. Yet, you cannot deceive me, Voldemort lamented, tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. At my age, this is exceedingly difficult. Every word I utter is the truth. I must confess, I devoured Kilo's scarf. Then where do you suppose I acquire my chest? Voldemort questioned, unconvinced. Do you take me for a fool? Chest. Zhang Heyang gazed at Voldemort with an expression of incredulity, You are left with nothing but a head. Do you not comprehend your own situation? Where's your chest? Just a moment ago, you claimed I possessed a grand bosom. Voldemort bellowed in fury. You are in such a pitiful state, and you still believe you are without ominous signs? Although my previous comment slipped from my lips in Chinese, considering your intellect. Mastering a single language should not pose a challenge for you, should it? Listen, your Mandarin is even more impeccable than mine. What? Voldemort, the renowned intellect of this narrative, momentarily dazed, quickly grasped the implication. You mean the malevolent part? His gaze toward Zhang Heyang grew increasingly peculiar. Is this how you urban dwellers converse? He murmured. I always said I detest the Chinese language. Apparently, possessing too many languages was also a fault. Indeed, the malevolent part. Zhang Heyang, upon hearing this, came to a realization and pointed at Voldemort, revealing a smile that was difficult to describe. Is that what you thought? I believed you were a grand figure. Voldemort, seething with indignation, wished to curse. He had donned a facade for over 60 years and had never encountered such a manner of pretense. Alas, you are a person of considerable renown. How is it that your mind and thoughts are so depraved? Zhang Heyang shook his head in disbelief. I never expected you to be such a seasoned player. If this were to be known, TSK, TSK, TSK. Tell me, back in the day, did you rob both wealth and virtue, leaving a trail of bodies? Voldemort lamented. Oh, my heart aches. How did I encounter such an imbecile? Chilo sobbed, even more sorrowfully. Boss, if your eggs shatter, then mine will be the ones that break. Aren't you the Dark Lord? Why haven't you eliminated him yet? Voldemort, cursing, thought that eliminating this fool had now turned into a mere pulp. He had been ambushed by the innate treasure and his combat prowess had diminished. Moreover, he had relied on the power accumulated over the past decade, a dwindling resource, akin to water without roots, irrecoverable. Yet, as long as he could seize the Philosopher's Stone, it would matter not, for he could resurrect himself. The issue lay in Hagrid and Zhang Heyang. Even if they could not defeat him, they could certainly stall him for a considerable time. The heist at Gringotts was paramount, especially with the Philosopher's Stone present. Dumbledore might very well arrive, and then it would truly be the end. What could he do? He could neither fight nor curse effectively against them. He felt utterly despondent. If you can calculate accurately, I can promise not to kill you. Voldemort attempted to shift the topic, striving to regain some semblance of dignity through his might. That is contingent upon your ability to kill, Zhang Heyang retorted dismissively. When Dumbledore arrives, let us see if you can still flee. In response, Zhang Heyang offered Voldemort no face whatsoever. A true man does not back down, and he slapped Voldemort across the face. My temper is explosive, Voldemort exclaimed. Look at your complexion and fate. You are destined for longevity. At that moment, Voldemort resolved to disregard everything and confront Zhang Heyang with fervor, but Zhang spoke again. Claiming longevity, Voldemort's half-raised hand froze mid-air, resembling a person afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy within. Longevity. Wasn't that his ultimate goal? Is what you say true? Voldemort inquired with delight. Absolutely. Zhang Heyang replied with utmost sincerity. Your visage guarantees you will live until your death. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wonderful. I can live forever. Voldemort chuckled twice, but suddenly sensed something amiss. What did you just say? Enraged, he declared, I fear death above all. How dare you claim I can live until my demise? If I do not destroy you today, I am not the infamous Dark Lord. Two beams of silver light slashed towards Zhang Heyang. The eternal flow of the Death Realm transformed into an impenetrable wall as Zhang began to chant, conjuring clouds imbued with the essence of the underworld, coalescing into a formidable black wall. The silver light struck the wall, leaving it unscathed. The wall of deathly breath. Voldemort was genuinely struck with fear, akin to the rare dimensional slash, a time-space magic that is seldom seen. The wall of deathly breath was also a rare defensive magic within the dark arts, thus possessing extraordinary resilience. He had spent decades gathering information on this magic. Yet due to incomplete incantations, he could not cast it. This was certainly not Zhang Heyang's earlier concealment of prowess. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to his own lethal dark magic. How could Zhang possibly have mastered it, even if he had written it all out? How could he learn it instantaneously? At this moment, Voldemort was not merely frightened. He was utterly terrified. Chapter 80. The Crisis from the Fairies. Damn it. Is this never-ending? Are you truly a treacherous wolf? Zhang Heyang was genuinely irritated. Even if you're the most formidable antagonist in this tale, you ought to behave like a person. How is it that you resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? This was the second occurrence. Having evaded Voldemort's sudden assault, Zhang Heyang sent out his flying sword. which circled twice, causing Voldemort to flee in terror. He was not incapable of fighting. Rather, he found himself unable to engage. The battle had been ongoing for quite some time, and it was now time to consider an escape route. If he did not leave, he would be trapped. Although Voldemort would undoubtedly feel resentful and furious about retreating this time, even contemplating slaughtering everyone at Gringotts to vent his frustration, he valued his life even more. In moments of weakness, he preferred to develop quietly, just as he did in the orphanage all those years ago. How did you learn the wall of deathly breath? Voldemort pondered in confusion. Huh, wasn't that your notebook you gave me? Zhang Heyang exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that Voldemort truly was a fool? Oh my heart aches. Voldemort gazed at Zhang Heyang with the same pitying expression one might reserve for the intellectually challenged, unsure of what to say. What could he say? I actually cannot do it. I merely collected some information. I have not mastered this in decades, and yet you are remarkable? It would be better to kill him than admit inferiority. By the way, your research is impressive. There are many dark magic spells I have never even heard of. You are truly a good person. Zhang Heyang felt he had gained much. Voldemort's lifetime collection included unrecorded dark magic spells, far exceeding any mere transaction. What a delightful surprise. Thus, he regarded Voldemort with genuine gratitude. You are indeed a master. How magnanimous. That was not my doing. Voldemort felt on the verge of tears. How could you have learned half of these spells when I have not even gathered complete data on most of them? Zhang Heyang, equally innocent, replied. You handed me the skill book. If I merely tapped on it and learned, how is that my fault? Voldemort's notebook contained comprehensive information. Otherwise, he would not have developed so many powerful dark spells. However, concerning the ancient dark magic itself, there were still many incomplete aspects. Unfortunately, for Zhang Heyang's gaming interface, once it reached a certain level of completeness, it could be deemed a complete skill book. After all, human memory is finite. Recorded information will invariably have omissions and errors, while the game system possesses a degree of fault tolerance. Why are you still here? Zhang Heyang, reveling in his newly acquired spells, glanced up, surprised to see Voldemort still present. Do you truly fear not death? I, the Magnificent, shall never walk the path of death. Voldemort glared at Zhang Heyang with resentment before turning away. This time, I shall remember. We shall meet again. Voldemort paused, suddenly recalling that despite Zhang's antics, he had indeed fallen victim to his own dark magic. This spell, Voldemort was certain, would leave even Dumbledore with no hope of survival. With a sinister smile, he remarked, My apologies, I misspoke. You shall never have the chance to see me again. Upon uttering these words, Voldemort spread his arms wide and tilted his head back, as if to embrace the very sky. Though this pose exuded a certain grandeur, it appeared particularly bizarre when juxtaposed with his disproportionately large head and the grotesque injury inflicted upon him by the fabled artifact, which had cleaved his body in two, leaving him unable to heal or staunch the bleeding. Hagrid shivered, raising his wand, and cautiously inquired, what was he planning to do? Run, Zhang Heyang observed, feeling the futility of their situation. Here was Voldemort, reduced to a pitiful state of being claimed to be lesser than the most despicable of creatures. Yet he had managed to inflict such suffering upon himself, ultimately relying on deception to preserve his life. It was evident that he was still far from the pinnacle of strength. Hagrid cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Heyang, almost convinced that they were allies. Had he not witnessed their recent fierce struggle? He's going to flee? What is with your demeanor? Hagrid's massive head shifted, seemingly contemplating a pursuit. Pursue what? Zhang Heyang retorted. His face contorted in agony as he momentarily slumped, barely supported by the innate sword of the artifact, lest he collapse entirely. Naturally, the dark magic that could vanquish Dumbledore was far beyond his capacity to withstand. What a pity! How I long to eliminate you here, Voldemort mused. His intellect sharp in the absence of Harry, he understood that the protagonist often wielded some inexplicable advantages, as long as he did not obliterate him on the spot. There remained a theoretical chance of escape. However, the urgency of his flight took precedence, for Voldemort could sense the dark magical array outside Gringotts being activated, its power formidable. And it would not hold for long. Extending his scarlet tongue to lick his lips, he let out a cackling laugh and waved his wand, uttering a series of incomprehensible syllables. Before him, it seemed as if a portal to a realm of darkness had opened, his outstretched arms perfectly aligned with the embrace of the shadows. Hagrid felt darkness envelop him, and when he regained his senses, the mysterious figure had vanished. Meanwhile, the sound of a cart rumbling down from above grew louder, accompanied by the increasingly thunderous roars of dragons from below. It was as if the battle just endured had been a mere illusion, suspended in time. Now, time resumed its course, and the world began to normalize. What is happening? Otto, Otto! Urgent voices called from above. He has fainted, Hagrid exclaimed, but he was preoccupied with attempting to heal Zhang Heyang and had no time to attend to Otto. Fainted? How could he have fainted? The swiftly racing cart came to a sudden halt before Hagrid, from which emerged several goblins. The leader, with a pointed finger, angrily accused Hagrid, seemingly intent on perforating his calf. Are you the robbers who targeted Gringotts? If a robber were to be seen by such inept creatures, it would be evident that with their intellect, he would hardly succeed in robbing Gringotts. So it is you, the lead goblin exclaimed upon spotting Zhang Heyang. A mix of excitement and fury washing over him. He leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Heyang, exclaiming, I knew it, you greedy monster. You filthy mudbloods always use the stinking money of muggles to exchange for our noble galleons at Gringotts. I knew it. Hagrid regarded the goblins warily, under the current circumstances. They held the upper hand. The rumbling from the ground signaled the approach of another cart carrying more individuals. Chapter 81. The Master of Verbal Warfare, Professor Zhang. I have known all along, long before this, that you would covet Gringotts' gold. As expected, your true colors have been revealed. The goblins had harbored grievances against Zhang Heyang for quite some time, especially since he dared to strike within Gringotts. Regardless of who the true robber was, as long as Zhang Heyang was present, they would seize the opportunity to solidify his status as a thief. Several goblins snapped their fingers in unison, weaving an intricate pattern, murmuring in their native tongue. Hagrid felt dizzy and agitated, his magical energy seemingly beyond his control, resembling a tangled mass. With barely a fraction at his disposal. Following the lead of the three goblins, a massive sphere of light materialized at their fingertips, evidently potent, aimed directly at Zhang Heyang. Poised to strike. Preposterous. In a critical moment, Zhang Heyang bellowed, gazing at the goblins with righteous indignation, unwavering as he proclaimed, Do you know who I am? I'm a professor at Hogwarts, the newly appointed head of Hufflepuff House. To exaggerate, my presence represents the honor and dignity of Hogwarts, as well as that of Professor Dumbledore. I must ask, are you declaring war against Dumbledore? His declaration resonated with gravitas, as Zhang Heyang stood tall, exuding an air of self-sacrifice, undaunted before the three goblins and their glowing spheres, his stature appearing monumental. Particularly striking was Zhang Heyang's upright posture, his cloak billowing in the wind, which only accentuated the diminutive and grotesque forms of the goblins. Impressive indeed, Hagrid observed, somewhat begrudgingly, realizing the merit in Zhang's stance. Yet he knew Dumbledore well. He would surely prefer a subtle approach, avoiding confrontation and instead discreetly obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, rather than robbing a bank outright. Humph. The goblin's expressions flickered. Dumbledore's reputation was formidable, having vanquished 2 Dark Lords, instilling fear in magical creatures. In times of peace, he was akin to a nuclear weapon, and a reusable one at that. However, being goblins, they possessed a superior intellect compared to their domesticated kin, the house-elves. After a dismissive snort, the lead goblin asserted, Gringotts is the only wizarding bank recognized by the entire magical community, where countless pureblood aristocrats have stored their most valuable possessions. Regardless of who you are, to rob Gringotts is to oppose the Ministry of Magic and confront all pureblood aristocrats. As the goblin continued, his confidence grew, adopting a condescending tone. I must ask, does Dumbledore provide you with the audacity to defy the Ministry? Do you dare face the wrath of all pureblood aristocrats? He certainly dared. Hagrid, upon hearing the first part of the statement, was ready to act, but the latter half caused him to lower his wand, his expression shifting to one of unease. The pureblood aristocrats were the true rulers of the magical world. Even if circumstances might change in the future, for at least the next 10 to 20 years, they would remain the architects of order. Not to mention, should all pureblood aristocrats unite, even Dumbledore himself would struggle against them. Voldemort had chosen to ally with pureblood aristocrats to exterminate muggles and mudbloods, rather than joining forces with muggle-born wizards or half-bloods, which spoke volumes. Seeing Hagrid lower his wand, the goblin's expressions became more triumphant, realizing his fear. You are afraid. Hagrid's face twitched. The aristocrats were indeed formidable, and he understood that Dumbledore could not contend with them. Knowing the stakes, why don't you surrender? The fairy believed itself to be immensely formidable. But was it merely a facade? In this world, there exists no one audacious enough to confront both the fury of the Ministry of Magic and the pureblood aristocracy simultaneously. Yet the outcome hinges upon who is involved. Hagrid's face contorted further, facing a person who had just orchestrated the downfall of an entire street of pureblood aristocrats in Diagon Alley. only to be taken away by an auror. Was this not an invitation for a slap in the face? Huh. Zhang Heyang scoffed with utter disdain, stating, by the way, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was established by the 4 great sages, sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, and remains the only full-time 7-year advanced magic institution in the entire Y country. All wizards in Y country are graduates of Hogwarts. If you dare to touch the faculty of Hogwarts, you are essentially opposing every wizard in Y country. Claiming a grand banner of authority is an artifice anyone can master. Politics and bureaucracy are indeed a notable specialty of your nation. As a product of the new era, raised under the red flag, I am no stranger to the art of slander, and I fear no fairy in this regard. The fairy felt a pang of discomfort. This discourse seemed amiss, sounding ominous. Shouldn't we take immediate action? Hagrid had reached his breaking point. Indeed, my brother, in the realm of verbal sparring, you are unmatched. As expected, Zhang Heyang forcefully suppressed the backlash of the black membrane spell, precariously stepping on the shattered stalactites, his demeanor erratic as he pointed an accusatory finger at the fairy, exclaiming, "Let me ask you, do you wish to stand against every wizard in Y country? Are you intent on inciting yet another war with humanity?" The fairy was utterly taken aback. It was clear that immediate action was warranted. The leading fairy felt a sense of impending doom. It merely sought to frame another, never intending to escalate the situation. The matter of robbing Gringotts was indeed grave, and a serious investigation would soon reveal that Zhang Heyang was not the perpetrator, leading to his exoneration, at worst merely serving to vex him. However, Zhang Heyang's approach was lethal. Humans are vigilant regarding non-human magical beings. Centaurs refuse to yield the forbidden forest, and house-elves are trained as slaves. As for fairies, they are relegated to counting coins at Gringotts. The last individual to advocate for fairy rights and equality between species found their grave overrun with grass taller than Mount Everest. Such matters, even if merely spoken of, could lead to dire consequences. Most likely, a fate of life imprisonment in Azkaban awaited. How could one be so brazen? How could you claim to represent all wizards in Y country, and even humanity at large? Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens as well? Is this individual truly a professor? He appears nothing more than a vulgar rogue. The fairy hesitated to retaliate. With such words uttered, any action taken would only solidify the notion of waging war against humanity. The last time fairies rebelled, the severed heads of their kind were displayed atop Gringotts. A stark warning to keep them in line. The leading fairy was merely a lackey. Did he dare strike? The fairy suddenly softened, the orb of light in their grasp dissipating, even stepping aside, conveying a silent message of respect, signaling, "You are impressive. Please depart, for I cannot contend with you." This place held too many memories, too many attachments. Turning to leave signified the entombment of 4 years of youth. Yet it was not solely youth that was being buried. Yuan Ji would weep for the unfamiliar maiden of the military, yet he would also unleash a resounding cry amidst the verdant mountains, unabashedly expressing joy and anger alike. But he was a renowned scholar. I am not. On June 23rd, I severed all ties with my university. All I could do was pass by late at night, standing before the dormitory, gazing up at the 3-bedroom apartment where I once resided, watching its lights still flicker as though we had merely stepped out for a nighttime stroll. Returning to find the caretaker waiting to close the door, and I could retrieve my keys to unlock it. On that narrow bed, I would turn on the air conditioning, enjoying the cool breeze while chatting with my roommate who fortuitously returned in the dead of night. Now, in my rented room, I have organized my belongings and penned this chapter of my novel, yet my thoughts linger on the school I seemingly never left. Most classmates have departed. Fortunately, my dwelling is not far from the university. Stealthily returning at midnight, I yearn to adopt the poetic pose of a true scholar, kneeling on the ground, kissing the soil that had borne my 4 years. However, I could not fulfill that desire. I merely wish to roll on the ground in sheer exhilaration. My white t-shirt has transformed into a gray one, blending with the pale ink painting of a fish on my chest, absorbing the essence of Nangua, allowing me to find solace in slumber. The lights of Pumpkin Square remain bright, and the revelers returning from midnight libations remain boisterous. Soon, newcomers will occupy the dormitory we once called home. Our group's departure stirs no ripples in the tide of time. Nangua stands like an elder, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and farewells, welcoming those who come and bidding adieu to those who leave. The so-called heavens are indifferent, treating all beings, from humans to wildcats to mere ants, as mere fodder. She utters no words, for there is naught to say, only silently bidding farewell to each departing soul. As I write this, I recall a line of poetry. Birds come and go amidst the mountain hues, while men sing and weep to the sound of water. This verse is derived from the Liji Tan Gong, and while I do not sing here, nor do I weep, I hope to return from life to death, to witness this place once more, to behold the balcony that offers a view of verdant mountains and urban landscapes, to gaze upon the second largest coliseum in the world, to visit the classroom where time never lingers and the library I scarcely frequented. I cannot articulate the essence of my bond with Nangua. It is a sentiment that eludes expression. Yet, to depart, I find it equally impossible. Even when one must leave, a part of the heart remains tethered here, dedicated to my teachers, my classmates, and the 4 years of my existence. I have never regarded Nangua as an institution of exceptional merit. Its status as a subpar institution has long been a source of self-deprecation. The campus is only slightly larger than the high school next door, and the tuition fees are exorbitant. I cannot enumerate Nangua's merits, but I can list a plethora of shortcomings. Nevertheless, regardless of its faults, its place in my heart far outweighs that of all other esteemed institutions. As I pen these thoughts, it is already the 24th. In mere moments, it will be the 25th, with just 4 days until the graduation ceremony and nearly 2 days remaining until the final day of departure. By all accounts, I should have exhausted my sentiments. The world will not pause for any event, and even if it did, it would not be for my graduation. At least those graduating have set forth on their respective paths. One cannot dwell perpetually in memories. One must look ahead. Yet I am different. Perhaps it is due to my sluggish intellect, rendering my capacity to absorb and react to events rather delayed. Consequently, processing the departure from a significant chapter of life demands more time than for others. I have poured out all the sentiments I failed to express, with some left unspoken, and there may be more to articulate in the future. I self-deprecatingly assert that it will take me 1 or 2 months to truly accept that I am no longer a student and have left Nangua behind. Besides my slow-wittedness, it may also stem from my lack of resolve, my desire to evade reality. The thought of entering the workforce, shouldering responsibilities and pressures, fills me with trepidation, prompting a longing to retreat to the school, to hide and catch my breath. I simply cannot fathom how I have graduated. I feel I have not yet overstayed my welcome, with the scene of welcoming the class of 2014 still vivid in my mind. Yet here I am, poised to depart. Looking back, even the class of 2014 has become the largest cohort of seniors in the entire school. It is said that a hallmark of aging is a penchant for lamenting the swift passage of time and indulging in nostalgic reveries. Perhaps I have indeed succumbed to the inevitability of age. Yet, I find myself still imbued with a certain childlike innocence, weeping at will, much like a young one. On the 22nd, the last day before my departure, I clutched my bath card and descended the stairs to shower. It was not the state of cleanliness that concerned me, but rather the desire to traverse every corner of this school one final time. At that moment, my bath card still had a little over 3 yuan remaining, and in Nangguang, the card deducts money swiftly, 3 cents in just a few seconds. I watched as the digits on the card flickered, reminiscent of the time for my enrollment to graduation, fleeting yet sufficient. I contemplated waiting until the funds were entirely spent, the water ceasing abruptly, thereby confronting my graduation, a small gesture to affirm that I no longer belonged here. Ultimately, I could not bring myself to part with it. I hesitated and withdrew the card with a few dimes still remaining, perhaps harboring a sliver of hope for a return, believing that my time at Nangguang had not yet concluded. Regardless, the moment to depart had arrived. That afternoon, around 3 o'clock, serendipitously, the bathroom was devoid of occupants. Tears do not flow freely in the presence of others, but in solitude, they are unrestrained. As the warm water cascaded over my face, I cannot discern where the tears ended and the water began. My sobs were muted, as I feared the echoes in the bathroom would draw attention. Immersed in the warmth of the water, my eyes remained unpuffy. It appeared as though nothing had transpired. Yet within, I was acutely aware, akin to a condemned prisoner in their final moments. No matter how delectable the last meal, a sense of unease lingers, a voice incessantly reminding me that the time had come to depart. There are countless words I wish to express, and given the nature of this narrative, I could write endlessly without pause. However, this passage serves as an explanation for the 5-day hiatus and updates, and I am loath to prolong the wait for my readers. So I shall complete this before the stroke of midnight. Thus I conclude abruptly. There must be an ending. Such is the nature of academia, and so it is with word count. Perhaps in the future, when inspiration strikes, I shall write anew. Perhaps I will return to this school one day. But those are matters for another time. This chapter must close now, and I cannot defer it any longer. I recall the last moment when the 3 of us lay on the dormitory beds, my roommate, Yin Shi, murmuring as if in a dream. What if this is all just an illusion? What if we have never truly been to Nongguang, nor attended university? Upon awakening, we are still in our senior year of high school, devoid of memories, asking one another, "Who are you? How do my belongings end up here?" Without a second thought, I responded, "Perhaps it is because I wish to attend Nongguang." Chapter 82. Is it I, Fat Tiger, who cannot wield a knife, or have you, Xiao Fu, become too lofty? The lead fairy was exceedingly vexed. What sort of predicament is this? The very beings who attacked us fairies must now be treated with courtesy and sent on their way. How does one reconcile such a sense of indignity? Zhang Heyang was equally troubled. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Do I need your prompting? Voldemort's dark magic is formidable. Although it emanates from Chilo's power, he is no Dumbledore. It is already a challenge to suppress him completely, and conversing while maintaining focus relies on his ability to multitask with his spirit. For the others, even a pinky finger remained immobile. Depart? How does one depart? Carrying Zhang Heyang is feasible for Hagrid. Given his stature, he could bear not only Zhang Heyang and Harry, but even 3 to 5 additional individuals without issue. The dilemma lies in revealing to the fairies that we possess little combat capability, along with 2 burdensome companions. Should the fairies perceive an opportunity, they would not hesitate to act when it comes to silencing someone who would willingly leave a mouth free to dispute. As both parties engaged in a tense standoff, a thunderous sound reverberated once more. This time, the noise was more chaotic, indicating at least 2 vehicles approaching. Zhang Heyang felt a twinge of anxiety. With only 3 fairies present, they held some restraint, but if more arrived, the outcome was unpredictable. Small cart? Brother in the magical realm? Even 2 battalions could emerge from it without surprising me. It is far more daunting than a wooling Hongguang. The fairies grew increasingly anxious. When did human reinforcements arrive so swiftly? If captured, what would happen to us if accused of harming fairies? Do not presume that being backed by Gringotts grants you invincibility. Wizards do not comprehend finance. The Wizarding Bank relies entirely on the support of pure-blooded aristocrats. They tolerate your existence as a display of nobility, dare to challenge human supremacy, and you shall see how quickly they retaliate. The cart approached swiftly, and within mere seconds, a dilapidated cart skidded along the tracks, revealing its occupants. Hung! The lead fairy rejoiced. Allies had arrived, and there would be no escape for you, Zhang. The fairies are adept at betraying their own. The recently dissipated orb of light began to coalesce once more. Zhang Heyang watched the fairies' movements, incredulous at how they had survived thus far with such intellect. Reinforcements had indeed arrived, but not in the form of a battalion. Merely 3 individuals, led by Rang, with 2 other fairies following closely. Even if Rang is the famed fairy from the original tale who guided the protagonist in a Gringotts and ultimately assisted Harry in destroying a Horcrux, he could never contend with a giant of Hagrid's caliber. Although the fairies possess a certain skill against humans, as Hermione noted in the original narrative, and their mental binding magic proves effective against a half-giant like Hagrid, he can still withstand 3 adversaries without difficulty. Thus, the situation reverted to its initial state. The 3 fairies faced Zhang Heyang, questioning the source of his confidence in overcoming him. Is it I, a fat tiger, who cannot wield a knife, or have you, Xiao Fu, become too lofty? However, what vexed Zhang Heyang further was that these 3 wretched fairies had indeed guessed correctly. The atmosphere grew charged with tension. Thankfully, Rang was educated, otherwise, he would not be renowned as the most famous fairy in the original text. He hastily interjected, "Stop. What are you planning to do? They are criminals who attempted to rob Gringotts." The initial leading fairy emitted a piercing scream. "It is he. Zhang. He is the bandit." "Nonsense." Rang's expression darkened. "Zhang is one of our esteemed clients, and the question of his guilt rests with the Ministry of Magic for judgment. We possess no authority to enforce the law." "Hung, have you lost your mind?" Clearly, the fairies did not harbor amicable relations, as the initial fairy did not hesitate to mock his reinforcements. "You are well aware of Zhang's character. He perpetually attempts to exchange worthless muggle paper for our precious gold. He is the one you detest the most." "Silence." Rang's face turned pale with rage. "Can one speak so freely? Have you lost your senses? Quickly cooperate with the Ministry's investigation." It appeared that Rang was indeed fearful. As the leading fairy continued to provoke hostility, "You cannot even confront a bandit. You are truly a disgrace to our kind." Hung, in anguish, covered his head. "Could I possibly do without such incompetent allies?" "Enough chatter. Since you dare not act, I shall deal with this giant. Zhang is mine to confront." The leading fairy shrieked, pointing a finger at the immense orb of light and striking down with great force. The fairy's magic differs from that of humans, yet its potency is undeniably formidable. Fairy magic has largely preserved the ancient elven magical traditions, causing the magical elements in the air to stir and dance manically. The distance to Zhang Heyang was still considerable, yet he could feel every hair on his body standing on end. Hagrid contemplated rushing to assist, but the ring pull, after all, was allied with the fairy folk, intentionally or otherwise obstructing his path. Undaunted, Zhang Heyang straightened his back, facing the formidable sphere of light with fervent zeal and an expression of tragic heroism, about to utter a phrase destined for immortality. Could it be that I, Song Jiang, shall meet my demise here? According to convention, this was the moment someone should have bowed in reverence. Alas, fate deprived him of this opportunity to shine. What are you doing? A cold, sharp voice rang out just as the fairy's finger was poised to strike the luminous orb. The voice was chilling and authoritative, signaling a person of considerable strength. All eyes turned to discover another small cart had come to a halt behind the one belonging to the ring pole, from which emerged a veritable army. A multitude of robed wizards began to emerge from the cart, the space within seemingly limitless. In mere seconds, over 20 figures adorned in wizarding robes had leaped out. By the gods, the leading fairy was immediately struck with terror. How did you arrive here? In a flurry of panic, it hastily withdrew its magic, awkwardly laughing, just exercising, for fitness. It shot a furious glare at the ring pole, reproaching it for not having informed them of the approaching human forces. You fool, the ring pole shrugged, having already indicated it would cooperate with the Ministry of Magic for an investigation. After spending over a decade at Gringotts, how could one not be aware of the number of carts in operation? Nonsense, the leading fairy despaired, knowing not only the cart count, but also sensing the number of individuals within. It had dared to act based on the assumption that the second cart bore the fairy army, only to find itself in such a precarious situation. Ring pull, save me. The fairy's eyes, no larger than those of a house elf, brimmed with emotion. Unfortunately, the ring pull feigned ignorance, having just mocked it. Why would it save someone who hadn't even addressed it as father? Dream on. Chapter 82. Mastering the game, exceedingly skilled. The fairy, desperate for assistance from the ring pull, found it was not foolish enough to confront 30 or 40 wizards head-on, regardless of whether they were fairies or true elves wielding authentic elven magic. The only option would be to flee. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Yet, the leader of the human wizards was clearly not one to shy away from discomfort, as evidenced by his tone. As the individuals from the cart finally disembarked, the man who had spoken earlier maintained his cold and harsh demeanor, limping yet exuding an air of commanding presence. Is this the crime scene? He inquired, bypassing any mention of the conflict and focusing solely on the case. Evidently a leader with robust execution and a penchant for practicality. Indeed, this is the crime scene, and those standing over there are likely the suspects. May I inquire as to your identity? The previously despairing fairy was taken aback, not expecting the wizard's first question to pertain to the case. After all, how could one manage a bank without acumen? The fairy's mind was astute. The wizard's attitude indicated unfamiliarity with Zhang Heyang presenting an opportunity. With a resolute determination, the fairy decided to further malign Zhang Heyang. Given the circumstances, with Zhang's nature being what it was, it felt certain that without eliminating him, any plea for mercy would yield no favorable outcome. Rufus Scrimgeour, the middle-aged man, replied curtly, devoid of pleasantries, his eyes gleaming with an intimidating intensity as he surveyed Zhang Heyang and the unconscious fairy beside him, turning back to ask, "What grounds do you have to label them as suspects?" His tone was stern, yet it was clear that he was not questioning the fairy's statements, but rather conducting a necessary interrogation. Success. The fairy nearly leapt for joy, reveling in the fact that the wizard was indeed unfamiliar with the situation. To my place. The surveillance, the fairy, the dragon. These are all allies. What else could I say? It thought, aren't you bold? Let's see how you handle this. With a provocative glance at Zhang Heyang, the fairy declared, esteemed master wizard, this individual, surnamed Zhang, is excessively fond of wealth. He has repeatedly exchanged Muggle currency for vast sums of galleons at Gringotts, displaying an unusual fascination with gold. His presence at the scene of the crime, alongside our unconscious companion, unmistakably marks him as a robber. The fairy's words flowed more effortlessly as it continued, increasingly convinced of its own deductions. Please, noble master wizard, see through the deception, apprehend the criminal, and transport him to Azkaban, letting the Dementors deliver a fitting kiss. Let this greedy, shameless soul be utterly extinguished. While the fairy busied itself with its accusations, Zhang Heyang scrutinized the limping wizard before him. So this was Scrimgeour. Zhang Heyang completely disregarded the formidable aura surrounding Scrimgeour. Examining him closely, A tragic figure, the Minister of Magic resembled a ruler of a world in decline, eager to combat the thieves, yet powerless to effect change. Scrimgeour's tactics against Voldemort's legion were commendable, and if he could unify the Ministry, they might stand a chance against Voldemort. Even with Dumbledore and Harry's assistance, they could potentially gain the upper hand. Regrettably, he was but one man, unable to contend with a ministry that had rotted to its core over the years, fraught with obstacles and vulnerabilities. As minister, his influence was even less than when he had served as a lone Auror. Ultimately, he would meet a tragic end, a hero in his own right. Yet, what perplexed him was that despite Fudge's administration, Scrimgeour should have been the head of the Auror office, a high-ranking official. So why'd he come personally? It appeared the Aurors truly had little to do. Had Scrimgeour possessed the ability of legitimacy, he would have been overwhelmed by Zhang Heyang's inner turmoil. Heaven knows how awkward the Aurors had become in peacetime. Ordinary Aurors still managed to engage in investigative work, competing for cases like a detective. However, those led by Scrimgeour, seasoned combatants, were only adept at direct confrontation, and since Voldemort's downfall, they had not engaged in battle for nearly a decade, their skills nearly rusting away. Finally, a robbery at Gringotts had emerged, the most egregious crime in a decade, causing Scrimgeour to almost suffer a heart attack as he rallied 40 combatants and rushed out, eager for confrontation. With a total of 45 individuals, only 5 were ordinary Aurors, with the rest being combat specialists, illustrating the desperation of this mob. As Zhang Heyang assessed Scrimgeour, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. Although a combat specialist, Scrimgeour possessed more than mere strength. He was also astute, his overall capabilities potentially surpassing even the renowned Auror Moody. Yet, he could not fathom the youth before him. Appearing barely in his 20s, likely having graduated school only 4 or 5 years prior, Zhang wore a robe that was effortlessly elegant yet seemed devoid of any discernible power. Scrimgeour found himself perplexed. Had such a grand spectacle been orchestrated merely to be a damp squib? Zhang Heyang found himself at a loss for tears, all due to Voldemort. The two men's gazes collided in the air, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward once more. Ahem, well, allow me to elucidate. I, Zhang Heyang, am not devoid of strength, but rather burdened by an unspeakable dilemma. Very well, no need for further elaboration. No need for further elaboration. Scrimgeour displayed a knowing expression. After all, men do have those days each month when they feel somewhat less robust. Understood. Indeed understood. Zhang Heyang's face turned a shade of green, while it was gratifying to be understood. That lewd look of yours is rather unbecoming. It is not as you presume. I was merely subjected to excessive hardship. Zhang Heyang silently gritted his teeth. Voldemort, you wretched scoundrel. I shall make you pay dearly once school commences. Understood, understood. Indeed, one must be ruthless. If not, how could one find oneself in such a predicament? Poor lad, so young yet in such distress. Tut tut. No, wait, just a moment right here. Zhang Heyang wished for death. Unspeakable dilemmas. How could I be afflicted by dark magic? Scrimgeour's gaze toward Zhang Heyang shifted dramatically, filled with newfound respect. A prodigy, engaging in such marvelous feats within the depths of Gringotts, amidst the ancient stalactites and dragons. Witnessing the gleaming treasure's brilliance. How romantic. Blast it! Zhang Heyang exclaimed in exasperation. It was with a man. Goodness, could it possibly be that haggard fellow beside him? No wonder it was said to be excessive. With such a physique, how could it not be? Just look at that lad next to him. He's utterly faint. Scrimgeour felt the weight of age upon him, realizing that it is the youth who dare to dream and act boldly. What a player, truly a master of the game. Chapter 84. Zhang Heyang's True Card. Dumbledore. The Auror from the Scott family gasped. You two have arrived? Ah, yes, I remember. Becky, right? Dumbledore maintained his usual disheveled appearance, his beard tangled and speckled with glistening yellow granules, likely remnants of honey. He seemed to recall something fortuitous and stated cheerfully, the prodigious youth from the Scott family. You were the top of your class back in school. My gratitude goes to your guidance, Scott replied dryly. Dumbledore had served as Hogwarts headmaster for decades, nearing a century in total. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every wizard in Y country is a student, sharing a bond of teacher and pupil. For this reason alone, regardless of how eccentric Dumbledore may be or the extent of his formidable prowess, he commanded respect from all. The fact that graduates remember their teacher's lessons brings comfort to this old man. Dumbledore began to rummage through his pockets, prompting several young Aurors to nervously point their wands at him, for Dumbledore's reputation loomed large in their minds. Do not be alarmed, young ones. I am merely having breakfast. Dumbledore chuckled, halting his actions and gazing serenely at the Aurors before him. Lower your wands. It was Scott who remained calm, a testament to the composure expected of a scion from a pure-blood family. Despite not being the patriarch, he possessed sufficient poise and discernment. He understood that if Dumbledore were to act, none present would stand a chance, even with Scrimgeour, who was reputed to be stronger than Moody, among them. What do you mean by that, Dumbledore? Scrimgeour glared at Dumbledore, his expression darkening. Was this a blatant act of defiance against the law? I have already stated, merely breakfast. There are too many matters at hand, leaving me no time even for breakfast. Dumbledore withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing a sandwich. Dark red raspberry jam oozing from between the slices, staining the packaging in the process. He gazed at the packaging with regret, shaking his head. One rushes and spoils too much. Then, without a care for his surroundings, he unwrapped the sandwich and took a large bite, cheeks puffed as he murmured, "This taste is exquisite, after 100 years. Raspberry jam remains my favorite." Good heavens! Scrimgeour and Scott, along with their fellow Aurors and Enforcers, stared in disbelief at Dumbledore. "Good sir, can you not conduct yourself with a semblance of decorum? What is this place? We are in the midst of apprehending criminals. What is your meaning? Are you feigning madness or dismissing us Aurors altogether?" Scott's gaze fell upon a hint of red, recalling Zhang Heyang's earlier indiscretion, a scene eerily reminiscent of Dumbledore, perhaps even more deranged. Has the staff of Hogwarts truly descended to such depths? Scott pondered, his eyes drifting involuntarily towards Zhang Heyang. "I recall you have recently developed a fondness for cockroach clusters." Zhang Heyang, as expected, did not disappoint, flippantly tossing out another exasperating comment. "Deceit is not a commendable habit. You old coot." "Enough!" Scott bellowed, infuriated. "Do you truly believe we are inconsequential?" Scrimgeour, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "You shall not escape today, Zhang. You orchestrated and executed the terror attack on Diagon Alley, and no amount of Harry Potter's charm will shield you this time. Robbing Gringotts. Neither Harry Potter nor Dumbledore can protect you. I believe it far more prudent to possess evidence before speaking, Becky." Dumbledore's tone remained unperturbed. The glint in his blue eyes, sparkling behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, though regrettably directed at the sandwich smeared with thick raspberry jam, was Hogwarts' motto once more. "Never provoke a sleeping dragon." Scott instinctively replied, but quickly realized, his face flushed with anger, "Dumbledore, please show some respect for the investigators. Maintain the seriousness of the scene." Implicitly suggesting that your whimsical antics hold no sway over us, it would be best for you to step aside for the sake of decorum. No, Becky. I'm not jesting. Dumbledore's gaze finally lifted from the sandwich to meet Scott's. That single glance sent a shiver down Scott's spine. Those sapphire-like eyes radiated a brilliance that transported him back to his student days, when he was summoned to the headmaster's office for brawling with classmates. Receiving a similar penetrating gaze, sharp, wise, and impossible to resist, Scott was horrified to discover that, despite the years that had passed and his self-perceived strength, even as the leader of an Auror office, he felt utterly exposed before Dumbledore's gaze, devoid of any capacity for resistance. "What do you intend to do?" Scott instinctively took a few steps back, trembling as he drew his wand, pointing it at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, do you intend to defy the law? Muggles have a saying, no investigation, no right to speak." Dumbledore had seemingly transformed the act of legitimacy into a passive skill of his own, leaving Scott without any room for resistance. "While I had merely conducted an inquiry into the situation here, I tasked Professor Zhang with retrieving something from Gringotts. He should still possess my token. Although I have aged, it is unlikely that anyone could pilfer my token from my grasp. Wouldn't you agree?" Dumbledore smiled at Scott. "You are not merely incapable. It is inconceivable for anyone to steal anything from you. As Dumbledore ages, his power only intensifies. His proficiency in magic has seemingly reversed the dynamics of physical confrontation, which is a significant reason why pure-blood aristocrats have increasingly refrained from provoking him in recent years. He sought a reason to infiltrate the underground, of course." Scott, with a mocking gaze directed at Dumbledore, inquired, "Are you confessing? Have you two colluded to stage a grand robbery? You provide him with a token, and he commits the theft? Idiocy is a grave affliction. I suggest you visit St. Mungo's for examination, though it appears their treatments in this regard are rather ineffective. Perhaps a Muggle hospital would be more appropriate." Suddenly, Zhang Heyang, who had remained mostly silent, interjected, maintaining his usual irreverence, nearly causing Scott to faint from frustration. Scott pointed his wand at Zhang Heyang, roaring, "Zhang, do not turn this into a farce. Today, I will." A piercing cry from majestic bird echoed from the heavens, reverberating through the air. A colossal shadow descended upon the gathering. prompting all to look up in horror at the sight of a pure white, magnificent bird with wings spanning at least 20 meters, swooping down from above. The gust of wind it generated left a group of elite aurors struggling to maintain their footing. The Hawk Eagle had arrived. Zhang Heyang's true trump card had finally made its entrance. Chapter 84. Zhang Heyang's true trump card. Dumbledore. Gasped an auror from Scott's family. You are here too? Ah, yes. You're who I was thinking of, Becky, am I correct? Dumbledore appeared as a disheveled old man, his beard unkempt and speckled with glistening yellow remnants. Likely from some honey confection. He seemed to recall a particularly delightful memory and cheerfully remarked, Scott's prodigious young talent. You were the top of your class back in school. Thanks to your guidance, Scott replied dryly. Dumbledore had served as the headmaster of Hogwarts for several decades, nearly a century in total. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every wizard in Y country is his student, sharing a bond of mentor and pupil. For this reason alone, irrespective of his eccentricities or extraordinary powers, he commands respect from all. It brings me immense joy to see that graduates still remember their teacher's lessons. Dumbledore mused while rummaging through his pocket, causing several young aurors to nervously point their wands at him, as the shadow he cast loomed large in their minds. Do not be alarmed, young ones. I am merely having breakfast, Dumbledore chuckled, halting his actions and gazing serenely at the aurors before him. Lower your wands. Scott remained composed, a testament to his upbringing within a prestigious pure-blood family. Although he was not the head of the family, he possessed ample poise and discernment. He understood that should Dumbledore choose to act, none present could contend with him, even if among them was an auror reputed to surpass Moody in strength. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Scott's face darkened as he regarded Dumbledore. Are you openly defying the law? I merely stated that I am having breakfast. There is so much to attend to that I hardly had time for it, Dumbledore replied, withdrawing his hand from his pocket to reveal a sandwich, with dark red raspberry jam oozing from its edges, staining the packaging. He gazed at the wrapper with mild regret, shaking his head, lamenting the waste incurred by his haste. He then unwrapped the sandwich and took a large bite, cheeks puffed as he mumbled, This is truly delightful. I have enjoyed raspberry jam for over a century, and it remains my favorite. Goodness gracious! Scott and the others, including Skelling, stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. Sir, could you refrain from such absurdity? What is this place? We are apprehending a thief. What is the meaning of your actions? Are you feigning madness, or do you truly disregard us, aurors? Scott's gaze caught a glimpse of red, recalling Zhang Heyang's previous outrageous behavior, which mirrored Dumbledore's eccentricity. No, it was even more deranged. Is this what Hogwarts teachers have become? Scott mused, involuntarily glancing in Zhang Heyang's direction. I recall you have developed a fondness for cockroach clusters recently. Zhang Heyang, as expected, tossed out another irritating remark. Deceiving others is not a commendable habit, you old fool. Enough! Scott bellowed, do you take us for fools? Skelling, with reddened eyes, shouted, You will not escape today, Zhang. You orchestrated and executed the terror attack on Diagon Alley, thinking you could deceive us with Harry Potter's name. This time, I shall not let you slip away. The robbery at Gringotts cannot be absolved by either Harry Potter or Dumbledore. I believe it is advisable to possess evidence before making accusations. Becky. Dumbledore's tone remained unchanged, his blue eyes glinting with intelligence behind the crescent-shaped glasses, though they were directed at the sandwich smeared with thick raspberry jam. What is the motto of Hogwarts? Never provoke a sleeping dragon. Scott instinctively replied, then realized the implications, his face flushing with anger. Dumbledore, kindly show respect for the investigators. Maintain the decorum of this scene. The implication being that his erratic antics were of no consequence to them. For the sake of appearances, it would be best if he stepped aside. Oh no, Becky, I'm not jesting. Dumbledore finally diverted his gaze from the sandwich and looked at Scott. That single glance sent a shiver down Scott's spine, as if he were stripped bare and standing exposed in the frigid cold. The brilliance emanating from Dumbledore's sapphire-like eyes transported him back to his student days, when he had been summoned to the headmaster's office for punishment after a brawl. Those same sharp, insightful eyes, formidable and unyielding. Scott was struck with the realization that despite the passage of years and his self-perception of strength, even as a group leader within the Auror office, he felt utterly defenseless against Dumbledore's gaze. What do you intend? Scott instinctively stepped back, trembling as he brandished his wand at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, are you truly considering defying the law? There's a saying among muggles, no investigation, no right to speak. Dumbledore had turned the act of legilimency into a passive skill of his gaze, leaving Scott with no room for resistance. And I happen to have investigated the circumstances here. My request to retrieve something from Gringotts was entrusted to Professor Zhang. He should still possess my token. Though I may be aging, I am certainly not so decrepit that anyone could snatch the token from my grasp. Wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore smiled amiably at Scott. Not only is it unlikely, it is virtually impossible for anyone to take anything from you. Dumbledore's prowess only seems to grow with age. His mastery of magic has turned the tables on physical confrontations, which is precisely why pure-blood aristocrats have become increasingly cautious in provoking him. He sought a reason to infiltrate the underground, of course. Scott gazed at Dumbledore with a mocking expression, asking, "Are you confessing? Have you two conspired together to stage a grand robbery? You provide him with a token, and he executes the heist? Ignorance is indeed a grave affliction. I would recommend a visit to St. Mungo's, though it appears the efficacy of their treatments in this regard is rather lacking. Perhaps a consultation at a Muggle hospital would be more beneficial." Suddenly breaking his silence, Zhang Heyang interjected, his demeanor unchanged, exhibiting that infuriating nature of his. His words nearly sent Scott into a stupor. Pointing his wand at Zhang, Scott bellowed, "Zhang, do not turn this into a farce." "I assure you that today I will." Before Scott could finish his furious proclamation, a piercing cry of a raptor echoed from the heavens above, reverberating through the air. Following that, a colossal shadow loomed over the crowd, compelling everyone to gaze upward in terror, where they were met with the sight of a magnificent, snow-white giant bird. Its wingspan stretching at least 20 meters, descending from the sky. The mere force of the wind it generated left a cadre of elite aurors struggling to maintain their footing. The Heydonking has arrived. Zhang Heyang's true trump card has finally made its entrance.